On the day of my birth, my grandfather hosted an extravagant banquet with over 100 tables, yet not a single guest appeared. The following day, however, the remnants of the feast were devoured, leaving behind only a serpent skin that stretched for hundreds of meters. My grandfather remarked that my fate was unfortunate and that I needed to wed a bride. That very night, a stunning woman draped in snakeskin arrived at our doorstep, accompanied by a young girl. From that moment onward, my destiny transformed, and I became the favored son-in-law of fortune. Chapter 1. The hundreds of meters of serpent skin. My name is Sichuan, and I am 21 years old. Raised solely by my grandfather, who was revered as a legendary master of divination, he had calculated a staggering 3,765 fortunes, never once failing in his predictions. The year I was born was a grand affair, with an extravagant banquet of over 100 tables set up in our small village, where only a handful of families resided. Yet, on the day of the feast, every table was filled. As evening fell and the guests departed, my grandfather insisted on maintaining the lavish setup, presenting dishes far more abundant than those served during the day. By dawn, the banquet had been entirely consumed, leaving only the inexplicable serpent skin behind. When I inquired about this peculiar event, my grandfather chuckled and dismissed it as mere fantasy. Upon reflection, it indeed seemed implausible to have such an extensive serpent skin. Growing up beside my grandfather, I never attended school, but absorbed his wisdom instead. I learned to read and perused ancient texts, their pages yellowed and nibbled by mice, yet I found them utterly captivating that I delve into feng shui, physiognomy, and even acquired a fair amount of geographical knowledge about our land and its mountains. However, as I reached my 18th year, my grandfather's health began to decline. At 60, his hair was completely white, and his posture had become hunched. Unlike the other elderly men in the village, my grandfather's frail appearance filled me with concern, prompting me to suggest a visit to the doctor. Yet he would wave me off and declare that it was simply fate. Though I held some belief in destiny, witnessing my grandfather in such a state made me inwardly scoff at the notion. Ultimately, I could not dissuade him. One day, he instructed me to buy a new outfit, urging me to present myself better instead of appearing disheveled. His sudden critique struck me as odd. After purchasing new clothes, I returned home to find my grandfather tidying up the house, which was quite unusual for him. Curiosity got the better of me, and I asked him about his meticulous cleaning. He replied, "Xiao Chuan, your bride will arrive tonight." That I stared at him in disbelief, unable to accept his words, convinced he was jesting. A bride? I had never heard anyone mention such a thing. When I pressed him for more information, he simply smiled and said, "You will see tonight." Despite my skepticism, a flicker of anticipation ignited within me. My grandfather revealed that my fate was aligned with the Een, and the divination indicated a dire future. Thus, he had arranged a marriage for me well in advance. That afternoon, he personally prepared a few dishes, while I found myself gazing into the mirror, noting that while my complexion was somewhat dark, my features remained decent. As the clock struck 11, however, the bride had yet to arrive. Anxiety began to grip me, and fatigue washed over me. My grandfather encouraged me to be patient. Finally, at midnight, a black Maybach pulled up outside our home. I saw a woman in a flowing black dress enter, holding the hand of a girl who appeared to be around 15 years old. The woman, strikingly beautiful yet exuding an air of coldness, sent a chill through the room as she approached. When I instinctively gazed at her features, my grandfather swiftly covered my eyes, whispering, "Do not look where you should not." The aloof woman took her seat, and the young girl followed suit. My grandfather broke the silence, saying, "Let us eat." The four of us dined in silence, though I exchanged a brief glance with the girl, whose delicate features were framed by cascading hair. She seemed fearful of the formidable woman beside her, eating with utmost seriousness, only occasionally sticking her tongue out playfully at me, revealing a hint of innocence. I pondered whether my grandfather was playing a prank on me. After all, how could someone so young be destined to be my wife? Unsurprisingly, my concerns were unfounded. After the meal, the woman left behind a token, instructing me to come to Kyoto in 3 years to marry the girl, who introduced herself as Chun Xiao Xiao. The name lingered on my lips as I murmured it softly. My grandfather, clearing the table, urged me to see off my future bride. Though I stumbled awkwardly, I followed his advice and escorted the woman and Chun Xiao Xiao to their vehicle. Just before getting in, the woman turned to me and said, "Tell your grandfather that I have repaid my debt of gratitude, and from this point onward, we are even." Her words bewildered me, leaving me puzzled about their meaning. As the car drove away, Xiao Xiao leaned out of the window, waving goodbye. Upon returning home, I relayed the woman's message to my grandfather, inquiring about its significance. He merely smiled, saying nothing, yet I discerned a sense of relief in his expression. After Xiao Xiao's departure, my grandfather set forth a rule. I was not to engage in fortune-telling for 3 years, after which I was to travel to Kyoto to wed Xiao Xiao. These 3 years proved to be a tormenting ordeal. Countless times, I discerned misfortunes awaiting others, and my heart sank when I noticed a crack in the fate of a neighbor who had always been kind to me. I failed to warn her, and tragically, the next day, she slipped into the river while washing clothes and drowned. The sorrow weighed heavily on my conscience, yet I felt powerless. Throughout those 3 years, I remained by my grandfather's side. Engrossed in a book titled The Classic of the Green Dragon, I attempted to read faces for my grandfather, but my efforts yielded no results. I attributed this to my insufficient skill. When the 3-year mark finally arrived, my grandfather summoned me into his room. I initially thought he would discuss my upcoming journey to Kyoto, but to my surprise, he washed his hands ceremoniously before me and presented me with a peculiar backpack resembling serpent skin. It was sturdy, and he instructed me to take it to Kyoto as a bridal gift for my wife and to deliver a token to an old acquaintance of his. As he spoke, he handed me a letter. I accepted it solemnly, assuring him that I would fulfill his wishes. However, I could not suppress my anxiety, asking, "Grandfather, will you not accompany me?" He sighed, "No, my time is short, and I am too frail to travel. Once you marry, return to visit me." Indeed, my grandfather's health had worsened, and Kyoto was quite distant. I feared the journey would be too taxing for him. I envisioned returning with Xiao Xiao as my bride to introduce her to my grandfather. However, fate took a cruel turn as I boarded the train, only to receive devastating news about my grandfather midway through the journey. Chapter 2. I will marry her. A relative from home called to inform me that not long after I had departed, my grandfather passed away without any warning. Upon hearing this news, my mind was engulfed in a cacophony, and I felt as though I could scarcely draw breath. I could hardly believe it. I thought they were deceiving me. I insisted they wait for me, that I would return immediately. However, my relatives sternly admonished me, stating that my grandfather did not wish for my return. In disbelief, I was shown a letter he had left behind. Recognizing his handwriting instantly, tears began to cascade down my cheeks. The death of my grandfather inflicted upon me profound anguish. I desperately wiped my tears, yet they continued to flow uncontrollably. "Xiao Chuan," he wrote, "I have departed. You must live well. You are a man and must not weep easily. When you marry another, treat her kindly. Do you understand? If I know from beyond that you mistreat another's daughter, I shall not forgive you. Xiao Chuan, after my passing, you need not concern yourself with the funeral. I have already made arrangements. Moreover, if you do not bring Xiao Xiao back, you need not return to see me. Your journey to Kyoto is your first venture far from home. Once there, seek a woman named Ji Wuyan and settle temporarily. Simply present her with the token I entrusted to you, and she will assist you. Her address is included at the end of this letter. Remember, do not return until you are married, or else my spirit shall be restless." The letter was signed, Xia Wuchuan, my grandfather's name. Gazing at the familiar script, tears streamed down my face once more. At that moment, I felt an overwhelming urge to strike myself. I had long known my grandfather's health was failing, and I should not have left his side. If I had stayed, would he still be alive? A torrent of guilt, regret, and sorrow surged within me, intertwined with an unsettling anxiety. After my grandfather's departure, as I gazed out at the swiftly passing scenery, I realized that my home was gone, and my support had vanished. On the road to Kyoto, I was utterly alone. I silently vowed to fulfill my grandfather's final wish, to bring my fiancée, Xiao Xiao, back. After enduring countless hours of torment, I finally arrived in Kyoto. The city's grandeur surpassed my wildest imagination. I felt like a pauper stepping into a bustling metropolis. Following my grandfather's directions, I reached an upscale neighborhood filled with exquisite villas. Upon arriving at the entrance, I knocked on the iron gate, the sound echoing sharply. A matronly woman emerged, scolding me. "Where did this beggar come from? Don't you know how to ring the doorbell?" She regarded me with disdain from her elevated position. Yet, I remained unfazed. I believed that every destiny was preordained, from beggars to the highborn. This woman, with her unremarkable features and lack of fortune, was destined to remain in her current station. "I am here to find Ji Wuyan," I stated calmly. "Who do you think you are to call her by name?" The matron retorted. Just then, my gaze shifted past her, and I beheld a tall, exquisite woman clad in a striking red dress, who stepped forward. Instantly, I recognized her as the one who had accompanied Chen Xiao to my engagement. Before the matron could utter another word, the woman said coldly, "Wu Ma, step aside." At the sound of her voice, the matron fell silent, retreating like a frightened chick. Once the door opened, I entered and greeted the woman. She cast a frosty glance at me. "You shameless creature." "Sister, my grandfather sent me to find you." "I wish to propose," I said. "Did I not make it clear before? The debt to your grandfather has been repaid. The proposal is for you to handle yourself." She lounged in the courtyard, her long legs exposed beneath the red fabric, radiating beauty. I fell silent under her scorn. "Why the silence?" I asked. "Sister, I can propose myself. But my grandfather insisted I stay with you for a few days. He said you would agree." "Why would I agree to that old fool?" When I heard Ji Wuyin insult my grandfather, I felt a pang of annoyance. I wished my grandfather were still alive. But the truth remained. He was gone. The thought brought tears to my eyes once more. "This is for you," I said, handing her the letter. She accepted it with delicate fingers, glancing at it briefly before her expression grew serious, and she sighed. "You may stay with me, and I might even assist you with your proposal. However, you may not wish to marry her now." "That's impossible. I will certainly marry her. I would never betray my grandfather's dying wish." "Is that truly your conviction?" Ji Wuyin inquired, her interest piqued. "Absolutely," I affirmed with determination. "After you see this photograph, you may reconsider." She handed me her phone, and upon seeing the image, I was struck by shock. There lay a girl, unconscious, her face grotesquely disfigured, her body swollen and ill, covered in pus-filled sores. "This is your fiancée, Chen Xiao, now plagued by malevolent spirits, her life hanging by a thread. You may wish to reconsider. I could introduce you to another prospective fiancé, just to assist that old man once more." Ji Wuyin rose slowly, her icy gaze scrutinizing me. The disfigured Chen Xiao bore no resemblance to the girl I once knew. Yet, no matter her current state, it mattered not. I, Xie had vowed to marry her, and I would uphold that promise. Chapter 3. Meeting the father-in-law. Seeing my silence, Ji Wuyin let out a cold laugh. "So be it. No need for that, sister. I am willing to marry her." Ji Wuyin looked at me in astonishment, surprise flickering in her eyes, but soon her expression returned to calm. "You must rest after your long journey. At midnight, someone will take you to meet Chen Xiao. Whether you choose to marry her or not, you shall decide after the meeting. Consider it your last opportunity." Without hesitation, I affirmed, "Regardless of the meeting, I will marry her." Ji Wuyin clearly lacked the patience to engage further and turned to leave. The matron approached, leading me to a room with a significantly improved demeanor. I lay on the soft mattress, tossing and turning, unable to find sleep. I planned to rid Chen Xiao of the tormenting spirits when I finally met her. As time passed, I heard a gentle knock at the door. Ji Wuyin was indeed punctual. I opened the door, and in an instant, I froze in place, retreating a few steps. Before me was a serpent as thick as my wrist, standing upright. Quickly, I prepared to strike it with a gesture, but I paused, sensing no malice emanating from the creature. It nodded its head at me, then slithered forward. I hesitated for a moment, then followed closely behind. Suddenly, I comprehended the meaning behind Ji Wuyin's words. It was not a living being that led me to meet Chen Xiao, but rather this serpent. I followed it for approximately half an hour until we arrived at the front of a villa. An overwhelming presence of negative energy enveloped the area, and one glance at the residence revealed significant issues. Strangely, however, the feng shui of the villa appeared to be quite favorable. Logically speaking, a property with good feng shui should not attract such an accumulation of negative energy, which left me feeling perplexed. I took a few steps back to a higher ground to gain a full view of the estate. Within the courtyard, there were artificial mountains and water features, creating a picturesque scene, and the lights within the house were illuminated. The distribution of the lighting was distinctive, resembling the feng shui arrangement of the 7 stars gathering wealth. Coupled with the harmonious interplay of the mountains and water, such an arrangement should guarantee prosperity. However, this layout came with a dire flaw, as it exacted a toll on one's lifespan. The cost would be steep. The lightest consequence could result in unconsciousness, while the gravest could lead to an accumulation of negative energy that might not allow one to survive beyond a month. Could it be that Chen Xiao was in such a predicament? As I pondered this, I felt something brush against my foot. Looking down, I saw the serpent urging me to move forward. We circled the villa until we discovered a hole in the ground. The serpent gestured for me to crawl inside. The wall was no more than a meter tall, and for me, it posed little challenge as I easily scaled it. The serpent then guided me through a side entrance of the villa. It seemed to be well acquainted with this place, leading me into a brightly lit hall that left me in awe of its opulence. Just as I entered, I overheard a fragmented conversation. "Mr. Chun, rest assured, I will handle Miss Chen's affairs. Master Liao, are you truly confident? Ha ha ha. Mr. Chen, do not underestimate me. I have cast over 2,000 divinations in my lifetime. Each one accurate. As long as that young man fulfills the arrangement and marries Miss Chen, the calamity will be transferred to him. Within 10 days, he will surely meet a sudden demise. Once the danger is eliminated, simply find another to marry her, and she will enjoy a life of safety and security. Mr. Chen did not respond immediately, seemingly apprehensive. Listening from the staircase, my heart sank. Was I merely a pawn in someone else's game? A wave of melancholy washed over me. Master Liao, I have faith in your abilities, but that young man is no ordinary individual. His grandfather is the renowned healer Xiao Wuchuan. Moreover, this marriage was orchestrated by Miss Ji. If we act rashly against him, could it not invite greater trouble? Mr. Chen, there is no need for concern. I divined yesterday, and though I misstepped, the omen came from the east. I suspected something was amiss. Mr. Chen gasped. Master Liao, how could this happen? Curiosity piqued. I ventured outside to observe the celestial bodies. The stars in the east were sparse, indicating that someone was in peril. Risking my life, I returned indoors to cast a divination for that old scoundrel Xiao Wuchuan. Just one reading caused me to spit blood, yet I was filled with elation. He had passed away. Furthermore, you need not worry about Ji Wuyan. I shall prepare a generous gift for her, and I believe she will not oppose us for the sake of a worthless individual without protection. Master Liao's words seemed to dispel Mr. Chen's concerns, but my heart grew heavier. His statements solidified my belief that my grandfather had indeed departed this world. I could only imagine how my grandfather would feel, never expecting that his grandson would become a pawn for others. A profound sorrow enveloped me, leaving me cold and desolate. I trudged heavily alongside the Serpent until we reached the door of Chun Xiaoxiao's room. Upon entering, I was struck by the oppressive atmosphere and the bright lights. Her room was the most crucial element of the 7 stars gathering wealth arrangement, thus the lights must remain on. As I gazed at the figure lying on the bed, she bore an unsettling resemblance to the photograph Ji Wuyan had shown me, an image from 3 years past, now replaced with a grotesque countenance. In truth, I could easily walk away, indifferent to Qin Xiaoxiao's fate and free from being an exploited pawn. Yet, as I regarded her dismal state, recalling the time she had playfully stuck out her tongue at me 3 years ago, my heart softened. She had never wished me harm. She was merely a victim. Moreover, my grandfather had explicitly instructed me to bring Xiaoxiao home, his dying wish. Presently, her condition was perilous, possessed by a malevolent spirit and nourished by negative energy. And the two had become one. If I forcefully expelled the spirit, she might not survive. However, should I transfer the spirit to myself, she would surely live. Although Master Liao's methods were nefarious, they presented a potential means of salvation. As I contemplated these matters, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed from outside. My heart raced as I realized someone was approaching. Before I could react, the Serpent swiftly shrank to the size of a finger and darted up my sleeve, vanishing from sight. At that moment, the door swung open, revealing a middle-aged man and an elderly gentleman standing at the threshold. The middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 50s, had a stern face and an air of authority. If I were not mistaken, he was Chun Xiaoxiao's father, my future father-in-law, Chen Weifeng. The elderly gentleman, clad in a dignified Tang suit, appeared to be in his 60s, exuding a kind demeanor. Though his eyes sparkled with an unsettling glint, he must be Master Liao. Both men fixed their gazes upon me. Chen Weifeng's face first registered surprise, which quickly morphed into anger as he bellowed, "Who is this thief trespassing in my home?" Meanwhile, Master Liao scrutinized me in silence. Seeing that I remained calm despite Chen Weifeng's outburst, he opened his mouth to summon security, only to be interrupted by Master Liao, who chuckled. "Mr. Chen, do not misunderstand. This young man possesses an extraordinary presence. If I am not mistaken, he must be the grandson of the esteemed healer Xiao Wuchuan." Chen Weifeng's expression shifted abruptly, astonishment flickering in his eyes as he seemed momentarily at a loss for words. Yet, being a businessman, he quickly regained his composure. "My dear son-in-law, I have long awaited your arrival." A disingenuous smile graced his lips, but it was short-lived as a frown returned. "Son-in-law, while I am unsure how you entered my home, given Xiaoxiao's current condition, she is unworthy of you. I do not wish to burden you further. Therefore, let us end this engagement. It is a pity that your grandfather's intentions will go unfulfilled. Of course, since you have traveled so far, I can arrange a job for you if you wish to stay in the city." I had often heard my grandfather lament about the decline of morals in society, and while I once struggled to grasp his sentiments, witnessing this firsthand brought clarity. Chen Weifeng's tactic of retreating to advance was astute. If I were to dissolve the engagement, it would betray my grandfather's legacy and mark me as untrustworthy. Yet, he could not manipulate me in this manner. My commitment to the engagement made 3 years ago remained unwavering. Uncle Chun, please do not misunderstand. I will not renege on the engagement my grandfather arranged for me. Chun Weifeng appeared taken aback, then sighed. Son-in-law, you truly humble me. Upon your marriage to my daughter, I shall entrust you with the management of the company and appoint you as our general manager. I couldn't help but smirk inwardly. Did Chun Weifeng believe I was coveting his wealth? Uncle Chun, I am devoid of talent and capability, thus, it would be unwise to entrust the management of the company to me. As for Xiao Xiao, I shall pay her a visit tomorrow to formally propose marriage. If my sudden appearance today has caused any disturbance, I beg your pardon. I suppressed the anger bubbling within me and expressed these words. Nonsense, he replied. It is I who have not hosted you properly. Knowing that my esteemed son-in-law has arrived in the capital, I should have welcomed you at the earliest opportunity. Such hypocrisy. Stay the night at my home, he insisted. I shall have the servants prepare a room for you. No, Uncle Chun, I am residing at my sister Ji Wuyan's house. Tomorrow, she will accompany me for the proposal. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. I made my way toward the door, with Chun Weifeng and Master Liao seeing me off. Chun Weifeng even sent a driver to take me home, and I did not decline the offer. As I sat in the car, my emotions were a tumultuous mix. I experienced a night devoid of dreams. The following day, I sought out Ji Wuyan, asking her to accompany me to propose marriage, as such matters necessitate the presence of an elder. Upon hearing my request, Ji Wuyan looked at me as if I were a fool. Perhaps due to the incident with the serpent, she was already aware of last night's events. Xie, have you lost your mind? You would rather forsake your life than marry that hideous creature? Let me tell you, if you have any regrets now, there is still time to back out. Once you wed her, even I will be unable to assist you. Sister, you need not intervene. Simply accompany me to present the formal proposal. Let us conduct this in a traditional manner. You little rascal, are treating me as your matchmaker? Ji Wuyan, possessing an elegant and striking beauty, would undoubtedly be irresistible to any man. Sister, I am in your debt. Ji Wuyan, exasperated, reluctantly agreed. Driving in a luxurious car, she took me to the Chun residence once more, this time entering through the front door with all due propriety. Upon our arrival, Chun Weifeng eagerly came to greet us, addressing Ji Wuyan with utmost respect as Miss Ji. Enough of the pleasantries, she stated coldly. I have brought this young man to propose marriage for your daughter. Let us choose a wedding date and arrange the ceremony. Master Liao, present at the scene, suddenly stepped forward, suggesting, why not seize the day? Today is auspicious. Let us have the two newlyweds wed at once. Ji Wuyan glanced at me, seemingly seeking my approval. I nodded in agreement. However, Chun Weifeng's expression shifted to one of concern. If we hold the banquet today, will it not be too hasty? I have not had time to invite friends and family. No need for that, Uncle Chun. A modest gathering will suffice. Just a simple family meal will do. Very well. It seems I can entrust my daughter to you without worry. Ji Wuyan looked at me with a mixture of disbelief and resignation. As the evening approached, we engaged in a simple meal, after which I presented the betrothal gifts to Chun Weifeng. He appeared distinctly uninterested in the modest offerings I had brought. To someone of his wealth, such paltry gifts were surely beneath notice. As Ji Wuyan prepared to leave, she issued a stern warning to Chun Weifeng, stating that should I encounter any injustice within the Chun household, she would not hesitate to take action. Furthermore, she declared that since I called her sister, I was to be considered her brother. Anyone who dared to harm her brother would face severe consequences. At that moment, I was unaware of the weight of her words. However, her declaration stirred deep emotions within me, and my eyes involuntarily grew moist. Chun Weifeng's demeanor shifted dramatically, his expression becoming somewhat awkward. Master Liao chuckled nervously. Miss Ji, there is no need for concern. With your influence in the capital, who would dare disrespect your brother? I am sure Mr. Chun will treat his son-in-law as his own flesh and blood. Yes, indeed, Miss Ji, you can rest assured. I am truly pleased with Xie as my son-in-law. His unwavering support for my daughter in these trying times has genuinely moved me. Let it be so, Ji Wuyan concluded, her gaze shifting toward me. You foolish boy. Why are you still standing there? See me out. Very well, sister. I followed Ji Wuyan to the entrance. Sister, take care. Yet, Ji Wuyan suddenly halted, her expression grave. Foolish boy, this is your final opportunity. Come with me now, and no one will blame you. No, sister, my mind is made up. Chapter 5. My mind is made up. Ji Wuyan seemed infuriated by my resolve, scoffing before turning away. Whether you live or die matters not to me. I watched her depart, a heavy sigh escaping my lips. Upon returning indoors, I noted that it was growing late. Chun Weifeng appeared anxious, urging me to retire to my room swiftly. I acquiesced, making my way toward Chun Xiaoxiao's chamber, fully aware that directly confronting the malevolent spirit within her would yield little success. While I could vanquish the spirit, it would undoubtedly bring harm to Chun Xiaoxiao. My current objective was to transfer the malevolent spirit from her to myself. Upon entering her room, I found it adorned with festive decorations, exuding an atmosphere of celebration. Chun Xiaoxiao was clad in a wedding gown. Despite her disfigured features, the makeup allowed glimpses of her former beauty. I seated myself beside her. But as soon as I did, a heavy aura of malice enveloped me. My expression shifted as I sensed the malevolent spirit within Chun Xiaoxiao had detected my presence. I retrieved a talisman, an invocation designed to summon spirits. Ever since my engagement to Chun Xiaoxiao 3 years prior, our fates had become intertwined to some extent. Now that I was to marry her, it was likely Master Liao had already intervened behind the scenes to intertwine our birth charts once more. As I inscribed our birth details onto the invocation talisman, I realized that Master Liao had anticipated my actions long ago. They likely believed that my apprenticeship under my grandfather had left me without any real skills. Had I acquired even a modicum of ability, I would have refused this marriage to Chun Xiaoxiao. Who would dare gamble with life and death, unless one were a fool willing to sacrifice their life for wealth? I surmised that they regarded me as a simpleton seeking the Chun family's riches, which, in a way, was advantageous as it spared me from many troubles. Having studied the Qinglong scripture under my grandfather, I possessed a mastery of pure yang energy and various spiritual techniques. However, I understood that I could only transfer the malevolent spirit from her to myself after the marriage was solemnized. Grasping the invocation talisman tightly, I chanted the incantation. By the ancestral decree, with the power of the diamond, I summoned the spirit from afar. Return to your true nature. The talisman glowed faintly as it became enveloped in pure yang energy. I pressed the talisman against Chun Xiaoxiao's forehead, but as soon as it made contact, a chill swept over me, extinguishing the talisman's light and dissipating the pure yang energy. Just as I was taken aback by this turn of events, a shadow erupted from Chun Xiaoxiao's body, lunging toward me in an instant. I stumbled, nearly toppling over. Quickly, I formed a hand gesture to keep the shadow at bay. The malevolent spirit, its visage twisted with rage, roared, "You seek death. You think you can take my master's wife?" I was momentarily stunned by its words, a storm of thoughts surging within me. Her master? The shadow pressed forward with all its might, yet it could not breach my defenses. Though formidable, this malevolent spirit was no match for me. With swift movements, I executed a series of hand gestures, my feet shifting as I employed the 7-star steps. Combined with my pure yang energy, I struck the spirit, causing its dark aura to dissipate rapidly. The malevolent entity, taken aback by my strength, attempted to retreat back into Chun Xiaoxiao's body. However, it had underestimated the difficulty of its task. While exiting was easy, re-entering would prove far more challenging. I reached out and seized the malevolent spirit, extracting a soul-binding talisman. Once I imbued the talisman with my energy, it subdued the spirit instantly. No matter how fiercely it struggled, escape was virtually impossible. At this moment, I disregarded the spirit and approached to assess Chun Xiaoxiao's condition. She remained unconscious. I infused her body with a pure yang essence, intending to investigate her internal state. But to my surprise, this essence met with resistance before fully entering her body. It seemed she harbored another presence within her. No wonder when I affixed the soul-retrieving talisman inscribed with our birth dates onto her forehead, it had an immediate effect. The malevolent spirit was not only forced out, but also sought to retaliate against me. The individual orchestrating this was undoubtedly cunning, using the spirit as a guise, while simultaneously manipulating other forces within Chun Xiaoxiao's body, laying down hidden traps. Even my released pure yang essence was thwarted. I pondered whether this so-called Master Liao had discerned this subtlety. I surmised that Master Liao initially intended to draw this malevolent spirit onto me, believing that within 10 days, it would claim my life. However, they had underestimated the complexity of the situation. I could not ascertain Chun Xiaoxiao's condition just yet. The spirit continued to roar, filled with a desire to annihilate me. At that moment, I heard footsteps approaching from outside. It was likely Master Liao and my father-in-law, Chen Weifeng. Eager to learn what transpired inside, they were merely curious whether I would meet with misfortune. Master Liao was certainly not simple. He must have connections, otherwise, why would he tell Chen Weifeng that if I were to die within 10 days, he could promptly find someone to marry Chun Xiaoxiao? Was there a hidden secret in all of this? Or was Master Liao actually allied with the unseen puppeteer to keep Master Liao complacent and underestimate me? I needed to fabricate a facade. Without further thought, I emitted a pained scream. Initially, I worried that my scream might compel Master Liao and his companions to rush in to rescue me, but it turned out I had overthought it. Upon hearing my cry, their footsteps quickly retreated. I bitterly smiled inwardly, realizing I had misjudged their character. After a brief lapse in concentration, I swiftly refocused my gaze on the malevolent spirit, employing the soul control technique to discover the identity of its true master. Chapter 6. Pursuit. Once under my control, the spirit gradually lost its awareness, swaying unsteadily as it moved forward. I gently placed Chen Xiaoxiao's body on the bed and covered her with a blanket. Under the illumination, she appeared remarkably unattractive, her visage no different from the photo I had of Ji Wuyan. A deep sigh escaped my lips. Even in such a state, I bore no disdain for her. I even wondered if I had arrived sooner, would she have been spared this predicament? The onlookers outside awaited my misfortune, and I needed to conceal my abilities to make Master Liao and the others perceive me as a mere incompetent. Only then would they act recklessly, granting me the opportunity to uncover the mastermind behind this and liberate Chen Xiaoxiao from her misfortunes. I glanced at the spirit swirling at the window, my mind racing, and soon devised a clever plan. I retrieved a piece of yellow paper and swiftly folded it into a paper effigy. Then, I summoned a thread of pure yang energy and recited the substitute spell, substituting the body. White paper is your face, 5-colored paper is your attire. Unblessed it is, but paper, blessed, it becomes divine. Open your left ear to listen to the shadows, your right ear to the divine warriors of the mortal realm. Heed my urgent command. Upon completion, my spiritual essence inhabited the yellow paper figure, which proceeded outward while my physical form collapsed to the ground in a state of feigned unconsciousness, yet my consciousness remained intact. This illusion would lead Master Liao and Chun Weifeng to believe their scheme had succeeded. The paper effigy followed the malevolent spirit, which continued its unsteady advance. Halfway through, I retracted the soul control technique. The spirit halted abruptly, suddenly appearing disoriented, unsure of its surroundings. It glanced around but failed to spot my paper effigy. A flicker of panic crossed its face, yet it did not turn back. Instead, it pressed on. This worked to my advantage, as I feared that should it regain its faculties, it might return to trouble Chen Xiaoxiao. I trailed behind it for a while when I sensed a chill in the air, the wind turning ominously cold, accompanied by a sound reminiscent of rushing water. I deduced that a river lay ahead. Having never visited this city before, I felt quite unfamiliar with it. As I neared the riverbank, an oppressive sensation enveloped me, rendering me breathless. I had never encountered such pressure even before my grandfather. Upon reaching the river's edge, the spirit began to tremble uncontrollably. Then, to my astonishment, it knelt and cried out, "Master, I am incompetent. Please punish me." At that moment, the tumultuous waters surged violently, sending a cascade of water skyward. In an instant, the ground was drenched for hundreds of meters, prompting me to maneuver the paper effigy to safety. I murmured to myself, truly formidable. The water surged, its momentum seemingly intent on swallowing the night whole. My vision was obscured, rendering everything indistinct. The malevolent spirit, terrified, buried its head in the ground, refusing to lift it, repeatedly pleading, "Master, I was wrong. Please punish me." The next instant, a wave crashed upon the spirit, obliterating it into nothingness. In that instant, amidst the roaring waves, I glimpsed a figure clad in a blue robe, adorned with what appeared to be antennae atop its head. Just as I was fixated, a torrent of water surged toward me. I could not evade it. The paper effigy was sent flying by the impact, and a chilling voice echoed, "She does not belong to you. Dare to covet, and I shall take your life." As the words fell, the once turbulent waters returned to a serene calm. Yet my heart remained tumultuous. Undeterred, I shouted toward the water's surface, "Chen Xiaoxiao is my fiancée. Dare to harm her, and I shall ensure your demise." Yet, there was no response from the depths. However, I understood that this water housed no ordinary being. The paper effigy had been destroyed in the earlier clash. My spiritual essence could not linger within it for long, and promptly returned to my physical form. As soon as my essence re-entered my body, a voice rang in my ears. "It's a shame this lad is the grandson of the esteemed healer Xiao Wuchuan. Encountering a malevolent spirit has rendered him unconscious. Truly useless, a mere waste." Master Liao spoke with disdain. "Indeed, Master Liao, I had hoped this lad possessed some ability, but he has proven utterly inept. Had it not been for Ji Wuyan compelling me to bind my daughter to this fool, I would never have consented," Chun Weifeng stated, a hint of indignation in his tone. "Ha ha, Chun, you must have been enamored by this fool's grandfather's status as the revered healer," Master Liao retorted. Chun Weifeng appeared momentarily embarrassed. Though they had assisted me in the past, that was then, and this is now. Once this lad awakens, I might offer him 50,000 as a relocation fee, which would be my utmost generosity. Listening to Chun Weifeng's words, I chuckled bitterly within, feeling a chill in my heart. Grandfather, resting in the depths of the underworld, must have believed this was a beautiful union. He could never have imagined that barely after his departure, his grandson would be manipulated, nearly losing his life. Master Liao, is my daughter Xiao Xiao all right now? She should be fine. The malevolent spirit that once clung to her has now transferred to this young man. I sense a strong aura of evil surrounding him. Within 10 days, he will surely meet a tragic end. By the way, can we arrange Xiao Xiao's marriage? Mr. Chun, I leave it all to you. You are the savior of my daughter. Without you, she might have already perished. If it weren't for Ji Wuyan's coercion, she would never have been engaged to a poor boy from a mountain village. Chun Weifeng spoke with an expression that suggested he held back further thoughts about Ji Wuyan. I have already considered this. Once this young man is dead, can Ji Wuyan still trouble us? Even if she tries, does she truly believe that I, Liao, am incapable of handling her? Master Liao uttered, emphasizing his point with a heavy grunt. As the two conspired, a nefarious plot took shape. Yet, Master Liao's true abilities might not be as formidable as he claimed. The fact that he failed to detect my spirit momentarily leaving my body when I employed a mere illusion indicates his limitations. My father-in-law appears to be a fool, likely to be deceived and used by others. After reaching a consensus, Chun Weifeng inquired, Master Liao, how shall we deal with this worthless individual? Master Liao pondered for a moment before slowly responding. Though this worthless one's grandfather has passed, Ji Wuyan still lives. We must not go too far. Have someone take him to the hospital. Once he awakens, we will inform him that he has a terminal illness and will not live long. A settlement of 500,000 should suffice. Without hesitation, Chun Weifeng agreed. All right. A surge of fury ignited within me, nearly compelling me to rise and expose the wickedness of these two shameless conspirators. However, recalling my grandfather's will, the uncertain condition of Chen Xiaoxiao, and the ominous presence lurking nearby, I knew I must endure. Soon, I felt my body being lifted and carried away, then unceremoniously dropped onto a bed in a hospital. The door to my ward slammed shut with a resounding thud. After a while, feeling the absence of others, I opened my eyes to the ceiling, engulfed in the sterile scent of disinfectant. A wave of sadness washed over me as I remembered the days with my grandfather, during which I had never faced such humiliation. I had never anticipated that the hearts of those outside could be so vile. I had believed that with my grandfather's wishes and the involvement of the matchmaker Ji Wuyan, I could smoothly marry Chen Xiaoxiao and return to pay my respects to my grandfather, fulfilling his final wish. My nose tinged with bitterness, yet I suppressed my emotions. With my grandfather gone, I had to shoulder these burdens as a grown man. Gazing out the window, the flickering lights outside stirred a sense of weariness within me. I sat up, aware that my spirit had sustained some damage by the river. I practiced the Qinglong Sutra, channeling pure yang energy to mend my spirit. During this time, an image of a figure amidst the raging waves flashed in my mind. Who could that person be, possessing such strength and targeting Chen Xiaoxiao? With my current power, I was likely no match for that enigmatic figure. However, should they dare to harm her, I would not allow it to happen. After resting, I felt revitalized by the replenished pure yang energy. As I opened my eyes, the dawn light began to break, and I lay back down, feigning weakness, knowing that Master Liao and Chun Weifeng would come to check on me. As expected, around 9 in the morning, the door to my ward swung open, revealing two somewhat familiar figures entering. Chun Weifeng's gaze immediately fell upon me, and our eyes met briefly. Son-in-law, you are finally awake. You had me worried sick. Chun Weifeng exclaimed, approaching me with a fruit basket, accompanied by Master Liao, who wore a slight smile. I feigned ignorance and asked, Dad, why am I in the hospital? I directly addressed Chun Weifeng as Dad, disregarding the implications. His brow furrowed in response, clearly displeased, yet he chose to remain silent. Last night, you and Xiao Xiao consummated your marriage, but suddenly we heard a scream from your room. When we opened the door, we found you unconscious on the floor. We hurriedly took you to the hospital. Chun Weifeng sighed. What a pity. He trailed off, adopting a mournful expression, feeling puzzled about his intentions. I could not hold back and asked, Dad, did something happen to Xiao Xiao? Not exactly, but unfortunately, you won't be able to call me Dad anymore. Chun Weifeng appeared sorrowful. Mr. Chun, please don't conceal anything from Xiechuan. Just be straightforward. I believe he can comprehend your situation, Master Liao interjected. I regarded them both with a solemn expression as they played their roles. Son-in-law, take a look at this, Chun Weifeng said, handing me a piece of white paper. Upon receiving it, I saw it was a medical report indicating I had a terminal illness. My expression shifted in surprise. I was acutely aware of my own condition. My pure yang energy surged vigorously. How could I possibly be terminally ill? A thorough understanding of the pure yang energy meant that if any organ were compromised, I wouldn't be able to harness it at all. Son-in-law, I had no intention of revealing this, yet I did not foresee such an outcome. The doctor has informed me that you have a terminal illness and may not live for more than a few days, perhaps not even 10. I trust you understand the gravity of the situation. Thus, you must sever your marital ties with Xiao Xiao. I scoffed internally at Chen Weifeng's words, realizing his ulterior motives. This scheme seemed to be concocted alongside his so-called Master Liao, with Liao convinced that a malevolent spirit resided within me, predicting my demise within 10 days. They sought to cover their tracks by sending me to the hospital and fabricating a false report. Their intentions to harm were indeed calculated. Yet, I would never acquiesce to their demands. Dad, I refused to sever ties with Xiao Xiao. Chen Weifeng's demeanor changed abruptly, transforming into one of sternness as he retorted. Xiechuan, I've spoken kindly enough. Don't disregard my goodwill. If you agree, I can offer you 500,000 as a settlement. If you refuse, you shall receive nothing. Do you think I, Chen Weifeng, cannot deal with you, even as a wealthy man? I was taken aback by how swiftly Chen Weifeng turned against me. When you're gone, do you expect Xiao Xiao to mourn for you? You would do well to recognize the reality and take the money back to your rural home to prepare for your affairs, he concluded, tossing a check for 500,000 onto my hospital bed before swiftly exiting with Master Liao. As Chen Weifeng departed, I noticed a flaw in his demeanor. A small scar on his face, accompanied by a red dot near his fate line. This indicates that Chen Weifeng may be in trouble. The position of the servant palace reveals the relationship and animosity between a person and their subordinates. Currently, both Chen Weifeng's servant palace and fate palace are problematic, which strongly suggests that he may be betrayed by someone within his hierarchy, potentially facing even graver consequences. I intended to call out to him, yet he completely disregarded me, eager to rid himself of my presence. Chapter 8. The rival appears as I watched his figure vanish around the corner by the door. A sense of indignation welled within me. Truly, it was akin to a dog biting Lu Dongbin, failing to recognize a good heart. Chen Weifeng and Master Liao conspired to bring about my demise. Neither of them possesses a kind heart. Should Chen Weifeng be dealt with, it could be considered poetic justice. What more could I say to him? I glanced at the check on the bedside and thought, how ridiculous to think that 50,000 could humiliate me. There were those who offered millions to my grandfather for his services, and he remained unmoved. While I have not handled large sums of money myself, I have witnessed greater spectacles. How could I covet the Chen family's 50,000? After a brief tidy-up, I completed my discharge paperwork and left the hospital. Upon arriving at Ji Wuyan's doorstep, I saw her car hastily exiting the yard. I stepped in front of the vehicle, and Ji Wuyan emerged, clad in a black lace-trimmed dress. With her tall stature, she possessed an innate allure, and upon her descent, she exuded a subtle yet palpable pressure. Her expression was icy, and upon seeing me, her brow arched. Xiechuan, what happened between you and that girl from the Qin family? Surely you did not meet her last night and find her utterly repulsive, thus abandoning her? Before I could respond, Ji Wuyan poured accusations upon me. Sister, I did not. You did not? Then why did I receive news that Chen Weifeng's daughter is seeking another suitor? If you did not abandon her, how would he dare? As she spoke, I sensed an invisible yet powerful aura emanating from her, creating a faint pressure that soon dissipated. I could not help but let out a bitter chuckle. Chen Weifeng claimed I was terminally ill and would not survive beyond 10 days, urging me to end my engagement with Qin Xiao Xiao. You agreed? Ji Wuyan inquired, perplexed. Of course not. But he mistakenly believes I did, and offered me 50,000 as compensation. Ji Wuyan's face turned frostier, and I felt the surrounding temperature drop. Where's the check? She demanded. I handed it to her, and she scrutinized me with a look of disappointment before asserting, You spineless fool, if he dares to offer me 50,000. I would not only tear that check to shreds, but also give that old fool a slap, reminding him of his true station. Who does he think helped him reach this point? At that moment, I discerned an undercurrent of hostility in her gaze. Seeing my silence, Ji Wuyan urged, What are you waiting for? Get in the car. Where to? To reclaim your dignity. His disdain for you is also a disdain for me. Ji Wuyan spoke with unrestrained anger, and I found her passionate demeanor rather touching, causing me to smile involuntarily. Ji Wuyan's irritation intensified at my smile. Xiechuan, surely you have not been rendered foolish by your illness? No, sister, I am not ill. If you're not sick, then why are you dawdling? Come, get in the car. She insisted. Sister, there's no rush. I have my own plans. Your fiancé is being taken from you. And you still claim to have a plan? Be honest, do you still find that ugly creature unappealing? Ji Wuyin bluntly remarked. She is not ugly. If all goes well, she should have recovered. I suspect someone is plotting against her, aiming to usurp her fate, I replied calmly. Upon hearing my words, Ji Wuyin, who had been anxious, suddenly appeared more composed. Our eyes met, and she slowly asked, "What are you thinking?" "Sister, I am not contemplating anything. You need not concern yourself with this matter. I will handle it myself." "Are you certain you can manage it?" "Yes, I am certain." I could not trouble Ji Wuyin with every little issue. Some matters required my direct intervention. "Sister, could you assist me in investigating something?" "What is it?" "Speak quickly. I have matters to attend to." Ji Wuyin resumed her aloof demeanor, her expression returning to one of indifference. "Please find out who Chen Weifeng's new son-in-law is and when their wedding is planned." After I finished speaking, Ji Wuyin regarded me with a mischievous glint in her eyes, as if to say, "Are you prone to self-pity?" After a moment of contemplation, she replied, "All right, go rest for now." "Okay." With that, Ji Wuyin re-entered her vehicle and departed from my sight. I returned home and resumed my practice of the Qinglong Canon. After years of study, I had only attained the 3rd level. The Qinglong Canon consists of 18 levels, and I still had a considerable journey ahead to reach the final tier. My grandfather also practiced the Qinglong Canon, though I was unaware of how far he had progressed. The more I practiced, the more I found the text to be profound and extensive, akin to an ocean of knowledge where the deeper I delved, the more insignificant I felt. Later that evening, Ji Wuyin returned, laden with numerous shopping bags, revealing her similarity to any ordinary woman in her shopping habits. Upon our reunion, Ji Wuyin beckoned me over, and I took a seat across from her as she scrutinized me. "Sister, what did you find out?" I could not resist asking. "The information you seek is already clear. Your fiancé is set to marry the young prodigy of feng shui, Lu Yuqing." "A young feng shui prodigy?" I furrowed my brow. "Indeed, he gained fame at the age of 9. During that time, the New River experienced a series of strange occurrences, resulting in numerous fatalities. And there were floods that plagued the region. In the dead of night, eerie cries echoed, instilling fear in the hearts of the people. The authorities employed multiple grandmasters of feng shui, but yielded no results. Unexpectedly, it was the 9-year-old Lu Yuqing who identified the crux of the matter, successfully dismantling the protective barrier of the New River, transforming its feng shui forever. Since then, that region has enjoyed peace and prosperity. New River? Is that the river east of the city? I inquired curiously. As soon as I spoke, Ji Wuyin rolled her eyes. "Xiechuan, I share all this with you. And you inquire about the New River instead of Lu Yuqing. Are you afraid of him?" "No, but you cannot compare to him. He is merely 22 years old and has already reached the level of feng shui mastery, while you have yet to even enter the realm," Ji Wuyin provocatively remarked. In the field of feng shui, practitioners are categorized by levels based on their training, from the lowest to the highest. They are known as entry, worldly, mastery, enlightenment, clarity, minor grandmaster, and grandmaster. As for my current level, I had yet to define it entirely. "That is unimportant," I responded nonchalantly. "Unimportant? Then what is important?" "To be frank, I have seen that lad once, and he is no ordinary opponent. With your current strength, encountering him would likely spell your doom." Ji Wuyin unflinchingly critiqued me, though I understood her intentions were well-meaning. "We shall see when the time comes. You are quite optimistic. Tomorrow, there is an opportunity for you to encounter your rival. Are you brave enough to face him?" Ji Wuyin's eyes sparkled with mischief. Chapter 9. A meeting of enemies. I exchanged glances with Ji Wuyin and calmly replied, "What is there to fear? The timing is fortuitous. Tomorrow evening, there shall be a lantern festival on Fengyang Street. Your wife is set to accompany Lu Yuqing there. It is almost certain that should you attend, you will undoubtedly encounter them." As Ji Wuyin spoke, she suddenly yawned, as if overtaken by fatigue, and elegantly rose to her feet, languidly remarking, "Well, I have conveyed all I needed to share with you. The ensuing matters are for you to navigate." Without waiting for me to respond, Ji Wuyin proceeded directly to her bedroom. I had intended to inquire if she was aware of the situation regarding the angry river, but seeing her depart, I swallowed my words. Seated on the sofa in the living room, I remained motionless, my thoughts adrift. If even Ji Wuyin praised Lu Yuqing, he was surely not a man of mere pretense. I could not afford to underestimate him. I must prepare myself adequately. Yet, what troubled me more was the lingering memory of a certain silhouette from the angry river. I murmured to myself, if that individual intends to harm Chen Xiaoxiao, I may not withstand it. A night devoid of dreams passed, and the following day dawned under a sullen sky, threatening rain. During breakfast, I noticed Ji Wuyin's absence. She did not emerge even after I had finished my meal. At that moment, I sensed an unusual presence in the air. Following the sensation, I found myself standing at Ji Wuyan's door. Just as I was about to investigate further, a servant hurried towards me, apologetically stating, "I'm sorry, but the young lady does not appreciate anyone loitering at her door." I acknowledged this and swiftly withdrew, conjuring a paper effigy. As I folded it, I recited an incantation: substitution, white paper as your face, multicolored paper as your clothing, divine weapon, swiftly, as the decree commands. The paper figure slipped through the crack beneath the door, and I seemed to glimpse a colossal form within. Yet, just as I endeavored to discern further, the paper figure vanished into thin air. My spirit retreated rapidly, and I silently chanted a spell, channeling pure yang energy to shield my essence, thus enabling my escape. I was resolute in my conviction that Ji Wuyan was not one to be trifled with. Glancing at the time, I noted it was 7:30 in the evening. After tidying myself, I decided against waiting for Ji Wuyan and ventured out. The city of Kyoto sparkled with countless lights come nightfall. I gazed at the brilliance, a wistful sigh escaping my lips, lamenting that not a single light belonged to me. Although the gloomy weather did not bring rain, a chill permeated the air, prompting me to tighten my clothing as I hailed a cab towards Fengyang Street. Upon arrival, I was greeted by an array of colorful lanterns adorning the bustling street, teeming with crowds. I made my way forward, observing numerous young couples, aware that finding Chen Xiaoxiao would not pose much difficulty given my knowledge of her birth chart. After approximately 10 minutes, I caught sight of a familiar silhouette. In an instant, I was captivated. I was certain it was Chen Xiaoxiao. Her figure appeared slender. The malevolent aura that once surrounded her had nearly dissipated, leaving only traces behind. She wore a white dress, her stature graceful, her pace somewhat slow. Beside her stood a man, taller than she, and from my vantage point, they seemed a fitting pair. I sought to move closer to eavesdrop on their conversation when Chen Xiaoxiao's voice reached my ears. "Lu Yuqing, my father and Master Liao have informed me that if it weren't for you, I might have perished. You brought me back from the brink of death." "It was nothing, merely a minor malevolent spirit, a trifling task," Lu Yuqing replied dismissively. Hearing this, my ire flared. This man was indeed shameless, claiming credit for saving Chen Xiaoxiao when it was I who had rescued her. She had been unconscious at the time, likely unaware of my intervention. I felt a surge of indignation, tempted to confront this brazen individual and reveal that it was I, not Lu Yuqing, who had saved her. His usurpation of my deeds spoke volumes of his character. Yet, I quickly suppressed that impulse. If I were to reveal myself now, Chen Xiaoxiao might not believe me. I followed them a bit further, the vibrant lanterns overhead dazzling my eyes. The pair soon approached the end of Fengyang Street, where the crowd thinned, leading into a narrow alley. The cacophony of voices faded away. Suddenly, I heard Chen Xiaoxiao softly say, "Lu Yuqing, there is something I feel compelled to discuss with you." Her tone was tender. "What is it?" Lu Yuqing inquired. They halted, and as I stood in the shadows, I caught a glimpse of her profile, which appeared exceptionally smooth. A stark contrast to the visage I had witnessed during my previous visit, a face marred by decay and festering sores. Now, she resembled a celestial being, her mere profile enchanting. "I wonder if my father has mentioned to you that I was betrothed at 15 to someone named Xiechuan." Lu Yuqing's expression stiffened. "I am aware, however. Your father has offered 500,000 as a settlement for your annulment. You know this, don't you?" My fists clenched at the revelation. Chen Weifeng's actions were truly despicable, orchestrating this entire affair. In an instant, everything was turned against me. "Xiaoxiao, you need not concern yourself for such a mercenary man. His departure will pave the way for our union. I cannot believe he is that type of person. I met him once, and his gaze was clear. I believe people can change, and one cannot discern the true nature of a person at first glance. Some individuals excel at masquerading." Lu Yuqing continued to malign me. "Regardless, I wish to hear his explanation in person. It is not imperative that I marry him. I simply wish to clarify certain matters face to face." Chen Xiaoxiao's words stirred a sense of reflection within me. I inhaled deeply, preparing to stride forward and elucidate these matters to her, when suddenly, an eerie gust of wind swept through. The lanterns at the end of the path began to sway ominously. My brow furrowed. I sensed the presence of a malevolent entity drawing near. Just as I intended to protect Chen Xiaoxiao, Lu Yuqing suddenly shouted, "Who dares disturb the peace? Show yourself and face your demise." Chapter 10. The unmasking. After Lu Yuqing's commanding shout, he feigned bravado, turning to Chen Xiaoxiao and assuring her, "Fear not, Xiaoxiao. It is merely a malevolent spirit, one I can easily vanquish." "I'm not afraid," Chen Xiaoxiao replied. I surveyed my surroundings. The dim lighting here indicated that this location was likely a gathering place for malevolent energies, though the aura was not overwhelmingly strong. The emergence of a spirit was certainly feasible. While I had my reservations about Lu Yuqing's integrity, I believed him when he claimed that a spirit was lurking nearby. True to his words, it was not long before I spotted a figure shrouded in darkness, hair disheveled and face obscured, lunging towards Chen Xiaoxiao with a clear intent. A flicker of curiosity sparked within me. Although Chen Xiaoxiao had claimed not to fear, upon witnessing the approaching spirit, she could not suppress a startled cry and swiftly sought refuge behind Lu Yuqing. A smug smile crept across Lu Yuqing's lips as he declared, "Xiaoxiao, do not fear. I shall protect you." He then theatrically produced a talisman, chanting incantations. "Wandering souls, where do you linger? Spirits of the restless, emerge from your tombs and forests. Open the gates of heaven and earth, let the child guide the spirits home. I beseech the Grand Supreme, act swiftly as commanded." In a bid to showcase his abilities before Chen Xiaoxiao, he deliberately raised his voice and recited the incantation aloud. Upon hearing the spell, I immediately discerned that this fellow was merely putting on an act. This was far from a spell for vanquishing evil spirits. It was, in fact, a summoning charm. To the untrained eye, one might be led to believe that Lu Yuqing was quite formidable. However, those with genuine skills would easily perceive the deception. The spirit he summoned was merely one he had tamed. Such a feeble trick made me question whether he truly possessed the mastery of geomancy and spirit concentration as Ji Wuyan had claimed. As anticipated, once Lu Yuqing completed the incantation, the spirit emitted a mournful wail before being absorbed by the yellow talisman. Chen Xiaoxiao was already pale with fright. Lu Yuqing feigned the demeanor of a nobleman, attempting to reassure her with, "Xiaoxiao, it's all right now." While speaking, he waved the talisman nonchalantly, claiming, "The evil spirit has been contained within the talisman. Is that true?" Chen Xiaoxiao asked, her face a mask of terror. "Of course it is," Lu Yuqing boasted. "With my skills, dealing with such minor malevolence is a matter of moments. Was it not I who vanquished the vile spirit that plagued you before?" Yet, in the next instant, I could not help but furrow my brow. Logically, after Lu Yuqing had captured the evil spirit, the ambient yin energy should have diminished or even vanished entirely. However, the opposite occurred. The yin energy intensified, swirling ominously around us. Chen Xiaoxiao, sensing the shift, asked urgently, "Lu Yuqing, is there still an evil spirit?" His expression shifted momentarily before he composed himself, feigning nonchalance as he replied, "It's nothing to worry about. Even if there is another spirit, I will handle it." Just as he finished speaking, a shadow darted towards him, heavy with malevolent energy, reeking of a sinister aura. This was no ordinary evil spirit. It seemed to be a malevolent entity. I thought to myself, has Lu Yuqing lost his mind, conjuring such a dangerous being for his theatrics? Yet, I was mistaken. This malevolent entity was not summoned by him. He had intended to use his previous tactics to contain it, but in the next moment, the yellow talisman in his hand shattered into pieces. Startled, Lu Yuqing attempted to retreat, but was too late. His throat was swiftly gripped, and he was hurled against the wall, creating a deep indentation upon impact. His face flushed crimson, clearly deprived of oxygen. Chen Xiaoxiao, terrified, appeared as pale as a ghost. Overwhelmed, she looked around in panic, unsure of what to do. Seeing her distress, I swiftly approached her side, reassuringly saying, "Xiaoxiao, do not be afraid." Lu Yuqing, pinned against the wall, struggled weakly, gasping, "Help me, please save me." Although Chen Xiaoxiao did not recognize me, after locking eyes, I noticed her panic gradually dissipate. After a moment, she murmured, "I think I've seen you before. I remember your voice." My heart jolted, touched by her recognition. I was about to respond when Lu Yuqing's cries for help interrupted. "Help." Observing his desperate state, I realized he was nothing but a pretender. If he had truly reached the realm of geomancy and spirit concentration, he would not be in such a predicament. Though the malevolent entity was formidable, it was not powerful enough to subdue a true practitioner of the spirit concentration realm. The only logical conclusion was that he had not achieved such mastery. As I watched him, his face contorted in fear and desperation. I felt a mixture of pity and disdain. He had unwittingly summoned not only the spirit he had tamed, but also this nearby malevolent entity. Chen Xiaoxiao, possessing a kind heart, could not help but plead with me, "Can you save him?" "Xiaoxiao, do not be deceived. This is all part of his scheme." I didn't mean to," he stammered. I could not help but let out a cold laugh, thinking to myself how he still clung to his bravado at such a critical moment. However, as a practitioner, I could not stand by idly. I coldly remarked to Lu Yuqing, "You had better speak the truth. If you do, I may consider granting you mercy." Initially, he stubbornly refused to confess. But as the malevolent entity continued its assault, he finally relented, his voice strained. "Yes, right. I deceived you. Please save me. Having received his confession, I did not delay further, for a life hung in the balance. Addressing the malevolent entity, I commanded, release him. Perhaps I can offer you a chance at survival. The entity glared at me, its face disfigured, as if gnawed upon, making it all the more terrifying. It hissed coldly, do not be hasty. Once he perishes, your time will come as well. Chapter 11. Is it Heaven's secret? Stubbornly unyielding. Seeing the imminent threat, I acted without hesitation. Swiftly forming a hand seal and reciting an incantation, I am the heavenly eye, pursuing the heavens. My gaze like thunder, illuminating the 8 directions. I perceive all within and without, nothing remains unbound. Urgent as the law commands, the pure yang energy within me surged forth. The malevolent entity must have sensed the danger, for it abruptly released Lu Yuqing and lunged ferociously at me. Chen Xiaoxiao, alarmed, warned, be careful, it's coming for you. Yes, I am aware, do not worry. Chen Xiaoxiao's ability to perceive these malevolent spirits stemmed from the lingering evil energy within her, which rendered her susceptible to their presence. As the entity charged towards me, Lu Yuqing managed to escape, collapsing on the ground, gasping for breath. The malevolent entity, now before me, was swiftly struck by my hand seal. A thunderous crack echoed, followed by a wretched scream as it disintegrated into nothingness. The surrounding energy dissipated instantly. At that moment, Lu Yuqing suddenly rose, approaching Chen Xiaoxiao with outstretched arms, dramatically exclaiming, Xiaoxiao, do not fear, I will protect you. This is surely his trickery. Lu Yuqing glared at me with indignation. I could only shake my head in disbelief. Xiaoxiao heard everything you said. Panic flickered across Lu Yuqing's face, only to be replaced by feigned composure. If I hadn't said that, would you have held back? Xiaoxiao, this man is not to be trusted. He has clearly been plotting against you and has employed sinister methods to create danger, attempting to portray himself as a hero. Though Lu Yuqing had little skill, his aptitude for framing others was notable, as he attempted to shift the blame for his deceit onto me. However, the situation was indeed awkward. Chen Xiaoxiao might not recognize me, as we had only met once 3 years prior during a meal, with scarcely a word exchanged. Yet, over the years, her playful image of sticking her tongue out at me would occasionally flash through my mind, endearing and charming. He is merely after your family's wealth. Xiaoxiao, we must distance ourselves from such a scoundrel and return home. As Lu Yuqing spoke, he reached for Chen Xiaoxiao's hand, but she deftly evaded him. She approached me, her gaze fixed intensely upon me as she earnestly stated, I know you. Your name is Xiechuan, isn't it? I was somewhat surprised to see Chen Xiaoxiao recognize me. Yes, I am Xiechuan, I replied. I am Chen Xiaoxiao. A flicker of joy danced across her face as she began to introduce herself. I know you are Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao, do not listen to his nonsense. He is nothing but a fraud. You must not believe him. Lu Yuqing persisted in his attempts to malign my character. Chen Xiaoxiao shot a disdainful glance at Lu Yuqing and retorted, stop slandering Xiechuan. It is quite evident that you are the one who has done wrong. I have not, Lu Yuqing insisted, but Chen Xiaoxiao did not afford him the opportunity to explain. Grasping my hand, she pulled me forward, her spontaneity momentarily rendering me dazed. When her hand touched mine, it felt as though a current surged through me, swiftly occupying my heart. I was passively led by her, but unexpectedly. After just a few steps, Chen Xiaoxiao suddenly swayed and began to collapse towards the ground. My heart sank, and I quickly reached out to catch her. Checking her breath, I found it still present, indicating she had merely fainted. I then gripped her wrist to check her pulse, only to discover it was weak and her body emanated a chilling aura, suggesting her condition was dire. My gaze fell upon Chen Xiaoxiao's face, and from the assessment of her fate, I noticed a buildup of dark energy and a scar in the area of her illness. It was clear that she had encountered some misfortune recently. I attempted to calculate her destiny, but in the next moment, I felt a surge of energy and coughed up blood. Was it the heavenly secret? I was astonished. When I endeavored to deduce Chen Xiaoxiao's fate, I seemed to encounter an obstruction, which instantaneously rebounded upon me, and had I not regained control, I might have suffered severe damage to my life force. Looking at Chen Xiaoxiao, who was as pale as a sheet, I murmured, is it the heavenly secret? However, I quickly dismissed this hypothesis, realizing it was not a celestial mystery, but rather that someone had meddled with Chen Xiaoxiao. The perpetrator was likely the same individual from the turbulent river incident. This person was powerful and certainly not an ordinary individual. Lu Yuqing hurried over, and upon seeing me holding Chen Xiaoxiao, his expression turned frantic. What have you done to Chen Xiaoxiao? Let her go? Her father is a wealthy man from the capital, and if you dare to harm her, he will not spare you. Do you know who I am? If you wish to live, then be silent, I replied coldly. His incessant chatter irritated me. Although Lu Yuqing was loquacious, he lacked courage, and my rebuke silenced him. He stepped back, threatening me that I would regret my actions. I ignored him and continued assessing Chen Xiaoxiao's condition. To my astonishment, I discovered a red mark in her marital palace, suggesting she was already married. This realization struck me deeply, as it implied our fates were intertwined in some manner, indicating that if she were to marry, it would be with me. Yet, it was evident that the partner indicated was not me. If not me, then who could it be? I glanced at Lu Yuqing. His treacherous visage revealed his nature, and his marital palace bore no distinct features, indicating he was not the one. If it was not him, then it must be the individual from the river incident. The immediate priority was to find a place to lay Chen Xiaoxiao down. I lifted her in my arms and began to move forward, initially hoping to hail a taxi. However, the festivities had grown increasingly lively, making it difficult to navigate through the crowd. Just as I managed to step outside, I encountered a group of aggressive individuals approaching us. Upon closer inspection, my expression soured as I recognized them as Chen Xiaoxiao's father, Chen Weifeng, and his companions. He glared at me, fury etched on his face. "What are you doing? Release my daughter at once." Behind him, several men in black moved forward, unceremoniously seizing Chen Xiaoxiao from my grasp. At that moment, a hurried voice rang out. "Uncle Chen, you have finally arrived. It is he who has harmed Xiaoxiao through despicable means. Look at what he has done to her." Lu Yuqing quickly positioned himself beside Chen Weifeng. He appeared somewhat disheveled, with bruises adorning his neck. Concerned, Chen Weifeng asked, "Nephew, are you all right? How did you get hurt?" Lu Yuqing's expression turned awkward as he replied, "Uncle Chen, if it were not for this shameless villain's treachery, I would have never allowed Xiaoxiao to come to harm." Lu Yuqing shamelessly twisted the narrative. "Nephew, I am sorry you had to endure this," Chen Weifeng consoled him, while Lu Yuqing feigned a pitiable demeanor, pointing at me and continuing. "Xiaoxiao's current state is entirely due to this despicable man." A glimmer of triumph flashed in Lu Yuqing's eyes as he shifted all blame onto me. "Lu Yuqing, do you dare swear upon heaven that if any part of your statement is false, you will be struck by lightning?" I spoke with a chilling tone. Lu Yuqing faltered, struggling to articulate a response. Any discerning observer could see he was guilty. "Why should I swear? I have no obligation to swear to a scoundrel like you." "Your reluctance to swear suggests you harbor guilt," I retorted. "Enough, Xiechuan. Out of respect for Ji Wuyan and your grandfather, I refrained from openly confronting you. Yet you repay kindness with malice. Not only have you harmed my daughter and my esteemed nephew, but now you also slander him. You have truly disappointed me." "I have not. I have encountered many young men from the countryside like you. Your family status is worlds apart from ours. Do not presume to reach for something beyond your grasp. I have already offered you 500,000. I have been more than generous. Now leave, or do not blame me for being impolite." Chen Weifeng adopted a self-righteous demeanor, pretending I had done something wrong. I regarded him with cold disdain. Recognizing him as a hypocritical charlatan, there was no point in further discussion with such a person. The baseless accusations cast upon me rendered all my words futile. I remained silent, observing the group with a detached gaze. Lu Yuqing interjected, pointing at me, "Xiechuan, why are you silent? Speak up, I warn you. Uncle Chen has not reported you to the police. That is already a kindness. Have you finished?" I raised my gaze to Lu Yuqing, who instinctively recoiled, as my pure yang energy struck fear into his heart. "Are you threatening me?" Lu Yuqing persisted, albeit with a quavering voice. I turned my attention back to Chen Xiaoxiao. Addressing Chen Weifeng, "If you take Chen Xiaoxiao away now, she will meet a tragic fate and will not survive long. Who are you trying to scare? If anything happens to Xiaoxiao, it will be your doing." Lu Yuqing continued to defame me. At that moment, I could hardly muster the energy to respond to him. To me, he was merely a buffoon, inconsequential. Chen Weifeng's brow furrowed, perhaps irritated by my direct address of his name. "You uncouth wretch, if anything happens to Xiaoxiao, I will not spare you. Xiaoxiao's predicament is not of my making. Someone else is responsible. If you do not believe me, there is little I can do. You must take care." With that, I turned and departed, leaving the situation behind me. Behind me, I heard Lu Yuqing's roar. "Xiaoxiao will definitely be fine. As long as my master intervenes, she is assuredly safe." With a complex mood, I stepped forward, not anticipating the myriad of complications that would arise during my visit to the capital. My figure quickly blended into the crowd, and the voices of Chen Weifeng and Lu Yuqing were drowned out by the cacophony of the throng. My departure was not a sign of indifference towards Chen Xiaoxiao. Rather, I understood that my presence beside her would be futile. I needed to uncover the truth behind the web that had ensnared her at the banks of the angry river. Upon reaching the end of Fengyang Street, I hailed a cab towards the angry river. Half an hour later, I arrived beside the tumultuous waters, the waves surging fiercely. The riverbank was sparsely populated. I retrieved a talisman and silently recited the soul-calling incantation. The talisman instantly emitted a faint glow before plunging into the river. In an instant, a golden light erupted, illuminating the entire river surface. The waves continued to churn, yet they seemed to intensify in ferocity. Just then, a wave surged towards me, and I swiftly dodged. I summoned a pure yang energy, sketching an exorcism talisman in the air. It radiated a soft red light as I intoned the incantation, Great Lord Laozi, join me in this divine endeavor. Divine Master, wield your power, unflinching against the mighty. Vanquish the vile spirits first, then sever the night's glow. Which deity does not bow? Which ghost dares to stand? Urgently, as commanded. The red light of the talisman intensified, pressing down towards the water's surface once more. At that moment, a booming voice echoed, seeking death. Accompanied by this ominous declaration, a water column, akin to a malevolent dragon, hurtled towards my chest with astonishing speed. Leaving me no time to evade, I was struck backward, crashing onto the ground. Instantly, my vitality surged, and I spat out a mouthful of blood. The situation began to deteriorate, my pure yang energy scattered in the chaos. It became increasingly difficult to rise. My gaze fixated on the water surface, and fortunately, the occupant beneath did not launch an attack against me. My mind involuntarily began to speculate on the identity of this being lurking in the depths. Could it possibly be the river god of the angry river? If not a river deity, then perhaps the dragon king of the waters, as I could not fathom other entities capable of manipulating the currents. If it were indeed one of these two, I stood no chance against them with my current abilities. A sudden wave of helplessness washed over me as the water's surface gradually returned to calm. Yet, I remained astounded. If it truly were the river god or the water dragon king, why would they choose Qin Xiao Xiao as their consort? This query plagued my thoughts. Chapter 13. An urgent matter lying on the ground. The entity in the water did not pursue me further. I, too, lacked the strength to resist. The once turbulent waters had somewhat settled. Struggling to my feet, I glanced at the water's surface before gradually averting my gaze, feeling a mix of disappointment and self-reproach for my inadequacy. As I retraced my steps, a singular question consumed my mind. Why had this mysterious being chosen Qin Xiao Xiao? Did she possess some unique quality? My grandfather was no ordinary man. His choice of Qin Xiao Xiao as my fiancée must have concealed profound significance. The night was lonely. The lights dim. As I walked, the shadows flickered, and my thoughts became muddled. After about an hour, I returned home. Upon entering, I was met with the sight of Ji Wuyan, adorned in a crimson robe, seated on the sofa, exuding an aura of vibrant allure. Her gaze was piercing, instilling in me an unspoken pressure. I averted my eyes and inquired, "Sister, why are you still awake?" "I can't sleep without you here," Ji Wuyan replied cryptically. I awkwardly asked, "Is something the matter? Did something happen? Do you not know?" Ji Wuyan's gaze remained fixed on me, evoking a sense of torment. I shook my head, reluctant to divulge certain matters. "I received a call from Chen Weifeng. He claims you have gone mad due to not marrying his daughter and have resorted to harsh measures against her. Is that true? Do you believe it?" I retorted, "I do not." "Then that is settled." I hastily responded, wishing to steer clear of this topic, for my mind was preoccupied with greater uncertainties regarding Qin Xiao Xiao's identity. Perhaps Ji Wuyan could provide answers. She was the one who brought Qin Xiao Xiao to my home, proposing her as my bride. My grandfather had readily consented. I fixed my gaze upon Ji Wuyan and asked, "Sister, I have a few questions." "Speak. Why did you choose Qin Xiao Xiao to be my fiancée?" I had little time to waste, so I got straight to the point. I scrutinized Ji Wuyan, hoping to glean some insight from her demeanor. Yet she appeared to be a woman of considerable depth, revealing nothing easily. After a moment, Ji Wuyan suddenly smiled charmingly, saying, "Xiechuan, are you foolish? I chose Qin Xiao Xiao for you primarily because her family is wealthy in Kyoto, and secondly, she is strikingly beautiful, rivaling even myself. Don't all men prefer beautiful women? Many beautiful women abound. Why her?" I pressed on, my instincts warning me that the situation was far more complex than Ji Wuyan suggested. She seemed unperturbed by my inquiry, yawning as if fatigued. "Discussing this now is futile. I received an invitation tonight and a gift." "Huh." I looked at Ji Wuyan in confusion. It was sent by Chun Weifeng and Old Liao, an invitation to Qin Xiao Xiao and Lu Yuqing's engagement banquet, along with a rather generous gift from Old Liao, 5,000-year-old ginseng. For an ordinary person, consuming it would prolong life and replenish vitality. For someone like you, with a modicum of cultivation, it would enhance your pure yang energy. Truly a remarkable gift. And what of it? What of it? Sichuan, are you genuinely foolish or merely pretending? Don't you realize that old Liao's generous gift is meant to deter me from meddling in their engagement? However, I have no reason to intervene. I have already repaid your grandfather's kindness. I was aware of this, having overheard the conversation between Chun Weifeng and Master Liao. Ji Wuyan's indifference did not concern me. My current worry was not about Lu Yuqing and Chun Xiaoxiao's engagement, but rather about Chun Xiaoxiao herself. If they were to wed, Lu Yuqing would undoubtedly face peril, and Chun Xiaoxiao would be embroiled in it as well. I harbored no concern for the shameless Lu Yuqing. My sole worry was for Chun Xiaoxiao. The pressing issue was the angry river. With that thought, I could not help but take a deep breath, my expression darkening. They could not be allowed to wed. Hearing my words, Ji Wuyan exhaled. You finally spoke the words a man ought to say. I remained silent, aware that Ji Wuyan had misinterpreted part of my intent. The day after tomorrow is their engagement banquet. If you are a man, go to the banquet and reclaim your fiancée. If you impress me that day, perhaps I will lend a hand. Ji Wuyan said slowly, rising to head upstairs. I watched her retreating figure, momentarily lost in thought. Wait, I called after her. She turned, a captivating smile gracing her lips. What else do you need? I wish to learn about the River of Fury. However, when I inquired, Ji Wuyan, without a moment's thought, decisively replied that she did not know. She continued to stride forward, but after a few paces, she suddenly halted and warned me. I advise you not to provoke the existence of the River of Fury. Otherwise, neither I nor even your grandfather in his prime could save you. When I pressed for reasons, she merely urged me to take care of myself, refusing to elaborate. As I watched her fade from view, a heavy sense of foreboding settled in my heart. Seated on the sofa, I pondered deeply yet could not discern any clarity. After the encounter with the water column by the River of Fury the previous night, I felt physically drained and vulnerable. I retreated to my room and recited the Qinglong scripture, harmonizing the pure yang energy within me. I closed my eyes and succumbed to a profound fatigue, drifting into slumber. After an indeterminate time, I sensed my grandfather's voice echoing in my mind. Xiao Chuan, you must protect your wife at all costs. She must not be subjected to any harm. His silhouette appeared before me, and I longed to pursue him with questions. Yet, no matter how fervently I chased, I could never bridge the distance. Just as I felt I was closing in, a blinding light pierced my eyes, making it laborious to open them. As I gazed around, my grandfather's figure had vanished, replaced only by the sunlight streaming through the window. At this juncture, it was imperative to prevent Lu Yuqing and Chun Xiaoxiao from hosting their engagement banquet, should they proceed. It would undoubtedly precipitate an attack on Chun Xiaoxiao from the River of Fury. I ventured out of my bedroom, only to find Ji Wuyan absent from the house. I made my way to Chun Weifeng's residence, knowing that approaching him directly would yield no results. Instead, I sought to communicate with Chun Xiaoxiao about the situation. Remembering that she recognized me, I believed she would heed my words. However, if I barged in unannounced, Chun Weifeng would likely expel me without hesitation. In his eyes, I was nothing but a penniless wretch, perhaps even on the brink of death. Arriving beside Chun Xiaoxiao's home, I initially sought an opportune moment to enter, but found none after circling the vicinity. With her engagement in 2 days, the house had been festooned with festive decorations. Was Chun Weifeng so eager for Chun Xiaoxiao to marry Lu Yuqing? From last night's events, I had gathered that Lu Yuqing was not as formidable as Ji Wuyan had claimed. If he truly severed the dragon shield of the River of Fury at the tender age of 9, it could only mean 2 things. Either he had a powerful figure backing him, who was certainly not Master Liao, or he had merely stumbled upon a stroke of luck. With the so-called dragon shield being dismantled by the very existence from the River of Fury, having circled the premises without success, I waited patiently, initially believing that Chun Xiaoxiao would eventually emerge. However, as day turned to night, it became evident that she was likely confined by Chun Weifeng. Resolute, I employed a substitution technique, silently chanting incantations to imbue my spirit into a paper effigy. Knowing Chun Xiaoxiao's dwelling, I swiftly located her. Standing at the door, she was fervently banging and calling out, "Let me out. Open the door. I assure you, I will not marry Lu Yuqing." Her agitation was palpable, her voice strained. Sensing her distress confirmed my suspicions. Chun Weifeng had indeed restricted her freedom. Once the paper effigy reached her room, she remained oblivious to its presence until I commanded it to call her name. Startled, she turned around and gasped upon seeing the effigy. "Who are you?" she exclaimed. "It is I, Xiaoxiao. I am Sichuan," I quickly reassured her. Hearing her scream, those outside inquired, "Miss, are you all right?" Chun Xiaoxiao, regaining her composure, insisted, "You better let me out at once, or I will not tolerate this." After confirming her safety, they dismissed her concerns, showing no intention of releasing her. You are Sichuan? Chen Xiaoxiao's astonishment was evident, disbelief flickering in her eyes. Yes, it is I. How did you manage this? It's extraordinary. Slowly crouching, she reached out to touch the effigy, hesitating as if fearing to damage it. Seeing her hesitation, I commanded the effigy to leap onto her palm. Gently cradling me as if I were a precious treasure, she said, Xiao Xiao, there is something crucial I must convey. You must trust me. I believe you. She responded without hesitation, leaving me somewhat taken aback. Why have you stopped speaking? I pressed. Xiao Xiao, you must not attend the engagement banquet. After my warning. She responded almost immediately, Sichuan, I've made my decision. I will not marry him. Her words felt like a weight lifted from my heart. As long as Chen Xiaoxiao refrained from the engagement, the threat from the existence within the river of fury would likely be postponed, granting me precious time to devise a countermeasure. What about your father? I hesitated before voicing my concern. Chen Xiaoxiao appeared equally uncertain about how to handle her father. Chen Weifeng was adamant about marrying her off to Lu Yuqing, whose esteemed background and reputation for breaking the dragon shield at such a young age only heightened the pressure. Don't worry about my father. I will find a way. If all else fails, I will simply escape on the night of the engagement, she assured me. However, I knew that once the banquet commenced, the existence from the river of fury would surely manifest. When I wed Chen Xiaoxiao, it was under the shadows of secrecy, with the malevolent spirit still residing within her. Now, with Chen Weifeng's plans widely known, the danger escalated. Why are you silent, Sichuan? Chen Xiaoxiao prompted. If I do not arrive that night, you must not leave your room. I will wait for you, she replied earnestly, her gaze fixed upon me. I felt the weight of her trust. I needed to devise a strategy to thwart the engagement. If I could prevent it, that would be ideal. Otherwise, I would have to consider alternative measures. I must take my leave now. Will you truly come? She asked, hope glimmering in her eyes as they fell upon my paper effigy. Rest assured, I shall certainly come, I affirmed, feeling the gravity of the moment. Ultimately, I hoped to discuss matters with Chen Weifeng, and I made an attempt to have my request conveyed to him. However, the response I received from Chen Weifeng was a vehement dismissal, urging me to keep my distance and remain out of his sight. He further warned me that the matter concerning Chen Xiaoxiao's injury yesterday would not be held against me, but should I fail to recognize my place, I would face dire consequences. Chen Weifeng, obstinate and swayed by Lu Yuqing's words, left me at an impasse. My options appeared limited. I could either abduct Chen Ling on the day of the engagement feast or devise a new strategy to withstand the impending storm. Yet, the prospect of taking Chen Ling was daunting, for my visit tonight had likely drawn Chen Weifeng's attention. It was reasonable to assume that on the day of Chen Xiaoxiao's engagement, he would be on high alert regarding my presence. I had essentially dug my own grave. Not only would prominent figures from the capital be in attendance, but I also pondered if Ji Wuyan could facilitate my entry. As I contemplated these matters, I made my way to Ji Wuyan's residence. Upon arrival, I found her absent and inquired with the housekeeper, who informed me that Ji Wuyan had yet to return. Consequently, I settled in the living room and waited, my gaze fixed on the entrance from 9 in the evening until midnight. Around 3:30 in the morning, a chilling breeze swept in, and the door creaked open. I beheld Ji Wuyan, adorned in a flowing black gown, her visage radiating an air of aloof elegance. Our eyes met, and she coldly inquired, "Is there something you need?" "Indeed, I have a request." It seemed Ji Wuyan anticipated my words, as she promptly replied, "I cannot assist you." I was taken aback by her response. "I merely wish for you to accompany me to Chen Xiaoxiao's engagement feast." Ji Wuyan's icy demeanor suddenly softened, revealing a playful smile. "What? Are you truly so morbid as to attend your own fiancé's engagement?" Her teasing left me momentarily speechless. After a pause, I admitted, "Perhaps. This is beyond my capability to assist you with. The guests at your fiancé's engagement will be prominent figures from the capital, alongside many esteemed masters from the realm of feng shui. No matter my prowess or reputation, I cannot oppose such a multitude, can I?" At this, she lowered her voice and countered, "Moreover, why should I undertake such a thankless task on your behalf?" Her enchanting charm was beyond description. I felt deflated, realizing her point. What right did she have to stand against the entire feng shui community of the capital for me? "Understood," I replied, retreating to my bedroom. Ji Wuyan's voice followed me. "Sichuan, since Chen Weifeng is unwilling to marry his daughter to you, why burden yourself with unnecessary worries? As I've said before, if you wish, I can introduce you to countless more beautiful and alluring women. Why cling to a single branch?" I did not turn, merely chuckling softly. My grandfather had once said that my fate was to hang on the southeastern branch, destined to possess only one woman in this lifetime. That woman, without a doubt, was Chen Xiaoxiao. No need. There are countless admirable women in the world. Your offer is unnecessary. Dear sister, my mind is made up. I ascended the stairs to my bedroom, poring over the Qinglong Sutra multiple times in search of a solution. Ultimately, I discovered a means to temporarily obscure Chen Xiaoxiao's fate. The sutra described a formation known as the Tianyin Array, which could mask her aura. Although I could not guarantee its efficacy, it was preferable to my previous inaction. With dawn approaching, the engagement feast was set for the following afternoon. I knew I had to act that night. I closed my eyes to gather my energy, sensing my cultivation progress steadily. Yet, the presence of the raging river stirred a sense of powerlessness within me. On the following day, I departed early, purchasing various items necessary for the Tianyin Array from a street known for its funerary goods. Once secured, I made my way to Chen Weifeng's home that evening, setting 3 incense sticks in the 5 elements and 8 trigrams positions, laying down a talisman to ward off evil. I sprinkled Rooster's blood atop it and buried a red thread beneath to connect the incense. It took me over an hour to complete this task. Finally, I infused the array with my pure yang energy, activating it and rendering it imperceptible to the average observer, thus preventing inadvertent damage to the formation. Additionally, I had woven Chen Xiaoxiao's fate into it. With everything in place, I felt a sense of relief. The next day, Chen Weifeng hosted the engagement feast at his home, scheduled for the afternoon. By evening, the entrance to the Chun family villa was lined with an array of luxury vehicles, over 100 in total. The sheer number of these automobiles attested to Chen Weifeng's connections and influence in the capital. As night fell, Chen Weifeng laid out a grand banquet, welcoming guests to dine while I stood at a distance, observing. Lu Yuqing, dressed impeccably in a tailored suit, had effectively assumed the role of son-in-law, mingling with the attendees. I noticed the lights illuminating Chen Xiaoxiao's room, but all windows were securely locked, indicating their concern that she might attempt to flee. Around 8 in the evening, Chen Xiaoxiao finally appeared at the banquet, yet she had not donned an elaborate gown, opting instead for her everyday attire, her expression betraying anxiety as she scanned the crowd. I was aware she was searching for my presence. However, I could not afford to lose focus. I needed to maintain my concentration to avert any unforeseen incidents. In the villa's courtyard, guests exchanged pleasantries, and I understood that Chen Xiaoxiao longed for my arrival, yet I could only bide my time. Just as I was fixated on her, a sudden cacophony of honking erupted behind me. I turned, initially assuming I had obstructed someone's path. At that moment, a car halted beside me, and I caught a whiff of a woman's fragrance. Before I could discern the identity of the passenger, an object was tossed from the vehicle. Upon closer inspection, I realized it was a set of server attire accompanied by a black mask. The car sped away, and I picked up the clothing and mask, pondering if Ji Wuyan had sent this aid. Without hesitating, I quickly donned the outfit and mask, making my way toward the Chun family villa, successfully entering without drawing any attention. However, as I stepped inside, I sensed a sudden drop in temperature. My intention was to approach Chen Xiaoxiao, but a gust of wind swept through, overturning everything on the dining tables. I looked up to see the sky churning ominously, a fierce tempest brewing above. A bolt of lightning accompanied by a deafening roar of thunder split the sky, the sound reverberating as if it would shatter my eardrums. An ominous premonition crept into my heart. He had truly arrived. In Chapter 15, I ponder, why Chen Xiaoxiao? The feng shui masters in the courtyard quickly sensed the disturbance, and soon some began to summon their talismans in an attempt to counteract it. However, as a shadow loomed, some of the feng shui practitioners found their talismans shattering in their hands. Meanwhile, high above in the sky, a colossal head emerged from the clouds, releasing an overwhelming aura that could easily crush the spirit of an ordinary person. Witnessing this, I instinctively moved closer to Chen Xiaoxiao. At that moment, a figure stepped in front of her, declaring, "Xiaoxiao, do not be afraid. I am here to protect you." Lu Yuqing stood forth like a hero rescuing a damsel, brandishing an ancient peachwood sword, its appearance far from mundane. The immense head looming above weighed heavily upon our hearts. "Is that a dragon?" Someone suddenly exclaimed. "That is the demon dragon from the River of Fury. I never expected it to reappear." Chen Weifeng's expression turned grim, his inner turmoil evident as he murmured, "Son-in-law, when you were 9, you severed the dragon guardian shield and subdued this demon dragon. Today, we must rely upon you once more." His words triggered a collective recollection of that fateful event when this very young man had quelled the demon dragon, safeguarding the capital for over a decade. Yet now, none had anticipated the dragon's escape. I stood nearby, my gaze involuntarily drawn to Ji Wuyan's face, which, while somewhat pale, remained composed. In stark contrast, Lu Yuqing's complexion was ashen, his body trembling uncontrollably, resembling a man on the verge of losing his composure. It was sheer folly to depend on him for Chun Xiaoxiao's protection. It was astonishing that Chun Weifeng placed such trust in Lu Yuqing. The dragon above roared in fury, which immediately caused Lu Yuqing to kneel in terror, devoid of any will to resist. The crowd was left dumbfounded, unable to fathom that the once promising Lu Yuqing was nothing but a coward. Son-in-law, what is wrong? Stand up and utilize your abilities to subdue this demon dragon. Chun Weifeng shouted in desperation, unaware that his son-in-law was incapable of rising, trembling on the ground. Master Liao's expression was equally dismal. Observing Lu Yuqing's ineffectiveness, he stepped forward, declaring, "Impudent demon dragon, this place is not for your chaos. Today, all the feng shui masters of the capital are gathered here. If you possess any sense, retreat now, and we may spare your life. Otherwise, do not blame us for our ruthlessness." I glanced at Master Liao, bemused by his audacity to threaten the dragon with his meager skills. Was he courting death? As the dragon appeared, ordinary people had long since fled, leaving a mere 10 individuals scattered about, some already kneeling in fear. Master Liao's pallor mirrored that of Lu Yuqing. True to expectations, once he finished speaking, the dragon approached him, striking with a claw. Master Liao attempted to evade, but was sent flying, unconscious. The remaining so-called masters of feng shui did not wish to engage in this perilous situation and hastily retreated from the courtyard. Lu Yuqing, utterly petrified, began to kowtow, pleading, "Please, do not kill me. I had no part in this. How dare you lay hands on my woman? Are you seeking death?" A chilling voice resonated, sending Lu Yuqing crumpling to the ground, shaking uncontrollably. Chun Weifeng, taken aback by the day's developments, bore an expression of utter despair, his legs quaking uncontrollably. "She is your woman? I was unaware. Had I known, I would never have dared. I beg for your forgiveness. Son-in-law, you." Chun Weifeng was beside himself with rage, yet utterly powerless. "Who is your son-in-law? This has nothing to do with me. I am leaving." Lu Yuqing, desperate to survive, crawled away like a dog. In the courtyard, only a few of us remained. The dragon's gaze shifted once more to Ji Wuyan. "Are you intending to intervene?" it asked, its voice laced with a subtle menace. A chill wind swept through, rendering the night eerily foreboding. I observed Ji Wuyan's reaction, and to my surprise, she forced a tight smile and said, "Lord River God, how could I dare to meddle in your affairs? I shall take my leave." "Ji, you cannot leave. You must help us," Chun Weifeng implored, almost like a dog begging for mercy. Ji Wuyan coldly retorted, "Chun Weifeng, your current plight is the result of your own betrayal and folly." With that, she departed without hesitation. As she passed by me, her gaze lingered for a moment, as if to say, "Follow me now, there is still time." I recognized her goodwill, but ultimately shook my head, my resolve firm. Sighing, Ji Wuyan continued on her way. Meanwhile, turmoil churned within me. My previous suspicions were confirmed. The demon dragon was indeed the river god, or the dragon king of the river. But what of it? Chun Xiaoxiao stood trembling in the wind, her lips quivering, her complexion as pale as paper, clearly terrified. Her eyes seemed to search for me, anticipating my appearance, unaware that I had already manifested. I could not reveal my identity yet. Exposing myself might compromise the hidden formation I had laid down. After all, I had visited the banks of the River of Fury several times. The dragon could recognize me as anything but ordinary. Disguised as a servant, I suppressed my aura, intending to catch the demon dragon off guard when the time came to activate the formation and buy Chun Xiaoxiao a chance to escape. Chun Xiaoxiao's eyes were reddened. I knew she felt a pang of disappointment, perhaps perceiving me as a coward unwilling to reveal myself in the face of danger. Despite this, I had to suppress my impulses and focus entirely on confronting the demon dragon. Chun Weifeng lay limp on the ground, his gaze fixed upon me. I stifled my voice, altering my tone. "They will not take responsibility. I shall." Seeking death, the dragon bellowed, its roar echoing as it lunged toward me like a bolt of lightning. I instinctively stepped back, the ground trembling beneath the force of its approach. Drawing upon a surge of pure yang energy, I infused it into the formation, harmonizing with the existing energy, awakening the array. A tempest suddenly surged, enveloping us in a thick mist. "Chun Xiaoxiao, hurry and flee," I commanded, activating the formation to obscure her presence momentarily. However, I feared that this ruse would not endure against a being of the river's divine stature. "I will not leave. I am waiting for someone," she replied, her words igniting a flutter in my heart. "You must take your father and leave. The person you are waiting for may be outside. If you stay, we will all perish together." Unable to contain her curiosity, Chun Xiaoxiao pressed, "Who are you?" Just as she spoke, An earth-shattering roar erupted, the river god irate. I understood that the mist would not hold for long. The dragon had survived for years in the river of fury, its prowess unfathomable. Chen Weifeng, sensing a glimmer of hope for escape, seized Chen Xiaoxiao's hand. Hastening toward the exit, feigning gratitude, "Great master, thank you for your rescue. If there comes a day, I, Chen Weifeng, will repay your kindness." Yet, Chen Xiaoxiao, still persistent, asked, "Can you tell me who you are? There is no time. We must go," I urged. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Chen Weifeng dared not linger any longer. He grasped Chen Xiaoxiao's hand and hurriedly urged her to depart. Although Chen Xiaoxiao was somewhat reluctant, she ultimately acquiesced to his insistence and left. After watching her fade from sight, my heart, once laden with worry, found a measure of relief. However, this respite was fleeting, as a tempestuous aura soon engulfed the atmosphere. The mists, which had briefly coalesced, were violently scattered, and in an instant, a claw seized me, propelling my body towards the villa with tremendous force. Above, lightning and thunder clashed in a relentless symphony, and the night descended like an apocalyptic shroud, with torrential rain falling unabated. The impact with the villa created a deep crater, and blood welled at the corner of my mouth, a suffocating sensation rapidly overtaking me, causing the mask I wore to shatter. "Is it you?" "Indeed, it is I. I once granted you a chance at life, yet you seek your own demise. Thus, I shall grant you that wish." A ferocious aura enveloped me, and the specter of death loomed ominously. The might of the river god was indeed not something an ordinary person could withstand. I inhaled deeply, and despite the life and death threat, fear did not grip my heart. Rather, curiosity consumed me. Why did Lu Yuqing resort to such myriad stratagems to marry Chen Xiaoxiao? My grandfather, too, had chosen her, and even the river god had cast his lot with her. What was so extraordinary about Chen Xiaoxiao? This enigma weighed heavily on my mind, and I was unwilling to embrace death without uncovering the truth. Unable to contain my curiosity any longer, I inquired, "Why Chen Xiaoxiao? Does she harbor some hidden secret?" I glared at the river god, feeling the suffocating sensation spread throughout my body. The river god responded with a cold chuckle, "Do you wish to know?" "I do," I replied without hesitation, my voice strained. His tone turned frigid. "Very well. I shall reveal to you the true identity of Chen Xiaoxiao, in light of your impending demise." As his words echoed, the colossal claw bore down upon me, and I felt the pure yang energy within me spiral into chaos. I fixed my gaze upon the river god, awaiting his revelation. Just as he was about to speak, a thunderous clap erupted from the previously serene skies. Dark clouds above were torn asunder by a violent wind, and in the next heartbeat, a bolt of lightning, as thick as a man's embrace, struck the river god's massive form. A chilling scream erupted forth. The river god, who had been grasping me moments ago, plummeted to the ground. His body marred and scorched as if roasted. Writhing in agony, he rolled upon the earth. I stood, momentarily stunned by the scene before me, gasping for breath as the suffocating sensation dissipated. The disordered pure yang energy within me began to coalesce once more. The river god bellowed in fury, "You shameless thief! You dared to coax me into revealing heavenly secrets, and thus you have incurred divine wrath." His words momentarily stunned me. Heavenly secrets? Was Chen Xiaoxiao's identity truly a matter of such significance? It seemed my earlier suspicions were not unfounded. Her identity was indeed extraordinary, one so profound that even the river god hesitated to divulge it. Observing the river god on the ground, I hesitated to approach, aware of his formidable power. A moment's carelessness could lead to my demise. Yet, as I watched him writhe in pain, it became evident that he was no longer capable of retaliation. I cautiously approached, for our fates were now intertwined. Moreover, given his unrelenting desire for Chen Xiaoxiao, if he were to recover, he would undoubtedly become a greater threat. I drew forth a blade, infusing it with my pure yang energy. Facing the colossal creature, trepidation gripped my heart, causing my palms to sweat despite the deluge around me. The river god sensed the peril, his round eyes fixated on me. He attempted to retreat, but the lightning had inflicted severe harm, rendering him immobile. Merely shifting his form was a laborious and agonizing struggle. His wounded body scraped against the ground, eliciting cries of pain. As the saying goes, fortune's will turns. He could never have anticipated that I, once at a disadvantage, had now gained the upper hand, controlling his fate. "You dare, you shameless thief!" The river god threatened me. Even in such dire straits, he still dared to issue threats. Were I to extinguish his life without just cause, I would indeed hesitate. Yet, the circumstances had shifted. If I did not eliminate him now, the repercussions could be catastrophic. Should he recover one day, he would undoubtedly seek vengeance against both me and Qin Xiaoxiao. It was better to act decisively now than to face future peril. With this realization, I approached him without a hint of hesitation. Seeing my resolve, the river god attempted to withdraw, but his movement was sluggish. I regarded him with icy determination, speaking in a tone devoid of warmth. What do I have to fear? I advanced, taking a seat upon him, and plunged the blade into his back, the weapon imbued with my pure yang energy, piercing through flesh and widening the wound. The river god let out a piercing scream, a sound that was both haunting and jarring. Withdrawing the blade, I observed it stained with his crimson blood, while the relentless rain continued to pour, turning the ground beneath us a deep red. As I raised the blade for a second strike, a voice pleaded, "Little brother, let us speak civilly." "Little brother, let us speak civilly?" he implored. "Think about it. We share no enmity. You need not condemn me to death." The river god's tone had shifted from aggressive to conciliatory, a stark contrast to his prior demeanor. "If I spare you, and you recover, you will undoubtedly seek retribution. My cultivation is insufficient. Should you come for vengeance, I would stand no chance. Do not blame me. You must blame yourself." As I finished speaking, the blade fell once more. Another agonizing scream echoed through the air as blood gushed from the river god's physique. "Little brother, you truly are ruthless. If you let me go, I swear I shall not seek revenge, nor will I trouble Qin Xiaoxiao again," he implored, his tone bordering on desperation. "I am not a child. I will not be deceived," I replied with unwavering resolve. "What must I do to earn your trust?" I recalled our initial encounter upon the angry river, where he had exuded an air of aloof superiority, now utterly absent. "I shall repeat myself. I do not trust you." The river god appeared exasperated, his expression a mixture of helplessness and grievance. Perhaps he believed my resolve unyielding, for he quickly changed his tone. "If you kill me, do you think the dragonkin will spare you? You, a mere dragon reduced to serving as a river god, who would offer you protection?" It was evident that he had once held a higher status within the dragon hierarchy, now relegated to this diminished role. I perceived his thoughts clearly, and he gazed at me, resigned. "Admittedly, you speak some truth, but it is not entirely accurate. Even as a lowly dragon, it is not your place to extinguish my existence. If you were to perish, do you truly believe the dragon clan would remain indifferent?" The words of the river god suddenly evoked a phrase in my mind. "One must consider the master even when striking a dog." If the dragon clan were to learn of my slaying the river god, they would undoubtedly seek retribution against me. After some contemplation, I replied, "You are correct. However, I must still take your life." "Why?" I could see the river god's gaze was nearing despair. "It is better for me to kill you than to be killed by you later. As for the vengeance of your dragon clan, we shall address that in due time." As I raised my knife, ready to plunge it into the river god's body, a voice filled with desperation interrupted. "Wait." I halted my actions and said, "Do not utter another word. I will not acquiesce to anything you propose." "Very well, then. How about this? You take my reverse scale, and from now on, I shall obey your commands." Reverse scale? Indeed. The river god seemed to have made a monumental decision. I had heard the saying that a dragon's reverse scale, when touched, brings death. This illustrates the significance of the reverse scale to dragons. Sensing my wavering resolve, the river god seized the moment, stating, "Killing me may not yield any benefits for you, but if you can command me, think of the advantages it would bring you. Truly, having a dragon at my disposal would indeed be advantageous, even if this dragon had been cast off by its kin." "Where is your reverse scale?" "At my neck. You will see it immediately. Once you remove it, should I betray you or wish to harm you, you may crush the scale, and I would surely perish." "Is that true?" Indeed. I had encountered similar knowledge in ancient texts, affirming its authenticity. Trusting the dragon's sincerity, I approached the river god and noticed a distinct scale shimmering in the night. Without hesitation, I drew my knife, preparing to sever the scale. The moment the blade grazed the scale, the river god emitted a shriek akin to that of a slaughtered pig. "Be gentle." "Very well," I continued my task. Yet, upon contact, a series of agonized cries erupted once more. I wondered if this creature was feigning its torment. "Let me do it myself." Upon hearing this, I sighed with relief. Soon, a radiant golden scale lifted from the river god, which I swiftly grasped. Once the scale was in my possession, the once magnificent river god shrank rapidly. "You must cast me into the angry river. I require recuperation." "Please, cast me into the angry river." "Thank you." After sensing the intensity of my gaze, the river god's demeanor softened considerably. Its immense form dwindled to roughly the size of my palm, and I cradled it gently as I wobbled towards the angry river. "I have something to tell you." "Speak." "When the day comes that you ascertain I harbor no hostility towards you, you must return my reverse scale. Of course. I readily agreed to this condition set forth by the river god. The river god paused for a few seconds, seemingly taken aback by my sudden compliance. Having been attacked by the river god previously, I felt utterly weakened. Coupled with the torrential rain, I soon found myself coughing uncontrollably. Seeing your willingness, I have one more thing to warn you about. Speak. The fate of Qin Xiao Xiao is beyond your control, I advise you. Just as the river god was about to continue, thunder rumbled ominously from above, causing it to abruptly close its mouth, too fearful to proceed. I gazed up at the heavens, unable to suppress a deep breath, murmuring, "Is this truly the will of heaven?" Chapter 17. The will of heaven. I could hardly fathom that Qin Xiao Xiao bore the weight of fate that even the river god could not touch. As for me, an ordinary person, it goes without saying that should I dare to meddle, I would inevitably suffer the consequences, perhaps due to the relentless downpour. The streets were deserted as I struggled to reach the banks of the angry river, prepared to cast the river god within. Suddenly, it called out to me, "Wait. What else do you have to say?" I found this creature's chatter rather tiresome. Initially, it spoke with such deliberate caution, threatening my life at every turn. Yet now I could not cease its prattling. "Yes, if you wish to summon me in the future, you must present my reverse scale and call my name 3 times. What is your name?" "Jiugao." I replied nonchalantly, no longer hesitating, and promptly hurled the river god into the angry river. In an instant, it vanished from sight. Once it disappeared, I felt the pent-up breath within me escape uncontrollably, and I leaned against the railing, succumbing to a fit of coughing. After a few heaves, I spat out a mouthful of blood. I staggered towards Ji Wuyan's door, too weak to knock, and collapsed at the entrance. When I awoke, I found myself in bed with a warm towel on my forehead. I gazed at the ceiling as an attendant entered the room. Upon seeing me awake, she hurried out, exclaiming, "Miss, he has awakened." Shortly thereafter, a graceful figure approached me. A mere glance revealed her extraordinary beauty. She looked down at me and said, "Xie, you are truly fortunate to be alive." My gaze shifted towards her, and I felt a feverish heat on my forehead. Ji Wuyan, noticing my silence, continued, "Was it you who drove away that demon dragon last night?" "Yes," I affirmed. Ji Wuyan referred to it as merely being driven away, as in her eyes. I was merely an inexperienced geomancer who had yet to step foot into the realm of true geomancy. If I were to tell her that the once mighty river god was now under my command, she would likely dismiss it as absurd. To avoid unnecessary complications, I chose to remain silent. "How did you manage to chase it away?" Ji Wuyan's expression suddenly turned serious, her demeanor shifting to one of concern. Her question momentarily caught me off guard as my mind raced. After a brief contemplation, I devised a response, albeit uncertain of its efficacy. However, seeing Ji Wuyan's eagerness, I quickly replied, "It was my grandfather." "Your grandfather?" "Xie, do not jest with me. Do not tell me your grandfather came back to life and saved you." "No. I merely invoked my grandfather's name, claiming to be his grandson, and the river god departed upon hearing it." After uttering this, I felt it was a rather far-fetched tale, and I doubted Ji Wuyan would believe me. Strangely, she did not press the matter further. This lack of inquiry suited me just fine, allowing me to ponder my next steps. However, what astonished me more was that Ji Wuyan, after dropping this remark, turned and walked away. I was left astonished, contemplating whether she truly believed my absurd claim. My grandfather possessed remarkable abilities, yet it seemed implausible that a river god would be intimidated merely by his name. Yet, observing Ji Wuyan's demeanor, it was evident she accepted my story. A surge of emotion welled within me, as I had initially intended to inquire further about her reasons for believing me. But I soon realized it would be more prudent to seek answers from the river god when the opportunity arose. My mind was flooded with peculiar thoughts. I lifted the towel from my forehead. Although still weak, I tidied myself up and exited the room. My head feels heavy, and the pure young energy within me seems somewhat disordered. Through the window, I glance at the weather outside. It appears to have cleared up after last night's tumult. Today has finally settled. I observe the sky and mentally estimate the time. If nothing unusual has occurred, it should be around 7 or 8 in the morning. As I descend the stairs, Ji Wuyan is already seated at the dining table. Upon seeing me, she instructs, "You should freshen up quickly. I have something important to discuss with you." "All right," I reply, hastily attending to my grooming before taking a seat at the table. An aunt brings me a glass of milk, and Ji Wuyan glances at her, prompting the aunt to discreetly retreat. The dining room is now only occupied by Ji Wuyan and myself, as we sit across from each other. Her gaze scrutinizes me, and soon I notice a playful smile creeping at the corners of her mouth, a smile that feels laden with meaning and peculiarity, sending a slight shiver down my spine. With a hint of discomfort, I say, sister, just tell me what you want to say. I cannot bear your stare. Oh, really? What makes you think you can't bear it? Ji Wuyan teases, casting me a flirtatious glance. I must admit, this woman possesses an undeniable charm. Yet, I strive to remain steadfast. Her question leaves me momentarily at a loss for words, as an awkward atmosphere begins to envelop us. After a brief silence, Ji Wuyan suddenly chuckles and says, all right, I won't tease you any longer. The matter I wish to discuss is that you have become quite famous in Kyoto. Everyone knows about the feng shui master who subdued the demon dragon. Do they know it was me? I inquire with curiosity. They don't know it was you, but they are aware of your existence. Yesterday, you dressed like a waiter and wore a mask. Who could recognize you? However, if you were to tell your father-in-law, he might very well kneel before you and call you son-in-law, Ji Wuyan remarks, her tone playful yet insightful. Although she speaks in jest, I cannot help but agree with her. Chen Weifeng has always been rather superficial. However, if I were to boldly claim my identity as the feng shui master who faced the demon dragon, Chen Weifeng might not believe me, for I have always been perceived as a good-for-nothing in his eyes. I ponder this matter when Ji Wuyan's voice interrupts my thoughts. The entire feng shui community is on the lookout for the master who subdued the demon dragon, speculating that he has at least reached the level of a minor feng shui master. If you were to clarify your identity now, Chen Weifeng would likely plead with me to marry his daughter to you. Sipping my milk, I rise to leave. Ji Wuyan, noticing my quick reaction, calls out, are you in such a hurry? No, I just want to check on Chen Xiaoxiao to see if she is hurt, I respond. Recalling her red-rimmed eyes and hopeful gaze from last night, I feel compelled to reassure her that I did appear and did not disappoint her, nor was I a coward. As I make my way toward the exit, Ji Wuyan questions, do you know where they are staying now? Are you that eager? I pause, contemplating, and then remember that Chen Weifeng's villa was destroyed last night. They are likely staying at a hotel today. I glance at Ji Wuyan, knowing that she must have some insight into Chen Xiaoxiao's whereabouts. Before I can ask, she volunteers, they are at Villa 89 in the Southern District. Thank you, sister. I reply hurriedly as I rush out. I hail a cab and head toward the Southern Villa District. It is not surprising that Chen Weifeng owns several properties in Kyoto. During the ride, I reflect on how Lu Yuqing's facade has crumbled. He has always presented himself as a coward, utterly lacking in capability. Even if Chen Weifeng values Lu Yuqing's background, he would not want his daughter wed to such a spineless individual. After about half an hour, a flicker of hope stirs within me. If Chen Weifeng were to openly acknowledge me as his son-in-law and grant his blessing, I believe that Chen Xiaoxiao and I could find happiness together. With these thoughts, my heart swells with anticipation. Arriving at the Southern Villa District, I gaze upon the rows of opulent homes, affirming that this is indeed a place for the affluent. Upon reaching Villa 89, I hear laughter emanating from the courtyard. Dear nephew, we owe you our lives for your timely arrival last night. Without you, both Xiaoxiao and I might not have made it. I focus in on a man dressed as a waiter, holding a mask in his hand. Goodness! I exclaim in disbelief. Someone is impersonating me. My anger surges. I refrain from rushing out immediately, instead directing my gaze toward Chen Xiaoxiao. She appears expressionless and pale, seemingly oblivious to the conversation between Chen Weifeng and the man beside him. Seeing her in this state tugs at my heartstrings. She must feel deeply disappointed, perhaps believing I did not show up. My heart aches for her. Uncle Chen, it is an honor to have saved both you and Xiaoxiao, the man shamelessly boasts. I can no longer contain myself and step forward, exclaiming, do you not feel ashamed to speak such lies? As my words hit the air, Chen Xiaoxiao's head snaps up, her eyes lighting up with joy as she calls out, Xie, you're here. She rushes toward me, but just a few steps in, Chen Weifeng barks, Xiaoxiao, stop. The joy in her eyes vanishes, and she halts, her gaze toward me shifting in tone. Chen Weifeng strides toward me, declaring, Xie, I must reiterate. Your desire to marry Xiaoxiao is nothing but a foolish dream. You are worlds apart, and it is impossible for you two to be together. A worthless person like you is utterly unworthy of Xiaoxiao. Chen Weifeng's harsh words strike me without mercy. Father, Chen Xiaoxiao attempts to intervene, but Chen Weifeng ignores her. Turning his ire toward her, this is not a matter for you to speak on. Uncle, please do not lose your temper. It would not be good for your health. The man approaches, his gaze fixed on me. I am seething at his waiter attire. Sanjia, you are right. It is not worth getting upset over a good-for-nothing like this, Chen Weifeng adds, before advising Xiaoxiao. In the future, when looking for a partner, seek someone like Sanjia. While Chen Weifeng's words do not affect me, I cannot help but focus on this Sanjia. So, it was you who subdued the demon dragon and saved them last night. I scrutinize his expression, and he casually replies, hello, allow me to introduce myself. I am Zheng Sanjia, the eldest son of the renowned Zheng family, a prominent name in the feng shui world. Surely, you have heard of us. Apologies. But I have not, I say, and his features contort with indignation. Of course you haven't. A country bumpkin like you, lacking experience, would never have heard of the Zheng family. Chen Weifeng's disdainful remarks further belittle me. Zheng Sanjia smirks, looking down on me as he taunts, Xie, you are not suggesting that you were the one who subdued the demon dragon last night, are you? I assert. As my words settle, Zheng Sanjia erupts into laughter, as if he has just heard the most ludicrous joke. Chen Weifeng regards me with the same disdain one reserves for a jester. And even Chen Xiaoxiao's eyes reveal disbelief. I sensed a pang of disappointment in Chen Xiaoxiao's gaze, as if pricked by a thorn. I fixed my eyes upon her and asked, Xiaoxiao, do you not believe it is truly me? Her eyes met mine, appearing somewhat feeble at that moment. She nodded hesitantly, then shook her head and said, I understand. Taking a deep breath, I realized that from the moment she began to nod, she had already doubted me. This was understandable, as throughout that dire situation, Chen Xiaoxiao had never seen my true self. It was my own fault for being overly cautious the previous night. Now, even if I wished to explain, the opportunity had slipped away. Xie, you are nothing but a mere clown, so do not indulge in foolish fantasies. With your limited abilities, how do you expect to subdue a demon dragon? Such arrogance is laughable, Zheng Sanjia mocked me. I retorted coolly. Who is the real clown remains to be seen. Oh, is that so? I was about to respond when Chen Weifeng interjected, Nephew, do not waste your breath on him. We are heading to the hotel for a banquet. You and Xiaoxiao should spend more time together. Thank you, Uncle Chen. Xiaoxiao is exceptionally clever. I would be delighted to get to know her better. Chen Weifeng initially looked taken aback, then his face lit up with joy as he eagerly declared, that would be splendid. If you two hit it off, our families could become in-laws in the future. At this, Chen Xiaoxiao could no longer contain herself and retorted, Dad, what nonsense are you spouting? Chen Weifeng replied sternly, Xiaoxiao, Sanjia is not just the son of a feng shui master. He is also handsome and capable. Marrying him would not be a disgrace. Dad, I will not marry him. I am already betrothed to Xie. I will not marry anyone else. Upon hearing this, I realized that Chen Weifeng had not informed her about our marriage from the previous night. Xiaoxiao, you are being foolish. What good would marrying this good-for-nothing do? He possesses no abilities. For instance, had it not been for nephew Sanjia's timely arrival last night, both of us might have perished at the hands of the demon dragon. He is our savior. It would not be unreasonable for you to pledge yourself to him. Dad, I have said I will not marry. Chen Weifeng was visibly infuriated. But before he could respond, Zheng Sanjia interjected with a smile. Uncle, do not be angry. Xiaoxiao's resistance is normal. After all, we have only just met. But I will wait for Xiaoxiao and win her heart sincerely. Nephew Sanjia, you truly have a deep understanding of feelings. Young talents like you are rare to find. If our Xiaoxiao ends up marrying you, it would indeed be her fortune. Uncle, you flatter me, Zheng Sanjia replied modestly. Chen Xiaoxiao's words genuinely moved me. I had not anticipated her defending me. I initially thought she would remain silent. Zheng Sanjia suddenly stepped closer, raising an eyebrow and saying, Xie, since you dare to impersonate the glory of last night, it suggests you may possess some talent. Nephew Sanjia, what talent could he possibly have? He has a terminal illness and cannot live more than 10 days. Chen Weifeng interjected once more. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaoxiao grew anxious. This time, she disregarded her father's opinion and rushed to my side, asking with concern, Xie, is what my father said true? I had intended to explain, but at that moment, any explanation would seem inappropriate. After a moment of contemplation, I simply replied, no. Xie, even now you wish to deceive Xiaoxiao? What are you thinking? Do you truly want her to spend her life with a good-for-nothing like you? You can forget it. Chen Weifeng berated me. Zheng Sanjia's brow furrowed. His lips pressed into a thin line, and a flicker of anger burned in his eyes, clearly displeased with the situation. Xie, if that is the case, let us compete and see who is superior. Compete in what? I inquired, perplexed. Although I could not fathom Zheng Sanjia's true abilities, I felt no trepidation about a contest. My visit to Kyoto was primarily to address a crucial matter. Nephew Sanjia, what important business do you need to attend to? If I can assist, please do not hesitate to ask. I will do my utmost to help, Chen Weifeng offered with a beaming smile. Uncle, this matter is not something you can assist with. But in the future, should I require your help, I hope you will not refuse. Of course, I will certainly assist you when the time comes, Chen Weifeng replied grandly. I awaited Zheng Sanjia to disclose the significant matter at hand. Chapter 19. The haunted house. I had come to understand Chen Weifeng's character. He was fundamentally a man of superficiality. I harbored no expectations that he would suddenly alter his attitude toward me. While he spoke, my gaze inadvertently fell upon his face. Through the 12 palaces, I had discerned that Chen Weifeng might be in danger. Logically, after the river god's sudden disruption at the engagement banquet, he should have already faced peril. Yet even now, the 12 palaces still indicated that his danger had not subsided. My gaze shifted to the position of his servant palace, revealing that those who sought to harm him were likely among his closest associates. However, I had no definitive target at present. If I were to caution him to be vigilant, he would undoubtedly dismiss my words. Thus, I opted to remain silent. Xie, are you silent because you are afraid? A voice suddenly jolted me from my reverie. I turned my gaze to the smug Zheng Sanjia. Seeing his shameless demeanor, I could not help but retort, speak plainly. What do you wish to compete in? Before Zheng Sanjia could respond, Chen Weifeng interjected, Nephew, there is no need for you to compete with a good-for-nothing. That would only diminish your stature. Zheng Sanjia chuckled and replied, Uncle, you make a valid point, but if we do not show certain individuals their place, they might mistakenly believe that a frog can leap into the sky. Chen Weifeng burst into laughter at his words. Indeed, nephew speaks wisely. I observed the two of them in their back and forth with a sense of disbelief. Will you tell me what we are competing in or not? Zheng Sanjia's lips curled into a sinister smile, his gaze glinting with malice as if he had me cornered. Since you are so eager for a challenge, I shall tell you. I have come to Kyoto to assist the benevolent Han in dealing with a haunted house on the outskirts. A haunted house? I asked, perplexed. Indeed. Are you afraid? You know that this haunted house is not to be trifled with, do you not? Zheng Sanjia looked at me triumphantly, as though he were boasting. I regarded him with an expression of incredulity. As a newcomer to Kyoto, how could I possibly know of any haunted houses? However, seeing the grave expressions on Chen Weifeng's and Chen Xiaoxiao's faces, I understood that this haunted house was undoubtedly a formidable challenge, perhaps even perilous. Xie, Chen Xiaoxiao seemed about to speak, but was interrupted by Chen Weifeng. Xiaoxiao, this is a matter between Sanjia and this good-for-nothing. Chen Xiaoxiao found herself caught between her father and me, feeling torn. I did not wish to put her in a difficult position. As long as she was willing to stand by me, I would be content. I glanced at her and shook my head, signaling that it was all right. Xie, what pretense are you putting on? Just say whether you dare or not. Fine, I accept your challenge, I replied. Zheng Sanjia's server attire was indeed somewhat glaring. This was my achievement, yet it had been inexplicably usurped. I felt a surge of indignation, now that he had challenged me to a contest. I was eager to determine who truly possessed the greater skill. Within me lies a fervent hope that through this contest, I can convey to Chen Weifeng that I am far from being worthless. I also wish to demonstrate to Chen Xiaoxiao that I am no coward and that I have not let her expectations down, proving that I indeed arrived at the scene that night. Such thoughts occupied my mind. Very well. We agreed to meet at the ominous residence of Han Dashin at the stroke of midnight tonight. I replied softly, without elaborating further. Before departing, I cast a glance at Chen Xiaoxiao. Her eyes reflected a hint of concern, yet it was not the time for us to converse. I left. Chen Xiaoxiao nodded and said, Xie, you need not act impulsively. This is not about impulse. It is my duty to prove myself. Prove yourself? With your current state. Do you really think you can compete with the top three? Perhaps you should take a moment to reflect on yourself, Chen Weifeng retorted disdainfully. Yet, I maintained my composure. After leaving, I wandered aimlessly for a while, my mind heavy with thoughts. I was both worried for Chen Xiaoxiao and curious about her identity. She harbored secrets of the heavens, but who had woven them? Did the river god wish to seize these secrets? Yet, in the end, it seemed to miscalculate. Now, out of the blue, a Zheng Sanjia had appeared, drawing close to Chen Xiaoxiao, and it was certainly not merely for her beauty or the Chen family's wealth. From what I gathered from Chen Weifeng, the Zheng family was renowned as the foremost feng shui lineage in the capital, suggesting they were not lacking in wealth. Thus, I pondered whether Zheng Sanjia's intentions were tied to the secrets that Chen Xiaoxiao possessed. As I walked, I contemplated the necessity of preparing some feng shui materials and protective items for the night ahead at the haunted house. I hailed a cab and arrived at the street of funerary services, a place that remained eerily quiet even during the day. I entered the first paper effigy shop on my left. The array of products inside dazzled the eye, maids, villas, and more. The proprietor, a portly man in his 40s, with a scruffy beard and disheveled appearance, approached me promptly. Young man, what can I assist you with? Has someone in your family passed? Please accept my condolences. This villa model is our best seller, with hundreds sold each year. His words flowed like a torrent. I am not here for that. I seek some protective materials, cinnabar. Glutinous rice, do you have those? The man's demeanor shifted, seriousness overtaking his joviality. He coughed a few times and said, "Young man, has something sinister befallen your family? To speak frankly, those items won't do much good unless you possess the skills to exorcise evil. Purchasing them without the ability could backfire, potentially inviting greater misfortune. Instead, why not invite me to your home for an assessment? I can handle most malevolent spirits with ease." His eyes darted around, and his brow furrowed, revealing the demeanor of a shrewd merchant. I remained silent, observing him closely, judging by the lines on his face. It was evident he was poised to earn a considerable sum soon, though it would unlikely be from me. Unable to contain my curiosity, I admitted, "Indeed, I am facing a rather tricky situation." The man's interest piqued as he pressed, "What predicament are you in? Do share." "Oh, I almost forgot to introduce myself. My surname is Luo. With your youthful looks, if you don't mind, you can call me Brother Luo." I responded without hesitation, "Brother Luo, have you heard of Hondashin?" Of course. If I hadn't, I wouldn't be able to survive in the capital. Hondashin is truly a good man, donating millions annually to charitable causes. He continued his monologue, seemingly unable to stop. While I recognized Hondashin's merits, I had no desire to delve into his biography at present. "Enough," I interjected. "I wish to inquire whether Hondashin has a house in the suburbs." At this, the man's countenance shifted dramatically. His eyes widened, locking onto mine. "You can't possibly be saying you intend to confront the issues surrounding Hondashin's suburban residence, can you?" "Yes, indeed, Brother Luo. Are you interested?" His expression soured instantly, and he snapped, "You have no sincerity. How much cinnabar and glutinous rice do you want? I'll get it for you right now." Seeing the once enthusiastic man shrink at the mention of the haunted house intrigued me further. That should suffice. "All right, wait here." As he prepared my order, he couldn't resist chattering. "Why would you choose to go there? Money is great, but it's not worth risking your life." His words left me perplexed. "Aren't you in it for the money?" Hondashin previously mentioned that anyone who could expel the malevolent spirit from his suburban house would be rewarded 5 million. "Is that true?" I asked, bewildered. His incredulous expression implied I was naive. "You can't be serious. You didn't know about this?" I nodded, affirming my ignorance. "You're quite the fool," he remarked, shaking his head. Suddenly, he pulled out his phone and scrolled through some messages. Upon finishing, his eyes bulged with astonishment. "You're not called Sichuan, are you?" I gazed at him, puzzled. "How do you know?" "Not just me. Everyone in the feng shui community knows." "Are you really so oblivious? Why would you challenge Jing Sanjia? Don't you realize who he is?" "I know," I replied. "Then why pursue this? He is stepping over you to rise. While you lack a reputation, he might actually resolve the haunted house issue. You, on the other hand, would undoubtedly meet your demise," he stated with certainty. "Why would you compete with him? The entire feng shui community is waiting to see you fail." Chapter 20. Seeking Death? What jest is this? Are you not aware of the significant events that transpired in the feng shui community last night? Are you referring to the suppression of the demon dragon? I continued. Exactly. Zheng Sanjiao arrived in our capital and achieved something monumental, instantly gaining fame in the feng shui circles. "I advise you to abandon this venture," he urged. As he continued preparing my cinnabar, he further cautioned, "Don't sacrifice your life for a woman. There are many beautiful women in the world. If you insist on going, you should buy as many protective items as you can." As he hurriedly gathered various charms, I couldn't help but say, "If I told you that I was the one who subdued the demon dragon, would you believe me?" His movements froze, and his eyes widened in disbelief. "Young man, that's not how one boasts. Believe it or not." I took the vermilion and glutinous rice, and after paying, I stealthily pocketed a few sheets of yellow paper from the table before the portly man could gather his wits, and then I departed. His voice echoed behind me, but I chose to ignore it. Striding out of the street of mourning, I hailed a cab and made my way to Ji Wuyen's residence. On the way, I closed my eyes to rest, unaware that news of the incident had swiftly spread throughout the feng shui community in Kyoto. I imagined that everyone was eagerly anticipating the spectacle of a fool challenging a prodigious young feng shui master, perhaps already convinced of my inevitable defeat. However, such thoughts held little significance. What mattered was my determination to win and prove to Chen Xiaoxiao that I had not deceived him. As I pondered these trivial matters, I arrived home. Ji Wuyen was not present during the day, and curiosity suddenly struck me. How could she afford such a lavish lifestyle in a grand house in Kyoto? I returned to my bedroom, practiced the Qinglong Sutra, and then proceeded to draw several talismans using the vermilion brush, including exorcism and summoning charms. The act of creating a talisman is not as simple as many might presume. It requires a certain level of skill and a focused mind, free from distractions, to channel the pure yang energy within me into a seamless creation. Only then can the talismans truly serve their purpose. After completing the talismans, I stretched and felt a bead of sweat form on my forehead, Sensing a slight weakness in my body, my gaze drifted outside, catching a glimpse of the setting sun. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the gentle glow enveloped all of Kyoto. I tidied my belongings and lay down on my bed, allowing myself to rest. Around 6 in the evening, I heard a knock at the door. The sound stirred me, and I opened my eyes, feeling my spirits lift considerably. Upon opening the door, I found the housekeeper standing there. Our eyes met for a moment before she informed me, "Young sir, the lady has returned and asked you to come down for dinner." "All right, you go ahead. I'll be down shortly." After she left, I made a brief effort to tidy my appearance before stepping out. Upon entering the dining room, I was greeted by an array of over a dozen dishes, all fragrant and sumptuous. I marveled at Ji Wuyen's extravagance. Consuming such a feast alone seemed indulgent. Back in the countryside with my grandfather, we often made do with a single dish. As I sat down, I noticed Ji Wuyen's gaze fixated upon me, unwavering. Her intense stare made me feel uneasy, as if her eyes could ensnare one's very soul. "Sister, what is it?" I finally inquired, unable to withstand the pressure. "Sichuan, you've only been in Kyoto for a few days, and already you've tangled with the heir of the foremost feng shui family in the capital. It's not me who instigated this. He approached me," I replied coolly, lifting my bowl to eat. "Surprisingly, you still have an appetite. Sichuan, do you have any idea what that cursed house is like? Surely you don't believe you can deal with the malevolent spirits within it?" Ji Wuyen's eyes remained fixed on me. "If I cannot, can he?" I retorted. "Whether he can or not, I cannot say, but if you venture in there, you will be in grave danger." That cursed house had instilled fear not only in Chen Xiaoxiao and his daughter, but also in that fat man. And now it had the same effect on Ji Wuyen. It appeared that the house truly was no trifling matter. "Sister, can you tell me the story behind that cursed house?" I asked. Ji Wuyen shot me a glance that seemed to convey her disapproval, as if to say I was naive for creating such trouble upon my arrival in Kyoto. Yet her expression softened slightly as she replied, "Very well. But don't be frightened to the point of wetting your pants." I said nothing further, waiting for her to continue. Ji Wuyen wasted no time, stating, "Sichuan, Kyoto is a city steeped in history. Many historical sites were destroyed during times of war, and few remain intact today. The residence of the benevolent Han has been preserved for over 1,000 years, valued by experts at no less than 200 million yuan." Unfortunately, she paused momentarily, as if contemplating whether to continue. "What is the misfortune?" I prompted. "The unfortunate part is that the experts who evaluated the property all hanged themselves from the beams of that very house that night, their bodies hanging stiffly. An utterly chilling sight." I couldn't help but furrow my brow at this revelation. What's even more sinister is that nearly everyone who has entered that house has not returned alive, and the malevolent spirits within actively seek to claim lives. Over the decades, countless souls have perished within, and the malevolence permeating the air is palpable, she elaborated. Have so many people truly been powerless against that house over the years? The benevolent Han has employed numerous feng shui masters over the years, yet all have failed to survive the experience. Those who managed to escape have been driven mad, lingering in a state of insanity. "Sichuan, I advise you against taking such risks. Otherwise, it would be a path to certain death," Ji Wuyen concluded, picking up her chopsticks to eat. I observed the table and noted an oddity. There wasn't a single vegetarian dish, only meat. I was taken aback for several seconds, recalling that the meals from the previous days had also consisted solely of meat. It was puzzling how Ji Wuyen could maintain her figure while consuming such a heavy diet. And as a man, I felt slightly nauseated at the prospect of eating meat for so many consecutive days. Yet Ji Wuyen savored every bite, finishing her meals completely, which was quite impressive. "Sister, I understand," I finally responded after a moment. "Good, then wash up and get some rest. There are plenty of women out there. I promise to help you find a starlet later," Ji Wuyen teased with a light laugh, her charm undeniable. Tonight, I still had an appointment to keep. My words brought a fleeting frown to Ji Wuyen's exquisite face. "Sichuan, why are you so stubborn? You truly infuriate me." Embarrassed, I chuckled awkwardly. "Sister, I can't tarnish my grandfather's name. If I don't go now, I'll surely become the laughingstock of the entire feng shui community in Kyoto. Is life or face more important?" "Both are essential," I replied. Hearing my answer, Ji Wuyen ceased to press the matter further. After a simple meal, I took the initiative to clear the table, refusing to be a mere guest who indulged without contributing, as if I were some pampered lord. Seeing me begin to tidy up, the housekeeper hurried over, exclaiming, "Young sir, you shouldn't be doing such labor. Let me take care of it." "Not necessary," I insisted, continuing my task. "Wu ma, let him be," Ji Wuyen added with mild irritation. Wu ma, upon hearing this, ceased her protests and watched as I cleared the dishes to the kitchen. After washing them, I also took the opportunity to clean the house thoroughly. After my endeavors, the clock approached 10 in the evening. I stepped outside, where Ji Wuyin awaited me in the living room. As I appeared, she remarked, "The car is ready for you. Be sure to take care." "Thank you, sister." "For what?" "If something were to happen to you, don't expect me to come to your rescue. I'd only help collect your remains," she replied, her expression impassive. "Sister, if you can help me with that, I would be immensely grateful," I said earnestly. Ji Wuyin looked at me with a mix of surprise and pity. Outside, a sleek black luxury car awaited me. As I stepped out, the driver promptly exited to open the door for me, his demeanor respectful. "Young sir, please. Thank you for your trouble." The driver smiled and remarked, "It's my duty." The car glided steadily forward, and after approximately 40 minutes, we arrived at the outskirts. Along the way, I noticed numerous vehicles heading in the same direction. Upon reaching our destination, I discovered an even greater number of cars, each more ostentatious than the last, predominantly luxury vehicles. It was evident that most of these individuals belonged to the feng shui community of Kyoto, likely there to witness the performance of the prodigious young feng shui master, Zheng Sanjia, and perhaps to revel in my misfortune. After all, who would regard a mere wastrel emerging from a mountain village with any esteem? Once I disembarked, the driver said, "Brother, I shall take my leave now." "All right, thank you," I replied. "No trouble at all," he chuckled, quickly accelerating away from this contentious place. As I stepped out of the vehicle, all eyes turned toward me. Whispers erupted. "This waste truly has some audacity. Is he seeking death? This haunted house has claimed countless lives. It seems another vengeful spirit will be added tonight." One voice sneered, "He should take a good look at himself. How can he possibly compare to a genius feng shui master who subdues malevolent dragons?" Chapter 21. Entering the haunted house, such remarks filled the air incessantly. The night wind was biting, imbued with a chilling aura. Listening to these jarring voices, I felt a pang of displeasure. But my gaze was soon captured by an ancient residence before me. This mansion, steeped in history, exuded a classic charm, hinting at its age. We were still some distance away, perhaps a few dozen meters, and while many had gathered to witness the spectacle, none dared approach the mansion. For it was clear to the discerning that they were gripped by fear. As I advanced, a voice suddenly pierced my thoughts, "Xiechuan." Turning, I recognized Chen Xiaoxiao, accompanied by Chen Weifeng. Chen Weifeng regarded me with disdain. I nodded at Chen Xiaoxiao and cautioned, "This house has an ominous air. Keep your distance." "Xiechuan, perhaps you should not involve yourself in this matter." Her voice was tinged with concern. Chen Weifeng could not suppress a derisive laugh, saying, "Xiaoxiao, you overestimate him. Does he possess the ability to intervene? He's merely a destitute boy from a mountain village, incapable of stirring any significant waves." "Father, could you refrain from speaking about Xiechuan in such a manner?" "What? Am I mistaken? I speak nothing but the truth. If he truly had the talent, he would handle the evils within this mansion himself." Chen Weifeng regarded me with contempt. "Uncle Chen, I want to disappoint you. Who are you calling uncle? I am not your relative. Do not fabricate connections." I was at a loss for words at Chen Weifeng's snobbish demeanor. Just then, the previously hushed crowd erupted once more, voices rising in excitement. "Look, the car of the great benefactor, Han, has arrived." All attention shifted towards the commotion, and Chen Weifeng eagerly pulled Chen Xiaoxiao toward the vehicle. I scanned the area and noted that Zheng Sanjia had not arrived early. Just as I was lost in thought, a hand landed on my shoulder, snapping me back to reality. Turning, I found myself face to face with Fat Luo. With a serious expression, he said, "Xiechuan, you truly have some nerve to come to this haunted house. Don't say I didn't warn you. While they are preoccupied with the great benefactor Han, we should make our exit before anyone notices." "Brother Luo, I appreciate your concern, but I am a man of my word." I declined his offer. Fat Luo looked at me incredulously and replied, "Xiechuan, even if you possess the ability to deal with the evils inside, do you truly believe you can outdo Zheng Sanjia? By the time you act, others may have already subdued the malevolence. Instead of being a stepping stone for them, it would be wiser to retreat and let the storm pass. After all, one must preserve their strength for future endeavors." Fat Luo, when he spoke, often rambled on. "Thank you for your good intentions." At that moment, the door of the car belonging to the great benefactor Han was swung open, and it was Zheng Sanjia who emerged, dressed in a long yellow robe, exuding an air of authority. He bent to assist the great benefactor Han, who donned a Zhongshan suit. Appearing to be around 70 years of age, though his hair was white, he was sprightly, supported by a dragon-headed cane. "Uncle Han, please be careful," Zheng Sanjia said with exaggerated attentiveness. Upon seeing the great benefactor Han alight, the crowd surged forward to greet him, with Chen Weifeng quickly pushing to the front. Did you see that, Xie? This is where you fall short of Zhang Sanjia. He was invited by the great benefactor, while you intruded uninvited. Fat Luo continued to prattle on. I had little inclination to engage with him further, redirecting my gaze back to the ancient mansion. From the main entrance, the house emanated a grand aura, distinctly extraordinary. Flanking the entrance stood 2 stone lions, their mouths clutching orbs. Looking closer, I noted that the towering columns were intricately carved with dragons and phoenixes, their colors faded, yet still hinting at the former opulence of the mansion's owner. Curiously, I observed 2 large white lanterns hung precariously on either side of the door, tattered and swaying ominously. As I stood at the threshold, I felt a wave of coldness pressing upon me, and I sensed the malevolent energy stirring within. Just then, a disdainful voice pierced the air. Xie, I didn't expect you to actually come. Recognizing the voice that filled me with distaste, I turned to face the speaker. Enough with the pleasantries, I replied, and we exchanged glances, tension crackling between us. Zhang Sanjia's expression darkened, though he stifled his fury, likely fearing a loss of dignity. The great benefactor Han had also noticed me, suddenly inquiring, "You are Xie?" "Yes, Uncle Han. This is the reckless fool who wishes to compete with me. Does he not seek his own demise?" Chen Weifeng interjected, seizing the opportunity to belittle me. Great benefactor Han. The disparity between him and Sanjia is akin to that between heaven and earth. The great benefactor Han wore a smile that did not reach his eyes. His countenance lined with age, his gaze inscrutable. "Xie, do you know what lies within this haunted house?" "I do." "Then it would be wise to leave promptly, lest you sacrifice your life unnecessarily. Young people should not act on impulse," he advised, his tone surprisingly sincere. The onlookers remained silent, intimidated by his presence. Zhang Sanjia, however, wore a smug smile, dripping with derision. "You should leave now, even if you lose tonight's contest. In the future, if you see me in Kyoto, you'd best steer clear." Laughter erupted among the crowd at his words. "How can you be so certain before the contest has even begun?" "Xie, I am granting you leniency. Should you lose, your life may be forfeit, and this is merely allowing you to see me pass by. All for the sake of Uncle Han. Who knows who will lose?" I retorted, and Zhang Sanjia, clearly infuriated, maintained an appearance of calm as he said, "If you seek death, I shall oblige you. Should you encounter trouble inside, do not come to me for assistance." "Humph, and what if you need to seek my aid?" "If I were to ask you for help, I would exit Kyoto and never set foot here again," Zhang Sanjia declared emphatically. Upon hearing this, the crowd could not help but erupt in a chorus of astonishment. "However, I must inform you that I would never seek assistance from someone as useless as you," Zhang Sanjia quickly interjected. The onlookers chimed in, expressing their disbelief. How could a genius from the prestigious Fengdu's foremost family of geomancers possibly seek help from a mere wastrel? Is he overly confident? Such arrogance is akin to blindness. I see nothing but bravado in this fellow. As a useless individual, he certainly speaks without shame. Seeing my unwavering stance, the benevolent Han Daren offered, "Xie, since you are so determined in this matter, if you successfully help me rid this residence of its malevolent presence, I am willing to offer you double the remuneration." The crowd gasped collectively. Double the payment was no trifling sum, amounting to 10 million. Yet, despite the allure of such wealth, acquiring it was clearly no simple task. "No need. I am not interested in money," I replied curtly, turning away without further ado, striding toward the ancient residence, leaving behind the bewildered Han Daren and the astonished crowd. Before they could regain their composure, I had already reached the front of the old house. Behind me, I heard Chen Xiaoxiao's voice. Rather than continuing to dissuade me from entering, she urged me to be cautious. I assured her, "Rest assured, I shall." Seeing me ahead, Zhang Sanjia, seemingly anxious that I might eclipse his glory, hastened into the house first. With a creaking sound, a long-sealed door swung open, dust swirling in the air, prompting Zhang Sanjia to cough. I stepped inside, a chill wind sweeping over me. I steadied myself, taking a deep breath. "What can you, a mere wastrel, possibly contend with me?" Zhang Sanjia sneered as he regained his composure. Before he could finish, a loud bang resonated behind us, and the door he had pushed open slammed shut. Inside, it was pitch dark, rendering everything invisible. I had prepared a lighting tool in advance and switched it on. Zhang Sanjia, startled by the closing door, turned back to attempt to open it, but to no avail. I did not glance back. I knew that once inside, exiting would not be so simple, nor did I wish to leave just yet. Standing in the courtyard of this affluent residence, which was notably spacious, I gazed forward to see a 2-story building. Under the beam of my flashlight, the wooden structure appeared somewhat somber. The hour was not yet midnight. It was around 10 o'clock. I advanced toward the front of the house, which was securely shut, including all the windows, imparting an unshakable sense of oppression. 2 paths flanked the house, leading to the backyard. I retrieved a talisman and proceeded forward, when I heard Geomancer's voice behind me, truly a wastrel. Unaware that the escape route is blocked. Have you been frightened into foolishness? I shot him a glance, but remained silent. Continuing on my way to the front of the house. Upon reaching the entrance, I pushed open the main door. As I stepped inside, my heart sank. Chapter 22. The emergence of malevolence inside the main hall. I was taken aback to find a large painting hanging prominently. The figure depicted was monstrous, with a ghastly visage, and appeared exceedingly terrifying. As the flashlight illuminated it, the effect was even more chilling. Who in their right mind would hang such a painting in their home? Judging by its age, it was evidently quite old. While I stood in a daze, Geomancer suddenly barged in from behind, brazenly pushing me aside, exclaiming, "Step aside. Let me deal with the malevolence." He positioned himself before me, noticing the painting. A sardonic smile crept upon his lips as he taunted, "Look at your meager skills. Can't you see that this painting is problematic?" I chose to ignore him. He, however, wasted no time. Swiftly, he produced a piece of yellow paper, muttering incantations. In an instant, the paper ignited and flew toward the painting, engulfing it in flames. A burst of light illuminated the space, and I could not help but stare, quickly realizing something was amiss. The fire, which Geomancer had ignited, did not consume the painting. Instead, it made the ghastly figure appear even more menacing, as if the monstrous entity within the artwork were about to emerge. True to my apprehension, I suddenly witnessed a malevolent spirit surge forth from the painting, lunging at Geomancer. Unlike the incompetent Liu Yuqing, Geomancer retreated several steps, spreading his legs into a stance as he formed a hand seal, reciting, "Heaven and earth unite, the law of 9 chapters. I now take action, all spirits retreat." Swiftly, as commanded. As the ghastly figure lunged toward Geomancer, he was poised to strike. The collision sent the creature reeling backward, its form returning to the painting. A petty malevolence dares to display its tricks before me. "It seeks death," Geomancer proclaimed, leaping into the air and executing a somersault onto the table in the living room. An aura radiated from him, indicating he had indeed entered the realm of the Geomancer's training, and sensing his energy, I surmised he had reached at least the initial stage of Geomancy. Without delay, Geomancer brandished a short peachwood sword, its crimson hue suggesting it was likely infused with cinnabar. Before he acted, he glanced back at me and declared, "Sichuan, you wastrel, observe carefully and learn. Let me show you the true disparity between us." I had to admit, Geomancer was indeed skilled. However, the malevolence he faced bore only a light aura of dark energy, which could not account for the heavy malevolence suffusing this residence. Thus, it was clear that a far more sinister force lurked within these walls. Lost in thought, I watched as Geomancer plunged the peachwood sword into the painting. A piercing scream erupted, and I observed a dark liquid seeping from the artwork. Geomancer laughed wickedly, a mere spirit, deserving of its fate. I expected something more formidable within this house. The geomancy talent in Kyoto has dwindled to nothing but wastrels. Yet, just as his words fell, the peachwood sword he had inserted into the painting snapped with a crack. Geomancer's expression shifted dramatically before he could react. A strand of white silk suddenly flew toward him, ensnaring his neck. With a swift motion, he was hoisted into the air by the beam above. I could not help but be taken aback at this turn of events. Geomancer screamed, struggling against the binding silk, but he was powerless at that moment. He cast a desperate glance my way, yet I did not rush to intervene. At this juncture, I had yet to discern the identity of the assailant. The atmosphere thickened with dark energy. Clutching the talisman tightly, I infused it with pure yang energy. Suddenly, a chill surged into me, and I stepped forward, quickly turning around as I chanted the purification incantation. "Great supreme star of the platform, unceasingly transform. Drive away evil and bind spirits. Protect my life and body." As the shadowy figure drew near, it was instantly repelled, sent crashing backward. Seizing the moment, I hurled the talisman I held. The malevolent spirit was left with nowhere to hide. Observing this, I quickly scattered a handful of glutinous rice, causing the spirit to writhe helplessly upon the ground. Yet, in an instant, a violent gust of wind surged through the room, causing objects to sway chaotically. My vision was obscured, and I was struck by debris, causing me to stumble and fall to the ground. Having endured the ordeal with the demon dragon, my mental fortitude had significantly strengthened. Just as I prepared to devise a strategy to counter the threat, I suddenly felt a constricting grip around my neck. An overwhelming sensation of suffocation washed over me. accompanied by a voice laced with malice. "Wretched Geomancer, meddling in affairs that are none of your concern." Before me was a strikingly beautiful face, yet it was contorted with hatred. Her intent was to end my life. In response, a surge of pure yang energy enveloped me, sending the malevolent entity sprawling. This was an evil spirit, radiating a palpable aura of resentment. Clearly, it harbored immense grievances. If my assumptions were correct, this female specter was the most formidable malevolence residing within this cursed abode. However, she was still no match for me. Armed with my considerable abilities, which were even more potent than I had anticipated, I felt the richness of my pure yang energy surpassing my expectations. While I may have struggled against the river god, I was confident in my ability to confront this female specter. As the malevolent entity fell to the ground, she emitted a piercing scream. I took a decisive step forward, retrieving a talisman designed to subdue evil, and pressed it firmly against her. In an instant, she was captured within its confines. From within the talisman, her anguished wails echoed. "Release me, you detestable Geomancer. Why do you interfere? You shall meet a dreadful fate. Utter another word, and I shall ensure your soul is scattered." I replied coolly, "Your complicity in wickedness is what condemns you." The specter continued to hurl insults at me from within the talisman. "You deserve to perish alongside Han Weigua." Listening to her accusations, I sensed a deep-seated grievance within her. "You assisted Han Weigua in his nefarious deeds. Inevitably, you shall face dire consequences." Did Han Weigua truly commit such offenses? A heavy thought settled in my mind. Wasn't he known as the benevolent Han? Unable to restrain my curiosity, I inquired further. Benevolent? How laughable. He abandoned me after using me, sacrificing my life to ascend by marrying into a wealthy family, and had my corpse buried within this very house, trapping me here for eternity, unable to reincarnate. He is a despicable and shameless villain. The female specter spat with fury from within the talisman. I was uncertain of the truth behind her words, but since she had already passed on, she ought to cease her entanglement with the living. Taking a deep breath, I contemplated my next move and proposed, "Endless grievances will never resolve anything. I can help you transcend, allowing you to be reborn." "I refuse. I will not be reborn until Han Weigua pays dearly for his actions. I will ensure his demise," she retorted, her resentment and malevolence flooding my being. The talisman trembled violently in my grasp as she attempted to break free. Observing this, I began to chant the incantation for salvation, supreme decree. "I shall guide your lonely soul, dispelling all ghostly entities, granting passage to those who deserve rebirth, whether in life or in death. May you find peace." My lips moved rapidly as I recited the incantation. Gradually, the previously trembling talisman became calm. Sighing in relief, I recalled my grandfather's teachings. Regardless of the grievances or kindnesses between spirits during their earthly existence, once they depart, they should not interfere with the living. Just as I believed I had succeeded in transcending the female specter, an unforeseen event occurred. The talisman in my hand shattered without warning. The specter burst forth, casting a venomous glance at me and uttering, "Wretched Geomancer, await your demise. You will never leave this place alive." With that, she vanished from my sight. A sense of dread enveloped me. It felt as though an overwhelming malice had surged forth, shattering the talisman in an instant. I realized a terrifying truth. My incantation for salvation appeared ineffective here, as if a powerful force within the ancient house restricted its efficacy. This force likely stemmed from the inadequacy of my pure yang energy. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for such a phenomenon to occur. It was in that moment I truly comprehended the terrifying nature of this ancient abode. No wonder Ji Wuyan had repeatedly warned of its dangers. If it were merely a malevolent spirit or a female specter, the numerous geomancers in the capital would not have been incapable of dealing with such threats. Taking a deep breath, I forced myself to remain calm. Looking up at the beams, I suddenly noticed Zheng Sanjia still hanging there. Swiftly, I moved to rescue him. Though we harbored mutual animosity, it was not a matter of life and death. Besides, my conscience would not allow me to stand idly by. After lowering him, I checked for signs of life, relieved to find he was still breathing. I slapped his face, but he remained unresponsive. At that moment, a foul odor emanated from his mouth, causing my expression to shift dramatically. Chapter 23. Is this an illusion? The stench from Zheng Sanjia's mouth made my brow furrow involuntarily, and I instinctively covered my nose and mouth. No wonder he hadn't awakened. It seemed a spirit energy was lodged in his throat. This energy rendered him incapable of regaining consciousness. Zheng Sanjia was indeed an audacious scoundrel. I had no obligation to save him. Nevertheless, after much deliberation, I resolved to assist him. There were numerous methods to do so, but I opted for simplicity. A splash of urine would suffice to dispel the spirit energy. Although I was married, I had not yet consummated the union, thereby still possessing the status of a virgin. Realizing this, I wasted no time and directly administered a stream of urine into Zhang Sanjia's mouth, jolting him awake. As he turned over, he wiped the urine from his face, mumbling, "Is it raining?" I found his words unworthy of my attention. He then continued, "Why does it taste a bit salty?" My countenance grew somewhat awkward as I replied, "You nearly met your end. Do you realize that? Had I not shown you mercy, you would have perished." Zhang Sanjia still seemed disoriented, his expression grave as if deep in thought. After a moment, his gaze suddenly fixed on me, and he asked, "You said you saved me? How did you save me? Why do you care how I saved you? The fact remains that I did. You should express your gratitude and call me your benefactor instead of incessantly questioning me. Do you possess no sense of decency?" I retorted, redirecting the tension towards Zhang Sanjia. He licked his lips, seemingly savoring the taste, before suddenly screaming, "Xiechuan, I will kill you." Zhang Sanjia charged at me, prompting me to flee. It wasn't that I feared him. Rather, I was wary of the situation at hand. This ancient house was proving to be far more complex than I had initially perceived. I had initially believed that only the specter within the painting was causing trouble, but it was evident that something far more sinister lurked within these walls. After running for a while, I managed to shake Zhang Sanjia off. The expansive layout of the house allowed me to catch my breath and reassess my surroundings. I now found myself in a long corridor. The apex of the structure is adorned with a triangular roof, shrouded in black tiles that contribute to the oppressive darkness of the surroundings. This is the backyard which, though spacious, has fallen into disrepair over the years, now overrun with weeds towering to nearly the height of a person. These weeds envelop the entire corridor, imparting an eerie and suffocating atmosphere. Standing at the entrance of the corridor, my flashlight fails to illuminate its distant end, and a chill seems to linger in the air. A heaviness settles in my heart as I begin to move forward, clutching a talisman in one hand and a dagger stained with cinnabar in the other. For reasons unknown, an intense feeling of unease washes over me as I tread further. Suddenly, a melodious sound graces my ears, reminiscent of a woman's light laughter. As sweet as the chime of bells. My heart sinks. Could it be the same female specter from before? Just as this thought crosses my mind, the laughter echoes once more. Upon hearing it again, I dismiss the notion that it belongs to the earlier spirit, whose heart brimmed with hatred. Claiming to be the wife of Han Weigua, whose ambitions led to her demise, leaving her consumed by resentment and malevolence. This new laughter, however, carries an innocent, unblemished quality, suggesting it belongs to a carefree little girl. Yet, I am acutely aware that in this place, innocence is a rare commodity. I hesitate at the entrance of the corridor, not rushing forward. Then, a voice calls out, "Young master, why do you stand idly? Come quickly." My brow furrows in confusion. Could it be addressing me? "Young master, is there anyone else here besides you?" The voice, soft and melodious, stirs something within me. I can almost envision the girl who uttered those words. Picturing a celestial being clad in an ancient gown, her movements graceful, each smile enchanting. My feet begin to move instinctively towards her. "Young master, hurry, I await your arrival." The voice urges, followed by another light laugh. The sound is so enchanting that it becomes difficult for me to resist. After taking a few steps, I suddenly halt. A warning voice within me suggesting that this may all be an illusion. In a moment of clarity, I begin reciting a cleansing mantra, Supreme Taishang Star, unceasingly transforming, dispelling evil and binding spirits, safeguarding my life and body. Wisdom shines clear, my mind remains tranquil, my three souls eternal, my spirit undiminished. Swiftly, as the law commands, I close my eyes, repeating the words. Yet, the laughter around me remains undiminished, and the pure yang energy I had previously summoned seems ineffective. An unsettling anxiety begins to creep in. If the cleansing mantra fails to work, does that mean I am not merely imagining the sounds? Are they real? I lift my gaze towards the corridor's end, still wary, but compelled to proceed. I have come here to exorcise the malevolent entities within this house, leaving me with little choice. Step by step, I advance, finding the corridor ending at another structure, overrun by thick weeds obscuring the view beyond. An unsettling feeling rises within me, as if unseen eyes are watching from the foliage. I steal a glance at the weeds before redirecting my focus and moving forward. As I approach the house, the world brightens. Lights illuminate the interior, and two red lanterns hang at the entrance, casting a crimson hue upon the ground. "Young master, why do you linger? I am truly growing anxious," the voice calls again. Suddenly, a gust of wind sweeps through, chilling my heart. The sound of creaking hinges fills the air as the tightly shut door swings open, revealing delicate, enchanting hands. I follow the graceful hands upward to find their owner. Her eyes like blossoming peach flowers, skin as smooth as cream, so tender it seems almost fragile. Such a beautiful maiden appearing in this dilapidated abode takes me by surprise. A fragrant aroma wafts towards me, invoking a sense of serenity. "Young master, why do you stand there? Come inside," she beckons, taking my hand and leading me within. The interior is warm and fragrant, adorned with feminine touches. "Please, have a seat. I shall prepare some tea for you." The maiden, draped in a flowing gown, moves gracefully, her presence a delight to behold. A screen embroidered with scenic landscapes stands in the room, and she slips behind it, her figure vanishing from view. As I settle down, I scrutinize the room, sensing something amiss, though I cannot pinpoint what it is. Overall, the house exudes an unsettling aura. After a brief wait, the maiden reappears, carrying a teapot and gracefully approaches me. "Young master, please enjoy your tea." I take the cup, but do not drink. She gazes at me with inviting eyes, then retreats a few steps, picking up a pipa to play a tune. The music is hauntingly beautiful, evoking deep emotions within me. Suddenly, warmth spreads across my cheeks, and I wipe my face to find tears streaming down. Concurrently, an unsettling sensation rises in my heart. "Stop," I command the maiden. Yet, as my voice echoes, she continues her playing, the feeling of unease intensifying, and I begin to sense a throbbing pain in my head. The maiden approaches closer, calling out to me, "Young master." I realize I've entered a realm of illusion where even the most basic of cleansing mantras proves ineffective. Furthermore, I find myself unable to move, as if bound by unseen chains. The maiden draws nearer, continuing her melodic call. I comprehend the perilous situation I am in. If I do not break free, I may perish here tonight. After entering, I had placed the dagger stained with cinnabar beside me. With great difficulty, I managed to shift my hand towards the blade. As my fingers graze its edge, a sharp cut opens on my palm, blood seeping forth. At that moment, the binding force vanishes. Simultaneously, the once pleasant fragrance emanating from the maiden transforms into a foul stench, unbearable and repulsive. I react swiftly, reciting a spell as the talisman in my hand begins to glow. In an instant, I unleash it towards the maiden, eliciting a piercing scream as the strings of her pipa snap. Rising, I retreat, the pain in my hand sharpening my awareness. The environment around me shifts rapidly, the exquisitely adorned room morphing into a filthy, decrepit space. The maiden's visage contorts into that of a ghastly specter, the oppressive aura rising ominously. Chapter 24. The ominous entity. My heart races, tension gripping me. I realize this is no time for carelessness. Deep within, a profound sense of dread emerges. I had narrowly escaped death, and I am grateful for my resolve. I gasped for breath, confronted by this malevolent spirit, its features grotesque and distorted. A nose that was not a nose, a mouth that was not a mouth, evoking a profound sense of revulsion. What was particularly unsettling was that it still bore the same affected demeanor as before. "My lord, I had intended for you to perish in the tender embrace of bliss. Yet you fail to appreciate my good intentions. Thus, I am left with no choice but to usher you towards your fate with cruel measures." As I held my breath, the words of the malevolent spirit filled me with loathing. "Cease your simpering in my presence. Speak as you ought." "My lord, why so fierce? I am but an innocent maiden, yet unwed." The spirit continued to prattle on. I recited the purification incantation once more. This time, it was far more effective, as the spirit's voice grew increasingly grating and discordant. It was no wonder that this ancient residence had claimed so many lives, including those of esteemed geomancers. The house was rife with malevolent energy, drawing nefarious entities to dwell within its confines. Thus, our entry into this abode had subjected us to numerous supernatural encounters. These entities thrived on the ambient negativity, yet they also seemed bound by an unseen force, unable to depart. Were they to leave, chaos would surely ensue in the capital. This place was indeed intriguing. However, these spirits were mere foot soldiers. The true malevolence within this dwelling had yet to reveal itself, leaving me with lingering trepidation. "Do not feign innocence before me. I see you for what you truly are, an abomination. Spare me the pretense." I bluntly exposed the spirit's affected demeanor. Enraged, it retorted, "Who are you calling an abomination?" "You," I replied succinctly. The spirit's fury intensified, its features twisting into an even uglier visage, and in an instant, it was upon me. I dodged just in time, but a wave of chilling energy surged towards me. As I retreated, the spirit vanished before my eyes. My heart raced uncontrollably, and I dared not relax for a moment. I formed a hand seal, preparing for any sudden appearances of the spirit. Just then, I sensed a cold wind sweeping in from behind me. I stepped forward, preparing to unleash my incantation, but unexpectedly, a rope ensnared my hand, rendering me immobile. The rope coiled around me like a serpent, swiftly binding my body. Realizing the gravity of my situation, I struggled to break free but found the bindings impossibly strong. A sinking feeling settled in my heart. It seemed my demise was imminent. My lord, I have treated you with sincerity, yet you persist in maligning me, breaking my heart. I suffer greatly. The spirit approached, its voice dripping with false sweetness. A sense of impending doom washed over me as its icy hand caressed my cheek. Is it truly so unbearable to you, my lord, that you would disdain me so? Get away from me, I commanded vehemently. Upon hearing my words, the spirit finally attacked, enveloping me in a shroud of malevolence, freezing me in place. I felt suffocated, and without delay, I relied on my own abilities for salvation. Recalling the golden light incantation from the Azure Dragon Sutra, I recited, Heaven and earth, the mysterious source, the root of all energies, I am enveloped in golden light. Unseen by the eye, unheard by the ear, encompassing the universe, nurturing all beings, the five energies surge, golden light manifest, protect the true person. Swiftly, as per the command. As I chanted the incantation, pure yang energy radiated from my being, swiftly enveloping my form. The malevolent spirit, previously near, was instantly repelled by the surge of golden light. The bindings that had restrained me shattered. I saw the spirit falter on the ground, and without hesitation, I advanced, unleashing a flurry of talismans that shattered the dark energy surrounding it. It began to emit anguished cries, realizing it could not contend with me. Attempting to flee, it turned. But I would not allow such an escape. I stepped forward, silently invoking my incantation, shrinking the space between us, and in an instant, I stood before the spirit once more. Fear flickered in its eyes. My lord, have mercy. The spirit began to plead. I scoffed. You are correct. Thank you, my lord, it said, attempting to circumvent me. Yet I swiftly blocked its path again. Observing its demeanor, I felt a surge of discomfort, even a supernatural unease within me. What do you mean, my lord? Did you not promise to let me go? I replied, when did I ever promise you that? You spoke of mercy. Yet you are no human. Do you not understand your own nature? The spirit's countenance twisted once again at my words. You shameless wretch, it hissed, its voice dripping with false sweetness. Merely hearing its tone, without witnessing its visage, one might assume I had committed some unspeakable act against it. Silence. I executed a hand seal and stepped forward, unleashing the incantation I had yet to employ. The spirit was struck, its form dissipating as it retreated once more. My speed far surpassed its own. I conjured several talismans, sealing its escape and confining it to a space too small for it to flee. Panic gripped it. Realizing I was no easy adversary, it faced me, pleading for mercy. My lord, I beg you, grant me a chance. Do not call me my lord, I retorted. The spirit quickly adapted, pleading, Great One, I implore you, grant me a chance at life. Perhaps sensing my displeasure, it tentatively added, Young master, I beseech you, spare me this once. I shall submit to your will. As it spoke, it cast a flirtatious glance my way, nearly causing me to regurgitate my last meal. Truly repulsive. If you desire your freedom, it may not be entirely impossible. The spirit, recognizing the opportunity, asked eagerly, My lord, what are your commands? Whatever you require, I shall fulfill without hesitation. It was hardly a grand request. Aware of my capabilities, the spirit dared not play tricks, instead becoming increasingly timid. Its gaze fixed upon me. It suddenly spoke, Please, my lord, whatever you ask, I shall comply. I have a few queries for you. Simply respond truthfully. My lord, please inquire, the spirit replied. Our dialogue returning to a semblance of normalcy, the earlier tension dissipating. How many malevolent spirits dwell within this abode? The spirit's gaze faltered, as it replied. To answer, my lord, I do not know, but I am aware that many souls reside here. I did not press further, recognizing its ignorance was understandable. However, other questions lingered in my mind, and unwilling to linger on this matter, I continued. I ask you, were you drawn here by the house's original allure? Nourished by its malevolent energy, and thus unable to leave? I voiced my curiosity in one breath. The spirit was visibly startled. My lord, how do you know this? That is not your concern. Upon hearing the malevolent spirit speak, I realized my suspicions were indeed correct. My lord, she lamented, I have been trapped here for centuries. I initially came seeking a brief respite, yet I found myself unable to leave. My heart is heavy with sorrow. I implore you to liberate me from this place, so I may be reborn. As she spoke, The spirit knelt before me, her demeanor one of profound sorrow, though it was unfortunate that spirits are devoid of tears. Rise, I commanded. Though you are youthful, I perceive you to be a remarkable individual. None of the so-called masters who have come before you possess your prowess. I beseech you. The spirit bowed her head in reverence. Observing her plight, I felt a pang of sympathy and nodded in acquiescence. Though I harbored doubts about our eventual escape, my promise was merely verbal. The spirit, upon receiving my tentative agreement, was instantly filled with elation. Thank you, my lord, thank you, she exclaimed, but I interjected, do not thank me just yet. I have further inquiries. My lord, please ask away. The spirit's demeanor had shifted to one of utmost respect. I wasted no time, inquiring, what secrets lie within this abode, and who orchestrates the events behind the scenes? My instincts told me that this place harbored great malevolence. My gaze fixated on the spirit, awaiting her response. After a brief pause, she replied, Master, I cannot disclose that information. What is it that you cannot say? I pressed. I have survived here only by relying on the existence that lurks behind, which provides me a modicum of protection. I dare not speak against it. As she spoke, her body trembled uncontrollably. If you refuse to speak, you shall remain bound here, I stated succinctly, unwilling to waste further time. I opened the door and began to step outside. Yet, just a few paces away, I heard the spirit's voice. My lord, do not leave. If you abandon me here, I am surely doomed. I beg for your mercy. She knelt before me once more. My lord, allow me to guide you to him. How you choose to proceed thereafter is entirely up to you. Will you accept this? The spirit's face was a mask of despair, her body quaking with fear. I recognized her genuine terror, knowing she wished to avoid offending the formidable presence behind her. I did not dwell on it further and readily agreed, promptly releasing her from her bindings. The spirit expressed her gratitude, but I waved her off, urging her to lead the way. She complied, guiding me towards the lair of the malevolent force behind the ancient residence. Chapter 25. The Invocation of Magic. Once we exited the rear of the house, we were enveloped in darkness. The beam of my flashlight illuminated our surroundings, revealing the spirit's furtive movements. I couldn't help but pinch myself lightly. After all, she was merely a wretched soul, and her mannerisms were to be expected. The spirit had become significantly more compliant after our earlier encounter. We traversed a corridor, and then she abruptly changed direction, leading us into a dense thicket of grass, which appeared treacherous to navigate. I couldn't resist cautioning, do not attempt any tricks. Upon hearing my warning, the spirit appeared startled, glancing back with a panicked expression. I assure you, young master, I mean no deceit. There was once a path here, but years of neglect have allowed the grass to overgrow. Her explanation seemed plausible, so I continued to follow her through the underbrush. Emerging from the thicket, I entered a courtyard that appeared far cleaner than any place I had previously traversed, devoid of rampant weeds, suggestive of past habitation. Yet, the oppressive aura lingered heavily. As I scanned the courtyard with my flashlight, I suddenly spotted a gravestone at its center. My countenance shifted at the sight. What place is this? I inquired of the spirit. This is a separate dwelling, once inhabited by the second lady of this mansion, she replied, her expression turning oddly unsettling. What purpose do you have in bringing me here? I demanded, sensing an ominous turn. Unexpectedly, a sinister grin spread across her face. My instincts screamed of danger just as she dashed into the house, disappearing without a trace. I quickly pursued her, but upon entering, I found no sign of her presence. My expression shifted to one of alarm. I slapped my forehead in realization of my naivety. I should not have trusted the words of a malevolent spirit. Recognizing the precariousness of my situation, I resolved to leave. Casting one last glance at the gravestone, I retraced my steps. As I navigated back through the thicket, I found myself once again at the entrance of the courtyard. A sense of foreboding washed over me. Something was amiss. Swiftly, I dove back into the underbrush, deliberately avoiding my previous path. Yet, I emerged once more, still ensnared within the same thicket. I began to grasp the gravity of my predicament. I was ensnared in a deceptive trap. To escape, I would need to unravel this entanglement, for remaining here would spell disaster. I stood firm in the courtyard, ceasing my futile attempts to escape due to the overwhelming malevolence saturating the air. My focus returned to the gravestone, which I illuminated with my flashlight. Approaching it, I saw my name inscribed upon its surface. Furrowing my brow, I steeled myself. I was no novice easily swayed by trivial tricks. Reciting a purification mantra, I sought to fortify my spirit against any malevolent influences. I understood this would be no easy task, yet it was imperative. I took a step back, refraining from re-entering the house. Positioning myself in a more advantageous spot, I aimed to assess the feng shui of the mansion. Just as I concentrated, the previously shut window suddenly creaked open, catching my attention. At that moment, a chill coursed through me, and I sensed the presence of multiple malevolent forces. I realized I was not alone in this cursed place. I silently recited a protective incantation, enveloping myself in divine light, and swiftly drew a dagger tainted with vermilion. Gazing at the house, I held my breath and declared, "Come forth, I see you." In an instant, I glimpsed several heads emerging, their bodies cloaked in a shroud of darkness. I estimated there to be over 10 malevolent spirits, their visages grotesque and filled with malice. Their eyes glinted with a ravenous hunger, likely yearning for the vitality I possessed. I now understood why no one dared enter. Despite the generous offer of 500,000 from the benevolent Han, countless masters had perished within these walls. This ancient mansion was indeed a den of shadows. Fraught with peril, even vanquishing one malevolent spirit could lead to a swift demise at the hands of another. I surmised that some adept practitioners, upon entering this ancient abode, initially believed it to harbor but a single malevolent spirit, only to later discover that it was infested with numerous such entities. Several sinister gazes scrutinized me, and in an instant, they surged towards me, accompanied by a chilling and piercing sound. A wave of dread washed over me, prompting me to take a step back and establish a protective stance. The malevolent spirits, approximately a meter away, were effectively thwarted by my golden light incantation. I felt no fear in the presence of these entities. Instead, I advanced with conviction, wielding a dagger imbued with vermilion, which struck at the spirits before they could even react. A piercing scream filled the air as one spirit was instantly reduced to ashes. The remaining spirits, tainted by the vermilion, emitted shrill cries of distress. Observing their retreat, I shouted defiantly, "Audacious spirits, do you dare to masquerade before me? Do you not believe I can obliterate you all? It is imperative, in the face of such unclean beings, to exhibit no fear. Any sign of trepidation would weaken the 3 flames of yang energy surrounding me, allowing the spirits to swarm and drain my essence. Conversely, if I displayed sufficient courage, my yang flames would blaze fiercely, deterring even the most common spirits from approaching. Yet, I felt a flicker of apprehension within, facing so many spirits. I doubted whether my pure yang energy could endure to the end. Moreover, my understanding of the dangers lurking within this ancient domicile was still incomplete. But one thing was certain, many more spirits resided here. Witnessing my aggressive demeanor, the spirits recoiled, clearly fearful, and soon vanished from my sight. I chose not to pursue them and instead retraced my steps, this time unimpeded, returning to my original position. In my subsequent actions, I resolved to proceed with caution. I understood that unless the true source of this house's malevolence was identified, depleting all my pure yang energy would not suffice to eradicate the spirits. Rather than squander my strength here, it would be prudent to retreat and reassess. Having come to this realization, I made my way towards the entrance. Guided by memory and bolstered by the purification mantra, I encountered little resistance along the way. Upon reaching the doorway, I beheld a figure lying on the ground. As I drew closer, I recognized the individual as Geomancer. His face was turned downwards, and I hastily approached him. Upon turning his body over, a sense of gravity settled within me. Geomancer's complexion was a ghastly shade of blue, his tongue protruding, and his pupils dilated. I reached out to check for his breath, and found it still present. I attempted to rouse him, but my efforts were in vain. Recalling my previous method, I administered a sample of a young boy's urine, yet this time, even that failed to yield results. A sudden awareness of the seriousness of the situation dawned on me. Geomancer's unconsciousness was markedly different from before. My gaze fell upon his 12 palaces, and after just a glance, I discerned that they were incomplete. The only plausible reason for this was a fractured soul. A fragmented soul would not necessarily claim Geomancer's life, but would indeed render his 12 palaces deficient. Observing him in this pitiable state, I thought it tragic that he, lacking any real skill, dared to enter this perilous place. Was this not a death wish? Had it not been for my presence, he would have surely met his demise. Now, having lost a fragment of his soul, it was evident that he had attempted to flee but had been ensnared by a spirit. Gazing at Geomancer, I surmised that had I not arrived in time, other spirits would have come to claim the remainder of his soul. Yet, he still retained some essence, suggesting he had employed some means of protection. Otherwise, there would be no reason for the spirits to have only taken a single fragment. My eyes shifted downward, and I noticed his hands tightly clasped over his chest, indicating he was desperately guarding something of value. After considerable effort, I pried his hands apart, revealing a protective talisman, its potency unmistakable even now. When I succeeded in freeing his hands, The surrounding malevolent energy was visibly dispelled by the talisman. However, this revelation caused my expression to shift, despite the talisman's formidable strength. A spirit had still managed to seize it from Zhang Sanjia, indicating the presence of an exceptionally powerful entity. Realizing that time was of the essence, I knew I must swiftly extricate him from this place. Although I could not restore his lost soul, I could rouse him temporarily. I retrieved a talisman, skillfully folding it into a paper effigy, infusing it with pure yang energy while reciting the incantation. Once the effigy animated, I pricked Zhang Sanjia's fingertip, allowing his blood to saturate the paper figure, which I then affixed to the nape of his neck. As the effigy adhered to him, it vanished as though it had merged with his being. I performed a series of hand seals, pressing down upon the 12 palaces before concluding at the Palace of Life. With a firm push, Zhang Sanjia abruptly began to cough. Upon awakening and seeing me, his eyes brightened with recognition, and he exclaimed, "How is it you? Why not me? Had I not intervened, you would have long since perished," I replied. Zhang Sanjia's lips moved as if savoring the moment, yet his countenance shifted suddenly. Realizing something was amiss, I braced myself for potential discovery. Just then, Zhang Sanjia inquired, "Did you give me water?" I hesitated for a moment before responding, "Indeed. I noticed you lying unconscious and offered you water." Zhang Sanjia's expression softened at this revelation. Without lingering on this topic, I redirected the conversation. "You are aware of the dangers inherent in this residence. It is nearly impossible to cleanse it of its malevolent entities." Zhang Sanjia, not a fool, recognized the futility of attempting to eliminate the spirits within this cursed house. Having narrowly escaped with his life, he was undoubtedly eager to exit. However, I could see the weight of concern etched upon his face. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly declared, "We cannot escape. This door is sealed by malevolent energy, rendering our exit impossible." A sorrowful expression crossed Zhang Sanjia's features, and I could not suppress a chuckle. "What is so amusing?" he questioned. "We can indeed escape, but I require your assistance," I replied calmly. Upon hearing that I had a means of exit, Zhang Sanjia's expression brightened momentarily before reverting to skepticism. He regarded me with lingering hostility, as if he could not shake off his disdain. Recognizing his attitude, I deemed it unworthy of my concern. "What do you wish to borrow?" he asked warily. "Your protective talisman. If you were to affix it upon this door, it would undoubtedly disperse the malevolent energy." "No," Zhang Sanjia replied without hesitation. "If not, then you may remain here and await your demise," I countered. His brow furrowed in deep thought, clearly torn. One thing was evident. His abilities were insufficient. Otherwise, he would have noticed the loss of a fragment of his soul. The fact that he could still stand in converse was entirely due to my intervention. I found a seat and decided to wait with patience. I found myself in a state of diminished pure yang energy, making this an opportune moment for replenishment. I closed my eyes to cultivate my spirit. Disregarding Zhang Sanjia as time passed by, I lost track of how long it had been when an inexplicable chill swept through the air. Yet, I remained unperturbed, knowing that once my pure yang energy was restored, I would find a way to escape. The reason I sought to use his protective talisman was that its spiritual energy was quite abundant, capable of breaking through this barrier. As time continued to tick away, the oppressive yin energy around me grew denser, and I began to sense the approach of something unclean. Slowly, I opened my eyes, only to find Zhang Sanjia had already panicked, exclaiming, "I can lend you this protective talisman, but can you truly open this door?" "Of course," I replied with firm resolve. Wasting no time, once I finished speaking, Zhang Sanjia handed me the talisman, though his legs trembled uncontrollably. I positioned the protective talisman in the center of my palms and silently recited the exorcism incantation. As I chanted, the talisman's spiritual power was unleashed, emanating a radiant golden light. My expression shifted. This talisman was far more potent than I had anticipated. When I directed it toward the door, the gathering yin energy was instantly shattered. Simultaneously, I felt a portion of this spiritual energy surge into my body. Zhang Sanjia, not being a fool, noticed the dispersal of the yin energy and hurriedly dashed toward the door. He pulled it open and fled outside, but just as he did, he suddenly turned and stood firm, shutting the door behind him. At that moment, I caught a glimpse of a sinister smile on his face. A sense of foreboding washed over me. This scoundrel had the audacity to play such a trick at this critical juncture. I hastened forward, but the door had already closed. Just as I prepared to reopen it, a wave of sinister energy descended upon me from behind. My countenance paled, and without hesitation, I pivoted, forming a hand seal without even glancing at the approaching malevolence, and unleashed it. Instantly, the malevolent entity was repelled, vanishing from my sight. I held my breath, not daring to relax. My gaze remained fixed on my surroundings, and I couldn't help but lament the treachery of human nature. Good deeds often go unrewarded. Cloaked in a golden light, I was certain that ordinary malevolence could not harm me. At that moment, a resonant voice echoed in my ear. Interesting. It has been a long time since I have encountered such a formidable geomancer. Knowing my strength, you would do well to retreat immediately, lest you provoke my wrath. I retorted, ensuring my tone conveyed unwavering authority. Today, I shall refrain from confronting you, but mark my words. I will seek you out in the future to settle this score. As the ethereal voice lingered, a creaking sound arose behind me. I turned to find, to my astonishment, that the door had opened. Bewildered, I realized that the malevolent presence inside had inadvertently assisted me in opening the door. Seizing the opportunity, I dashed outside. The moment I exited, the door slammed shut behind me. After running a few paces, I spotted a familiar figure approaching. As I focused, I recognized it was Chen Xiaoxiao, accompanied by Chen Weifeng's voice admonishing, "What on earth are you doing, you foolish girl? Zheng Sanjia has already stated that waste has perished inside." Upon hearing this, I furrowed my brow. As I approached Chen Xiaoxiao, her face lit up with surprise upon seeing me, though her eyes soon glistened with unshed tears as she exclaimed, "Xiechuan, I remember everything now. Did we not consummate our marriage? Did you not expel the malevolent spirits tormenting me?" Her voice trembled with emotion. Understanding her words, I realized that during our previous encounters, she had been unconscious, and without Qin Weifeng informing her, she would have remained oblivious. However, some remnants of those experiences lingered in her subconscious. Perhaps encountering something earlier had triggered her memories. "It was I replied softly, reflecting on the fateful entanglement between us. Many events seemed preordained, yet even now, I could not fully comprehend the secrets she harbored. "Why were you so foolish? Why did you not tell me? Had you done so, I would have known long ago," she chided gently. I couldn't help but smile ruefully. Had I revealed the truth directly, she might not have believed me. Some matters require serendipity to unfold. Thankfully, she had not completely forgotten. With a sudden smile, I promised, "Next time, I shall certainly inform you in advance." Chen Xiaoxiao nodded emphatically. "It's a promise. Are you unscathed? I just heard Zheng Sanjia say you were dead inside, and it terrified me," she continued to inquire. "I am fine. See, I am alive and well." "Do not heed the words of that shameless rogue," I reassured her. I glanced back at the door and said, "We must leave this place. Resolving the issues within this house will not be a swift endeavor. Standing here, under the oppressive Yin energy, I fear it may weigh heavily on you." As I stepped outside, the gazes of the crowd fell upon me. Their expressions a mixture of surprise, including Zheng Sanjia. Chen Weifeng seemed momentarily stunned as well. I glanced at Zheng Sanjia and remarked, "My apologies for disappointing you. I have emerged alive." Zheng Sanjia's expression shifted slightly, though he quickly regained his composure, shamelessly stating, "You owe your survival to me. If I had not opened the door, would you have escaped?" At that moment, Chen Weifeng interjected, "Sanjia, you need not have saved this waste. I'd rather avoid unnecessary trouble." The other geomancers turned their attention to me, whispering, "This fool, had he not followed Zheng Sanjia inside, he would likely have perished already." Zheng Sanjia, the esteemed geomancer, was indeed deserving of his reputation. Those who had entered this house previously had not returned alive, and he could rightfully claim to be the first. This waste had merely stumbled upon good fortune, becoming the second to emerge. As the crowd extolled Zheng Sanjia's virtues, they took care to belittle me. Explaining myself to a group of fools would yield no belief, so I refrained from arguing. However, the most disheartening aspect was Chen Weifeng's behavior. He was truly overstepping his bounds as a father-in-law. Seeing Chen Xiaoxiao still beside me, Chen Weifeng stepped forward, pulling her away, and admonished, "Xiaoxiao, stay away from this waste. He is unworthy to stand beside you." At this, Chen Xiaoxiao could no longer hold back her defense, saying, "Dad, please do not speak of Xiechuan this way. Xiaoxiao, what are you protecting this waste for? Have you been enchanted by his flowery words?" Chen Weifeng replied, positioning himself protectively in front of her. He declared, "Let me make this clear, Xia, you and my daughter are no longer betrothed. Do not entertain any thoughts of her. She deserves someone capable, like Zheng Sanjia, not a worthless fool." Zheng Sanjia, basking in Chen Weifeng's praise, puffed out his chest with pride. His gaze fell upon me, laced with a hint of mockery. I found the lofty demeanor of Zheng Sanjia distasteful, as well as his petty attitude. Had it not been for my intervention during the incident at the haunted house, he would have perished countless times by now. Han Dashan approached, leaning on his dragon-headed cane, and directed his gaze towards me, assessing me before remarking, "Sanjia, your ability to emerge from within speaks volumes of your exceptional skills." Upon hearing this, Zheng Sanjia feigned humility, responding, Uncle Han, I must admit, I feel rather ashamed. I had promised to cleanse the malevolent spirits in this house. Yet I only managed to eliminate a fraction of them. My abilities simply fell short. The onlookers gasped at Zheng Sanjia's words, one exclaiming, What do you mean there is more than one malevolent spirit here? Indeed, I was surprised myself. I only discovered the truth upon entering, Zheng Sanjia continued. You are already quite impressive. Among the younger generation of feng shui practitioners, you stand out as a paragon. Few can rival your talents. It was true. Several eminent figures in the feng shui realm had entered before him, none returning alive, and his survival had left us all astounded. As the compliments poured in, Zheng Sanjia continued to feign modesty, asserting it was merely luck. Your humility is commendable, Sanjia. Our feng shui community is fortunate to have someone of your caliber. Any formidable malevolent spirit you encounter will surely meet its demise, they continued to praise. Yet, Zheng Sanjia maintained his haughty demeanor, his gaze shifting back to me as he scoffed. Had it not been for Sichuan accompanying me, burdening me with a liability, I could have vanquished even more spirits. I was momentarily at a loss for words. There is a limit to boasting. His continuous belittlement of me while elevating himself had reached an egregious level of shamelessness. He quickly redirected attention towards me. Han Dashan's gaze fell upon me as well, seemingly appraising my worth. After a few scrutinizing glances, he withdrew his gaze. It was evident that bringing a useless companion along would only be a hindrance. Voices echoed around, criticizing, those without skills should refrain from dragging others down. Chen Weifeng chimed in, Sanjia, your hard work today has paid off. Let us not waste time here with those unworthy. We should return and recuperate for future endeavors, right? Old Master Han. Han Dashan nodded in agreement, affirming, that makes sense. I had no intention of reprimanding Zheng Sanjia, but his behavior was excessive, prompting me to swiftly revoke the soul exchange technique I had previously employed on him. Zheng Sanjia, who had been wearing a smug expression, suddenly collapsed to the ground, his body akin to a puddle of mud, completely unable to rise. Gasps erupted from the crowd as they rushed to assist him. Sanjia, what has happened? Are you all right? Chen Weifeng asked with concern. A feng shui practitioner approached to check his pulse and remarked, he seems fine. Perhaps he merely overexerted himself. What are you waiting for? Quickly, help Sanjia into the vehicle, Chen Weifeng urged, and the group assisted Zheng Sanjia into the car. Seizing the moment while Chen Weifeng's attention was occupied with Zheng Sanjia, Chen Xiaoxiao dashed towards me, her face bearing an expression of guilt. Sichuan, my father. I knew Chen Xiaoxiao intended to apologize, but I interrupted her. I understand. Your father is your father, and you are you. I hold no ill will towards him. Really? Chen Xiaoxiao's eyes brightened with a glimmer of hope. I nodded. Indeed. Just as we exchanged a few words, Chen Weifeng's voice called out, Xiaoxiao, why are you still standing there? Come here. Chen Xiaoxiao hesitated, and I reassured her. You should go back. We will be in touch later. All right, here is my number. Remember to call me later. She quickly handed me her number before turning to leave. I watched her retreating figure as the remaining spectators followed Han Dashan's lead and departed, leaving the once bustling scene eerily quiet. This area, being suburban, seldom saw traffic. And with the late hour, hailing a cab was a challenge. As I pondered these thoughts, I suddenly heard footsteps behind me. My heart raced. The atmosphere was heavy with malevolence, and without hesitation, I executed a spinning kick, eliciting a pained cry. Turning around, I saw Luo Pongzi on the ground. Sichuan. What are you doing? Feeling a twinge of embarrassment, I hurried to help him up. I sincerely apologize, Brother Luo. He rubbed his chest, complaining. Are you trying to kick me to death? I just heard someone say you are terminally ill and won't last 10 days. You certainly do not seem like a dying man. That is a rumor. I am not terminally ill, I replied. Luo Pongzi paused, curiosity flashing across his face. If you are not terminally ill, why did your father-in-law claim you were? I rolled my eyes at his obliviousness. He truly lacked awareness. I changed the subject, Brother Luo. Why are you still here when everyone else has left? Of course, I have my reasons for staying. In this desolate place. Who would escort you back to the city if I leave? Luo Pongzi retorted, revealing a semblance of kindness, though he was clearly a shrewd businessman with ulterior motives. Nevertheless, I genuinely needed a ride to leave this place. I spotted a vehicle parked nearby and approached it without delay. Luo Pongzi grinned and opened the door for me. Once inside, he started the engine and drove off. Offering me a cigarette, he said, Here. I waved my hand. I don't smoke. Hope you don't mind if I do. I do mind, I replied. He fell silent for a moment, but ultimately put the cigarette away. You know, you are quite the oddball. Others insult and slander you, yet you never retaliate. You clearly possess real talent. Should I commend your patience or call you a fool? As I sat in the back seat, observing the back of his rotund head, I mused, perhaps what they say is true. I have no talent whatsoever. Sichuan, you can deceive others, but not me. Luo Pengzi's voice continued, causing my heart to sink. Could he truly be an enlightened sage? I recalled my grandfather's warnings about not letting a little knowledge lead one to arrogance. The world is far more intricate than I had imagined, and many wise individuals remain hidden. Provoking them would surely invite disaster. I deeply resonated with my grandfather's wisdom, which is why I never flaunted my abilities in front of others. Now, with Luo Pengzi's words, I wondered if he genuinely perceived something profound. I remained silent. Noticing my reticence, Luo Pengzi remarked, Sichuan, have I struck a nerve? What nerve? I replied defensively. Stop pretending. I saw you cast a spell before Zheng Sanjia fainted. He accused. His revelation made me exhale in relief. It turned out that the rotund fellow had merely witnessed me reciting an incantation. However, it was true that Zheng Sanjia had collapsed shortly afterward. Despite my meticulous calculations, I never anticipated that amidst the mockery directed at me and the focus on Zheng Sanjia, there would be a rather rotund individual diverting his attention towards me. What is this? Are you silent, thus conceding? I found myself momentarily speechless at the situation and responded. Brother Luo, you are mistaken. I merely have a dry throat and was swallowing. Who are you trying to deceive? Why would I deceive you? Otherwise, why did Zheng Sanjia emerge before me? Upon hearing my words, Fatty Luo fell silent, ultimately murmuring, that makes sense. Fatty Luo continued to drive forward. With the scenery by the roadside flickering past us, a chill breeze wafting in through the windows. Neither of us spoke, maintaining a comfortable silence until Fatty Luo suddenly broke it. Sichuan, if you truly lack the ability, I advise against confronting Zheng Sanjia. I have seen your wife. She is indeed beautiful, but remember, alluring women often come with thorns, and she is not someone you can truly possess. Fatty Luo's admonishment was sound, yet I felt a wave of drowsiness wash over me, leaning against the car and succumbing to sleep. I have no idea how long we drove, but upon stopping, I awakened. Noticing my consciousness returning, Fatty Luo lamented, Sichuan, I shared with you a wealth of wisdom, yet you missed it all. I paused for a few seconds, my mind racing to catch up, and in that moment, I suddenly recalled something significant, causing a flicker of panic within me. Chapter 28. The calm before the storm. The important matter I remembered was that Qin Xiaoxiao had asked me to call her. Noticing my silence, Fatty Luo resumed his chatter, prompting me to interject, please stop. Upon hearing my request, he complied and fell silent. I took no time to waste. Glancing at my phone to find it was already 2 a.m, I retrieved my phone and dialed Qin Xiaoxiao's number, initially worried she might be asleep. However, as soon as I made the call, she answered almost immediately. Is this Sichuan? Qin Xiaoxiao's voice reached me. Yes, it's me, I replied, my heart racing uncontrollably. Just hearing her voice ignited a spark of joy within me. Are you all right today? She asked. I'm fine. There's no need for concern. I assured her. Sichuan, I must apologize for my father. He speaks without restraint and belittles you at every turn. Qin Xiaoxiao began, but I interrupted her. I won't hold it against your father, but you should remind him to be cautious. Sichuan, does that mean my father is in danger? There are issues with your father's life palace and servant palace, indicating he may face betrayal from those close to him. It would be wise for you to advise him to be vigilant, I stated calmly. All right, I will remind him. Additionally, there is something else I need to discuss with you, Qin Xiaoxiao continued. What is it? I inquired. Zheng Sanjia collapsed, and he hasn't awakened yet. Han Dashan has contacted his family in Fengdu, and they should arrive in Kyoto tomorrow. She expressed her concern. What are you worried about? I probed further. Her voice suddenly shrank to a whisper. I'm worried that the Zheng family might come after me. Qin Xiaoxiao was concerned for my safety, but seemed hesitant to voice it. Yes, so you should be prepared as well. Okay, I will. Do you have time tomorrow? I asked, hoping for a chance to meet with her privately, as I had yet to truly see her since arriving in Kyoto. I'll have to see. My father may be watching me. Understood, I replied. Don't worry. I'll call you as soon as I have a chance. Qin Xiaoxiao's voice brimmed with excitement. All right, then you should rest early. After hanging up, the burdensome emotions I had experienced earlier dissipated in an instant. I looked ahead, and Fatty Luo suddenly wore a mischievous grin beside me. You're quite something, a scion of Fengdu's Geomancy clan, unable to compete with a poor lad like you. Please take me home. Thank you, Brother Luo. I felt no desire to engage further in conversation. Fatty Luo, recognizing my demeanor, also fell silent for the next 20 minutes. The car eventually arrived at Ji Wuyan's residence. As I stepped out, I thanked Fatty Luo. Just as I was about to turn away, he exited the vehicle and called after me, Sichuan, Wait a moment. Here is my business card. Fatty Luo approached and handed me a card, which I glanced at. He maintained a broad smile. Keep it. I have a feeling you will eventually need my assistance. With that, he wasted no time, pressing the accelerator and vanishing from my sight. I stood there, momentarily lost in thought. Once the quiet returned, I examined the card, which bore the words, Complete Funeral Services. No credit. It also displayed his name, Luo Fengyan, along with a phone number. I tucked the card away and made my way to Ji Wuyan's house, using my access card to enter. The interior was eerily quiet, save for the streetlight illuminating the courtyard. I pondered if they had all gone to sleep by this hour. As I entered, I cautiously approached the bedrooms. Yet, after only a few steps, a voice suddenly rang out. You're back. I was startled by the voice, my heart nearly leaping from my chest. The room was dark, and as I turned towards the sound, I spotted a graceful figure seated on the sofa. I thought to myself, why was Ji Wuyan awake in the middle of the night, sitting in the dark? Sister, you're still awake? I asked, feeling a bit guilty. I moved to the switch and turned on the light, instantly illuminating the previously dim room. My gaze fell upon Ji Wuyan, who was dressed in a stunning red gown, exuding elegance. Our eyes met, and she suddenly remarked, You entered a haunted house and emerged alive? Sister, if I had perished inside, you wouldn't have seen me again. Ji Wuyan shot me a disapproving glance. What about Zheng Sanjia? I hesitated for a moment, taken aback by her unexpected inquiry regarding Zheng Sanjia. Consequently, I was momentarily at a loss for words. Ji Wuyan, being astute, continued, He has had an incident, hasn't he? Yes, sister. But his troubles have nothing to do with me. I quickly sought to absolve myself of any responsibility. However, Ji Wuyan countered, I believe you. But do you think the Zheng family will? Her words rendered me speechless for a moment, and I couldn't help but respond, if they don't believe me, there's little I can do. A faint smile graced Ji Wuyan's lips, her eyes sparkling enticingly, as if anyone standing before her would feel utterly exposed. After observing me for a moment, she shifted her gaze and instructed, Why are you standing? Sit down. Feeling somewhat awkward, I complied and took a seat. Now, tell me what transpired in the haunted house. Ji Wuyan seemed genuinely interested in the events that unfolded within. In truth, there were not many secrets to share. Aside from my mischief involving Zheng Sanjia, I could disclose everything else. I recounted my experiences within the haunted house, realizing that only two matters held any real significance. Firstly, the original wife of Han Dashan was killed and trapped inside. Secondly, as I was leaving, a voice echoed in my ear, promising it would come to find me. I emphasized these two matters to Ji Wuyan, who, upon hearing them, could not help but change her expression. Is the first thing you mentioned true? Of course it is. Sister, why would I lie to you? Han Dashan may not be as benevolent as he appears. Perhaps he has committed some immoral acts in the past, and now seeks to atone for his previous misdeeds. I articulated my analysis. Ji Wuyan paused for a few seconds and said, Xie, you have a point. Remember to keep this matter confidential. Do not speak of it to outsiders, or you may invite dire consequences. Her gaze was icy as she spoke. I nodded, choosing not to dwell on the issue further. Ji Wuyan has spent more time in Kyoto than I have, and likely knows certain individuals better than I do. There was no need for me to contradict her and stray from the path. After a brief moment of silence, I changed the subject. Sister, is there a great malevolent object hidden within this haunted house? Is it true that this object said it would come to find me? I refrained from mentioning the flattering words it had spoken about me. Most of the time, I preferred to conceal my strengths, as it made my actions easier. I cannot say for certain. Just be cautious in your actions. Also, be wary of the Zheng family. If they seek to meet you alone, do not go, understand? Yes, I understand. Ji Wuyan stood and ascended the stairs without hesitation. Setting aside other matters, the sight of her long skirt revealing her alluring legs was undeniably tempting. After stealing a few glances, a chilling voice cut through the air. If you keep staring, I shall gouge out your eyes. If you wish to look, go home and gaze at your wife. I shuddered involuntarily and averted my gaze. Though Ji Wuyan's words could be somewhat sharp and cold, she genuinely cared for me. I grew curious about the relationship between Ji Wuyan and my grandfather. I remembered 3 years ago when she brought Chen Xiaoxiao to my home, and before departing, she had me relay a message to my grandfather, stating that grievances had been resolved and they owed each other nothing. Yet now that I was in Kyoto, Ji Wuyan still offered me protection, which piqued my curiosity about their connection. Upon returning to my room, I resumed my study of the Qinglong Sutra. However, as I circulated the pure yang energy within me, an unexpected occurrence took place. Another stream of spiritual energy surged up, mingling with my pure yang energy. This new energy appeared to be golden, while my pure yang energy was colorless. The two clashed and swiftly fused, yet simultaneously repelled each other. My body gradually became uncomfortable, and as time passed, I felt a heart-wrenching discomfort, compelling me to cease my circulation of the pure yang energy. I lay on my bed, gasping for breath, feeling as though I had narrowly escaped death. The golden energy seemed to originate from the protective talisman that Zheng Sanjia had torn apart. When that talisman was ripped, a portion of the spiritual energy surged forth, opening that door, while another portion entered my body. However, this energy was distinctly different from the pure yang energy I had previously cultivated. When both energies manifested within me, they appeared to be mutually exclusive. Contemplating this matter, I realized I needed to find a way to expel this foreign energy, otherwise it could become a source of trouble. Chapter 29. The Zheng family comes knocking after all. This energy stemmed from the protective talisman worn by Zheng Sanjia. If the Zheng family sensed this energy on me, they might mistakenly believe that I had harmed Zheng Sanjia and stolen this energy. Yet, this energy was extraordinary, undoubtedly left behind by a skilled individual. Given that the Zheng family claimed to be the foremost feng shui family in the capital, it was hardly surprising that they might have a few such experts in their ranks. Once I regained my composure, I attempted to use my pure yang energy to suppress this foreign energy, but it proved futile. The energy moved freely within my body, evading my attempts at control. Ultimately, I had to concede. I understood my standing in the realm of feng shui, but this energy was stronger than my pure yang energy and adept at eluding my suppression. I could only give up. I retrieved a talisman to completely mask my aura. Unless one possessed considerable strength, they would be unable to perceive the energy surrounding me. At that moment, sunlight streamed in from outside, and I rubbed my eyes before rising from my bed. I stepped outside, finding Ji Wuyan enjoying breakfast. Upon seeing the lavish spread before her, I couldn't help but marvel at the luxurious life she led. What are you staring at? Hurry and eat. After washing up, I sat down and surveyed the assortment of foods on the table, yet my appetite was lacking. I settled for a bowl of plain porridge. Just then, Mama Wu approached and addressed Ji Wuyan. Miss, there are people outside seeking you. Ji Wuyan paused for a moment, her brow furrowing, before coldly responding. I shall not see them. Do they not realize this is my breakfast time? Mama Wu, however, did not leave. Instead, she lingered awkwardly and said, Miss. The other party mentioned that if you look at this name card, you will see them. Ji Wuyan set down her chopsticks, took the name card from Mama Wu, and upon glancing at it, her expression subtly changed. Let them in. Very well. Mama Wu hurriedly withdrew. Ji Wuyan's gaze then fell upon me, sizing me up, which made me quite uncomfortable. I broke the silence. Sister, who is here to see you? You can see for yourself. Ji Wuyan tossed the name card in front of me. I reached out to catch it and saw the character Zheng inscribed on the front page. Recognizing it, I realized who it was. I did not expect the Zheng family to send someone so soon, which took me by surprise. The individual's name was Zheng Yuanheng. I knew nothing about the Zheng family, but from their words, it was clear they were a formidable force, not to be trifled with by an ordinary person. My brow furrowed. The Zheng family's visit to Ji Wuyan indicated that their intentions were not as simple as they appeared. After pondering for a moment, Ji Wuyan suddenly remarked, Look at you. Your face has gone pale with fright. You have no ambition at all. I haven't, I defended. Ji Wuyan ignored my explanation and gracefully strode toward the living room, resembling a noble woman. I continued sipping my porridge, feigning indifference to the happenings in the living room. Yet I couldn't help but eavesdrop on the conversation. My hearing was exceptional. The dining room and living room were less than 10 meters apart, and as I savored my porridge, I could overhear their dialogue. Wuyan, it has been quite some time since we last met. Speak, what brings you here? Ji Wuyan wasted no time and cut straight to the point. Zheng Yuanheng chuckled and replied, Wuyan, we are old friends. Must you be so curt? Can't I come to see you without reason? Clearly, Ji Wuyan did not regard Zheng Yuanheng as a friend. His perception of their relationship was one-sided. Zheng Yuanheng smiled and continued, Wuyan, your temper remains as fiery as ever. If you had not. Enough. As Ji Wuyan's voice rang out, I suddenly sensed a chilling aura rapidly bearing down on me. It was powerful. This was my instinctive judgment. Ji Wuyan was genuinely angry. Otherwise, she would not have released such a formidable presence. Fine, fine. I shall not speak further. I suddenly felt a gaze shift towards me. And then Zheng Yuanheng's voice called out, Xie Chuan, have you heard enough? If you have, come out and meet me. I felt a stir within my heart. It seems that Zheng Yuanheng is no ordinary individual. He can sense my presence while I merely sit here sipping kanji, which indicates his formidable strength. After finishing the last spoonful, I made my way outside. In the living room, I encountered the remarkably lean Zheng Yuanheng. whose physique resembled that of a slender bamboo pole. Upon closer inspection, I noticed he bore a resemblance to Zheng Sanjia. When Zheng Yuanheng spotted me, he quickly broke into a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "I have heard of your reputation, Xiechuan. It is indeed extraordinary to meet you in person." "Extraordinary? Has the infamy of Xiechuan reached the capital?" Ji Wuyan interjected promptly. I felt a bead of cold sweat forming on my forehead. Zheng Yuanheng's expression shifted to one of awkwardness. This scoundrel's flattery was rather excessive. Yet, I believe my reputation as a waste was hardly significant enough to reach the capital. Wuyan, what are you saying? Although Xiechuan may lack substantial skills, he is, after all, from a renowned lineage in geomancy. We cannot underestimate him. Zheng Yuanheng continued his pretentious pleasantries. Unable to restrain myself, I inquired, "What is it that you seek from me?" Zheng Yuanheng appeared to be around 50 years old, dressed in a sharply tailored suit, and his attire hardly suggested a connection to the geomancy world. He resembled a shrewd businessman instead. Speaking candidly, my nephew Sanjia encountered some troubles in a haunted house last night. You entered alongside him. Why did you emerge unscathed? I sensed a subtle pressure in his words. It was as if he were implying that I had harmed Zheng Sanjia. I steadied my emotions, refusing to lose composure, and replied slowly. I did enter the haunted house with Zheng Sanjia, but after we entered, we split up. I must admit, Zheng Sanjia possesses remarkable strength. Without his assistance, I would not have made it out. I articulated this directly. Zheng Yuanheng's smile gradually faded. Previously, Zheng Sanjia had emerged and claimed that without his aid, I would never have survived. I had merely fulfilled Zheng Sanjia's wish. Is that so? I beg to differ. Xiechuan, your abilities may not be inferior to Sanjia's. Otherwise, he would not have emerged in a state of unconsciousness while you appeared unscathed. Zheng Yuanheng once again directed his scrutiny towards me. If you doubt me, you may inquire with everyone present that night, including the benevolent Han. Zheng Sanjia exited first, and I followed closely behind. It was he who opened the door, allowing me to survive. I am still somewhat grateful to him. I continued with a facade of sincerity. Zheng Yuanheng's brow furrowed slightly. Then he forced a few chuckles, saying, "Gratitude is unnecessary. If you truly feel guilty, accompany me now to see Sanjia." Just as I was about to respond, Ji Wuyan interjected, "In that case, I shall also go to see my nephew Sanjia." Hearing Ji Wuyan refer to Zheng Sanjia as her nephew struck me as peculiar. Although Ji Wuyan appeared to be in her 30s, exuding an alluring charm, Zheng Yuanheng hesitated for a moment but did not refuse her. I understood that Ji Wuyan's intention to visit Zheng Sanjia was to protect me, which I found quite touching. After a brief preparation, we set off. Zheng Yuanheng initially invited us to ride in his car, but Ji Wuyan resolutely declined, stating, "Do I not have a car?" Zheng Yuanheng appeared speechless but said nothing further. Opting for his own vehicle, Ji Wuyan observed Zheng Yuanheng's retreating figure and remarked, "Remember this man's face. He is a despicable scoundrel. Do you understand?" I sensed her dissatisfaction emanating from beside me. I nodded in agreement, replying, "Understood." I climbed into Ji Wuyan's Maybach, and the driver drove us forward. The car soon arrived at a vast estate, unmistakably a residence of wealth. Upon parking, a servant came to open the door for us. As I alighted, a professional instinct kicked in, and I instinctively began to assess the feng shui of the surroundings. A cursory glance revealed a favorable arrangement. It was evident that it had been scrutinized by an expert. Ji Wuyan leaned in and whispered, "Xiechuan, this is the residence of the benevolent Han." While I was aware of Han's wealth, I had not anticipated such a grand abode. The gates swung open, revealing a yard expansive enough to accommodate a football field. And upon our entry, a shuttle awaited us. We boarded the shuttle, arriving at Han's residence. A swimming pool graced the front, and I recognized its significance as a source of prosperity. The feng shui, though not overly sophisticated, held some merit. Upon entering, the benevolent Han was already standing in the living room. Zheng Yuanheng approached him promptly, stating, "Old Han, I apologize for keeping you waiting." Han Weiguo responded, "Yuanheng, you need not say such things. I share responsibility for your nephew's predicament. Old Han, this is not your fault. We can only blame Sanjia for his lack of skill, which has brought shame upon our Zheng family and implicated you as well." I observed Han Weiguo, thinking that this old man, who presented himself as dignified in front of others, was, in truth, a heartless individual. I held no favorable impression of him. Just as I was lost in thought, Han's gaze suddenly fell upon me. Chapter 30. Confronting threats for reasons unknown. When Han's eyes met mine, I first felt discomfort and then sensed a subtle pressure. Despite his advanced age, leaning on a dragon-headed cane and appearing somewhat frail, he managed to instill such a feeling in me, which struck me as strange. We exchanged glances, and Han suddenly remarked, "Miss G, you are here as well." Ji Wuyan nodded, her face adorned with a gentle smile. Her demeanor towards Han was considerably more amiable than towards Zheng Yuanheng. Old Han, Xiechuan is also here, regarding the haunted house matter. I believe he may possess valuable insights. If you have inquiries, you may consult him after he examines Sanjia, Ji Wuyan suggested. Han chuckled. Well, it is indeed commendable that Xiechuan managed to emerge from there. I interjected, Old Han, you flatter me. My survival was solely due to Zheng Sanjia. Without him, I might have perished within. I said this with an awkward smile. At that moment, I felt Ji Wuyan's gaze upon me, only to find her casting me a reproachful look. I withdrew my gaze and focused back on Han. Han remarked, Sanjia indeed possesses a sense of responsibility. Yuanheng, your family is fortunate to have such a capable and responsible young geomancer. It is truly enviable. Old Han, Sanjia has brought shame upon our family, and now he lies unconscious. I must hasten to have Xiechuan examine him, Zheng Yuanheng insisted. Indeed, Sanjia's condition is paramount. We shall discuss other matters afterward, Han agreed. We ascended the staircase to the second floor, and the villa was impressively large. There were over 10 rooms on the second floor alone. We entered the second room along the corridor. Inside, I sensed a faint aura of Yin energy. Zheng Sanjia lay on the bed, his complexion pale. Although he was not deceased, awakening without reclaiming his lost soul was virtually impossible. As I observed Zheng Sanjia, Zheng Yuanheng approached his side and said, Xiechuan, Sanjia has lost a soul. You should be able to discern that, correct? What? I feigned surprise, responding accordingly. Zheng Yuanheng gazed at me in a state of bemusement. I pretended not to notice, as I was merely perceived as a worthless individual in the eyes of others. Since they wished for me to embody this useless persona, I would oblige them. Xiechuan, I do not wish to engage in circles with you. The soul of Zheng Sanjia has been lost. Yet I discovered a small paper figure behind his neck. This paper figure is the foundation that allowed Zheng Sanjia to emerge. In truth, his soul had been lost long before he came out. Zheng Yuanheng spoke slowly. His ability to discern Zheng Sanjia's predicament and unveil the paper figure I had employed indicated his considerable prowess. I am unaware of what you speak. All I know is that Zheng Sanjia is a good person. Without him, I would have perished this time, I continued. Xiechuan, I am not jesting with you. I am earnestly inquiring about these matters. The usage of such a paper figure evidently indicates a skilled practitioner. I wish to know if you encountered a formidable feng shui master upon entering the haunted house. I was momentarily taken aback by Zheng Yuanheng's unexpected mention of a master. This presented me with an opportunity to absolve myself of suspicion. My mind raced, and I replied, in that case, I recall a certain occurrence while I was inside. I did indeed glimpse a figure accompanying Zheng Sanjia. However, our meeting was brief, and I cannot ascertain who that master was. As you know, Zheng Sanjia has always looked down upon me, and upon my entry, he immediately distanced himself. That is all I know. Upon hearing my words, Zheng Yuanheng's demeanor shifted, becoming markedly more animated. He asked, were you able to discern the appearance of that master? I regarded him with a look of incredulity, thinking, is he truly so dim-witted? I had merely glimpsed a shadow, yet he pressed me for a more detailed description. After a moment of contemplation, I replied, I did not see clearly. I only caught a vague outline. The figure appeared to be elderly, perhaps in their 60s or 70s. Zheng Yuanheng fell silent at my response. At that moment, Old Han interjected, Xiechuan, if you were to see that master again, would you be able to recognize them? He regarded me with utmost seriousness. I exchanged glances with Old Han and replied, I believe I could. If you encounter that master again, please ensure to keep them with you. Since this haunted house can employ remarkable methods to allow the lost soul of Zheng Sanjia to emerge unscathed, they must be no ordinary individual. Perhaps they could assist me in resolving the issues surrounding the house, Old Han explained. I was aware that this person did not exist, yet I readily agreed, very well. Zheng Yuanheng's attitude towards me remained relatively amicable, and one thing was certain. He had yet to perceive the pure yang energy radiating from me. Nor had he sensed my spiritual aura. Old Han, you need not worry. Since I am here, I shall not turn a blind eye to the issues concerning the haunted house. Is that true? Yuanheng, it would be splendid if you were willing to take action. Old Han replied, his excitement palpable. I observed the exchange between the two, casting a glance at Zheng Sanjia, reflecting that his current predicament was entirely of his own making. Gentlemen, I have said what I needed to say. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, I stated, then turned to Ji Wuyan, saying, Sister, let us depart. Ji Wuyan's gaze remained fixed on me, her eyes smoldering with intensity, making me feel quite uneasy. Very well, she replied, with Ji Wuyan by my side. I felt emboldened as I prepared to leave. However, just a few steps away, Zheng Yuanheng called me to halt, stating directly, Xiechuan, You shall accompany me back into the haunted house this evening. A surge of disturbance rippled through me, and without further thought, I declined. I apologize. But my strength is insufficient. Had it not been for your nephew, I might have perished. I do not wish to enter again. Since you owe your survival to my nephew, should you not express your gratitude? Zheng Sanjia scrutinized me, a hint of menace flickering in his brow. I realized I had been too careless in labeling Zheng Sanjia as my benefactor. Logically, since he had saved me, it was only fitting that I repay him. However, the truth was that he had not saved me at all. I longed to express my gratitude, yet my current physical condition was far from optimal. Entering would only hinder him. I would become a liability, distracting him from seeking Zheng Sanjia's soul and rendering it not worth the effort. I continued. It is of no concern. I will bring you out just as I brought you in. Zheng Yuanheng persisted in pressuring me. At last, Ji Wuyan spoke up. Zheng Yuanheng, if he has expressed his desire not to go, how many times must he repeat it for you to comprehend? Zheng Yuanheng awkwardly chuckled. Wuyan, if Xie does not enter, then our Zheng family must assume he has meddled with Sanjia's affairs. Otherwise, if they both enter and something befalls Sanjia, how could he emerge unscathed? Zheng Yuanheng's words were undeniably sinister, clearly laced with threats. Ji Wuyan's expression turned cold, and she retorted, Zheng Yuanheng, if you intend to do anything to Xie, you must first contend with me. Do not think that your Zheng family can act with impunity in the capital. Wuyan, your words wound me. Our Zheng family may not be particularly strong, yet we do possess a few master-level feng shui practitioners. Are you threatening me? Ji Wuyan countered directly. Is this not a threat? I merely wish for you to understand that I am willing to coexist peacefully with you, but should you refuse, I am left with no choice. Zheng Yuanheng continued to threaten. After hearing this, I felt a wave of unease. The Zheng family possessed master-level feng shui practitioners, suggesting they were not to be trifled with. Although I was unclear about Ji Wuyan's background, I recognized that dealing with a master-level feng shui practitioner was no simple matter. I could not allow Ji Wuyan to face the entire Zheng family on my behalf. Just as Ji Wuyan was about to speak, I preempted her. Zheng Yuanheng, I agree to go tonight. Ha ha ha, Xie, you are indeed a sensible person. Excellent. I find myself increasingly impressed by you. Zheng Yuanheng responded, his smile tinged with arrogance and mockery. Old Han, who had remained silent until now, interjected, Gentlemen, let us not allow this matter to sour our relations. How about this? If you enter, I am willing to offer you 1 million. If you can assist Yuanheng in resolving the issues inside, upon your return, I will provide you with 4 million. Old Han's generosity was commendable. Since I was going in regardless, I might as well accept the money. In that case, I shall graciously accept, I replied nonchalantly. Ji Wuyan's expression remained tense as she immediately stated, Xie, if you do not wish to go, do not feel obliged. I will ensure your safety. Sister, I wish to enter. Old Han has promised me 1 million. I need the money. I feigned desperation. Ji Wuyan shot me a disapproving glance. How lacking in ambition. Nonetheless, she strode purposefully toward the exit. I hastened to follow, but Zheng Yuanheng's voice, laced with mockery, echoed from behind. Wuyan, rest assured, Xie is entering for the sake of Sanjia. I shall ensure no harm befalls him. I glanced back at Zheng Yuanheng, observing his duplicitous demeanor, and knew that venturing with him would likely culminate in dire consequences. Chapter 31. A turn of betrayal. After leaving the Han residence, Ji Wuyan, fuming, entered the vehicle and promptly instructed the driver, drive. I swiftly approached, opened the rear door, and took a seat beside Ji Wuyan. Sister, please do not be upset, I said with a smile. Seeing you cling to this situation, if you need money, just tell me. I can give you 1 million. Ji Wuyan remarked, observing my apparent desperation. Sister, you know I am not motivated by money. The Zheng family is powerful, and we must currently avoid their scrutiny, I replied earnestly. Ji Wuyan's expression darkened, her gaze filled with disappointment, as if she wished to scold me for my lack of ambition. Yet, as the words lingered on her lips, she swallowed them back. Noticing her frustration, I encouraged her, Sister, if you wish to scold me, please do. What good would that do? She replied coldly. As the car moved forward, a chill breeze seeped in. After a moment of silence, Ji Wuyan resumed, Xie, I must inform you about Zheng Yuanheng. He is cunning and deceitful, not a man of good character. At his age, achieving the mastery of feng shui he possesses is truly remarkable. Yes, I understand, sister, I replied nonchalantly. If Zheng Yuanheng truly has the prowess of feng shui, he is indeed formidable, likely beyond the reach of typical malevolent entities. Knowing is not enough. You must be wary. You possess merely foundational abilities, and he is leagues ahead. With a single strike, he could take your life, Ji Wuyan cautioned. Her words left me momentarily speechless. She continued without waiting for my response. How about this? I will accompany you inside. Sister, there's no need. Wait for me outside. I managed to come out alive last time. I can do so again, I declared confidently. After saying this, I noticed Ji Wuyan regarding me with a skeptical expression, making me feel somewhat uneasy. Xiechuan, you aren't hiding anything from me, are you? She inquired. I paused slightly. Sister, of course not. What secrets could I possibly have? Really? Ji Wuyan pressed, her doubts evident. Absolutely, I replied quickly. By then, we had reached home. Somehow, news of my impending visit to the haunted house had reached Qin Xiaoxiao. Earlier that afternoon, I received her anxious call. Xiechuan, I heard you're going to the haunted house again tonight. Can you not go? It's fine, Xiaoxiao. I can handle it, I reassured her, wishing to alleviate her concerns. I just don't want you to get hurt, she continued. Her concern brought me a sense of comfort. Yet I felt the need to prove to Qin Weifeng that I am not worthless. Given my current circumstances, he would not believe anything I said. I concluded that his perception of me as inept stemmed from my lack of skills as a feng shui master and my financial struggles. I resolved to prove my worth to show that I deserve Qin Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao, you've seen my abilities. I will be fine. I need to make your father understand that I am not a failure, I asserted earnestly. You don't need to prove anything by going into the haunted house. I can explain to my dad that you possess real skills, she replied quickly. Xiaoxiao, you know explanations are futile, I said. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiaoxiao fell silent, unsure of how to continue. I then lightened the mood. Perhaps if I survive the haunted house again, he will believe I have real skills and accept our relationship. But she hesitated again. Xiaoxiao, truly, you need not worry. After considerable persuasion, Qin Xiaoxiao finally chose to trust me. As we ended the call, she urged me to be cautious, to act within my limits, and not to take reckless risks. I assured her that I would exercise caution and prioritize my safety. Later that night, Zheng Yuanheng arrived at Ji Wuyan's house promptly to wait for me. Unsettled about my safety, Ji Wuyan personally drove me there. We departed earlier than usual, arriving at the haunted house by 7 o'clock. As I stepped out of the car, a voice called out, Xiechuan. Turning in the direction of the voice, I recognized it was Fatty Luo, who approached me with a grin, exuding familiarity. Out of courtesy, I greeted him, Brother Luo. If anyone pressures you to go inside, just tell me. I can help, he whispered conspiratorially. His offer surprised me. I hadn't expected this rotund fellow to extend assistance. The gathering that night was no smaller than the previous, and everyone was aware that the Zheng family had sent Zheng Yuanheng, a master of feng shui. Typically, reaching the level he had at his age is quite an achievement. No, I am going involuntarily, I replied as more vehicles arrived at the house. My gaze quickly landed on a familiar car, Qin Weifeng's. Sure enough, as the car parked, both he and Qin Xiaoxiao emerged. I focused on Qin Xiaoxiao, who immediately spotted me. A radiant smile graced her face, captivating in its beauty. She instinctively moved towards me, but was swiftly intercepted by Qin Weifeng. Qin Xiaoxiao could only watch me longingly, and I offered her a reassuring glance, hoping to convey that she need not worry. As Zheng Yuanheng exited, a throng of people encircled him, exchanging pleasantries, while I once again became the target of their mockery. Soon, Old Han's car arrived, and I approached him. His gaze flickered as if deep in thought. Old Han, isn't it time you provided a portion of the money you promised me? I asked directly. Old Han appeared taken aback by my straightforwardness, but did not hesitate long. He was not short on funds, swiftly pulling out a check for 1 million and filling it out on the spot. I glanced at the check before tucking it into my pocket. I pondered how this fellow could muster the audacity to enter again. Was it merely for the money? Those lacking true ability often succumb to greed, yet this money is perilous. One fears he may gain it, but lose his life in the process. Perhaps this time, accompanying Zheng Yuanheng, he might emerge unscathed. Indeed, his previous survival was due to Zheng Sanjia. It seemed he was merely fortunate. Such whispers circulated among the crowd. Zheng Yuanheng evidently caught wind of their remarks, his brow furrowing slightly. I ignored their jibes, recognizing that the more they disparaged me, the better they obscured their disdain, thus providing me cover. With the money securely in my pocket, I approached Zheng Yuanheng, who maintained his impeccably tailored suit, responding to everyone's greetings. Old Han then stepped forward and asked, Yuanheng, when do you plan to go in? Zheng Yuanheng paused for a brief moment, but quickly replied, let's go in now. Xiechuan, you have no objections, do you? None, I answered. Zheng Yuanheng seemed surprised by my decisive response. My curiosity about the house and the voice that sought me stirred within me. Since he was set on entering, I would join him. As we walked toward the entrance, Zheng Yuanheng, embodying a masterful demeanor, turned to me and asked, Xiechuan, shall I open the door? Yes, go ahead, I replied nonchalantly. In my heart, I harbored a sense of disdain for this fellow. What was he trying to portray in front of me? He was nothing more than a despicable wretch. As the door creaked open, I was immediately assailed by a chilling wind, steeped in an oppressive aura. Zheng Yuanheng clearly sensed it too. We exchanged a glance. And just as I was about to speak, Zheng Yuanheng unexpectedly released a surge of energy, taking advantage of my momentary distraction to shove me forward. I stumbled and entered the room. Zheng Yuanheng coldly remarked, "Xiechuan, are you in such a hurry?" I had no desire to engage with this scoundrel. Recognizing his intentions, I understood that this time, Zheng Yuanheng likely intended for me not to emerge alive. Thus, I resolved to prepare myself in advance. As we stepped inside, the door behind us shut automatically, reminiscent of our previous encounter. I was not particularly surprised. Zheng Yuanheng's expression shifted slightly, yet he quickly regained his composure. We exchanged glances, and I inquired, "Shall we proceed separately or together?" Zheng Yuanheng replied with a dismissive snort, "Together." "Very well," I acquiesced. In truth, I had no objections to this arrangement. However, just as I took a few steps forward, Zheng Yuanheng suddenly called out, "Wait, Xiechuan." I turned to him and asked, "What is it?" "I need to inform you of something in advance," Zheng Yuanheng said with a grave expression, a glint of menace flashing in his eyes. An unsettling premonition gripped me, and I discreetly formed a hand seal in preparation against Zheng Yuanheng. "Xiechuan, let me assure you, should you dare to play tricks while inside, I can guarantee that you will perish in silence." Zheng Yuanheng's voice was frigid. I was taken aback by his brazen threats so soon after our entrance. Chapter 32. The summoning incident. Though I felt displeasure, I refrained from confronting him. Sometimes, patience brings tranquility, and retreating can lead to greater horizons. Besides, I had no clear understanding of the power dynamics between Zheng Yuanheng and myself. I remained silent, observing him. Zheng Yuanheng continued, "But rest assured, if you remain obedient, I can ensure your safe return." I scoffed internally, dismissing his words entirely. I shifted the topic. "Let us focus on finding the soul of Zheng Sanjia." Zheng Yuanheng acknowledged my reasoning with a nod, yet he still retorted icily, "I am well aware of that without your input." As he spoke, he produced a piece of yellow cloth from his bag and spread it on the ground. I observed the cloth adorned with a bagua diagram, and I sensed a subtle energy emanating from it. Standing beside him, I chose silence, surveying the residence. In this courtyard, the pervasive aura of gloom was palpable. Yet having gained experience from my previous visit, I felt less apprehensive this time. At that moment, I suddenly sensed a gaze fixated upon me. Initially, I assumed it was Zheng Yuanheng watching me. However, upon looking, I realized it was not him. Zheng Yuanheng was engrossed in arranging the formation, and a glance confirmed it was a summoning formation. He placed an incense burner before the bagua diagram, inserting 3 sticks of incense. And then I observed him pressing a piece of paper beneath the burner, undoubtedly the birth chart of Zheng Sanjia. Even now, I remained ignorant of the malevolent force that had spirited away Zheng Sanjia's soul. After completing the setup, Zheng Yuanheng began his attempts to summon Zheng Sanjia's spirit. Intoning incantations, "Wandering soul, where do you linger? The 3 souls have descended, the 7 spirits have arrived. Return to your body, awaken your spirit. Gates of heaven, open. Gates of earth, open. 1,000 miles away, send forth the lost soul of Zheng Sanjia. I beseech the Taoist Lord with urgency." As Zheng Yuanheng recited the incantation, a sudden gust of wind swept through the room. The cold wind pressed down, and my expression shifted. Zheng Yuanheng opened his eyes wide, staring ahead. In that instant, I faintly perceived a soul manifesting. Upon closer inspection, I realized it was none other than Zheng Sanjia's spirit. My heart raced in astonishment. I had not anticipated Zheng Yuanheng's competence in truly summoning Zheng Sanjia's soul. At this moment, Zheng Yuanheng was oblivious to my presence, entirely focused on Zheng Sanjia. His demeanor brightened upon seeing the spirit, and he called out, "Zheng Sanjia, lost soul, return swiftly." His voice resonated with power. The wind intensified, and Zheng Sanjia's spirit hovered above the rooftop, caught in a liminal space, seemingly on the verge of descending yet remaining suspended. Zheng Yuanheng repeatedly called out Zheng Sanjia's name, but ultimately, he was unable to succeed. Frustration etched across Zheng Yuanheng's face as he cast a glance in my direction, a look that seemed to implore my assistance. However, at that moment, I feigned ignorance. "Hurry back, Sanjia." I saw that Zheng Yuanheng had somehow produced a gourd, yet the spirit of Zheng Sanjia, floating above, exhibited no response. Appearing utterly dazed, clearly, this was not the main essence of Zheng Sanjia's spirit. "Help me hold the gourd. I shall return shortly," Zheng Yuanheng commanded. I regarded him with skepticism, contemplating my options. Before I could finalize my thoughts, Zheng Yuanheng's voice cut through. "Kid, what are you hesitating for? Do you wish to court death? Initially, I had intended to assist, but his abrasive demeanor soured my willingness. Sorry, I am not available to assist you, I replied coolly. Zheng Yuanheng's anger flared, his eyes narrowing on me. I understood his frustration. The soul was within reach, yet he was thwarted. His forehead pulsed with anger as he exclaimed, "Kid, I ask you one last time. Will you come over or not?" "No," I replied without hesitation. Zheng Yuanheng continued to threaten. "Do you believe I will forsake Sanjia's soul and turn against you?" "I do not believe," I said. Here, within these confines. The outside world was oblivious to the turmoil unfolding in the courtyard. I saw no reason to conceal my stance. If a confrontation was inevitable, I would confront it head-on. Zheng Yuanheng was taken aback by my sudden defiance. Just then, a gust of wind surged, and Zheng Sanjia's spirit seemed to be drawn back, vanishing from our sight in an instant. Zheng Yuanheng, thwarted, erupted in rage and charged toward me, striking out at my forehead. I swiftly evaded, and as I prepared to retaliate, we both suddenly frowned, witnessing several malevolent spirits materializing. In that moment, I comprehended that Zheng Yuanheng's summoning formation did not merely seek Zheng Sanjia's spirit. It also attracted the malevolent spirits residing within the house. Their targets were clear, Zheng Yuanheng. I was momentarily sidelined, and as realization dawned, I promptly sought refuge. After all, this predicament was not of my making, and escaping was no easy task. I decided to observe Zheng Yuanheng's capabilities before making my next move. Hiding in a corner, I counted roughly 5 malevolent spirits, all exuding a heavy aura of darkness. It appeared these spirits lacked consciousness, mindlessly attacking Zheng Yuanheng with relentless fervor. However, Zheng Yuanheng was no pushover either. His presence was immensely powerful, and with a swift strike, I could faintly perceive the glimmer of lightning between his palms. I was taken aback, realizing that Zheng Yuanheng had indeed mastered the art of lightning, and his strength appeared formidable. In no time, several malevolent spirits were dispatched by him. I weighed my options, but chose not to reveal myself. After Zheng Yuanheng dealt with the spirits, he furiously called out, "Xiechuan, come out. I shall tear you apart and extract your soul to forge a soul slave." Eternally denied rebirth. Listening to Zheng Yuanheng's venomous words, I inwardly cursed him. How dare he threaten me simply because I refrained from intervening? His cruelty and lack of humanity were evident. Had it not been for my efforts to rescue Zheng Sanjia, which had prevented his corpse from decaying, this scoundrel would not be threatening my life now. I began to prepare myself, anticipating a potential confrontation with Zheng Yuanheng. Resolving to be ready for a fight to the death, I swiftly slipped into a nearby room. Zheng Yuanheng continued to shout my name, but I ignored him. Though his threats ignited my ire, I felt uncertain and opted for a temporary retreat. After approximately 5 minutes, his voice gradually faded. I ventured out of the room and returned to the front courtyard, only to discover that Zheng Yuanheng had vanished. Though he harbored animosity towards me, his primary objective was to locate another fragment of Zheng Sanjia's spirit. As I approached the entrance, I attempted to open the door, only to find it heavily pressed down by malevolent energy. It was easier to push open from the outside than to exit from within. I surmised that this house was designed to lure the living inside, draining them of their vitality once they entered. Since escape was not feasible for the moment, I decided to explore further, as I had yet to uncover all the secrets of this place. I chose a path forward and soon entered another courtyard. A smaller annex that appeared overgrown and disheveled, with a table set inside amidst the weeds. However, the most peculiar detail was the white cloth draped over the house, reminiscent of a funeral shroud. The entrance bore inscriptions of mourning, and I thought to myself how eerie this was. This place was not merely strange, but profoundly sinister. After scrutinizing for a moment, I pushed the door open, and with a creak, it swung wide, a chilling wind rushing forth. My heart raced as I felt an ominous shift. Before I could fully comprehend, a hand suddenly tightened around my throat, squeezing as though intent on ending my life. I glanced at my assailant and felt my heart leap into my throat. It was a malevolent spirit, its eyes bleeding, its face pale, and its body riddled with decay, emanating an overwhelming stench. Its grotesque visage sneered as it proclaimed, "I will take your life and make you my companion in death." The spirit leaned closer, attempting to drain my essence. Though startled, I swiftly regained my composure, silently reciting an incantation as I struck the spirit's forehead with a hand gesture. The malevolent entity was struck and swiftly transformed into a flurry of black particles, vanishing before my eyes. I stumbled back, gasping for breath, reflecting on how close I had come to death. Just as I began to calm my racing heart, I sensed another gaze locking onto me. A wave of unease washed over me. I turned to survey my surroundings, but found nothing in the empty expanse. Could it be that Zheng Yuanheng was lurking in the shadows, preparing to strike? The thought sent shivers down my spine. Chapter 33. Upholding justice. My heart raced with anxiety, and I felt the tension mounting. I formed a protective hand gesture, yet the area remained eerily still. Was I merely being paranoid due to my heightened apprehension? As I scanned my surroundings again, the feeling of being watched seemed to dissipate. I could not help but exhale, the tightness in my chest easing. It appeared I had been overly cautious, for there was no one, not even a malevolent spirit, present. This ancient residence was inherently sinister, and encountering another individual after both of us had entered was a rare occurrence. I steadied my nerves and took another look around the house, but lingered no longer and exited the courtyard. Upon leaving, I swiftly entered another narrow path, the atmosphere chillingly tense. I noticed a white lantern hanging nearby, glowing softly, and without hesitation, I seized it. The dim light would not draw too much attention as I proceeded. I silently chanted the golden light mantra, conjuring a protective aura around myself. After traversing the narrow path, I entered the rear courtyard once more. This time, the ambience felt subtly altered, yet I could not pinpoint the change. Just then, the tiles on the roof shifted, and a gust of wind sent them tumbling down. My eyes locked onto the roof. After a few seconds of observation, a wave of dark energy surged toward me, accompanied by a chilling wind. Thankfully, my protective aura mitigated the impact. Realizing I was being followed, I found a suitable position and declared, "Come forth, I see you." Despite feeling the pervasive malevolence, I had not truly identified the source. My statement was based on intuition rather than certainty. After I spoke, I heard a faint sound, and in an instant, a force charged toward me. I swiftly retrieved a talisman and recited an incantation, channeling the pure yang energy within me. The two energies collided, and the talisman erupted in golden light, while the dark energy momentarily solidified, attempting to engulf my talisman. Frowning, I felt a sinking sensation. This adversary would not be easy to contend with. I stepped back and shouted, "By decree of the North Emperor, I summon these talismans to drive away evil spirits. Should any resist, they shall be cast into the underworld." So be it. As the dark force approached, I pulled several talismans from my possession, unleashing a brilliant radiance. They surged forward, colliding with the dark energy, which shattered into nothingness. Even at this juncture, I remained vigilant, forming another hand gesture in anticipation of unforeseen developments. Whoever was battling me was no ordinary foe. I could not afford to be complacent, for they had yet to reveal themselves, merely manipulating dark energy to attack. Taking a deep breath, I surveyed my surroundings, stepping forward to dispel the surrounding malevolence. In the blink of an eye, another wave of dark energy surged toward me. This time, I resolved to employ a more direct approach. Clenching my fist, enveloped in pure yang energy, I struck out as the dark energy drew near, dispersing it effortlessly. However, in the very next moment, my heart leaped into my throat, and without hesitation, I retreated. Regrettably, it was still a step too late. Once the black mist dissipated, a multitude of malevolent spirits surged forth, their grotesque visages lunging toward me in an instant. The oppressive black aura caught me off guard, causing me to stagger backward. And as I steadied myself, I gasped for breath. My complexion had paled considerably, and the protective golden light surrounding me shattered in an instant. This adversary's tactic was rather sinister. I hadn't anticipated that this black mist would conceal such a plethora of wicked entities. The spirits dispersed, emanating a chilling aura. Yet their expressions appeared vacant, devoid of independent thought. I discerned at a glance that the principal souls of these entities had been extracted, rendering them akin to soul slaves, subservient to another's will. At that moment, I spotted a familiar figure, none other than the soul of Zhang Sanjia. The individual capable of commanding such a multitude of spirits could only be the true master of this ancient residence. Although I remained uncertain whether this master was human or a more formidable entity, I fixed my gaze intently upon Zhang Sanjia's soul, while the remaining spirits, seemingly in a stupor, soon charged at me en masse. Despite their overwhelming numbers, once separated, they appeared to me as a disorganized rabble. Although they launched a ferocious assault, they posed little real threat to me. I swiftly dispatched these spirits with ease, leaving only Zhang Sanjia's soul untouched. Observing his dazed demeanor, I initially considered that we had not yet reached the point of wishing for his demise. I intended to retrieve a talisman to temporarily contain his soul. However, just as I was about to act, a commanding voice resonated behind me. "What are you doing?" The voice was unmistakably clear, and upon turning, I beheld Zheng Yuanheng's imposing figure. Simultaneously, the oppressive aura around us rapidly dissipated, and the black mist refrained from launching another attack. My eyes fell upon Zheng Yuanheng as he strode toward me. This is the soul of Zheng Sanjia. You must take it away, I urged. Of course. I shall take it away, but what were you intending to do just now? Zheng Yuanheng questioned, his tone laden with suspicion. I intended nothing sinister. Merely to return Zheng Sanjia's soul to you. I replied, my words entirely truthful. Yet Zheng Yuanheng remained unconvinced and threatened. Do you think I was unaware of your intentions? You drew forth a talisman, clearly intending to harm Sanjia. With such evidence at hand, what can you possibly say in your defense? A glint of malice flickered in Zheng Yuanheng's eyes. It seemed he was poised to strike. After a moment of silence, he declared, it appears you have nothing further to say. Xiechuan, should you dare to harm Sanjia, I, Zheng Yuanheng, shall enact justice today. Chapter 34. A minor master feng shui master? I regarded Zheng Yuanheng with a cold smile. He sought to kill me while draping his motives in lofty pretenses. Yet this was indeed an opportune location for him to act against me. Even if he were to slay me here, he could easily concoct an explanation upon leaving. With Zheng Yuanheng's words hanging in the air, no further justification from me would hold weight. I noticed his left hand open, a faint aura of spiritual energy beginning to manifest above it, and soon thereafter, lightning flickered from his palm. He must have reached a certain mastery in his lightning techniques, for such display was not easily summoned. In the blink of an eye, he dashed towards me. Without hesitation, I retrieved a wind talisman, recited an incantation, and swiftly vanished from in front of Zheng Yuanheng. He stood momentarily bewildered, gazing ahead, while I positioned myself behind him. Sensing my presence, he turned to face me, his expression shifting from shock to calm, devoid of significant disturbance. He likely had already heard of my reputation as a failure upon entering the capital. How formidable could a failure truly be? Zheng Yuanheng scoffed derisively. Trivial skills. Do you dare flaunt them before me? With that, he bellowed an incantation. Yuqing Shiqing, true talisman. Command the two energies to merge into reality. 5 thunders. Hasten forth, and swiftly bring forth the storm. As his incantation echoed, the once tranquil sky erupted with a flash of lightning, accompanied by a thunderous roar. I glanced upward, watching as a bolt of lightning hurtled toward me. In that critical moment, I observed a cold smirk playing upon Zheng Yuanheng's lips. However, I remained unperturbed, stepping forward with a firm stance, conjuring a piece of yellow paper, which rapidly transformed in my hands. I murmured an incantation. Stand in, take my place. May the mountains and seas yield to my will, with no hindrance nor obstruction, divine weapons. Act swiftly as commanded. The paper figure swiftly adhered to me as the torrential lightning descended, engulfing me in an instant. A boisterous laugh soon followed. Xiechuan, do you truly believe a failure like you can contend with the Zheng family? You are merely courting death. Rest assured. Shortly, I shall refine your soul into a soul slave, ensuring you never reincarnate. Zheng Yuanheng's venomous voice rang out, brimming with confidence. His mastery over the 5 thunder spells indicated he had reached a certain level of competence, yet his arrogance was unfounded. As I stood amidst the billowing smoke, I observed everything with clarity. I had initially thought the formidable 5 thunder spell would obliterate my paper figure. However, it turned out I had overestimated him. Not even a charred trace remained of my stand-in. While I had yet to ascertain my own prowess, I was now certain that I surpassed the capabilities of a feng shui master at the threshold realm. Suppressing my voice, I declared coldly, you lack the qualifications to make me your soul slave. My chilling words snapped Zheng Yuanheng back to reality, his pupils widening in shock. In that fleeting moment, I swiftly moved, delivering a powerful punch to his chest. My fist, enveloped in pure yang energy, unleashed tremendous force. Any ordinary spirit encountering my blow would undoubtedly be annihilated. Zheng Yuanheng was sent sprawling over 10 meters, crashing to the ground, creating a deep crater beneath him. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he regarded me with terror, shock etched across his face. How is this possible? He stammered. There is nothing impossible. Did you truly believe yourself capable of dealing with me? I replied coolly. Panic began to emerge in his eyes. Who are you? You cannot possibly be Xiechuan. He is a failure, incapable of such strength. His lips quivered with disbelief. With a disdainful huff, I mused at his futile attempts to comprehend the situation. My punch had nearly shattered the remaining aura of his spirit. It was evident that he was far from my equal. I approached him, seizing Zheng Yuanheng, who trembled in my grasp. What do you want? Let me tell you, you cannot kill me. Should you do so, you would be at odds with the entire Zheng family. Think carefully if you are truly their match. Even at this juncture, he sought to intimidate me. I smirked slightly and replied, you just claimed you would refine me into a soul slave. Do you take such delight in having others as your soul slaves? And no, I do not. Zhang Yuanheng defended himself, estimating that he could already sense the breath of death enveloping him. I gently cast him to the ground and calmly stated, I initially intended to interact with you as a mere inconsequential being, yet you have belittled me. No more pretense. I shall reveal to you what a true feng shui master is. I produced a talisman and swiftly recited an incantation. As the chant resonated, the winds around me coalesced into a swirling vortex. A powerful essence of pure yang rapidly spread forth. Zhang Yuanheng's complexion turned ashen, his face drained of color, as he could hardly fathom the extent of my strength. You have actually reached the realm of a minor feng shui master. You were the one who used the soul replacement technique on the third ranked, weren't you? Zhang Yuanheng's voice trembled with fear. Indeed, it was I replied. Upon hearing my response, Zhang Yuanheng seemed unable to withstand the reality and collapsed to his knees with a thud. Spare my life, esteemed master. I beseech you, do not kill me. Previously, I failed to recognize your greatness. Zhang Yuanheng repeatedly bowed his head in supplication. While I possessed a kind heart and was fundamentally benevolent, I would not show mercy to someone who sought my life. I could spare your life, but I must strip you of your Dao skills. A person with such malevolent intent as yours does not deserve to wield such power, I stated coolly. My words instilled profound terror within Zhang Yuanheng. He continued to bow, pleading, No, you cannot destroy my Dao skills. If you do, I will be rendered worthless for life. Listening to his desperate pleas, I felt no sympathy. I approached him, a knife appearing in my hand. Practitioners possess a vital channel through which the essence of heaven and earth enters their bodies, allowing their Dao energy to strengthen and enabling them to transcend the boundaries of a feng shui master. Zhang Yuanheng, in his desperation, attempted to attack me as my guard weakened. He produced a black box from his person, and upon opening it, a multitude of malevolent spirits surged forth. These spirits were evidently under his control, their twisted visages advancing towards me in a frenzied rush. Yet, enveloped in my golden light protective spell, I remained unperturbed. Despite my calm demeanor, I felt a flicker of compassion for these innocent souls. Had I truly been a worthless being tonight, I would have shared their fate. Reduced to a thoughtless soul slave, I sighed, pondering how ruthless Zhang Yuanheng truly was. Xiechuan, if you wish to destroy my Dao channel, you must first deal with these soul slaves, he retorted, his tone reverting to arrogance. The resentment emanating from these spirits was palpable. I could easily obliterate them, ensuring they would not escape and wreak havoc upon the world. However, I chose to act with kindness. I formed a hand seal and began to chant the rebirth incantation. Supreme decree, transcend the solitary souls and spirits, all beings touched by grace, those with heads transcend. Those without heads be reborn, the Bagua shines forth, guiding you to transcend to another realm. Whether male or female, your fate is self-determined. As I recited the incantation, my pure yang energy began to liberate the soul slaves under Zhang Yuanheng's control. Their resentment dissipated, and soon, the night was filled with the sounds of weeping. Zhang Yuanheng was utterly dumbfounded. The soul slaves he had spent days cultivating were unexpectedly transcended in an instant. He turned to flee. I invoked a wind talisman, swiftly appearing before him. The terror on Zhang Yuanheng's face was unmistakable. He now recognized my formidable prowess, far beyond the ordinary. His legs trembled uncontrollably, as if he regretted not having been born with more limbs. Master Xia, I implore you, do not hold a grudge against a petty man. Please, spare my life. He pleaded, kneeling and bowing again. Without hesitation, I decisively destroyed his Dao channel. As it shattered, Zhang Yuanheng let out a piercing scream, his body collapsing to the ground. His entire cultivation obliterated. He glared at me with malice, declaring, Xiechuan, when I return to the Zhang family, I will mobilize all their power to seek vengeance against you. I scoffed. Do you truly believe you will survive to return? What do you mean? Did you not promise to spare me? Zhang Yuanheng's face once again reflected sheer terror. I made no false promises. I can indeed let you go, but they will not be so forgiving. I turned to the souls I had just liberated, addressing them calmly. Now that you are free from his control, and he has become a mere shell of his former self, seek your retribution as you see fit. Chapter 35. A fatal flaw. As I spoke, I clapped my hands and began to walk away. Zhang Yuanheng's voice echoed behind me. Xiechuan, you cannot do this. However, I paid him no heed. The fate of this shameless wretch was of no concern to me. I had promised to spare him, but whether those souls he had tormented would agree to such mercy was beyond my purview. A cold smile crept across my lips as I observed the spirits, all of whom harbored deep-seated grievances against him. Upon hearing my words, their eyes glimmered with terrifying intent, and in an instant, they surged towards Zhang Yuanheng. He roared defiantly. I dare you. Had it been in the past, those souls would have never dared to confront him. Zhang Yuanheng was known to have tormented them mercilessly. Yet before he could finish his sentence, the spirits descended upon him in a frenzy, utterly tearing him apart. As the echoes of their anguished cries filled the air, I mused that some grievances are not left unavenged. Rather, the time must be ripe. Zhang Yuanheng was consumed, without even a fragment of his soul remaining. I turned to survey the scene, which was nothing short of grotesque. The depth of hatred these spirits bore for Zhang Yuanheng was palpable. Yet one must remember that those who suffer often have caused suffering themselves. His demise was entirely of his own making. The spirits fixed their gazes upon me. I addressed them. You have avenged your grievances. Now, return to your own affairs. However, it is best if you reincarnate in the underworld. Should you dare to cause chaos in the capital, I shall deal with you accordingly. After speaking, I noticed that the spirits remained unresponsive, their collective gaze fixed upon me, inducing a fleeting sense of panic within me. I inhaled deeply, my complexion paling slightly. Surely, these vengeful souls would not turn their ire towards me. I formed a hand seal, ready to defend myself. To my surprise, one spirit knelt, and as it did so, the others followed suit, bowing before me. Thank you, benefactor, for your rescue. I was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained my composure. I waved my hand dismissively. Rise, please. It was but a trifling effort on my part. You should leave quickly. Just then, one spirit spoke up. Benefactor, we wish to leave, but the environment here seems to trap us. I glanced around, realizing that escaping this place was indeed no simple task. I retrieved a talisman for calming evil spirits and instructed them, please gather inside. I will take you with me when I exit. They exchanged glances, and sensing my goodwill, they eagerly rushed into the talisman. I carefully tucked away the talisman and glanced at the lifeless body of Zhang Yuanheng, as well as the motionless figure of Zhang Sanjia. After a moment of contemplation, I retrieved a talisman from Zhang Yuanheng's belongings. Every practitioner of the mystical arts bears a unique talisman, a mark of their sect or lineage. Upon exiting, I must conceal my identity, otherwise I would undoubtedly attract trouble, particularly from the Zhang family, who would seek vengeance. Thus, I resolved to feign benevolence and carry Zhang Sanjia's spirit out. I had even devised a narrative. We had encountered a formidable malevolent presence within this ancient residence. And Zhang Yuanheng, with his noble character, sacrificed himself to protect me and Zhang Sanjia's spirit. Having formulated this plan, I wasted no time and began my exit. Upon reaching the door, I took out a talisman meant to dispel evil, but just as I was about to use it to break open the door, it creaked open unexpectedly. A surge of curiosity welled within me. How peculiar that the entity inside would permit my exit twice. Yet, I had no time for further contemplation. The door was ajar, and I had to pretend to flee in panic. I ran, gasping for breath, my face ashen. As I emerged, all eyes turned toward me. Fatty Luo, quick to react, rushed over to support me, inquiring, Xie, are you all right? You look as though something has happened. His voice was somewhat loud. I replied, indeed, I encountered danger inside. Zhang Yuanheng is trapped within, uncertain of his fate. He may be in grave peril. Upon hearing my words, a flurry of discussions erupted among the crowd. Zhang Yuanheng is trapped inside? No way. That is impossible. He is a feng shui master of the Qi realm. Surely he will emerge. At that moment, Chen Xiaoxiao dashed forward, disregarding Chen Weifeng's attempts to restrain her, and expressed her concern for my well-being. I reassured her. It's nothing serious, merely a minor fright. Do not worry. What fright did you experience? She pressed on. I had no choice but to lower my voice and say, rest assured, I am perfectly fine. Chen Xiaoxiao seemed poised to inquire further, but I gestured for silence, and she quickly grasped my intent. For she was a remarkably astute woman. It was then that I noticed Fatty Luo, who was gazing at me with a mischievous grin. I feigned weakness. But to my surprise, he reacted dramatically, exclaiming, Xie, were you not ensnared by evil spirits inside? You seem to be brimming with yin energy and lacking in yang. Are you on the verge of death? I shot him a disdainful glance, yet I found myself unable to refute his alarming claims. Old Master Han approached me, and before long, he was standing right in front of me. He asked eagerly, Xie, what exactly transpired inside? Speak to us. Chen Weifeng also drew near. His gaze still filled with disdain, but I paid him no mind. The rest of the onlookers were filled with curiosity about the events that had transpired within the residence, particularly why the esteemed feng shui master Zhang Yuanheng had not emerged. Faced with their eager anticipation, I recounted the events succinctly, omitting unnecessary details while addressing their curiosity. Naturally, I concealed my own role in the affair. The crowd listened in stunned silence, their expressions pale and vacant. According to your account, there truly was a fearsome entity inside? One person asked incredulously. Indeed. Otherwise, do you think Zheng Yuanheng would have remained trapped? I asserted. If it weren't for him, neither I nor his nephew could have escaped. Zheng Yuanheng is a paragon of virtue in our field. The onlookers responded with murmurs of regret. What a pity that such a master of feng shui met his demise within. Indeed, this residence is fraught with peril. Old Master Han's expression darkened as he suddenly inquired, where is Zheng Sanjia's spirit? Upon hearing his question, I promptly handed Zheng Sanjia's spirit to him. As he grasped the talisman, I noticed a subtle shift in his demeanor. This talisman bore the Zheng family's insignia, and it seemed that Old Master Han had sensed its significance. His previously unwavering gaze toward me softened. It appeared his suspicions had been alleviated. Yet one thing was clear. If he could discern the Zheng family's mark, it indicated that he possessed knowledge of the mystical arts. I attempted to gauge the aura around him, but found him to be an ordinary elderly man. Had I misjudged him? Or was he concealing a depth of power beyond my perception? I withdrew my gaze and continued to feign frailty. Old Master Han then said, You have given me Sanjia's spirit, and I can see you have also been harmed. Return home and rest well. But, Old Master Han, I began. Before I could finish, he interjected, Rest assured, the remuneration I promised will remain intact. Thank you, Old Master, I replied. Fatty Luo supported me as we navigated through the crowd, casting me knowing glances. I was puzzled by his expression but chose to ignore it. I turned to look back and spotted Chen Xiaoxiao pursuing me, only to be halted by Chun Weifeng's reprimand. Why are you following that good-for-nothing? If it weren't for his luck, he would have perished long ago. Father, stop calling him a good-for-nothing. Xiechuan is not a good-for-nothing. If he is not a good-for-nothing, then what is he? He barely survives by relying on others. This sentiment was echoed by the crowd, who chimed in, attributing my survival to mere luck. Surviving is my skill, regardless of the means by which I achieve it. Xiao, you should return soon. It is dangerous here. I scanned the area, hoping to catch a glimpse of Ji Wuyan, but my expression shifted when I realized she was absent. I inquired of Fatty Luo. Where is Ji Wuyan? He paused for a moment before responding. It seems she left just as you exited. My curiosity piqued. Ji Wuyan should not have departed at this moment. Seizing the opportunity during my distraction, Fatty Luo suggested, Brother Xia, why not come with me to my car? I'll take you to the hospital. Being the center of attention, it would be prudent for me to leave this place of turmoil as soon as possible. I had just stated that Zheng Yuanheng sacrificed himself for my sake and his nephew's, and no one seemed to doubt my explanation. It was a rather flawless cover story. After a brief pause, I said nothing further and climbed into the vehicle. As the car drove forward, Fatty Luo suddenly erupted into laughter. I regarded him with surprise and asked, What is so amusing? Brother Xia, don't play coy with me, he replied. What do you mean? I inquired. Brother Xia, others may be deceived by you, but I am not, for you possess a fatal flaw. Fatty Luo stated abruptly. I was taken aback, unease creeping in as I questioned, what flaw? Chapter 36. Soul-searching technique. Fatty Luo's gaze remained fixed on me, instilling a sense of discomfort within me. I sensed that he was not like the others. Previously, I had perceived him as a mere opportunist. But now I felt I may have misjudged him. Perhaps this man indeed possessed some concealed abilities that he had not yet revealed to me. I waited for him to continue. After a brief pause, Luo Pongzi spoke up. Your flaw lies in the fact that it was you who brought Zheng Sanjiao out, rather than Zheng Yuanheng. Upon hearing this, the tension I had been holding on to dissipated instantly. I thought to myself how intriguing it was. I had assumed he had uncovered some significant weakness of mine. The explanation regarding this brand had already been provided previously, and there was no need to reiterate it. I chose to ignore Luo Pongzi, knowing that for every word I uttered, the fat man would respond with an avalanche of unnecessary chatter. Seeing my silence, Luo Pongzi remarked, Xia Laodi, judging by your demeanor, it seems you have nothing to say. In truth, Zheng Yuanheng never had the capability to survive this ordeal. The one who has always had that ability is you. His words stirred a slight ripple of emotion within me, yet I maintained my state of silence, keeping my eyes closed, as if his words had not reached me at all. Noticing my reticence, Luo Pongzi, with an air of mischief, cranked up the volume of the music within the car to an ear-splitting level, rendering any attempt at sleep futile. I had no choice but to address him. Turn it down, he replied. I would be willing to, but only if you provide me with a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, if news of your involvement in Zheng Yuanheng's demise were to leak, it could spell trouble. Once the music was silenced, he spoke languidly. Yet I detected a hint of menace in his tone. This displeased me. While it was true that Zheng Yuanheng had perished, I was not the culprit. Brother Luo, What relevance does this matter hold for you? I replied coolly. Luo Pengzi fell momentarily silent. The reality was that this issue had nothing to do with him. He was merely peddling his wares in a street filled with the deceased while I attended to my own affairs. Our paths were distinctly separate. Yet it was clear he was seeking trouble, deliberately provoking me. After a brief pause, he said, Xiaolaudi, your words suggest a growing distance between us. Is it necessary for our relationship to become so strained? I could hardly be bothered to respond. What connection could I possibly have with this man? We were, in essence, strangers. I remained silent, choosing not to elaborate further. Xiaolaudi, I understand your distrust towards me, fearing that I might expose your secrets. However, with the recent incident involving Zheng Yuanhong, the Zheng family will undoubtedly seek vengeance against you, Luo Pengzi continued. I found myself at a loss for words, muttering, and then? As he continued his incessant rambling, I could no longer endure it and interjected, what you say makes no sense to me. Brother Luo, please pull over. Luo Pengzi's eyes widened in surprise, but I quickly averted my gaze, pretending not to notice. I understood the confusion swirling in his mind. He likely expected me to show weakness and seek his guidance on how to resolve my predicament, yet I had disappointed him. With a heavy sigh, he chose to silence himself. After parking by the roadside, he dropped me off and said, Xiaolaudi, should you truly find yourself unable to withstand the Zheng family's retaliation, you can always seek me out. I replied curtly, thank you, Brother Luo. As I watched him drive away, I stood still for a few moments, lost in thought. It seemed that this fat man was not an ordinary person. He possessed considerable knowledge, and I sensed that he had seen through some of my actions. At this juncture, I still had no intention of admitting to anything, even if others had solid evidence against me. As long as I bore down and remained silent, he would have no leverage over me. Moreover, this was not the right time for me to make any commitments regarding my actions. Once I acknowledged anything to Luo Pengzi, who knew what kind of person he truly was. If he turned out to be base, he could easily divulge what I had shared, and the Zheng family would inevitably come looking for trouble. As I pondered these thoughts, a voice suddenly broke through my reverie. Young man, need a ride? I snapped back to reality, managing a smile as I replied, yes, please hurry. The driver urged me along. After I entered the vehicle and provided the address, the driver promptly accelerated, taking me to my destination. Arriving at Ji Wuyan's residence, it was already past midnight. The interior was cloaked in darkness, and I assumed Ji Wuyan would be seated on the couch, ready to surprise me with some unexpected words. So, as I entered, I called out, Sister, are you home? After several calls with no response, I turned on the light, only to find her absent. A sense of unease washed over me. Had Ji Wuyan not returned? I called out a few more times, but the empty house remained silent. After a moment, Wuma emerged from her room, saying, Xiechuan, stop calling. The young lady hasn't returned. You should get some rest. Seeing Wuma still in her pajamas made me feel a bit awkward. All right, I replied, returning to my room. I reflected on the events of the evening, and despite my earlier confidence, I couldn't shake a sense of foreboding. At this moment, I was undoubtedly more capable than the feng shui master I had visited. To be honest, the only certainty I had was that I had likely reached the realm of feng shui's unperturbed state. I find myself somewhat unclear about the classification of feng shui masters. Yet I can vaguely sense the pure yang energy circulating within me in abundance, at times surging like a relentless tide, quite formidable indeed. My grandfather had never spoken of such matters to me, and as I pondered these thoughts, I drifted into a hazy slumber. I cannot ascertain how long I slept, but I was abruptly roused by a series of loud knocks echoing from outside. Startled by the commotion, I rose from my bed and instinctively inquired, "Who is it?" A somewhat cold voice replied, "It is I." Instantly, I felt a shiver run down my spine, and my senses sharpened. Upon opening the door, I was greeted by the sight of Ji Wuyan, adorned in a striking red garment, exuding an enchanting allure. However, I noticed something peculiar. Her lips appeared somewhat bruised, a stark contrast to their usual hue. After a brief pause, I asked Ji Wuyan, "Sister, are you all right?" She commanded, "Come with me." Ji Wuyan turned and walked away, leaving me momentarily frozen in place. After a few seconds, I checked the time on my phone and was taken aback to discover it was merely 5 in the morning. Ji Wuyan seemed to have just returned, and I sensed an unsettling aura emanating from her, as if her energy was somewhat dissipated. Yet, I could not be certain of my perception, as my knowledge of Ji Wuyan was limited. Once outside, Ji Wuyan stood with her back to me, silent. We remained in that position for about a minute before she finally spoke. "Xiechuan, I have a question for you." "Sister, feel free to ask whatever you wish." I replied, "Did you kill Zheng Yuanhen?" Ji Wuyan's sudden inquiry left me bewildered, her gaze piercing, as though attempting to penetrate my innermost thoughts. Chapter 37. The situation deteriorates. I was perplexed as to why Ji Wuyan would pose such a question. Her inquiry placed me in a difficult position, and I struggled to formulate a response. Xie, it is best you answer me truthfully, she urged, sensing my hesitation. My mind raced. I had been staying at Ji Wuyan's residence since arriving in the capital. She had been quite caring towards me, despite her sharp tongue, often stepping in to assist me. Logically, there should be no issue in confiding in her, yet after careful consideration, I resolved not to disclose anything. Sister, it wasn't me. I have yet to reach even the threshold of feng shui mastery. How could I possibly be a match for Zheng Yuanheng? Sister, you must be acquainted with him. You surely understand his capabilities, don't you? I retorted. Ji Wuyan paused, nodding slightly, yet her unwavering gaze continued to bore into me, creating an oppressive atmosphere that left me feeling uneasy. Xie, I will ask you one last time. Is Zheng Yuanheng's death related to you or not? Ji Wuyan's tone intensified, and I could detect an underlying pressure in her voice. Yet, even at this moment, I maintained my stance, stating, Sister, it was not me. Ji Wuyan locked eyes with me and took a step closer. I instinctively retreated, but she swiftly closed the distance between us. An overwhelming force enveloped me, particularly as I caught a whiff of a captivating feminine fragrance. She was irresistibly alluring. Were it not for my steadfast heart, I might have succumbed to her charm. Ji Wuyan's beauty had undoubtedly ensnared many men beneath her enchanting spell. We exchanged glances, and I held my gaze, steadfast in our silent confrontation for what felt like a minute, until she finally spoke. Very well, no matter who inquires, this is how you shall respond. I was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend Ji Wuyan's reasoning. What did she mean? I looked at her, my expression innocent. Sister, it truly wasn't me. All right, I understand. You may return to your slumber, Ji Wuyan coldly concluded, sweeping her skirt as she turned towards her bedroom. I remained rooted to the spot for several seconds, a sense of unease creeping over me. I sensed that perhaps some subtle clues had slipped out. Otherwise, Ji Wuyan would not have come to me at such an hour to discuss this matter. Yet, I could not articulate what precisely troubled me. I felt as though I were caught in a foggy haze. After standing there for a few moments, a voice suddenly echoed, Remember to respond like this tonight. Otherwise, your life will be in peril. I snapped back to reality and retreated into the house. Ji Wuyan's words left me no room for further inquiry. Any attempt to question her would equate to an admission of guilt. The matter of Zheng Yuanheng's death had to remain my secret, an unspeakable one at that. Upon returning to my bedroom, I felt a wave of drowsiness wash over me, and it was not long before I succumbed to sleep. When I awoke, I noticed several messages on my phone. To my surprise, they were from Chen Xiaoxiao. My earlier fatigue vanished as I opened her texts, the first inquiring if I was awake. Perhaps noticing my silence, she followed up with another message, asking if I had been injured the previous night, explaining my prolonged slumber. Reading her words filled me with a sense of warmth and satisfaction. As I continued to scroll through her messages, I was taken aback by her next revelation. It seemed the Han family had encountered trouble, as an unexpected visitor had arrived at the elder Han's residence last night. Initially, I struggled to process this information, but as it sank in, I dialed Chen Xiaoxiao's number. I had a nagging suspicion that this incident was far from simple. The phone rang for a short while before she answered. Xie, you finally awakened. Yes, Xiaoxiao, you mentioned something happened at the Han family. What occurred? I asked directly. Chen Xiaoxiao wasted no time in explaining. Last night, someone entered the Han residence and killed Zheng Sanjia's soul as it emerged from the ancient house. Her words sent ripples through me, and I couldn't help but wonder how she had acquired such information. I posed my questions, curious about the source of her knowledge. My father informed me, she replied promptly. He said that an uninvited guest entered the Han household last night and extinguished Zheng Sanjia's soul, which alarmed several prominent figures within the Han family. They banded together to confront the intruder, but ultimately, she managed to escape. Chen Xiaoxiao elaborated patiently. After listening, I inquired, do we know who it is yet? I don't know, but my father doesn't have any information either, she replied. I pondered for a moment, contemplating the implications. Just then, Chen Xiaoxiao called out, Xie, my father is currently at the Han family to check on Zheng Sanjia. Do you have time? I sensed what she was hinting at and seized the opportunity, affirming, yes, I have time. Great. Where shall we meet? Her voice took on a slightly bashful tone. Wait at home for me. I'll come to you. After she confirmed, I hung up the phone. A sense of unease settled within me, as I couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. The situation was growing increasingly complex, with more individuals becoming involved. Who could be behind the attack on Zheng Sanjia? And how could they extinguish his very soul? I couldn't help but feel, to some extent, that this uninvited guest was aiding me. My thoughts drifted back to Ji Wuyan's visit at 5 in the morning, and I pondered whether it could indeed be her. Contemplating this matter, I felt compelled to seek her out for clarification. To my dismay, however, Wu Ma informed me that Ji Wuyan was not at home and had already departed. Left with no options, I decided to step outside. I hailed a cab and made my way to Chen Xiaoxiao's residence. The hour was still quite early, around 11 in the morning, making it a perfect time for us to share a meal together. The twists and turns of my fate with Chen Xiaoxiao have been numerous, and it is indeed a rare blessing that we have come together. Upon meeting Chen Xiaoxiao, I was greeted by a radiant smile that lit up her face. She and Ji Wuyan are entirely different types of women. Ji Wuyan possesses an air of noble elegance, while Chen Xiaoxiao embodies the charm of a delicate neighborly girl. After finishing our meal, Chen Xiaoxiao received a phone call. Just a few words into the conversation, her expression shifted to one of discomfort. Witnessing her distress, it was evident that Chen Weifeng was on the other end of the line. Once the call ended, I could not help but inquire, "What happened?" "It's nothing, Xiechuan. Let us just enjoy our meal. Afterwards, we can go shopping," she replied, her smile returning, her brows arching in a delightful crescent. All right, I refrained from saying much more. After all, we were already wed, and by rights, she was my wife. As Chen Xiaoxiao took my hand and led me forward, she seemed to notice my attire and decided to take me into a shopping mall to buy me some clothes. I had no objection. After all, who would refuse their wife's generous offer? She chose the garments, and I would handle the payment. I was not impoverished. I had substantial funds at my disposal. Upon entering the mall, I was struck by the dazzling array of brands. I have no particular demands regarding my attire, but Chen Xiaoxiao led me into a store and began selecting outfits for me. The prices were steep, often reaching into the thousands, but for me, it was inconsequential. Just as we were trying on clothes, an unpleasant voice pierced the air. "Oh, Chen Xiaoxiao, I heard you married a useless man. How can you still have the heart to shop for clothes?" The voice was grating, instantly capturing my attention. I turned to see a woman heavily made up, dressed in a rather gaudy manner, her features only passably attractive. Chen Xiaoxiao's expression soured at the sight of her. "Xiechuan, let's go," she urged. I nodded and prepared to follow her outside, but the unpleasant voice resumed. "So, this is your useless husband? Dressed like a country bumpkin? Did she just crawl out of the countryside? It seems fitting, birds of a feather flock together." The woman continued, her taunts growing sharper. "Moreover, I've heard that your father, Chen Weifeng, is on the brink of bankruptcy, owing millions. Do you still have the heart to shop with this waste of space?" Unable to hold back, Chen Xiaoxiao retorted, "Have you said enough?" The woman responded, "Not nearly. I heard you were dying. Why haven't you done the world a favor and perished?" Chen Xiaoxiao's face flushed with anger. Noticing her distress, I stepped forward and asked, "Have you finished speaking?" The woman, emboldened by my interjection, sneered, "You, country bumpkin, worthless waste, do you think you have the right to speak to me? Talking to you makes me sick. Get lost. When my boyfriend arrives, he'll make sure you regret this for life." Her face twisted in malice, revealing her true nature. Yet, in that moment, I discerned an unusual aura about her. "What are you staring at? My new boyfriend is a feng shui master. Let me tell you, crossing a feng shui master will not only bring misfortune upon you, but also doom your entire family for generations." She continued her threats. Unable to resist, I spoke up, prompting both women to regard me with surprise. My gaze fell upon the woman, and from her 12 palaces, I could ascertain that she had likely been involved with more than one boyfriend. Her marriage palace appeared chaotic, suggesting she juggled multiple relationships. After a brief pause, I inquired, "With so many boyfriends, which one is the feng shui master you speak of?" Her reaction was swift. She turned hostile and pointed at me, yelling, "You poor loser. What nonsense are you spouting? Do you want my boyfriend to make sure you and your entire lineage are ruined?" Her demeanor shifted to that of a shrew. I dismissed her words, knowing that if her boyfriend possessed any real skill, he would have noticed her indiscretions. How could a person with such infidelity claim to be a feng shui master? It was utterly laughable. I'm not speaking nonsense. Deep down, you know this. Furthermore, I must inform you that your numerous affairs will soon bring about your own demise, I stated calmly, unaffected by her outburst. I've conveyed my warning. Whether you heed it is up to you. Some matters cannot be resolved merely by raising your voice. My words finally silenced her, and she stood there, staring at me, while I ignored her and called for Chen Xiaoxiao as we exited the store. Once outside, Chen Xiaoxiao remarked, "Xiechuan, I didn't realize you were so articulate." She exhaled, evidently relieved to be away from the woman's slander. "I'm not just articulate. I excel in other areas as well," I replied with a smirk. "What areas?" she asked, curiosity piqued. I chuckled and replied, "You'll find out in due time." After selecting a few outfits, we enjoyed a meal together and watched a movie, marking the conclusion of our day. I personally escorted Chen Xiaoxiao back to her home. To my surprise, upon our arrival, I encountered a stern visage, radiating anger. Chen Xiaoxiao's complexion shifted instantly, her voice trembling as she called out, "Dad." Chen Weifeng let out a cold snort, instructing, "You go inside. I have matters to discuss with him." "Dad, what do you want to say to him?" Chen Xiaoxiao asked, concerned for me and wary of her father's reprimand, unwilling to leave my side. "Go inside," Chen Weifeng insisted, his irritation palpable. Noticing Chen Xiaoxiao's hesitation, I interjected, "Xiaoxiao, you should go in." "What about you?" she asked. "I'll be fine," I assured her. I had grown accustomed to Chen Weifeng's scornful remarks, which typically consisted of insults about my worthlessness and poverty. I had become numb to them. Seeing my nonchalance, Chen Xiaoxiao entered the villa without delay. Observing the darkening sky, I estimated it was around 8 in the evening, not overly late. Chen Weifeng's gaze bore into me, laced with disdain. He began, "Xiechuan, let me clarify something. You are nothing but a waste, utterly unworthy of my daughter. It is essential to know one's place. I am speaking kindly. But should you fail to comprehend, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. A mere flick of my hand could easily make you disappear from Beijing. Dare you?" I countered, speaking with unwavering confidence. My words left Chen Weifeng momentarily taken aback. In his eyes, I was merely a worthless individual, someone he believed he could easily intimidate. "What do you think I am afraid of?" "Xiechuan, this is Beijing, not a place for you to misbehave," he retorted, regaining his composure. "My sister is Ji Wuyan," I declared. My words instantly drew Chen Weifeng's gaze towards me, his eyes filled with mockery. "This is all you amount to? Let me tell you. How much longer do you think you can survive? Within 3 days, you will surely meet a violent end. Is that so?" I replied calmly. "Of course. I have no inclination to waste even a moment of my time with a worthless fool like you." With that, Chen Weifeng turned and entered the villa, the door slamming shut behind him. Standing at the entrance, I peered inside, my thoughts sinking. I had just glimpsed Chen Weifeng's 12 palaces and discovered that his crisis still lingered. What piqued my curiosity was whether this predicament had persisted for too long. Could it be that those intending to strike against Chen Weifeng had yet to find the opportune moment? My mind raced as a cold wind swept by, prompting me to hail a cab home. On the way, I received a call from Chen Xiaoxiao, who inquired if I was all right. I reassured her that I was fine and urged her not to worry. After hanging up, I arrived home around 9 o'clock. Upon my arrival, I encountered Ji Wuyan, who appeared much improved this evening. She glanced at me before lowering her head, and I greeted her. Ji Wuyan ignored my greeting, but I was accustomed to her demeanor and said nothing as I headed towards my bedroom. However, just a few steps in, Ji Wuyan's voice rang out. "Xiechuan, the Zheng family will send someone over tomorrow. Their visit has nothing to do with us. The events concerning them do not warrant our vengeance. Especially since I was forced into this situation by them," I replied. While my words held truth, Ji Wuyan countered. "But have you considered what you would do if they insisted on causing you trouble? Are the Zheng family truly that unreasonable?" I retorted. "They will indeed seek trouble with you. 2 members of the Zheng family have already suffered because of you. Now, one soul of Zheng Sanjia has been utterly destroyed. Could it be that someone is concealing a truth?" Ji Wuyan's penetrating gaze fell upon me, causing my heart to momentarily falter. I recalled how she had persistently warned me the previous night not to acknowledge any connection between Zheng Sanjia's death and myself. After learning today that the soul of Zheng Sanjia had perished, I initially suspected Ji Wuyan might be involved. Yet, her current words suggested otherwise, hinting that she might not be the perpetrator after all. This posed a conundrum. I stood silent, maintaining my silence. Ji Wuyan continued, "Sister, how would I know? You have mentioned that the Zheng family is despicable. Perhaps someone simply cannot tolerate them. Wouldn't you agree?" Ji Wuyan chuckled lightly. "Indeed, Xiechuan. I must inform you that if the Zheng family truly seeks to trouble you, I will not come to your aid." Her candidness was somewhat disconcerting. Yet I understood her reasoning. We were not related, and the Zheng family, as the foremost feng shui clan in the capital, wielded considerable power. It was entirely reasonable for Ji Wuyan to refrain from intervening on my behalf. "I understand, sister." "Very well, you may retire now," Ji Wuyan stated, prompting me to resume my walk towards the bedroom. I sensed that a storm was brewing, and this moment felt like the calm before the tempest. As I lay on my bed, I began to practice the Qinglong Sutra, feeling a pure yang energy circulating within me. After some time, I sensed a subtle strengthening within myself. It was not until the latter half of the night that I finally drifted into a hazy sleep. Upon awakening, I found the rain pattering softly outside. I opened the window, feeling a chill breeze sweep in. Sitting cross-legged on my bed, I took a moment to reflect on who could have targeted Geomancer. My strongest suspicion fell on Ji Wuyan, yet after hearing her remarks the previous night, I began to doubt that theory. Suddenly, I thought of Fatty Luo. Could he be involved? No, that seemed implausible. I shook my head, dismissing the idea. After contemplating for a while without reaching a conclusion, I rose from the bed and glanced at the time. It was around 9 in the morning. Ji Wuyan should be having breakfast at this hour, but upon entering the kitchen, I found she had not yet eaten. Wu Ma, noticing my presence, said, "I'll make you a bowl of noodles." "Thank you, Wu Ma. Where's my sister?" I inquired directly. "Miss left early this morning," she replied. I pressed her further about Ji Wuyan's whereabouts, but Wu Ma claimed not to know. I chose not to probe further. Ji Wuyan's recent behavior had struck me as rather unusual. When I first met her, she seemed laid back and carefree, yet now she appeared entirely transformed. With so much happening, it was often said that unusual occurrences heralded trouble. Though I was unaware of Ji Wuyan's activities, I sensed that some matters may have spiraled beyond her control. Having just arrived in the capital, I had no sources of information regarding the events unfolding around me, let alone anything pertaining to the feng shui world. A thought suddenly brought Fatty Luo to mind. I recalled the business card he had given me and promptly dialed his number. The call connected quickly, and I heard his voice on the line. "Hello, who is this? We provide comprehensive funeral services. There is nothing we cannot achieve. Whether you seek a captivating goddess or a pure maiden, we can tailor our offerings to your specifications." I thought to myself, Fatty Luo's chatter was relentless. "Luo go. It's Sichuan." Yet, before I could finish, he abruptly hung up. I was left bewildered, struggling to comprehend his sudden disconnection. His actions filled me with an ominous sense of foreboding. Though he was a blabbermouth, he was also well-informed. The fact that he abruptly ended our call suggested he might have received some troubling news. After pondering for a moment, I decided to call him back. This time, he answered promptly. "Luo go, why did you hang up on me earlier?" I asked. "Xiaolaudi, if you have something to discuss, come to my shop directly. Some matters are difficult to explain over the phone," Fatty Luo replied succinctly before hanging up again. I stood there momentarily stunned when Wu Ma brought me a bowl of noodles. After finishing my meal, I resolved to visit Fatty Luo. As I sat in the taxi, I recalled how Fatty Luo had previously mentioned that I would inevitably seek him out. Perhaps he truly possessed some capability? By the time I arrived at his shop, it was around 10 o'clock. Due to the rain, the street dedicated to funeral services was nearly deserted. Upon entering, I found Fatty Luo sipping tea. He sprang to his feet upon seeing me, his gaze fixated on me as a radiant smile blossomed on his face, reminiscent of a blooming chrysanthemum. "Xiaolaudi, what brings you here today?" I found myself momentarily speechless, pondering the absurdity of this corpulent man feigning superiority. Nevertheless, I patiently remarked, "Brother Luo, there are matters I wish to inquire of you." "What matters?" Brother Luo rose, turning his back to me at the doorway, hands clasped behind him, exuding an air of pretentious wisdom. I couldn't help but think, what trickery is this rotund fellow up to now? The rain cascaded from the eaves in a continuous, rhythmic sound. Unable to suppress my curiosity, I asked, "Brother Luo, what troubles you?" "Oh, it's nothing," he sighed. Who would have imagined that after 20 years, such significant events would unfold in our capital as feng shui community? Reflecting on it now, it truly elicits a sense of melancholy. What exactly has transpired in our capital? I pressed. His gaze, initially surprised, swiftly morphed into one of incredulity, as if to say, "Surely, the whole world is aware of what has happened, save for you." "Rumor has it that the demise of Geomancer's soul is linked to you," Brother Luo stated, scrutinizing me. I returned his gaze, sensing his intent to penetrate my very essence, even suspecting he might be attempting to deceive me. I forced a sheepish smile and replied, "Brother Luo, surely they jest? How much could a mere waste like me accomplish?" Brother Luo laughed heartily, but soon his laughter turned strained. I was at a loss for words, and observing his demeanor, I urged, "Speak plainly, stop your laughter. Have you ever met anyone who openly declares themselves a waste?" "Sichuan, I acknowledge your intelligence. Yet you still pale in comparison to me. The Zheng family will undoubtedly seek you out here in our capital, and they may well come to claim your life. Who are they to threaten me?" I retorted. "Do they require permission to act against anyone?" His words left me momentarily speechless. I was uncertain whether I could contend with the Zheng family alone. "Brother Xia, I must clarify, the Zheng family is not to be trifled with. They have an ancestor said to be over a century old, a master of unparalleled might," Brother Luo warned, causing my heart to race. The power of a master in feng shui was indeed formidable. Noticing my silence, he suggested, "Perhaps it would be prudent for you to leave the capital temporarily, to avoid the storm, and return once the turmoil subsides." Brother Luo, do not frighten me. The news clearly states that a formidable figure has infiltrated the Han family, one who has bested their most skilled feng shui masters. Such a daunting task is beyond my capabilities. Brother Luo chuckled at my repeated self-deprecation. Frustrated, I departed from his residence, the sound of the downpour failing to drown out his laughter. Amidst the storm, I sensed an impending crisis. To navigate this peril, relying solely on myself would be insufficient. However, they should not underestimate me, for I still held a trump card. As evening fell, the rain subsided. I did not return home, but exchanged a few words with Chen Xiao before falling silent. I made my way to the banks of the angry river, swollen from a day and night of relentless rain. Holding the river god's reverse scale, I infused it with a trace of pure yang energy. As I did so, the already turbulent waters surged violently. Waves crashed relentlessly against the shore. The night sky was pitch black, illuminated only by streetlights, rendering the streets eerily deserted and silent. The ferocious waves roared like a primordial beast, yet none of the fury reached me. Calmly, I stood, waiting as the water parted, revealing a figure emerging from its depths. Our eyes met as the river god appeared in human form, remarkably handsome. He swiftly approached the shore and inquired, "What brings you to summon me?" I regarded the river god, whose strength was considerable. At least Ji Wuyan chose to avoid him. And my last encounter with the river god had nearly revealed Chun Zhao's secret, resulting in divine retribution. "I seek your assistance with a matter," I stated. "What matter?" "Speak freely. If it involves eliminating someone, that would be a simple task," he replied nonchalantly, his gaze seemingly lost in the heavens. "Is that so?" I questioned. "Indeed," he replied with unwavering certainty, displaying an utter disregard for the human realm. "If that is the case, the feng shui family of Fengdu has come to trouble me. Their strongest member is a grandmaster feng shui practitioner. I need you to deal with this grandmaster." I spoke calmly. "Since you seem so confident, it shouldn't be too difficult for you to handle a grandmaster." However, immediately after I finished speaking, the river god burst into laughter, his previously aloof demeanor vanishing in an instant, replaced by a sudden bout of coughing. He appeared to have fallen ill, and I looked at him in disbelief. "Have you fallen ill?" I asked. He gazed at me with feeble eyes and replied, "You know, I was struck by divine punishment last time, and my body has yet to recover. But rest assured, once I am well, I could handle not just one grandmaster, but even 10 without breaking a sweat." Hearing him boast, I recognized that he was likely trying to evade my request. I remained silent, gripping his reverse scale. His gaze was fixed on it, yet he dared not attempt to seize it. "River god, it's not about confronting the grandmaster. It's merely dealing with a few ordinary feng shui practitioners," I clarified. "Is that so? Then what are we waiting for? I shall take care of it now," he declared boldly, striding forward and gesturing for me to lead the way. At that moment, I received a phone call from an unfamiliar number. Staring at the screen, I hesitated for a few seconds before answering. An elderly voice came through. "Young friend, I wonder if you still remember me?" I was taken aback and remained silent. Fortunately, the old man continued, "I am Han Weigua, kind-hearted Han. What brings you to seek me?" I responded, "This evening, I am hosting a family banquet at my home, and I would be honored if you would grace us with your presence." Han Weigua's invitation hinted at something significant. I paused, initially considering a refusal, but then he added, "Chun Weifeng and her daughter will also be present. Do you not wish to see them?" This statement struck a chord within me. While I had little interest in Chun Weifeng, the prospect of seeing Chun Xiao intrigued me greatly. Her unique background concealed secrets that many sought after. Noticing my delayed response, Han Weigua's voice came through again. "Xiechuan, are you there?" "I'm here. I will come shortly," I replied. "Xiechuan, are you troubled? If so, I can send a driver to pick you up." "No need. I shall go on my own." After I spoke, I ended the call. I stood still for a moment, glancing at the time, which read 9 o'clock in the evening. My gaze fell upon the river god, who was also looking at me. The river god then spoke, prompting a subtle change in my expression. Chapter 40. Have I been seen through? The river god began, "While I can accompany you, I cannot do so in my current state." His eyes fixed on me, and I could not conceal my unease. Uncertain of his intentions, I refrained from speaking, waiting for him to elaborate. The river god did not delay for long. He smiled at me, yet his grin felt rather insidious. "Did I not previously gift you a reverse scale? I can temporarily conceal myself within it. When you require my presence, simply infuse it with your essence, and I shall emerge at your call." I had to admit, he was indeed handsome, with deep-set eyes and chiseled features. He would undoubtedly be considered striking in the human realm. "Do you take me for a fool?" I countered. The river god offered an awkward smile, replying, "Certainly not." "Then it's settled. If you mask your aura and remain silent, no one will perceive you as the river god. However, For precaution, I retrieved a charm, which, after imbuing with my energy, I handed to the river god. To a certain extent, this charm would assist him in concealing his presence. Though the river god appeared somewhat disgruntled, he had no choice but to comply. I hailed a taxi, and as it approached, we entered the vehicle. After providing the address, we arrived at the residence of the esteemed Honda. Prior to our arrival, I had called Honda, so as we arrived, a servant was already waiting to greet us. I introduced myself, and the Han family's servant escorted us inside. The guests attending the soiree at the Han residence were evidently individuals of stature, as the luxury cars parked in the courtyard indicated that this evening's gathering was no ordinary affair. The river god observed everything with curiosity. However, his mere presence attracted the attention of numerous women. He seemed quite at ease, greeting those who gazed at him with adoration, which elicited excited shrieks from several. Soon, some women approached him for photographs. I called out to the river god, urging him to stick close to me, fearing he might attract unwanted attention. Upon entering the hall, many eyes turned toward me. I overheard snippets of conversation. "Look, Sichuan, that good-for-nothing is here again. It's uncanny. This useless fellow is everywhere. You think his luck is remarkable?" He entered that haunted house twice and emerged unscathed, while the two esteemed members of the Zheng family met their demise inside. Surely, he couldn't be the one behind it? Impossible. Just look at him. He's clearly a waste. I listened to their idle chatter, indifferent to their opinions. The river god leaned in to whisper, "Sichuan, it appears your reputation precedes you. So many are speaking ill of you. If you remain silent, no one will think you mute." As I scanned the room, I spotted Chen Xiao. I intended to approach her, but upon seeing Chun Weifeng by her side, I hesitated, not wishing to provoke his ire in the Han residence. Just then, someone called my name. I turned to see Honda beckoning me. As I approached, my gaze fell upon two individuals standing beside him. One older gentleman, likely in his 50s, and a young woman, strikingly beautiful, appearing to be in her early 20s. If I were to guess, these two must be representatives from the Zheng family. The individuals sent by the Zheng family were indeed noteworthy. I surmised that the older gentleman was a small master-level feng shui practitioner, while I could not discern the young woman's level. Regardless, my focus was singular. I had no connection to the death of Zheng Yuanheng or the destruction of Zheng Sanjia's soul. I would deny any involvement in those matters. At this moment, the river god remarked, "That young lady is quite lovely." I glanced over, acknowledging her beauty, though I felt she paled in comparison to Chen Xiao. Just as I was pondering this, the river god unexpectedly stated, "But compared to Chen Xiao." I turned to him sharply, my expression shifting as he continued. "Sichuan, why do you look at me like that? I had promised not to compete for women, and I shall keep that promise. Do you truly believe you can end up with Chen Xiao? She holds secrets." I fixed my gaze on the river god, waiting for him to continue. But he suddenly fell silent. He glanced around nervously, muttering, "Fortunately, I didn't say too much." I regarded him with an incredulous look. Had he randomly mentioned Chen Xiao? He might have invited divine retribution from the heavens. Some secrets are best left undisturbed. Though I suspected the river god was privy to Chen Xiao's secrets, I did not press him for answers, knowing it could be a matter of life and death for him. Regaining my composure, I approached Honda. Upon reaching him, he smiled and said, "Sichuan, allow me to introduce you. This is Zheng Fuqing, the third master of the esteemed Zheng family, the foremost feng shui lineage in the capital." I offered a subtle nod to Zheng Fuqing, only to notice that his eyes bore a fierce demeanor, suggesting he was not one to be trifled with. "This is Zheng Furong," Honda continued, "a prodigy of the younger generation in the Zheng family, having already attained the small master level in feng shui at such a young age." Upon hearing this, I was taken aback, staring at Zheng Furong, unable to fathom how she had achieved such mastery at her age. I scrutinized Honda, questioning whether he was jesting, but his serious demeanor indicated otherwise. Just as I was lost in thought, Zheng Furong unexpectedly extended her hand. "Hello, Sichuan. May we speak privately?" The river god, standing beside me, interjected, "Miss, what could you possibly discuss with him? If you wish to converse, speak with me instead." Zheng Furong shot him an exasperated glance, disregarding him entirely. To my surprise, she seemed unaffected by the river god's allure, and I was equally astonished by her directness in wanting to speak with me alone. "Sichuan, what are your thoughts?" she inquired, her demeanor cool and seemingly unapproachable. After a moment of contemplation, I replied, "What could we possibly discuss? My cousin encountered misfortune in the ancient mansion, and my uncle Zheng Yuanheng met his demise there as well. I am curious as to how you managed to survive." With a calm smile, I added, "Miss Zheng, you need not inquire of me. Ask others, and you will learn. My survival on both occasions was due to your cousin's assistance the first time and your uncle's the second. In truth, the Zheng family has been my saviors. Zheng Furong's expression remained inscrutable, showing little change at my words. Clearly, she was not convinced. Instead, she pressed further, "Let us step aside for a moment. Young man, you should have a proper conversation with Furong. Since the Zheng family has saved your life, it is only fitting that you do so." Zheng Fuqing suddenly interjected, his tone leaving no room for refusal. I hesitated for a moment and replied, "All right." Zheng Furong stepped forward, and I followed closely behind her until we arrived at a side chamber. Once the door was shut, a serene silence enveloped the room. It must be said that the soundproofing in the quarters of the affluent was remarkably effective. I noticed a chair and sat down without hesitation. Zheng Furong regarded me from her elevated position. To my astonishment, despite her youthful appearance, she had already mastered the realm of a minor feng shui master, far surpassing Zheng Sanjia, who was merely at the concentration level. The disparity between them was akin to that of the heavens and the earth. After a brief exchange of glances, I was taken aback when Zheng Furong suddenly produced a talisman and directed it towards me. The talisman danced in her palm with the grace of a serpent. Instinctively, I recoiled, feeling the pure yang energy within me stir. I was about to retaliate when I quickly suppressed the urge. If I were to reveal my own feng shui capabilities and strength, the Zheng family would certainly not let me go. Thus, I feigned evasion, yet ultimately succumbed to the strike of the talisman. Upon impact, my body was propelled backward, crashing to the ground, pain coursing through me as my pure yang energy became chaotic. I had to concede that Zheng Furong was indeed formidable. She had likely only utilized a fraction of her skill with that talisman. "What are you doing? Why did you attack me?" I lay on the ground, gathering all my pure yang energy. Rising to my feet, I expressed my indignation. However, Zheng Furong seemed to disregard my words, her gaze filled with suspicion, an expression of confusion flickering in her eyes. I deduced that she was testing me, seeking to ascertain my true capabilities. Should her test succeed, the two individuals from the Zheng family who had encountered misfortune would inevitably be linked to me. In truth, I felt somewhat wronged. While the two had indeed entered the venue with me, their plight was entirely unrelated to my actions. After scrutinizing me for a moment, Zheng Furong shifted her gaze away and declared, "Xie, stop pretending." Her words sent a jolt through my heart, and an unsettling premonition surged within me. Had I inadvertently revealed a flaw that Zheng Furong had discerned? I lifted my gaze to her, refraining from admitting anything, instead countering, "What am I pretending? I do not comprehend what you are saying." As soon as my words fell, Zheng Furong swiftly approached, delivering a punch towards me. I instinctively tried to evade, but ultimately, I braced myself and did not manage to escape. Her fist struck me, sending me crashing against the wall. The impact left a deep dent, and I lay on the ground, my back against the wall, appearing utterly disheveled, blood trickling from the corner of my mouth. "What are you doing? Even if your family saved me, you cannot continue to assault me like this." I wiped the blood from my lip, glaring at Zheng Furong with resentment. "Are you still pretending?" Her voice grew colder, and I could sense a hint of malice lacing her tone. I steadied myself against the wall, aware that if she truly harbored murderous intent, I would have no choice but to fight back. "I do not know what you are talking about. I have no desire to converse with you." I turned to leave, but just a few steps away, I sensed a powerful gust of wind bearing down on me from behind, a heavy pressure that felt almost suffocating, as if death itself were looming. My mind began to whirl in turmoil, recognizing this as a formidable trial. Should I retaliate, it would render the previous blows I endured pointless. Yet, the danger was palpable. I wrestled with my thoughts and ultimately decided to endure, resigned to the possibility of taking another hit. The relentless gust intensified, a sense of crisis swelling within me. Nevertheless, I pressed forward, turning the doorknob, and as the door swung open, I took a bold step outside, feeling the fierce wind dissipate just as suddenly. With the pressure lifted, I emerged, gasping for air, my complexion pale. Sweat dripped from my brow as I wiped it away, dismissing the situation inside. Zheng Furong was a feng shui master of considerable skill. Even if I fought with all my might, I might not prevail against her. So choosing to endure was the wisest course, albeit a gamble with my very life. Fortunately, I had triumphed. As I stepped outside, Chen Xiaoxiao approached me. Upon noticing her, I instinctively glanced behind her, relieved to find Chun Weifeng absent. I composed myself and walked towards her. "Xie, why are you drenched in cold sweat?" Chen Xiaoxiao inquired. "It's nothing," I replied, beckoning her to a secluded corner, aware that the others in the living room were preoccupied with their revelry and would not notice us. Standing in the shadows, I asked Chen Xiaoxiao, "What brings you here today?" It was Master Han who invited my father, mentioning that someone from the Zheng family was present and wanted my father to accompany them. You know how my father is. He readily agreed, she explained. I was well aware of Chun Weifeng's character. He was a man who favored the affluent, viewing Qin Xiaoxiao merely as a means to ascend the social ladder. Little did he realize that those who sought to approach Qin Xiaoxiao often harbored ulterior motives. Just as we were conversing, a voice called out for Qin Xiaoxiao, prompting us to turn our gazes. There stood Qin Weifeng, beckoning her from a distance. Qin Xiaoxiao glanced at me, a flicker of hesitation crossing her face. I reassured her. It's all right, you should go. Following my words, she walked towards Qin Weifeng. As her back turned to me, he shot me a look that seemed to convey, poor fellow. You'd best keep your distance from my daughter. I had grown accustomed to Qin Weifeng's demeanor, feigning ignorance of his gaze. I sensed that this gathering was anything but ordinary. Zheng Furong had tested me, and I was uncertain if I had fully dispelled her suspicions. For now, all I could do was wait and see. If the Zheng family intended to pursue me further, I would be forced to confront them head-on. Lost in thought, my gaze fell upon the river god, who was merrily toasting with several women, his demeanor exuding joy. I approached him, and he immediately sensed something amiss. Xiechuan, you haven't been dealt with, have you? He asked, concern etched on his face. Yes, I have. By whom? He pressed urgently. I quickly responded, no one in particular. Sensing his inclination to intervene, I knew now was not the time for confrontation. Otherwise, my earlier pain at Zheng Furong's hands would have been in vain. The river god regarded me with confusion. Just as a nearby woman approached, vying for his attention, it was evident he had an aura that attracted admirers. As I stood there, someone called out, everyone. Listen to me. My attention was immediately drawn to the voice. It was Master Han, a figure of considerable standing in Kyoto. As he spoke, the entire room fell silent. All eyes were fixed on the esteemed Mr. Han. A gentle smile graced his face as he expressed his gratitude to everyone for attending the gathering at his residence. He announced that tonight's banquet was organized in honor of the Zheng family from Fengdu, inviting everyone to raise a glass to welcome Mr. Zheng Fuqing and Miss Zheng Furong. The crowd, responding to his words, raised their glasses in unison. At that moment, Zheng Furong exuded an air of elegance, a stark contrast to her earlier demeanor when she had confronted me. Indeed, the influence of Fengdu's foremost family in feng shui was palpable, compelling everyone to show respect. Mr. Zheng Fuqing took the microphone, uttering a few brief remarks that amounted to little more than pleasantries, yet the audience applauded nonetheless. With a smile, he added, I have another joyous announcement to make. This statement stirred a ripple of excitement through the crowd, prompting someone to inquire, what is it? Instead of responding, Mr. Zheng's gaze fell upon Qin Weifeng. Dressed impeccably in a suit, Qin Weifeng stepped forward, urging, Mr. Zheng, please make your announcement. With a smile, Mr. Zheng obliged, stating, I will not be modest. Our Zheng family is to forge a union with the Qin family. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in astonishment. I furrowed my brow, questioning who from the Zheng family would marry into the Qin family. Mr. Zheng clarified, it is my nephew, Zheng Sanjia, who will wed Miss Qin Xiaoxiao. A murmur of disbelief spread among the guests, as they were well aware that Zheng Sanjia had lost his soul and was essentially incapacitated. No one anticipated that Qin Weifeng would consider marrying his daughter to him. Isn't Zheng Sanjia a mere shell of a man? How could he possibly marry? They whispered. The Qin family, after all, held a respectable standing in the capital. Why would they agree to such a union? At that moment, a sharp voice pierced through the murmurs. Father, I will not marry. Qin Xiaoxiao's declaration drew the attention of the entire gathering, with many eager to witness the unfolding drama. Qin Weifeng's face darkened with anger as he retorted, whether you marry is not for you to decide. I refuse to marry. I am already betrothed. And I will not heed your words. Qin Xiaoxiao's defiance was palpable. Mr. Zheng's expression grew increasingly grim, while Qin Weifeng, seasoned in the business world, recognized the shift in Zheng Fuqing's demeanor. Without delay, he issued a forceful ultimatum, insisting that Qin Xiaoxiao must marry, regardless of her protests. Seeing Qin Xiaoxiao in such a predicament, I stepped forward without hesitation, positioning myself protectively in front of her. Qin Weifeng, noticing my intervention, turned a deep shade of crimson. Get out of my way, you worthless fool, he bellowed. Uncle, Xiaoxiao will not marry. Please do not impose your will upon her. I countered. This matter does not concern you, Xiechuan. I have my limits for your insolence. Qin Weifeng pointed a finger at me, his face twisted with rage. I lowered my voice to reassure Qin Xiaoxiao. Do not fear, I will handle this. Grasping her hand firmly, I ignored Qin Weifeng and addressed Zheng Fuqing directly. Mr. Zheng. You heard him. Xiaoxiao and I are already engaged. Oh, no. We have long since tied the knot, so it is too late for Zheng Sanjia to claim her. Zheng Fuqing's expression darkened considerably. Chun Wei-feng, in a frenzy, attempted to pull me away, but I stood my ground. As he struggled, he stammered, "Mr. Zheng, do not listen to this fool. My daughter is not engaged to him, and if there was, it is annulled now." His panic was evident. "Mr. Zheng, regardless, my daughter has no ties to this wastrel. Han Dashin can attest to that." Upon hearing this, Han Weigua glanced elsewhere, avoiding the confrontation. I met Zheng Fuqing's gaze and reiterated, "You heard him. Xiao Xiao is indeed engaged to me, and we have not consented to any annulment. You did not agree? Xie, how can you accept 50,000 from me?" Chen Weifeng's accusation drew all eyes to me, including Chen Xiaoxiao's. "You accepted 50,000 from Chen Weifeng and still wish to marry his daughter? How greedy. You desire both wealth and a wife." Murmurs of suspicion circulated, painting me in a less than favorable light. I paid no heed to their remarks, focused solely on Chen Xiaoxiao's reaction, noticing a subtle change in her expression. I longed to explain, but sensed that now was not the time. "Listen, you despicable creature, you think you can lay claim to my family's fortune? I grant you this opportunity. Leave now, or face my wrath." Our conflict escalated quickly. "You once humiliated me with 50,000. I refrained from confronting you as an elder. But your arrogance today is intolerable. Here, take this 1 million check." I thrust the check, given to me by Han Dashin, directly at Chen Weifeng. He stood there, momentarily stunned, and before he could react, I took Chen Xiaoxiao's hand and led her away. Outside, I noticed Chen Xiaoxiao was slightly out of breath, her face flushed. When I glanced at her, she averted her gaze shyly, a sight that stirred my heart. "Xiaoxiao, I wish to explain," I began, but before I could finish, she murmured, "I believe you, Xie," her eyes locking onto mine with unwavering sincerity. In that moment, as our eyes met, I saw a galaxy of stars reflected in hers. With her words, I felt an overwhelming willingness to face any challenge. Chen Weifeng's decision to marry off his daughter to a man of such dubious merit was indeed laughable. I regained my composure and said, "Thank you." Chen Xiaoxiao smiled, her radiance akin to dawn. "Xie, there is no need for thanks between us." Just as we were about to continue our conversation, a languid voice interjected, "You two seem to have the luxury of time to indulge in sweet nothings." Unaware that those inside are seething with rage. "We should leave." Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaoxiao's face flushed with a hint of embarrassment. I turned to see the newcomer. Hands in pockets, exuding a nonchalant demeanor. Alone, he appeared untouched by the surrounding chaos. "Who is he?" Chen Xiaoxiao inquired. I regarded the river god, recalling his previous intentions towards her, and realized that had I not intervened, he might have pursued her further. Before I could introduce the river god, he took the initiative. "Xiaoxiao, I am Jiogao. You may call me Brother Jiao." As he spoke, a smile graced his face, leaving me feeling oddly uncomfortable at his familiarity with Chen Xiaoxiao. I interjected, "You are not to call her Xiaoxiao. She is to be addressed as Chen Xiaoxiao." The two of them looked at me in surprise. And while Jiogao initially seemed ready to protest, he thought better of it upon meeting my gaze. At that moment, a car pulled up, and we climbed in to leave. Upon reaching the banks of the angry river, I instructed the driver to let Jiogao out, assuring him that I would reach out if I needed anything. Jiogao nodded and departed, disappearing from my sight. Chen Xiaoxiao suddenly inquired, "Xie, where are we headed now?" Her question left me momentarily speechless. If she were to return now, she would undoubtedly face the wrath of Chen Weifeng. Moreover, residing in Ji Wuyin's home and taking Chen Xiaoxiao to her own abode seemed rather inconvenient. I replied to Chen Xiaoxiao, "Allow me a moment to think." She softly acknowledged my request, refraining from further comments. After a while, I instructed the driver to stop in front of a luxurious hotel, its exterior exuding opulence that indicated it was no ordinary establishment. However, I was not impoverished. Despite having given Chen Weifeng 1 million, I still possessed several million given to me by the benevolent Han. Upon arriving at the hotel entrance, Chen Xiaoxiao suddenly flushed, her voice trembling as she asked, "Xie, what are you bringing me here for? Perhaps we should check into a room first." Her words made her already rosy cheeks appear even more vibrant, as if they might overflow with emotion at any moment. Observing her flustered demeanor and fidgeting hands, I understood her thoughts, which made me feel somewhat awkward. I clarified, "Xiaoxiao, I meant for each of us to have a separate room." Just as I finished speaking, Chen Xiaoxiao's phone rang. I promptly fell silent, not wishing to interrupt her call. Initially, I presumed it was from Chen Weifeng, but upon hearing her side of the conversation, I realized it was not. After hanging up, a flicker of concern crossed her face, prompting me to ask, "Xiaoxiao, is something wrong?" She turned to me and said, "Xie, do you remember that girl we encountered while shopping for clothes?" Instantly, I recalled the woman with a sharp tongue, nodding in affirmation. "She's in trouble and is crying at home," asking us to come over. A hint of worry crossed Chen Xiaoxiao's features. Doesn't she have a feng shui master boyfriend? Why does she need us? I remarked dismissively, having no fondness for that woman, who seemed to be one who resented the poor and favored the rich. Noticing my reluctance to assist, Chen Xiaoxiao gently urged, Xiechuan, please overlook past grievances. She is still my classmate. After all, saving a life is worth more than building a 7-story pagoda. Her pleading expression made it difficult for me to refuse. Just as I was about to respond, her phone rang again. Chen Xiaoxiao answered, placing the call on speakerphone. A sobbing voice quickly emerged from the other end. Xiaoxiao, please come quickly. I'm so scared, truly frightened. I was wrong to be jealous of your beauty. Please forgive me. The distress in the woman's voice indicated her mental state was unraveling. I am not a heartless individual. And upon catching Chen Xiaoxiao's glance, I nodded in agreement. Chen Xiaoxiao quickly reassured, Tian, we'll be there shortly. Don't be afraid. Okay, I'll wait for you. She replied before hanging up. Chen Xiaoxiao, decisive in her actions, hailed a cab, and we swiftly entered. She provided the driver with the address. And we remained silent during the ride, the earlier topic feeling somewhat awkward. After about half an hour, we arrived at a high-end residential complex. As we made our way inside, Chen Xiaoxiao pressed the doorbell to her friend's home. After a brief wait, the door swung open, revealing a woman in an exceedingly short nightgown who immediately embraced Chen Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao, you finally made it. If you hadn't come soon, I would have been scared to death. Tian whimpered, her words accompanied by sobs. I glanced inside the house and couldn't help but frown. The atmosphere felt ominously heavy, almost unusual. I stepped inside and inquired, why aren't the lights on? Upon hearing my voice, Tian noticed me, her fear evident, yet her gaze was laced with disdain. I brushed off her attitude and pressed on. If you don't answer me truthfully, I will take Xiaoxiao and leave. Tian's demeanor shifted to one of panic as she hurriedly replied, I'm afraid to turn on the lights. They flicker, and it frightens me. I offered, may I take a look? You don't mind, do you? She nodded, I don't mind. Once inside, the oppressive atmosphere intensified. I turned on the lights, only to find that nothing unusual occurred as she had claimed. Tian appeared momentarily stunned, questioning, did the lights just fix themselves? Please, tell me what happened. I replied coolly, let us discuss it inside. Although she was initially reluctant, she eventually followed Chen Xiaoxiao's encouragement and stepped inside. The room was chilly, and noticing Tian's scant attire, Chen Xiaoxiao found a piece of clothing for her to wear. What about your feng shui master boyfriend? Chen Xiaoxiao blurted out. At the mention of him, Tian broke into tears, her makeup running. He is a fraud, not a feng shui master at all. That scoundrel deserves no mercy. Chen Xiaoxiao looked somewhat speechless, and I couldn't help but smile, unsure of what to say. Once she calmed down, I asked, what exactly happened in your home? Observing the disarray, it was clear that some intense incident had occurred. What good would it do to tell you? Tian scoffed, dismissing me. Chen Xiaoxiao intervened. Tian, you must trust Xiechuan. He can indeed deal with malevolent spirits. Tian, her curiosity piqued, asked, is he really a feng shui master? Yes, he is quite skilled. Remember my own predicament? He helped me out of it. Hearing this, Tian's eyes brightened. You can genuinely deal with malevolent spirits? Prove it. I was reluctant to waste time with her. And if not for Chen Xiaoxiao, I might have already left. I shot Tian a glare and asked, are you involved with multiple boyfriends? How dare you say such things? She retorted, her tone turning hostile. I'm merely inquiring if it's true. My voice hardened. Tian hesitated for a moment before realizing my intent, and the shift in her gaze suggested she now believed in my capabilities. We shared a moment of silence before I pressed. Can you now tell me what happened? She nodded. Chen Xiaoxiao looked at me in surprise, perhaps wondering how the previously fiery Tian had suddenly become compliant. Look at my arm, Tian said, abruptly lifting her already short nightgown, revealing a fair and delicate sight before me. Chapter 43. The Other Haunted House. Upon witnessing this scene, I immediately turned around without a moment's hesitation. What are you doing? I inquired. Chen Xiaoxiao appeared equally bewildered and remarked, Tian. You. I didn't mean for you to look at my thigh. I wanted you to see the scars on my thigh, Tian clarified. The atmosphere in the room suddenly grew awkward. No matter how I looked, I could not possibly gaze at that part of her body, especially with Chen Xiaoxiao present. As these chaotic thoughts swirled in my mind, Chen Xiaoxiao's somewhat sharp voice suddenly rang out, Xiechuan, look quickly. Isn't that inappropriate, Xiaoxiao? I responded. Why are you being so conservative? It's not as if I'm asking you to see something you shouldn't, Tian bluntly stated. And if you don't look, how can you help me solve my problem? She insisted once more. Yet, I remained resolute in my decision not to turn around. I awaited Chen Xiaoxiao's remarks. Xiechuan, Go ahead and look. I want to be upset, Chen Xiaoxiao said. With her assurance, I felt less apprehensive, but before looking, I couldn't help but ask, really? Indeed. Chen Xiaoxiao affirmed. I turned back and saw Tian lifting her nightgown to the top of her thigh. I must admit, her legs were indeed slender, long, and beautiful. However, my focus was not on that, but rather on the marks adorning her thighs. They appeared somewhat unsettling. There were no open wounds or bleeding, but the impressions were clearly left by fingers, a deep purplish hue evident throughout. Just looking at them made me envision the force that must have been used to inflict such marks. What is this? I inquired. Initially, I wondered if they were left by Tian's girlfriend, hence my question. Tian wasted no time in responding. I don't know how they got there. I just hear a piercing sound by my ear at night, as if something is tightening around my neck, and my legs are gripped tightly. She placed her hand on her thigh, inadvertently drawing my gaze. All right, you can lower your dress now, I said. Tian hesitated for a moment, but complied, letting her gown fall. Can you identify what was constricting your neck? I asked. Tian began to recall. The thing that choked me was very cold, and it even made a metallic sound. Her expression shifted as if she remembered something, and she exclaimed, it was a chain. A chain? I echoed. Yes. It was a chain that tightened around my neck, she confirmed. My mind conjured an image of Tian desperately struggling, yet unable to resist, as someone choked her. After a brief moment of distraction, I snapped back to reality and began to explore the room where Tian resided. The space was quite large and stylishly decorated. I sensed an unsettling aura in the room and focused my attention on a particular area. After observing for a moment, I asked, is that your bedroom? Yes. It's my bedroom, she replied. May I enter? Tian appeared much more composed than before, at least regaining some semblance of calm. Sure, she said, though she tightly clasped Chen Xiaoxiao's hand, as if fearing her departure. I pushed open the door to Tian's room, and with a creak, a chill swept through as the negative energy surged forth. I retrieved a talisman and chanted a spell, empowering it before affixing it to the doorframe. In the next moment, I observed the dark energy rapidly dissipating. The once cold room suddenly regained a hint of warmth, although it appeared more disheveled than outside. A faint fragrance began to permeate the air. I scrutinized the room, feeling that the negative energy was most potent here. Glancing at the clock, it was nearly 11 o'clock at night. I sensed something was amiss in this house. Continuing forward, I halted at a wall where a fireplace adorned the space. It was clear that the fireplace served merely a decorative purpose, as there was no fire within. As I bent down to inspect it, I noticed an object inside. What is in there? I asked. Tian promptly replied, I don't know. Surprised by her response, I remarked, Isn't this your house? It is mine. But I just bought it secondhand. I don't know who lived here before. Tian's voice grew tense and hurried. So, you've never used this fireplace? No, never, she confirmed. Without further ado, I crouched down and reached into the fireplace. When my hand touched something, I retrieved it to find a photograph. It depicted a man, seemingly in his 30s. However, the photo was grayish, resembling a posthumous portrait. I held the photograph before Tian, intending for her to identify the individual. To my astonishment, upon seeing the picture, Tian lost control of her emotions, letting out a piercing scream. It's him. It's him. Tian began to retreat, and Chen Xiaoxiao quickly embraced her, attempting to soothe her fears. However, Tian appeared as if she had seen a ghost, unable to communicate normally. I had no choice but to retrieve a calming talisman and place it on her. The once agitated Tian instantly quieted, but was unable to suppress her tears. I sighed and asked, who is he? He is the one who used a chain to choke me at night, Tian replied, her body trembling uncontrollably. Her eyes filled with terror. I don't know this person, she stated. You don't recognize him? I probed. No, she answered, leaving me perplexed. How could she not recognize someone who had tormented her? It dawned on me that this man's presence in the room might indicate that the house was indeed haunted. The previous owner likely died here and had not departed, subsequently latching on to Tian once she moved in. Such reasoning seemed plausible. I spoke up, if I'm not mistaken. You are residing in a haunted house. Upon hearing my words, Tian's face turned ashen. What nonsense are you spouting? I smiled gently and replied. This house you purchased has seen death. Surely you were unaware before buying it? I didn't know, she exclaimed after a moment of contemplation, then furiously added. That damn broker sold me a haunted house. I will certainly confront him. Tian dialed the broker's number, but it was evident that he was not answering. She repeatedly attempted to call, but the line remained silent. I advised her, save your energy. If they plan to sell you a haunted house, they are unlikely to answer your calls. What should I do now? Tian's emotions began to unravel. Chen Xiaoxiao reassured her, Xiechuan will help you. Do not be too frightened. Really? She asked. Yes, I will assist you. Since there is malevolent energy present, I will help you expel it, I assured her. Yet, Tian still regarded me with skepticism. I found her expression somewhat exasperating, but I refrained from commenting. I needed to resolve her predicament swiftly. As I had my own pressing matters to attend to, I set the photograph aside and continued to crouch, noticing some ash remaining within the fireplace. This should not merely be ordinary dust. It is likely ashes. I thought to myself, how thoroughly wicked of this person to neglect a proper burial, resorting instead to placing their ashes in the family fireplace. As the hour approached midnight, the oppressive aura intensified, and if all went as anticipated, the spirit would manifest tonight. However, given our presence, it might be reluctant to reveal itself. I devised a plan and said to Sweet, "You should lie down here while we hide in another bedroom. The moment that person appears, call out, and we will rush in immediately." Upon hearing my suggestion, Sweet turned pale with fear and hesitated to agree. "If you don't wish to resolve this matter, then do not follow my instructions," I retorted, somewhat irritated. Yet, Sweet, surprisingly emboldened, replied, "Don't try to frighten me. I can always move away. And you think it won't follow you if you do?" My words drained further color from her face. Despite her trepidation, she remained indecisive, lost in contemplation about how to proceed. After a moment, she turned to Chen Xiao and asked, "What should I do?" Sweet was clearly in a state of confusion. Chen Xiao, however, did not hesitate to respond affirmatively, saying, "You should listen to Sichuan." Sweet bit her lip, still uncertain. Observing this, I suggested, "Xiao Xiao, let us go. We should allow her to ponder this alone." As I took Chen Xiao's hand to leave, Sweet clung tightly to her, which left me somewhat exasperated. I stepped forward to pry her fingers loose, and as Chen Xiao and I exited, I closed the door behind us. From within, Sweet's voice trembled. "Will anything happen to me?" "No," I assured her. But Chen Xiao, reflecting her worries, asked, "Sichuan, are you sure nothing will go wrong?" Chapter 44, A Farewell. There was a hint of concern in Chen Xiao's gaze. Seeing her like this made me reflect on her kind nature. Earlier, in the mall, Sweet had spoken so maliciously. Yet here Chen Xiao was, still considering Sweet's well-being. But then I realized, if Chen Xiao were not such a compassionate girl, I might not have taken a liking to her in the first place. "Everything will be fine. You can rest assured," I assured her, and upon hearing my words, she visibly relaxed. Of course, I was not merely speaking for comfort. I quickly retrieved a piece of yellow paper, folding it into a paper effigy. Utilizing a technique of substitution, I allowed a fragment of my spirit to inhabit it and entered the room. I then moved to another chamber. As my spirit had divided into the paper figure, my physical self felt somewhat weakened, restricting my capacity for speech. Upon entering the other room, I instructed Chen Xiao, "Let us sit here. When I am silent, do not move or leave my side, understood?" She nodded in agreement, recognizing my current state. My spirit infiltrated Sweet's bedroom, where I concealed myself in an inconspicuous corner, suppressing my presence entirely. Sweet did not immediately lie down. Her body was tense, trembling uncontrollably. I could see the muscles in her face twitching, which indicated her overwhelming panic. Uncontrollably, she began to approach the door, her hand reaching for the doorknob, clearly intent on escaping. I interjected, "If you wish to resolve this issue, do not go outside." Upon hearing my voice, Sweet's eyes darted around the room. "Are you in here?" she asked, her tone filled with astonishment. "Do not concern yourself with my whereabouts. Rest assured that if anything happens to you, I will come to your aid at once," I replied. "Really?" "Indeed," I affirmed. "Hurry and lie down. Don't waste time. Midnight is approaching, the hour when the ominous energy is at its peak, and without a doubt, that person will appear." After my words, I fell silent. Sweet, perhaps sensing my sincerity, eventually lay down. Once she did, the room returned to silence. However, Sweet's restlessness persisted. Her gaze flitted about, searching for me. Recognizing this, I decided to manipulate the paper figure to extinguish the light. Instantly, the room was enveloped in darkness, provoking a sharp scream from Sweet. "Do not fear. I am still here. Lie still, close your eyes, and feign sleep," I urged. This voice emanated from my spirit, audible only to her, reassured by my presence. Sweet quickly closed her eyes and pretended to sleep. Time passed slowly, and I could feel the nefarious energy rising within the room, indicating that midnight was near. I remained vigilant, focusing intently on Sweet's position. Approximately 5 minutes later, the sound of chains echoed, unmistakably clattering against the floor. I strained my vision and discerned a figure emerging from the shadows, crawling out from the fireplace, moving toward Chen Xiao and reaching Sweet's bedside. I witnessed it grasping a chain, tightening it around Sweet's neck. At that moment, she remained unresponsive, presumably in a faint state. Without delay, I called out, "What are you doing?" My spirit, still residing in the paper figure, hovered in midair, casting a faint glow. My sudden appearance caught the malevolent spirit's attention. As our eyes met, a chill gripped my heart. This malevolent entity was unlike any other. Its eyes were mere voids, two gaping black holes that evoked an unsettling dread. "Mind your own business. You seek death," it hissed, dismissing me without a second thought as it swung the chain in my direction. The chain, exuding a dark aura, hurtled toward me, and I narrowly dodged it. Yet, the malevolent spirit advanced swiftly, cornering me with the chain before reaching out to seize me. I had no escape. I began to chant an incantation, invoking the 5 thunder spell, Jade Clarity. Initiate the 5 thunders, swiftly respond. As the clouds gather, let the thunderous roar arrive. Heed my call, bring forth the lightning, and strike with haste. Upon completing the incantation, a thunderous force surged forth, and in the next moment, lightning struck, severing the chain from the spirit's grasp. The spirit recoiled in fear, its countenance turning pale as it trembled. As its grip slackened, I seized the opportunity to return my spirit to my physical form. Chen Xiao noticed the cold sweat beading on my forehead and instinctively reached out to wipe it away. When I regained my composure, she asked, "Xiechuan, are you all right?" "I'm fine," I replied hastily, bursting through the door into Sweet's bedroom. The malevolent spirit's gaze snapped toward the entrance, and upon seeing me, it showed no hesitance in attempting to flee. But at that moment, I could not allow it to escape. I swiftly produced 2 talismans, a talisman for exorcism and another for dispelling evil, clutching them tightly. Empowered, the talismans radiated a potent light, forcing the spirit into a corner. Chen Xiaoxiao has now appeared before me. Upon seeing the malevolent spirit cornered, her expression immediately shifted. Chen Xiaoxiao's constitution is unlike that of ordinary individuals, and with the mysterious essence she harbors, she is capable of perceiving these chaotic entities. The malevolent spirit gazes at me with its hollow eyes, exuding an oppressive aura. It speaks. "Do you understand the consequences of meddling in affairs that do not concern you?" There is a hint of menace in its voice, yet its pallid complexion betrays an underlying fear. "What consequences?" I retorted. "Eradicating you malevolent beings is merely a righteous act." I faced its threat without trepidation, my voice rising in defiance. The more one fears such spirits, the stronger their aura becomes. Conversely, their power wanes in the face of courage. "Do you know who I am? Dare to utter another word, and I shall ensure your soul is scattered." I had no desire for idle chatter with the spirit. Although the chains it wielded had broken, I noticed it fixating on them, stirring a sense of curiosity within me. I approached the chains, crouching slowly, my hand brushing against them. A cold sensation coursed through me, accompanied by an unfamiliar presence. Despite the chains being severed, the dark energy surrounding it was dissipating. "Have you realized these chains are quite special?" The spirit suddenly interjected. I scrutinized it, and it remained still. Yet this particular spirit felt distinctly different from others I had encountered. Its aura seemed more potent. I nodded in acknowledgement. The spirit then emitted a chilling laugh, and a flicker of light pierced its previously dark pupils. At that moment, I sensed a disturbance in the talisman that warded off evil spirits on me. This talisman contained the spirits I had unwittingly brought from the ancient mansion, and I had yet to fully release them. The unrest within the talisman was clearly influenced by the malevolent spirit before me. Let me be frank. I am an envoy from the underworld. Should you offend me, you will be opposing all of the netherworld. Its tone turned authoritative. You have destroyed my soul-binding chains. Mark my words, you shall not meet a good end. The underworld will surely cast you into the depths of its 18 layers. The spirit, perceiving my lack of reaction, assumed I was intimidated and continued. However, if you are willing to atone for your sins, I might spare you. Upon hearing its self-introduction, Chen Xiaoxiao appeared visibly shaken. We had only heard tales from the elders about the underworld, where souls are said to be reincarnated after death, but now, standing before a living embodiment of the netherworld was indeed daunting. Chen Xiaoxiao suddenly grasped my hand, her voice low and laced with concern. "Xiechuan, what should we do now?" I softly reassured her. "It's all right, there is no need to fear." My gaze returned to the malevolent spirit. Its chains indeed seemed to restrain evil forces, leading me to believe its claims were credible. "How do you propose I atone?" I inquired. The spirit's eyes locked onto mine, a devilish grin playing on its lips before it shifted its attention to Chen Xiaoxiao. It leered, "Offer me the woman beside you, and perhaps I shall let you go." Chen Xiaoxiao's complexion paled at this, instinctively retreating behind me. I let out a cold laugh. "You seek death." I advanced towards the spirit, which immediately grew anxious, exclaiming, "What do you intend? Do not approach." If you kill me, you will be at odds with the entire underworld, and they will not spare you. Just as I prepared to act, Chen Xiaoxiao stepped forward, pulling me back. Xiechuan, don't. What if what it says is true? At least you are wise enough to recognize the situation, the spirit taunted. How about this? You accompany me once, and I shall pretend this night never occurred. I noticed its lewd demeanor. Seizing the broken soul-binding chain from the ground, I swung it towards the spirit, which let out a piercing scream. To dare toy with my woman is to court death. The spirit, now realizing I was serious, trembled as it stammered, "What do you want?" My expression hardened as I replied coldly, "To send you on your way." Chapter 45. Slaying the envoy of the underworld with my words, I acted without hesitation, channeling my talisman to crush the malevolent spirit. The talisman emitted a faint golden light, swiftly dispersing the dark energy enveloping the spirit. A heart-wrenching scream echoed, followed by a voice filled with resentment. "You will not escape unscathed. The underworld will not forgive you for this." A faint black smoke rapidly dissipated before me, and the once sweetly adorned room fell silent. I held a fragment of the soul-binding chain, its extraordinary aura palpable. Chen Xiaoxiao stood beside me, seemingly still in shock. I looked at her with concern, asking, "Are you all right, Xiaoxiao?" "I'm fine," she replied. However, I noticed a flush on her cheeks. "What you said earlier." Chen Xiaoxiao began, but her words trailed off, leaving an air of unspoken thoughts that caught me off guard. "What did I say?" I inquired. Upon hearing my question, her face turned an even deeper shade of crimson, as if it were about to drip with color. But she remained silent, casting me a playful glance before rushing to the bed. "Let me check on Tian. "All right," I replied, watching her retreating figure, momentarily lost in thought. Regaining my focus, I grasped the two segments of the soul-binding chain in my hand. Its aura must remain concealed, for revealing it could invite considerable trouble. After some contemplation, I harnessed a pure yang energy to suppress its essence. Initially, I expected this to be a challenge, but to my surprise, the malevolent energy was swiftly subdued beneath my pure yang aura. This unexpected ease gave me pause. I was acutely aware that I had attracted significant trouble, for slaying an envoy of the underworld was no trivial matter. Just then, Chen Xiaoxiao's voice broke through my thoughts. "Xiechuan, come see. Why hasn't Tian woken up? Could something have happened?" I approached Tian, pressing my hand to her forehead, infusing her with pure yang energy. She soon began to cough, and then gradually awoke. Chen Xiaoxiao hurriedly inquired about Tian's condition, and upon discovering she was unharmed, she seemed to relax somewhat. Her gaze turned to me, silently questioning what our next move should be. It was nearing 1 in the morning, and remaining here was no longer prudent. Furthermore, Tian's stay in this place could be unsafe. After all, with the envoy of the underworld slain here, there was a risk that the underworld might send someone to investigate, potentially implicating Tian. After careful consideration, I suggested, "We should leave now." "Where to?" Tian asked suddenly. Noticing the lingering fear on her face, I replied, "You cannot stay in this house. We must find a safe place." Naturally, Tian was reluctant to remain here, and she responded, "Then let us go together. I don't want to stay in this haunted place." Her voice trembled slightly. "All right," I agreed. We hurriedly gathered our belongings and rushed out of the house. After leaving, Tian drove us forward. As we exited the community, Tian suddenly inquired, "Where are we headed now?" Her question stemmed from a newfound trust in me. "To Kyoto." I was merely an outsider, a newcomer with no place to call home. Chen Xiaoxiao, sensing my predicament, spoke up. Tian, do you have another place to stay?" "Yes." Tian promptly replied, "But can I actually stay at my other apartment?" After saying this, she seemed to recall something and turned to Chen Xiaoxiao, asking, "Xiaoxiao, I forgot to ask, what is your boyfriend's name?" Chen Xiaoxiao's cheeks flushed crimson as she responded, "His name is Xiechuan." Unable to restrain myself, I interjected, "Xiaoxiao, I must correct you on something." My words rendered Chen Xiaoxiao momentarily startled as we locked eyes. She quickly asked, "What mistake?" "I am already your man. We consummated our union that night," I declared with utmost seriousness. To my surprise, my statement caused Chen Xiaoxiao's face to turn as red as a ripe apple. A sight so enticing one could hardly resist the urge to take a bite. Before Chen Xiaoxiao could respond, Tian could not contain herself and exclaimed, "Ah, you two have already consummated your union? Xiaoxiao, why haven't I heard you mention this?" I thought to myself, Tian certainly has an uncanny knack for bringing up inappropriate topics. How well do they truly get along? Had it not been for this occasion where I assisted Chen Xiaoxiao, Tian might still view her as an adversary. Chen Xiaoxiao, feeling a tad embarrassed, remarked, "This matter." Noticing her discomfort, I responded, "It's not surprising you haven't heard. Do you believe your relationship with Xiao Xiao is so intimate that she would share such details? My lack of fondness for this woman was evident. My decision to help her was entirely for Chun Xiao Xiao's sake. Tian, stung by my retort, fell silent. The vehicle continued forward until we arrived at a reasonably pleasant apartment building. Tian parked the car and explained, "This is a small apartment my family bought for me. Though not large, it should suffice for us." Upon entering, I observed that it indeed measured around 50 to 60 square meters, but it was quite cozy. I instinctively inspected the surroundings for any anomalies, and once I confirmed everything was in order, I turned to Chun Xiao Xiao, saying, "You should rest here tonight." She nodded gently. "What about you?" She countered unexpectedly, her eyes shimmering with concern. "I must return for a while. There are matters I need to address," I replied. As I was leaving, I handed Chun Xiao Xiao a talisman, saying, "Keep this talisman with you. Should you encounter any malevolent spirits, you need not fear, for this talisman is powerful enough to subdue most of them." Chun Xiao Xiao, not being naive, nodded in understanding. I departed the apartment, with Chun Xiao Xiao and Tian accompanying me to the door. Tian flashed me a charming smile and said, "Xie Chuan, thank you for today. Without you." "Spare the pleasantries," I interjected. Once outside, I hailed a taxi to head to Ji Wuyan's residence. Reflecting on the events of the evening, it struck me as peculiar. Han Dashan was hosting a banquet and had even invited Chen Weifeng. There was no reason Ji Wuyan would not be invited. I felt certain Ji Wuyan was not present that evening. Moreover, she had been absent since early that morning, which filled me with an unsettling sense of foreboding. Arriving at Ji Wuyan's home around 2 in the morning, I entered to find the interior shrouded in darkness. I switched on the living room lights, but found no trace of Ji Wuyan. A wave of disappointment washed over me as I settled into the living room. My mind raced with thoughts, yet I could not grasp the underlying reasons. Just as I prepared to return to my room, I suddenly heard a cough. The sound immediately captured my attention, and I turned toward the door. I stood still, and in the next moment, the door swung open, revealing Ji Wuyan. Our eyes met, but unexpectedly, she began to collapse. I rushed forward and caught her in my arms. I quickly felt her softness, accompanied by a fragrant aroma that wafted into my nostrils. However, when my hand made contact with her skin, I was met with an icy chill that surged throughout my body. "Sister, are you all right?" I asked with concern. "Close the door and help me to my room," Ji Wuyan replied weakly. Hearing her voice, I did not hesitate and assisted her upstairs. "Sister, what happened?" I inquired, my brow furrowing. Ji Wuyan, however, retorted sharply, "Do not ask what you should not." I helped her to bed, intending to ask if she needed anything. But before I could speak, Ji Wuyan insisted I leave. Her demeanor was unyielding, her tone cold, as if she would not hesitate to dispose of me if I lingered. "Sister, please," I pleaded, but she reiterated leave. I reluctantly exited and closed the door. Just as I stepped outside, a tremendous racket erupted within the room, akin to a household being torn apart. Alarmed by the commotion, I called out again, but was met with a fierce roar, commanding me to leave. With no other option, I retreated for the time being, choosing to remain in the living room throughout the night without sleep. The following morning, when Wu Ma awoke and found me in the living room, I curiously regarded her. How could she not have heard the ruckus from the previous night? Wu Ma greeted me impassively, and as usual, began tidying up. Ji Wuyan was indeed an extraordinary person, and Wu Ma did not seem like an ordinary individual either. I pondered briefly before I could not restrain myself from asking, "Wu Ma, did you not hear the commotion from my sister's room last night?" "Miss instructed me not to concern myself with such matters," Wu Ma replied, effectively silencing any further inquiries I had. Just as I was left speechless, Wu Ma unexpectedly approached me and said, "I advise you not to seek knowledge about the young lady's secrets. Knowing them will only lead to one outcome." "What outcome?" I asked quickly. Chapter 46. Gaining leverage. Wu Ma's expression darkened as she made a slicing gesture across her throat. After this, she ceased to engage with me and resumed sweeping the floor. I stood there, momentarily stunned. In truth, I had an inkling of Ji Wuyan's secret, though I had yet to witness it firsthand, leaving me uncertain. Last night, something had indeed occurred with Ji Wuyan. I suddenly wondered if the individuals attempting to harm her were from the Zheng family. Although Zheng Furong appeared youthful and beautiful, she was undoubtedly not to be trifled with. Had I resisted during her probing, she would have surely eliminated me without hesitation. As I gazed out at the piercing sunlight streaming through the window, I instinctively raised my hand to shield my eyes. I then turned away and settled onto the sofa, my mind racing with thoughts. Who was responsible for the demise of Zhang Sanjia's spirit? Could it be that Ji Wuyan had indeed fallen victim to the Zheng family? Last night, in front of the Zheng family, I seized Chen Xiao Xiao, leaving me to ponder whether the Zheng family would retaliate against the Qin family. A wave of apprehension surged within me at the thought. I promptly reached for my phone to call Qin Xiaoxiao, but to my dismay, no one answered. An unsettling feeling engulfed me, prompting me to leave without delay. After taking only a few steps, I called out to Aunt Wu, who turned and inquired, "What is it?" "Aunt Wu, I need to step out for a moment. If my sister wakes up and needs anything, please have her call me." "Understood," Aunt Wu replied, her demeanor reminiscent of an emotionless automaton. I chose not to dwell on her response and hurried outside, hailing a cab to Sweetie's apartment. Upon my arrival, I found Sweetie anxiously waiting at the entrance of the building. Approaching her, I asked what happened. Seeing me was like a breath of fresh air for Sweetie as she rushed towards me, breathlessly stating, "Xie, I was just about to look for you." "What is it?" I asked, my heart tightening with concern. Xiao was taken away by her father early this morning. As I had suspected, it was indeed the case. "You must hurry to rescue Xiao," she urged, her worry palpable. "Do not fret about this matter," I reassured her as I turned to the roadside and hailed another vehicle. Arriving at Chun Xiaoxiao's home, I pressed the doorbell, and a butler dressed in formal attire approached, regarding me with a cold gaze. Without hesitation, I declared, "Open the door. I am here to see Chun Xiaoxiao." To my surprise, the butler did not taunt me as I had anticipated. Instead, he allowed me entry, which struck me as odd. Following the butler into the living room, I knew that no matter the circumstances, Chen Weifeng would never harm his own daughter. In the living room, Chen Weifeng sat on the sofa, and upon seeing me, his expression darkened. Zheng Fuqing was also present, yet Zheng Furong was absent. "This useless person has arrived," Zheng Fuqing remarked, directing his gaze towards me with a scoff. "Indeed," I replied, feeling no trepidation towards Zheng Fuqing. My sole concern was for Qin Xiaoxiao. I looked at Chen Weifeng and asked, "Uncle, what will it take for you to acknowledge that Xiaoxiao and I are married?" My straightforwardness instantly incited Chen Weifeng's ire. "Xie, you have no chance of marrying my daughter. Our family, though not a prestigious lineage in Fengdu, is certainly not a match for someone like you," he retorted, indignation radiating from him. Chen Weifeng's prejudice against me was palpable. "Xie, I allowed you in today because," he began, but was swiftly interrupted by Zheng Fuqing's calm voice. "Hold on, Chen. Let me have a word with him," Zheng Fuqing said leisurely. Upon hearing Zheng Fuqing speak, Chen Weifeng's demeanor shifted to one of obsequiousness. "Zheng, what could you possibly discuss with this useless fellow?" Zheng Fuqing smiled. Sometimes, even the seemingly useless have their purpose. I felt a surge of irritation at Zheng Fuqing's condescension, wishing to retaliate against his arrogance. "Indeed, Mr. Zheng, you are correct. Every being has its role," Chen Weifeng chimed in, eager to curry favor. "Your name is Xie, correct?" Zheng Fuqing inquired, fixing his gaze upon me. "Yes," I replied coolly. "I have a few questions I hope you will answer truthfully," he continued. My disdain for the Zheng family had grown, and I responded, "I am not obliged to answer your questions." My words darkened Zheng Fuqing's expression. However, before he could retaliate, Chen Weifeng hastily interjected, "Xie, don't be ungrateful. If Mr. Zheng hadn't wished to ask you a few questions, do you truly believe you could stand in my home?" He pointed at me, his tone accusatory. Feeling vexed by his attitude, I retorted, "The 50,000 you once offered, I never accepted. You should be aware of that. Now, I have given you 100,000. If we are to discuss debts, I owe you nothing. If you refuse to acknowledge that Xiao is married to me, what right do you have to criticize me?" Chen Weifeng's anger flared at my words. "What nonsense are you spouting? Say that again if you dare." I chose not to repeat myself. Instead, I turned to Zheng Fuqing and said, "I am willing to answer your questions, but you must first allow me to see Qin Xiaoxiao." At this point, Chen Weifeng would do anything to elevate his standing with the Zheng family. It was more prudent to address my requests directly to Zheng Fuqing. "Mr. Zheng, please do not agree to his demands," Chen Weifeng cautioned, but Zheng Fuqing interjected, "Very well. I agree. Chen, please summon your daughter." Chen Weifeng shot me a resentful glare, but he had no choice. Zheng Fuqing had spoken. He quickly signaled to the butler, who dashed upstairs. In less than 5 minutes, Qin Xiaoxiao appeared at the top of the stairs. Upon seeing me, a bright smile illuminated her face, and she hurried towards me. I reached out and grasped her hand. Chen Weifeng's expression turned a shade darker, and he emitted a dry cough. At the sound of his cough, Qin Xiaoxiao swiftly withdrew her hand from mine. I said nothing further and quietly asked, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine. Don't worry about me, Xiaochuan," she replied softly. Hearing her call me Xiaochuan warmed my heart, apart from my grandfather. She was the second person to address me as such, signifying a deepening of our bond. Zheng Fuqing, seemingly unable to tolerate the scene, coughed again. "Xie, you have seen her now, shouldn't you cooperate?" "Certainly," I responded. Though Zheng Fuqing was not a commendable individual, he had at least permitted me to see Chen Xiaoxiao. Seated across from Zheng Fuqing, I displayed no signs of discomfort. Chen Weifeng, witnessing my casual demeanor, became visibly irritated and attempted to reprimand me. Yet he dared not speak up in front of Zheng Fuqing. Zheng Fuqing scrutinized me closely, having already tested me through Zheng Furong the previous night. I suspected he considered me nothing more than a mere novice. I ask you, what transpired between you, Zheng Sanjia, and Yuan Heng? I anticipated such inquiries. Fabricating a simple tale, I recounted events that only I knew, as no one else could possibly be aware of them. Given that Zheng Sanjia's soul was incomplete, the Zheng family would find it nearly impossible to use soul-searching techniques. As for Zheng Yuanheng, his spirit had been utterly shattered, leaving him in a state of disarray. Zheng Fuqing listened intently, his expression shifting throughout my narrative. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly declared, "So, you are suggesting that your survival on 2 occasions was due to our assistance? You need not ask, you already know the answer," I replied. "Indeed," he affirmed. Zheng Fuqing fell into silence after speaking. I observed his restrained gaze, likely lost in thought. Yet, from his expression, I could ascertain one thing. He seemed utterly uninterested in what I had just said, as if I had not addressed his curiosity at all. Indeed, moments later, he inquired, "Xiechuan, did you encounter a remarkable figure while inside?" "What do you mean?" I asked. He explained that Sanjia had emerged from there missing a soul and spirit, with a paper figure at the back of his neck replacing what was lost, allowing him to appear as a normal human. "Did you witness who assisted Sanjia?" As he posed this question, I noted a spark of interest in his eyes. It was clear he yearned for answers. Zheng Yuanheng had previously asked the same, but I had remained silent. Now, faced with this situation, I pondered whether I should speak up. If I claimed I had not seen anyone, I would lose all my leverage in negotiations with Zheng Fuqing. After a moment's contemplation, I responded, "Yes, there was indeed such a remarkable figure." Upon hearing my words, Zheng Fuqing suddenly sprang to his feet, his expression shifting to one of intense focus, fixating on me. Chapter 47. An awkward situation. I observed Zheng Fuqing's brow furrowing. He was clearly invested in this matter. "Do you know where that remarkable figure is now?" he pressed. I looked at him as if he were foolish. Perhaps sensing my silence, he continued, "Do you know what this remarkable figure looked like?" I had not truly seen their appearance. Their actions were too swift for me to catch a glimpse. I replied without a hint of embarrassment. Zheng Fuqing's countenance darkened further. It seemed if I did not divulge something soon, he might turn hostile. After a few seconds of hesitation, I said, "You know, I was quite frightened in that haunted house and may have forgotten many details. Please give me a few days to recollect. Perhaps I will remember something." Zheng Fuqing's expression grew increasingly grim as he coldly stated, "I will give you 3 days. If you do not recall within that time, do not blame me for being ungracious." At that moment, Chen Weifeng chimed in, "Xiechuan, you useless fool, did you hear that? You have only 3 days to figure this out. If you fail to do so, not only will the Zheng family not spare you, but neither will I." Chen Weifeng exhibited the typical arrogance of one who hides behind the prestige of his family. I felt utterly speechless at his audacity. However, to my surprise, Zheng Fuqing suddenly added, "If you do not remember, I will deal with both of you." Chen Weifeng's face fell in alarm. Realizing that the one issuing threats was a member of the most esteemed feng shui family in the capital. With a sorrowful expression, he protested, "Mr. Zheng, this matter has nothing to do with me." Zheng Fuqing shot him a fierce glare and retorted, "Is he not your son-in-law?" Chen Weifeng hastened to clarify, "Mr. Zheng, you misunderstand. This fool is not." But Zheng Fuqing paid him no mind, striding out with determination. Chen Weifeng rushed after him, eager to explain. About 5 minutes later, he returned, dejected, and it was evident that Zheng Fuqing had dismissed him. He approached me with a face so dark it seemed to threaten rain. Pointing a trembling finger in my direction, he admonished, "Xiechuan, you bring misfortune. Since your arrival in the capital, our Chen family has not seen a single stroke of good fortune." "Father, please do not be angry," Chen Xiaoxiao attempted to interject. But Chen Weifeng was beyond listening to her pleas. In a sense, he and I were now in the same boat. Should I face trouble, he would not escape unscathed. Which was why he was so incensed. "You, useless wretch, get out. Leave at once." Chen Weifeng trembled with rage, his eyes betraying a desire for my demise. I glanced at Chen Xiaoxiao and assured her, "It's fine, just wait for me at home." As I turned to leave, I was suddenly halted by Chen Weifeng's voice. "Stop." I paused and looked back to see him still scowling. Though I felt some resentment towards him, it had not yet reached the point of open conflict. "What is it, uncle?" I called out. Chen Weifeng, his teeth clenched, looked as if he wished to end my life. "Don't go anywhere," he suddenly declared. My eyes widened in surprise. I did not understand his abrupt request, and Chen Xiaoxiao shared a look of confusion. However, she quickly reacted, stepping in front of me with open arms, her slender form a testament to her bravery. Father, if you wish to harm Xiechuan, you must first deal with me. Her voice was resolute. Truthfully, I felt a swell of gratitude. I had not expected Chen Xiaoxiao to stand up for me so fiercely. Chen Weifeng regarded her with exasperation and said, Xiechuan, I am telling you, you must remain in our home for the next 3 days without fail. Think carefully. If you cannot recall who that remarkable figure was, it will not be the Zheng family who comes after you, but I will take matters into my own hands. After issuing this ultimatum, he called for the butler. Upon hearing the summons, the butler hastened to comply, clearly intimidated by Chen Weifeng's furious demeanor. Once he approached, he bowed slightly and asked, Sir, what is your command? Keep a close watch on him. If he escapes, I will hold you accountable. Chen Weifeng instructed as he began to exit, pausing to add, and ensure he does not get too close to my daughter. The butler, drenched in sweat, clearly frightened, nodded vigorously. I chuckled inwardly at Chen Weifeng's retreating figure. I understood well that his insistence on keeping me in his home was not out of hospitality, but rather a concern that I might flee. For if I were to leave the capital, only he would bear the wrath of the Zheng family. Yet, I had no intention of escaping. Instead, I found this an opportune moment to stay in Chen Weifeng's household. The butler, appearing quite aged, fixated his gaze on me. You best behave, or I will not hesitate to take action against you, he warned. Don't worry, Grandfather Wang. I will be on my best behavior, I assured him. The butler frowned. That is not acceptable. Sir ordered that you maintain distance from the young lady. Chen Xiaoxiao quickly adopted a charming demeanor, shaking the butler's arm. Grandfather Wang. My father is not here, so it doesn't matter. When he returns, I will keep my distance. Her adorable antics were hard to resist, and the butler, clearly swayed, relented. Very well. When the sir returns, I will notify you. Just remember to keep your distance from him. Rest assured, Grandfather Wang, I will certainly comply, Chen Xiaoxiao promised. As the butler left, he still appeared somewhat apprehensive, casting a warning glance my way. Listen, if you dare to take advantage of the young lady while I am away, you will not escape my wrath. I noted the butler's evident fondness for Chen Xiaoxiao and chose to remain silent, nodding, I won't. As soon as the housekeeper left, Chen Xiaoxiao suddenly grasped my hand and led me upstairs. She brought me into her bedroom, and unexpectedly, an awkward incident unfolded swiftly. Chapter 48. Trouble for Chen Weifeng. Chen Xiaoxiao's room was adorned with a warm and inviting atmosphere, predominantly in shades of pink, exuding an abundance of youthful charm. Upon entering, I did not sense the eerie chill that I had felt the first time I visited. Instinctively, my gaze swept the room, only to be drawn to a pink pair of pants emblazoned with a cartoon character. Perhaps I stared for a few seconds too long, as Chen Xiaoxiao soon noticed my gaze. In an instant, her cheeks flushed crimson, radiating a delicate innocence. She let out a startled squeal and dashed towards the pants, pressing herself onto them. The atmosphere grew palpably awkward, and I felt a twinge of embarrassment. Xiaoquan, how could you look around like that? I wanted to defend myself, yet, seeing Chen Xiaoxiao's adorable demeanor, I couldn't possibly shift the blame onto her. Before I could speak, she instructed, please turn around. I need to tidy up. All right, I acquiesced, turning my back as she began to organize her room. After about 5 minutes, she announced that she was done. I turned back to find the room nearly in order. This time, in a sense, it felt like a legitimate entry into Chen Xiaoxiao's sanctuary. Please take a seat. I want to show you something, she said, a playful smile lighting up her face. I complied, settling into a chair as she rummaged through her belongings. Moments later, she produced an album, handing it to me. I began to leaf through it. Chen Xiaoxiao narrated, sharing photos from her childhood, from infancy to her current graceful self. As I observed each image, I couldn't help but admire how she had blossomed into a celestial beauty since her early years. Listening to her recount her past, I remarked, though I wasn't part of your earlier days, I assure you, I will be present in your future. Her cheeks flushed slightly at my words, a hint of shyness evident. Yet she nodded in acknowledgement. A moment of silence enveloped us, each lost in our thoughts. After a while, Chen Xiaoxiao suddenly asked, Xiaoquan, could you share stories from your childhood with me? Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. My childhood, I pondered, having grown up in the mountains. I hadn't experienced many remarkable events. Besides my mischievous exploits in nature, I hadn't engaged in anything particularly serious. Furthermore, I assumed Chen Xiaoxiao, being a girl, might not find such tales captivating. Yet, seeing her eager expression, I began to share my stories. To my surprise, she listened intently, urging me to continue. As I delved into tales of my grandfather, a wave of melancholy washed over me. With a soft sigh, Chen Xiaoxiao seemed to sense my mood and comforted me. Xiaoquan, though your grandfather is no longer with us, I will always be by your side. Her words enveloped me in warmth. I will always protect you, I replied, naturally reaching for her hand. She did not shy away, and we sat in silence, simply enjoying the moment. However, just then, Chen Xiaoxiao's phone rang, the shrill sound shattering the tranquility. She glanced at the screen and said, "It's Grandpa Wang calling." The housekeeper's call indicated that Chen Weifeng had returned. I suggested to Chen Xiaoxiao not to worry, and I stepped out of the room. Once downstairs, Chen Xiaoxiao followed me into the living room, where we waited for about 5 minutes until Chen Weifeng stormed in, his expression furious. As he entered, his gaze fell upon me, and I felt as though he were trying to obliterate me with his glare. "It's your fault, you worthless fool. Now the whole of Kyoto knows our family has offended the Zheng family. When you see me, you should treat me like a plague and keep your distance." Hearing his words, I realized he had just been seeking help, but his attempts had evidently not gone well, which explained his fury. Chen Xiaoxiao, witnessing her father's outburst towards me, wanted to defend me. I knew, however, that Chen Weifeng would not heed her words. It was better for me to speak up. "Uncle Chen, I assure you, I can handle this situation." "You? What makes you think you can? What capabilities do you possess?" Chen Weifeng scoffed, his eyes dripping with disdain, as if to suggest my arrogance was unfounded. "Dad, Xiaoquan truly has the ability," Chen Xiaoxiao interjected. "Be quiet." Chen Weifeng snapped at her. "Uncle Chen, you must trust me. I will resolve this," I insisted. Frustrated, Chen Weifeng retorted, "Why should I believe you? You are nothing but a waste," as he continued to belittle me. I couldn't help but respond, "Uncle Chen, do you have any other options besides trusting me?" My words momentarily silenced him. "I want to see how you, a worthless fool, will manage this," he scoffed. It was clear that, at this point, he had no better choice but to rely on me. My gaze inadvertently flickered to the dark aura emanating from the center of his forehead. It was intensifying. It seemed that trouble for Chen Weifeng was imminent. "Dad, stop talking. Xiaoxiao, I will visit your Uncle Liao tonight. I cannot place all my hopes on this fool." Chen Weifeng waved his hand dismissively and ascended the stairs. I stood, momentarily lost in thought as I watched him depart. "Xiaoquan, please don't be angry," Chen Xiaoxiao urged, her voice breaking through my reverie. "I am not angry. Your father cannot meet Master Liao tonight." My words perhaps came out too abruptly. Chen Xiaoxiao seemed taken aback, staring at me in confusion. "What? If your father meets Uncle Liao tonight, he might not return." My statement drained the color from Chen Xiaoxiao's face, and she anxiously inquired, "Xiaoquan, is that true?" "Yes. We must tell my father the situation right away," Chen Xiaoxiao exclaimed, pulling me towards the stairs. I did not resist, yet I knew Chen Weifeng would not believe me. A quiet resolve formed within me. Chapter 49. Perilous circumstances. I understood how Chen Weifeng perceived me. If I approached him now, he would surely unleash a torrent of insults. After all, he was still fuming. Yet, since Chen Xiaoxiao called for me, I could not refuse. I followed her to Chen Weifeng's bedroom door, where she knocked gently. With a series of sharp raps, Chen Weifeng's weary voice called from within, "Who is it?" "Dad, it's me. I need to discuss something with you." After her words, Chen Weifeng exited the room. His gaze first settled on Chen Xiaoxiao, then shifted to me, his tone harsh. "Xiechuan, keep your distance from my daughter, you worthless fool. Don't think you can entertain any inappropriate thoughts while in my home." Chen Weifeng tugged Chen Xiaoxiao closer to him. She wished to speak on my behalf, but I shook my head, signaling her to refrain from defending me. Chen Weifeng harbors a strong bias against me, asserting that a few spoken words could never alter my image in his eyes. Thus, it would be better to remain silent. "Uncle Chen, there is something I wish to discuss with you. Do you think you are qualified to speak to me?" Chen Weifeng retorted harshly. I was left utterly speechless by his attitude. Were it not for the fact that he is my father-in-law, I would hardly bother with him. At this moment, Chen Xiaoxiao stepped forward and said, "Dad, just listen to what he has to say." Her charming appeal seemed to have an effect, prompting Chen Weifeng to say, "Hurry up and speak. I need to rest, as I have plans to go out tonight." "You cannot go out tonight, Uncle Chen. If you do, something terrible will surely happen," I stated bluntly, without hesitation. Chen Weifeng fixed his gaze upon me, regarding me as though I were a fool. "Nonsense. Let me tell you. If the Zheng family had not given me merely 3 days, do you truly believe someone like you deserves to reside in my home? Get out of my sight." Chen Weifeng's words were fiercely delivered. "Dad, must you speak to Xiaochuan like this? What? Am I mistaken?" Chen Weifeng snapped at Xiaoxiao. However, she did not allow him to finish and took my hand, leading me downstairs. His voice called out from behind us, "Xiechuan, I advise you to maintain some distance from my daughter." After saying this, he did not pursue us further but instead retreated into his room. slamming the door in anger shortly thereafter. Upon reaching the ground floor, Chen Xiaoxiao quickly apologized, her face reflecting genuine regret, which made me feel somewhat awkward. I reassured her. It's all right. I will make your father change his prejudices towards me. I had previously observed Chen Weifeng's astrological chart, and from the signs presented, it was evident that someone close to him intended to harm him, likely Master Liao. This old man was certainly no good. He had previously orchestrated chaos with Lu Yuqing in my presence. Although Master Liao's power is not particularly formidable, it suffices to deceive someone as ignorant of feng shui as Chen Weifeng. Furthermore, while Chen Weifeng may not be particularly wealthy in Kyoto, his assets are more than sufficient for an ordinary person to squander over several lifetimes. If Master Liao were to apply his cunning, extracting money from Chen Weifeng should pose no challenge. As evening fell, I found myself seated in the living room around 8 o'clock when I noticed Chen Weifeng had changed into a smart suit, his hair slicked back, projecting a remarkably refined appearance. As he passed by me, he cast a fleeting glance before heading out. "Dad," Chen Xiaoxiao called after him. He turned back, saying, "Xiaoxiao, wait for me at home." Watching his retreating figure, I hesitated only briefly before rising to follow him. However, just a few steps into my pursuit, the butler suddenly blocked my path. He fixed his gaze upon me, stating, "The master has commanded that you are not to leave this place." Chen Xiaoxiao, seeing this, stepped forward to plead, but this time the butler was impervious to her charms, refusing to let me pass regardless of her entreaties. I turned to the butler and earnestly inquired, "Do you know where your master has gone?" "I certainly know, but I cannot disclose that information," he replied, seemingly enjoying this game of intrigue. I added gravely, "I know what your master is doing, and if you do not permit me to leave, he might not return. He could very well perish outside." I lowered my voice deliberately, adding gravity to my words. Yet, the butler's expression remained unperturbed, while Chen Xiaoxiao appeared increasingly anxious. "Xiaochuan, my father won't actually come to harm, will he? It is quite possible that your father is in danger," I continued. "Butler Wang, please let us go. What will I do if something happens to my father?" The butler was now sweating profusely, his expression shifting between uncertainty and concern, clearly wavering. I recognized that he was beginning to falter. "Time is of the essence. With every passing minute I delay, your master's peril increases. Can you bear the consequences if he suffers misfortune?" Terrified, Butler Wang dared not say another word and stepped aside. Chen Xiaoxiao, filled with concern, dashed outside. Several cars were parked in the courtyard, and she swiftly entered one, calling out to me, "Xiaochuan, get in." Chen Xiaoxiao drove with remarkable decisiveness, exuding a sense of vigor. As I climbed into the car, I reassured her, urging her not to worry excessively. Chen Xiaoxiao had indeed been startled by my earlier words and now asked, "Xiaochuan, my father will truly be all right, won't he?" "He will be just fine," I reiterated to calm her nerves, all the while pondering that even if something were to befall Chen Weifeng, I would find a way to resolve it. Judging from Chen Weifeng's features, he would not die an untimely death. Rather, it seemed he was likely to be schemed against. Feng shui practitioners often employ various methods to manipulate fate, including controlling malevolent spirits to bring about human demise. These are but a few tactics. Direct means would be employed were it a matter of an untimely death. "Do you know where Master Liao resides?" I inquired. Chen Xiaoxiao did not hesitate, promptly responding, "Yes." Perhaps due to her urgency, she drove swiftly, and within half an hour, we arrived at a rather upscale residential complex. After parking, she made her way inside, and I followed closely behind. Upon reaching the entrance, she knocked, only to discover that Master Liao was not home. Instantly, her anxiety intensified, and she asked, "What should we do now? What if something has happened to my father?" There is a saying that too much concern leads to confusion, and Chen Xiaoxiao was certainly exhibiting this trait now. I offered her a few words of comfort before suggesting, "Why not call your father?" Without delay, she dialed his number, but no one answered. Her countenance darkened further. I, too, could not suppress my growing unease, contemplating whether Chen Weifeng might have encountered trouble already. Chen Xiaoxiao attempted to reach him several more times, but her efforts proved futile. Observing her distress, I reassured her, "Xiaoxiao, do not panic, I have a plan." Chapter 50. Chen Weifeng's whereabouts. Upon hearing my words, Chen Xiaoxiao immediately inquired, "What plan do you have?" I suggested that she contact Lu Yuqing. Surprised by my suggestion, she paused for a moment before realizing that Lu Yuqing and Master Liao were indeed in league with one another. It was Master Liao's idea for Lu Yuqing to marry her, and now, what scheme might Master Liao be concocting, or where might he currently be? Lu Yuqing should have information regarding Master Liao's whereabouts. Chen Xiaoxiao swiftly dialed his number, and it was answered almost immediately. She activated the speakerphone. and Lu Yuqing's somewhat lewd voice came through. Xiao Xiao, what brings you to call me today? Chen Xiao glanced at me, and I signaled her to proceed. She quickly understood my intent, for she was a clever girl. Striving to maintain a calm tone, she replied, I need to ask you something. However, before she could pose her question, Lu Yuqing interjected, Xiao, the previous incidents were merely misunderstandings. You know the circumstances of that day. I had no choice. Can you give me another chance? Chen Xiao's expression soured upon hearing this, and rather than directly addressing Lu Yuqing, she continued, Where are you right now? Xiao, are you coming to find me? Lu Yuqing was suddenly overwhelmed with excitement. Given the lateness of the hour, if this fellow were to engage in any nefarious activities, now would be the perfect time. I had instructed Chen Xiao to inquire about Master Liao, and I opened my mouth, but could not utter a sound. Chen Xiao understood and said, All right, I was just hoping to meet Master Liao. I have some questions for him. Do you wish to see my godfather? He is not here right now, Lu Yuqing quickly replied. Ah, your godfather is not here? Chen Xiao responded with a hint of disappointment. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuqing assumed she would not come and immediately said, Xiao, my godfather is at Yulong Mountain Villa. If you wish to go, I can take you there. Chen Xiao glanced at me, and I nodded in agreement. She then said, You go ahead to Yulong Mountain Villa and wait for me. I will be there shortly. Lu Yuqing, thrilled, exclaimed, All right, I will go right away. Xiao, hurry up. Chen Xiao replied, before hanging up the phone. She then called for me to get into the car, and we set off. Due to her eagerness, we arrived at Yulong Mountain Villa in less than half an hour, where we found Lu Yuqing waiting at the entrance. After Chen Xiao got out of the car, Lu Yuqing excitedly waved at her. Xiao, over here. However, once I exited the vehicle, the smile on his face vanished completely. What are you doing here, country bumpkin? Lu Yuqing insulted me directly. I paid him no mind and strode inside. Chen Xiao followed me, also ignoring Lu Yuqing, who anxiously called out, Xiao, wait for me. As we entered, the waiter asked how many guests there were. I did not respond but instead inquired, May I ask which private room Feng and Master Liao are in? The decor of Yulong Mountain Villa was indeed quite upscale, but this was not the time to admire the furnishings. The waiter promptly informed me of the room's location, and my heart raced with concern. If something were indeed amiss with Feng, how heartbroken would Chen Xiao be? Chapter 51. Lu Yuqing's pretensions. I did not want to see Chen Xiao in distress, so I quickened my pace. Upon reaching the door of the private room, I pushed it open without knocking. To my astonishment, several individuals were inside, toasting each other, and they all looked at me in bewilderment as I entered. I disregarded their stares and quickly scanned the room, locking my gaze onto Feng, whose face appeared slightly flushed, likely from drinking. Just then, a voice shattered the silence. It was none other than Chen Xiao's. Dad, are you all right? She rushed to Chen Weifeng's side, inquiring about his well-being. Chen Weifeng, taken aback by her sudden appearance, initially seemed dazed. Once he regained his composure, he replied, Xiao, who told you I was in trouble? Look, I'm perfectly fine. My gaze shifted from Chen Weifeng to Master Liao, who was observing me with a bemused expression. The remaining 2 or 3 individuals were unfamiliar faces. None were known to me. At that moment, Chen Weifeng and Chen Xiao turned their attention toward me, and he slammed his hand on the table, angrily pointing at me. Xie Chuan, is it you, this good-for-nothing, who is spreading alarmist tales? I warn you, cease your deceptive words and do not frighten my daughter. Xiao, do not associate with this waste of space. Chen Weifeng's reprimand was stern. Just then, Lu Yuqing rushed in, calling out, Godfather, Uncle Chen, you are all here. Chen Weifeng, who had been chastising me, softened his expression upon hearing Lu Yuqing address him as Uncle Chen. Yuqing, you are here too, he said amiably. At that moment, I could not help but feel a strange emotion stir within me, murmuring to myself that this should not be. It was not that I wished ill upon Chen Weifeng. His well-being was the best outcome. Yet, the position of his 12 palaces ominously indicated impending trouble. Could it be that the time had not yet come? My gaze returned to Chen Weifeng, and I noticed a dark spot appearing in the position of his Jia Palace. This area often reflected a person's overall health condition. It seemed that Chen Weifeng had consumed something detrimental. Despite my presence here, his condition remained stable, which left me feeling uncertain and anxious, unsure if I had misinterpreted the signs. To be prudent, I shifted my focus to Chen Xiao's face. Analyzing her parents' palace confirmed my suspicions that Chen Weifeng was indeed in danger. Resolutely, I spoke to Chen Weifeng. Uncle Chen, you must come with me now. Upon uttering these words, all eyes turned toward me, their gazes akin to those directed at a fool, followed by a chorus of laughter. Mr. Chen, is this the so-called waste you referred to? How could such a person be worthy of your daughter? They derided me with jeers. I merely smiled in response, saying nothing. Lu Yuqing, seizing the opportunity, mocked me. This fellow is a genuine waste. He dares to pursue Xiao Xiao. It's nothing more than a pipe dream, akin to a toad wishing to eat swan meat. With this remark, another wave of laughter erupted. Master Liao remained silent, which instilled in me an unsettling premonition. Chen Xiaoxiao stood beside Chen Weifeng, looking troubled. Dad, Xiaochuan isn't, he is nothing but a waste. He even dared to offend the Zheng family of Fengdu. If the Zheng family seeks revenge, let this waste pay the price, Chen Weifeng declared fiercely. At that moment, security guards were summoned, surrounding me. Sir, please leave immediately. Or do not blame us for being rude, they said, their faces void of empathy. It was evident that they would resort to force if I did not comply. Chen Xiaoxiao stepped forward to defend me. What are you doing? He is my friend. We are together. The guards looked at each other with uncertainty. Yet Chen Weifeng quickly interjected. What are you standing around for? Throw him out. Otherwise, I will report you to the villa management for allowing just anyone to roam about. As he spoke, his voice was robust, but before he could finish, his upright posture faltered, and he collapsed to the ground. Chen Xiaoxiao panicked, calling out, Dad, what's wrong? Are you okay? I wanted to rush forward, but the guards held me back. I glared at the lead guard and said, if you don't let me through and something happens to him, will you take responsibility? My words momentarily stunned the guard, who, after a moment's hesitation, decided to step aside. I approached to check on Chen Weifeng, but just as I did, Lu Yuqing blocked my path, shouting, what are you doing, you waste? Chen Xiaoxiao was frantic with worry. Lu Yuqing attempted to reassure her, Xiao, do not be afraid. I will check on Uncle's condition. I wanted to step forward, but the crowd continued to obstruct me. In my desperation, I discreetly summoned a talisman, casting it upon the obstructing individuals. They staggered back, oblivious to the source of the force that had pushed them away. I approached to assess Chen Weifeng's condition. But just as I was about to take action, Master Liao, who was seated nearby, suddenly obstructed my path. He cast a cold glance in my direction and then addressed Lu Yuqing, saying, Yuqing, what has happened to your Uncle Chen? Lu Yuqing, a mere blabberer devoid of any real skill, examined Chen Weifeng for a moment but could not discern the source of his affliction. He broke into a cold sweat, stammering incoherently. Master Liao's expression shifted slightly, and he calmly suggested, Yuqing, has your uncle been afflicted by a malevolent spirit? Upon hearing this, Lu Yuqing seemed to grasp a fleeting glimmer of hope and fervently nodded, affirming, yes, indeed, it is so. Uncle Chen is indeed plagued by a malevolent spirit. But it is not a grave issue. After uttering those words, Lu Yuqing turned his gaze toward Master Liao. Chen Xiaoxiao, flustered with concern, inquired of Lu Yuqing, what shall we do now? Her face bore a pallid hue, and I felt a twinge of doubt. Chen Weifeng did not appear to be possessed by any spirit, as he exuded no trace of malevolence. Master Liao, however, continued with a calm demeanor, Yuqing, you have dealt with similar matters in the past. This remark seemed to invigorate Lu Yuqing, who suddenly sprang to his feet, energized, as if transformed. Xiao, do not fret. I shall rescue Uncle Chen at once. All eyes turned to Lu Yuqing, who was now the center of attention, eagerly anticipating his intervention. Without delay, he retrieved a piece of yellow talisman paper from his person and grabbed a bowl from the table. Reciting incantations, he ignited the talisman, which burst into flames within the confines of the room. The onlookers erupted in applause, akin to novices in feng shui, utterly ignorant of the true nature of the practice. As Lu Yuqing performed these absurd rituals with growing confidence, he placed the talisman into the bowl and poured water over it, then handed it to Chen Xiaoxiao, saying, Xiao, have your uncle drink this talisman-infused water, it will surely revive him. Though Chen Xiaoxiao was deeply worried about her father, she glanced at me for reassurance. I shook my head in response, and she swiftly understood my meaning. Lu Yuqing, will this truly work? Chen Xiaoxiao asked, skepticism lacing her tone. Rest assured, Xiao. It will undoubtedly be effective, Lu Yuqing asserted confidently. Despite this, Chen Xiaoxiao hesitated. Master Liao, however, interjected with a smile, Xiao. Yuqing has previously saved individuals afflicted by malevolent spirits. He possesses the experience. You must trust him, for if you do not, your father's fate may be dire. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaoxiao's face drained of color, and she lost her composure, nodding in agreement. Lu Yuqing stepped forward and administered the talisman water to Chen Weifeng. All eyes were fixed on the scene, mine included. Shortly after consuming the concoction, Chen Weifeng began to cough, and Chen Xiaoxiao erupted in joy, calling out for her father. Chen Weifeng awoke, bewildered, seemingly unaware of what had just transpired. The crowd lauded Lu Yuqing, exclaiming, What a remarkable young man. Who would have thought he could so effortlessly revive Mr. Chun? The praises flowed in a steady stream, contrasting sharply with the scorn directed at others who merely spoke without action. Still in a state of confusion, Chun Weifeng gradually grasped the situation and eventually asked, Yuqing, was it you who saved me? Uncle, it was nothing more than a trivial task, Lu Yuqing replied with a smile. Xiao Xiao, is what Yuqing said true? Chun Weifeng suddenly turned to her. She nodded, and Chun Weifeng, elated, exclaimed, Yuqing, my dear nephew, I cannot express my gratitude enough. Were it not for you, my life may have been lost today. Uncle, it was merely a small matter, just an affliction by a malevolent spirit. Such things are no challenge for me. Lu Yuqing boasted without modesty. Chapter 52. A crisis for Ji Wuyin. Lu Yuqing, with unabashed bravado, claimed that he had broken the dragon's shield at the tender age of 9. However, in my estimation, his abilities barely scratched the surface of feng shui practice. The talisman water he had concocted was, in my view, the most rudimentary of measures. Yet, it had succeeded in reviving Chun Weifeng. Observing Lu Yuqing's demeanor, I could not shake off a sense of doubt, sensing that the situation was far from straightforward and possibly concealed ulterior motives. I intended to approach Chun Weifeng for further examination, but before I could do so, he unleashed a tirade against me, calling me an incompetent fool and demanding that I leave. Lu Yuqing chimed in, Indeed, Uncle Chun, do not allow this scoundrel near Xiao Xiao. Rest assured, my dear nephew. He replied. Chen Xiao Xiao looked at me, and I knew that any words I spoke at that moment would be futile. Yet, I had no intention of departing. Uncle, if you insist on forcing me to leave, I shall exit Kyoto today, I stated plainly. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuqing erupted into laughter, jeering, You are a waste. The sooner you leave Kyoto, the better. Spare us the embarrassment. The others joined in the ridicule, and even Chen Xiao Xiao regarded me with an expression tinged with concern. Just as Chen Xiao Xiao was about to speak, Chen Weifeng suddenly sprinted toward me, his features contorted with urgency, seizing my hand and declaring, You cannot leave. It is simply not an option. The room fell silent, everyone momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend Chen Weifeng's unexpected plea for me to stay. Chen Xiao Xiao was equally astonished. Uncle, are you mistaken? Let this fool go, she urged. Jealousy flickered in Lu Yuqing's eyes. Chen Weifeng, feeling somewhat awkward, explained, Dear nephew, you do not understand. If he departs, our family will be in great peril. I had no desire for Chen Weifeng to engage in further pointless discourse with them, so I made a deliberate effort to extricate myself from his grip and move forward. Seeing this, Chen Weifeng grew more anxious and called upon Chen Xiao Xiao to assist him. She hesitated but soon approached, grasping my hand alongside him. They both restricted my movements, and Chen Xiao Xiao, wanting to convey something, caught my eye. I shook my head subtly, signaling her to remain silent, which she quickly comprehended. Uncle, are you truly leaving now? Lu Yuqing asked, dissatisfaction etched across his face. Dear nephew, I am grateful for your aid. I shall express my gratitude in person another time, but today is not feasible. Thus, I was unwillingly dragged to the car by Chen Weifeng. I was somewhat exasperated, but I had anticipated this outcome. Meanwhile, Chen Weifeng turned to Chen Xiao Xiao, saying, Xiao Xiao, do you see how malicious this waste is? He intends to flee Kyoto, leaving our family to bear the brunt of the Zheng family's wrath. We could not withstand such a blow. You must never associate with this fool again. Chen Xiao Xiao, taken aback by her father's accusations, was intelligent enough to discern my strategy. After resolving this matter, we arrived at Chen Weifeng's residence. Upon entering, he unleashed a tirade against the butler. Though his voice was somewhat hoarse from our earlier exchange in the car, after he sat down, he instructed the butler to pour water. Once the butler complied, Chen Weifeng issued a stern directive. Old Wang, let me make myself clear. If he leaves the house in the next 2 days, I will hold you accountable. The butler's face turned pale with fear as he immediately assured, I will make sure he does not leave. I settled in, feeling no anxiety within. I gazed at Chen Weifeng, who returned my stare and declared, Xie, let me inform you, once the 3 days are up, I will hand you over to the Zheng family. Whether you live or die will be of no concern to us. Chen Weifeng was fuming, as if he were about to explode. Yet, I remained unperturbed, a gentle smile gracing my lips as I replied, Uncle Chen, my fate is irrelevant to you. But yours is certainly of concern to me. These words instantly ignited Chen Weifeng's fury. He pointed an accusatory finger at me, cursing, You worthless wretch. How dare you curse me? You shall meet a miserable end. I attempted to respond, but Chen Weifeng cut me off, sweeping out of the room and instructing Chen Xiao Xiao to keep her distance from me. Chen Xiao Xiao looked at me with a hint of helplessness and regret. But I smiled back, reassuring her that everything would be fine as long as Chen Weifeng was not around. Once this matter was resolved, I felt a sense of relief wash over me. I glanced at the time and realized it was getting late, so I advised Chen Xiaoxiao to retire for the night. She complied and went to bed. Shortly after, I returned to my room and, as was my habit, took out my Qinglong scripture to study, feeling the pure yang energy within me steadily increasing. After a period of rest, I lay in bed, my mind racing with thoughts about the Zheng family. This situation must be resolved. The Zheng family was currently intent on locating the so-called expert I had mentioned, yet no such person existed. Zheng Fuqing's only aim was to save Zheng Sanjia, and truth be told, Zheng Sanjia was slightly stronger than Lu Yuqing. If push came to shove, I would have no choice but to confront Zheng Fuqing. I gazed at the starry sky outside, suddenly thinking of Ji Wuyan. It seemed something had occurred with her recently, and I wondered how she was faring. I decided to call her, but my attempts were met with silence on the other end. I dialed repeatedly, but to no avail, and the clock struck 1 in the morning. I pondered the possibility that Ji Wuyan had been responsible for the demise of Zheng Sanjia's soul. Ji Wuyan had once informed me that the Zheng family employed soul-searching techniques. Should they locate Zheng Sanjia's soul, they would uncover the events that transpired in that haunted house. If the Zheng family utilized their soul-searching methods, they would surely discover what I had done there. Strangely, after Ji Wuyan mentioned this, Zheng Sanjia's soul was swiftly extinguished. Was it mere coincidence? Surely someone was protecting me. The only person I could think of was Ji Wuyan. After all, how could the so-called expert summoned by Han Dashan be so easily dealt with? With no news of Ji Wuyan, my heart was filled with unease. The Chen family could not confine me. I swiftly climbed out the window and made my way to the streets, hailing a taxi to Ji Wuyan's residence. I realized I had not returned for several days. The taxi soon delivered me to my destination, and I began searching for Ji Wuyan. But Aunt Wu informed me that she had not returned in days. This only intensified my feelings of anxiety. The most formidable feng shui master in Kyoto was undoubtedly Zheng Furong, and she posed a significant threat. Ji Wuyan had a past connection with the Zheng family, as was evident from what Zheng Yuanheng had revealed. Given that Zheng Yuanheng had perished in Kyoto and Zheng Sanjia was in peril, it was uncertain whether the Zheng family might seek trouble with Ji Wuyan. Listening to Aunt Wu, I could sense her underlying worry. Aunt Wu, did my sister mention where she was going in the past few days? I asked earnestly. Aunt Wu began to respond, but I interrupted her, urging her to think carefully and not overlook any crucial information. She nodded in agreement. As time passed, my concern for Ji Wuyan grew stronger. After a couple of minutes, Aunt Wu suddenly appeared to remember something, exclaiming, "I know." "What is it?" I inquired quickly. It seems the young lady mentioned she was going to find someone from the Zheng family. I felt a surge of relief at this revelation. However, Aunt Wu then shifted her tone and added, "But she returned shortly after visiting the Zheng family." I fell into deep contemplation, my mind buzzing with thoughts. A few moments later, I snapped back to reality. "I understand now," I said. Aunt Wu's excitement was palpable. "What do you know?" She pressed. "Don't worry about it. Just stay at home and wait," I instructed hastily as I left Ji Wuyan's house. I needed to ascertain the whereabouts of the Zheng family. If all went according to plan, they would be residing at Han's place. Arriving at Han's residence, I donned a disguise and mask before entering. I began my search, but soon discovered that the Zheng family was not there. During my search, a feng shui master caught sight of me, and I swiftly incapacitated him before exiting Han's residence. I wandered the streets for quite some time. However, finding the Zheng family in such a vast city as Kyoto proved challenging. Yet, I knew someone who could assist me, Fatty Luo. I dialed his number, and he answered with a somewhat lewd chuckle. "Xiaolaudi, what brings you to call me tonight?" Concerned for Ji Wuyan's safety, I urgently requested, "Luo Go, I need your help." Upon hearing my serious tone, Fatty Luo ceased his teasing and replied, "What do you need, Xiaolaudi? Just tell me." I wasted no time and asked, "Do you know where Zheng Fuqing and his associates are residing?" Fatty Luo paused momentarily before letting out a dry chuckle. "Xiaolaudi, what do you need them for? It's a bit complicated, and I can't discuss it right now. I'm quite anxious, so please let me know as soon as possible." "All right. Wait 5 minutes," Fatty Luo said before hanging up. I found a quiet spot to wait. 5 minutes passed swiftly, and true to his word, Fatty Luo called back shortly. I quickly answered. He got straight to the point. "Wiyue Hotel." "Thank you, Luo Go," I replied before preparing to hang up. However, he interjected, "Wait. What is it?" I asked curiously. "You really can't get into the Wiyue Hotel." Fatty Luo's voice rang out, leaving me momentarily stunned. What place could I possibly be barred from entering? After all, it was merely a hotel. I felt Fatty Luo was jesting with me, and I had little patience for his antics. I hastily said, "I have something to attend to, so I'll hang up now." After I hung up the phone, I hailed a cab and headed towards the Wiyue Hotel. To my surprise, The absence of a call from Luo was somewhat reassuring. Upon arriving at the hotel entrance, I was taken aback. It appeared that entering this establishment was beyond my reach. I looked up. The hotel towered at least 50 or 60 stories high, exuding an air of opulence that was unmistakable. Dressed as I was, in such shabby attire, I found it quite difficult to imagine gaining entry. I contemplated attempting to scale the walls, but upon glancing upwards, I realized that such an endeavor would be futile. Nevertheless, I decided to give it a try and approach the entrance, only to be stopped by a security guard. His disdainful gaze left me feeling quite uncomfortable. Just as I was at a loss, a voice suddenly called out from behind me. Turning around, I saw Luo, impeccably dressed in a suit, a cigar perched between his lips, resembling a nouveau riche. The guard's demeanor transformed upon seeing Luo. His previous rudeness evaporated, replaced by a servile smile as he apologized, stating that the hotel does not permit entry to those who are poorly dressed. Luo stepped forward, produced a black card, and the guard's expression shifted dramatically. He quickly stepped aside, apologizing profusely, his attitude now obsequious. I had little desire to engage with them any further, so I walked inside. After a few steps, I paused, noticing that Luo was leisurely making his way toward me. When he reached me, he casually remarked, "Sia, aren't you in a hurry? Why have you stopped?" I knew that this chubby fellow had likely discerned my intentions. In such a vast hotel, with at least 100 rooms, locating Zheng Fuqing would not be a simple task. Yet, I was confident that Luo possessed a means to facilitate this, so I waited for him. Frowning slightly, I inquired, "Do you know the room number?" Luo paused for a moment before responding, "Yes, Sia. Follow me." He led the way, and the hotel's luxurious decor made it evident that it was not the sort of place for ordinary guests. Upon reaching the 30th floor, we arrived at a door. Just as Luo raised his hand to knock, I stopped him, saying, "Wait, aren't you looking for them?" Luo wore a faint smile that unsettled me. After a few moments, he asked, "Sia, do you have some inconvenient matters?" Indeed, I did have a few delicate issues to address. "Would you mind stepping away?" I wished to avoid alarming anyone inside, as I had a more discreet plan in mind. Luo acquiesced, saying, "All right, I'll step away now." However, instead of acting immediately, I shifted positions. I knew that this chubby man was unlike others. If I asked him to leave, he would most likely linger. As expected, the moment I moved, I spotted Luo peeking around, seemingly unable to find me. He began to look around, and then called my phone. I promptly rejected the call. Time was of the essence, and I needed to act quickly to ensure Ji Wuing's safety. Employing a substitution technique, I conjured a yellow paper figure and swiftly chanted the incantation, transferring my spirit into it. The paper figure slipped through the door's gap and entered the presidential suite, which was lavishly furnished. After exploring for a while, I sensed a presence locking onto me. This aura instilled a sense of unease, but it faded as quickly as it came. I concealed my own presence and continued to navigate the room, but after a thorough search, I found no trace of Ji Wuing. Just then, the sound of running water drew my attention. I hurried towards it, and upon crossing a threshold, I stumbled upon an alluring scene. At that moment, a sharp voice rang out, "Who is there?" My heart raced as I recognized Zheng Furong, who was bathing. Overwhelmed by embarrassment, I attempted to retreat, but my escape was swiftly obstructed. Zheng Furong, not one to be trifled with, seized a peachwood sword and lunged toward me. I narrowly dodged her strike as she wrapped herself in a white bathrobe. Realizing my blunder, I sought to exit the room, but found my path completely blocked. Suddenly, Zheng Furong advanced, cutting off my escape. Her expression was icy, and her sword radiated a powerful energy. "Who dares disturb me?" she demanded, her eyes blazing with fury. I had not found Ji Wuing, and did not wish to engage Zheng Furong further. I sought a quick exit. However, she was relentless, striking at me once more with her sword. I maneuvered the paper figure deftly, evading her attacks multiple times, yet ultimately, I could not escape. As her sword descended upon me, I knew it was nearly impossible to evade. I steadied myself, preparing to cast a protective spell, heaven and earth. The root of all things, the way alone is supreme. With golden light, shield my being, golden light manifest, protect the true self. Swiftly, as the law commands. Just as Zheng Furong's sword was about to strike, a radiant golden light enveloped me, shielding my essence. Her sword clashed against my protective barrier, failing to harm me. Instead, she staggered back, momentarily unbalanced. "You're a practitioner?" Zheng Furong queried, her brow furrowed in confusion. I ignored her, and she continued, "If you are indeed a practitioner, why engage in such underhanded deeds? It is truly disgraceful." Her aura surged, and I felt a growing sense of apprehension as she produced several talismans. Empowered by her energy, they began to rise. In the next instant, she directed them toward me, unleashing a formidable force. The yellow paper figure, containing only my spirit, would be no match for Zheng Furong in a direct confrontation. Moreover, the talismans exerted significant pressure on me. As they struck my protective barrier, cracks appeared, and I felt an overwhelming force bearing down on me. I gathered my pure yang energy, fortifying my resolve. Upon witnessing the scene before her, Zheng Furong narrowed her eyes slightly, and then another talisman surged towards me. As this talisman drew near, the golden light incantation could no longer withstand the pressure and shattered. The paper substitute I had conjured was instantly obliterated, leaving my true spirit exposed. Zheng Furong cast a fleeting glance at me. Seizing the moment of her distraction, I wasted no time and launched an attack against her. Engaging in a direct confrontation in my current state would not guarantee victory, so I opted for a different approach. Approaching Zheng Furong, I swiftly tore her white bathrobe apart. In an instant, springtime radiance was revealed. Zheng Furong emitted a sharp cry, utterly unable to attend to my presence. I seized the opportunity to escape the bathroom, hearing a voice filled with murderous intent behind me. "Don't let me find you, otherwise I will ensure your bones are ground to dust." A chill ran down my spine as my spirit returned to my corporeal form. Beads of cold sweat immediately forming on my forehead. I felt a lingering dread. Zheng Furong was truly formidable. With Ji Wuyan absent from Zheng Furong's room, I pondered whether she might be in Zheng Fuqing's chamber. My encounter with Zheng Furong had drained a considerable amount of my energy. If I were to enter Zheng Fuqing's room and be discovered by Zheng Furong, my chances of escape would be slim. Yet, I could not abandon Ji Wuyan. Having come this far, I felt compelled to press on, especially since entering was no small feat. I reasoned that Zheng Furong might not have the time to pursue me right now. With that thought, I entered Zheng Fuqing's room without any delay, expecting to encounter some resistance. However, upon entering, I discovered that Zheng Fuqing was not present, nor was Ji Wuyan. Disappointment washed over me as I realized I still had no leads on Ji Wuyan's whereabouts. I attempted to sense the atmosphere of the hotel, but after a thorough search, I found nothing of significance. After leaving the hotel and preparing to hail a taxi, I suddenly felt a hand clap on my shoulder from behind. Instinctively turning around, I found myself face to face with the rotund Luo. With a beaming smile, he inquired, "Brother Xia, why did you disappear as soon as you entered? I waited for quite a while, thinking you had come out. Where on earth did you go?" Luo's incessant chatter began as soon as I exited the Wiyue Hotel. Knowing that if I did not provide him with an answer, he would not let it go easily, I contemplated for a moment and replied, "Brother Luo, this hotel is vast. I got lost inside." "Lost?" Luo looked at me, his eyes clearly filled with skepticism. "Yes, lost." When Luo seemed poised to ask further questions, I had no inclination to engage with him any longer. I quickly stated, "Brother Luo, I have some urgent matters to attend to and must leave. Thank you for your help. I will treat you to a meal next time." Just as I attempted to leave, Luo suddenly called out to me, "Brother Xia, why are you in such a rush? Do you have some secrets to hide? Tell me, did you see anyone from the Zheng family?" Luo's eyes sparkled, giving me the impression that he had discerned something from my demeanor. I had not seen anyone while lost. I continued to deflect Luo's inquiries. My mind was preoccupied with concern that Zheng Furong might pursue me. Before entering, I had concealed my presence, but I was uncertain whether she would detect my energy after the destruction of the paper substitute. "So, where are you headed? Let me give you a ride," Luo offered enthusiastically. Reluctant to accept his offer, I realized that declining would only lead to further entanglement with him, which was not in my best interest. After some deliberation, I conceded, "All right." I followed Luo into his car, and as he pressed the accelerator, we sped off. The night scenery of Kyoto is renowned across the nation. As the car traversed the roads late at night, the cool breeze filtering through the windows invigorated me. "Where to, Brother Xia?" "To Chen Weifeng's house," I replied casually. Upon hearing this, Luo appeared to sense some tantalizing gossip. He abruptly slapped the steering wheel, causing the car to swerve unsteadily, but he quickly regained control. Observing his reckless driving, I could not help but admonish, "Brother Luo, could you please drive more carefully?" "Of course, I can drive well. It's just that while chatting with you, I became a bit distracted. If you don't clarify your intentions, I have to lean in to hear you," causing the car to be a bit unstable. I understood that Luo was adept at manipulation. Therefore, I relented. "If you wish to inquire, go ahead." Upon hearing my words, Luo erupted in laughter, as if he had successfully executed a clever scheme. I had anticipated him asking about my visit to the hotel regarding the Zheng family, but instead, he turned inquisitive. "Brother Xia, are you visiting your father-in-law? Could it be you've already won him over?" "Not yet," I replied to the rotund man. "If you return now, what will you do if your father-in-law throws you out? Surely you have a place to stay?" Luo continued enthusiastically. If you have nowhere to go, you can come to my place. I would welcome you. The more he spoke, the more animated he became. I could only respond, Brother Luo, I appreciate your kindness, but I have a place to stay. I urged him to focus on driving and refrain from further conversation. He obliged for a while. The car arrived at Chun Weifeng's residence, and I thanked Luo before stepping out. However, just as I took a few steps, the persistent Luo called out, expressing his desire to accompany me to visit Chun Weifeng. I was utterly speechless. What time was it? People should be asleep. Luo seemed poised to say more. But this time I did not afford him the opportunity. Without looking back, I waved goodbye and continued into the community. Once I could no longer see Luo, I finally breathed a sigh of relief, only for my phone to ring unexpectedly. I pulled it out to find it was a call from Luo. I had to admit that this rotund man was driving me to the brink of frustration, but there was no choice but to endure it. I pressed the answer button and said with resignation, Brother Luo, do you have something else you need? Haha, Brother Xia, don't be nervous. I just wanted to know when you plan to take me out for that meal. Luo's jovial voice came through the line. I paused for a moment before responding. In a few days. After hanging up, I swiftly returned to Chun Weifeng's home. I lay back down on the bed, the feeling of unease intensifying within me. Where had Ji Wuyan gone? Why had she suddenly disappeared? There was also the matter of Zheng Sanjia's soul being extinguished by someone. This posed yet another question. After pondering for some time, I could not arrive at a conclusion, and fatigue began to settle in. As my earlier confrontation with Zheng Furong had drained a considerable amount of my pure yang energy, leaving even my spirit feeling somewhat injured. I had scarcely laid down before I fell asleep, but I was abruptly awakened the next morning by a series of urgent knocking sounds at the door. Chapter 55. Master Liao's Conspiracy. The incessant knocking jolted me awake. Although my sleep had been short, I still felt relatively refreshed upon waking. Xiaochuan, are you awake? Came Chen Xiaoxiao's anxious voice from outside. Hearing her urgency, I quickly made my way to the door and opened it. Chen Xiaoxiao appeared flustered, prompting me to ask, Xiaoxiao, what is wrong? Xiaochuan, it seems my father is in trouble. Chen Xiaoxiao's voice was laced with profound concern. Take me to see, she insisted, not daring to delay, as she hurried forward while I followed closely behind. Soon, we arrived at Chun Weifeng's bedroom. Upon entering, my brow furrowed involuntarily. The room seemed to be enveloped in an eerie chill. Approaching Chun Weifeng, I noticed his complexion was a ghastly shade of blue, suggesting he was in dire straits. He felt cold all over, resembling someone possessed. Xiaochuan, wasn't my father fine last night? Chen Xiaoxiao asked anxiously. I urged her to remain calm as I assessed the situation. Trusting my judgment, she quieted down. I retrieved a talisman to dispel evil spirits, channeling my energy into it. As the talisman radiated a soft glow, it descended onto Chun Weifeng's forehead. The moment it made contact, Chen Xiaoxiao gasped, Xiaochuan, smoke is rising from my father's forehead. I had already noticed the white smoke emerging. This vapor represented the oppressive negative energy that was being released from Chun Weifeng under the talisman's influence. As the seconds ticked by, the talisman on his forehead began to darken, its spiritual energy rapidly depleting. Before long, Chun Weifeng, previously drenched in sweat and utterly weak, erupted into a fit of violent coughing. With each cough, he gradually regained consciousness, though he remained exceedingly frail. I removed the nearly exhausted talisman. Noticing this, Chen Xiaoxiao anxiously inquired about her father's condition. Chen Weifeng mustered a faint smile and reassured her, Xiaoxiao, don't worry, Dad is fine. Chen Xiaoxiao turned her gaze toward me, her eyes clearly seeking answers. After a brief contemplation, I informed her, the negative energy afflicting Uncle Chun has not been entirely eradicated. It seems we cannot eliminate it completely just yet. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaoxiao's tension escalated, and she immediately asked if there was a solution. While I was certain a remedy existed, it was evident that someone had tampered with Chun Weifeng's condition, and I had yet to identify the root cause. Thus, treating him now would only address the symptoms rather than the underlying issue. Just as I was about to express my thoughts, Chen Weifeng coughed again, prompting Chen Xiaoxiao to rush to his side to assist him. Once his breathing stabilized, he admonished Chen Xiaoxiao, what are you talking to this fool for? He knows nothing. Dad, it was actually Xiaochuan who revived you, she interjected. Yet, Chen Weifeng did not believe her, casting a skeptical look at Chen Xiaoxiao, as if to say, don't deceive me. I know you're trying to defend this boy. Chen Weifeng's disbelief was palpable as he fixed a sharp gaze upon me, then curtly commanded, get out. Who permitted you to enter my bedroom? Despite his frail state, his words carried a tone of authority. Recognizing that now was not the time for confrontation, I exited the room and made my way downstairs. As I settled into a chair and poured myself a glass of water, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. followed by several voices in conversation. Master Liao, something serious has happened to our master. His condition is extremely dire, one voice exclaimed. Don't be alarmed, Wang Guanjia. Let me assess the situation first, Master Liao replied. Moments later, I saw Master Liao and Lu Yuqing enter. Both displayed surprise upon noticing me at Chun Xiaoxiao's home. Master Liao maintained his composure, yet Lu Yuqing, unable to contain himself, pointed at me and said, Xie Chuan, what are you doing at Uncle Chen's house? I cast a disinterested glance at Lu Yuqing, too weary to engage with him. Seeing my silence, Lu Yuqing attempted to speak again, but was interrupted by Master Liao, who said, Xiaocheng, let us first check on your Uncle Chen. Lu Yuqing glared at me in frustration before agreeing, all right, as they ascended the stairs. He couldn't resist throwing a threat my way. Xie Chuan, if I weren't so eager to help Uncle Chen, I would teach you a lesson. Watching their departing figures, I felt a momentary lapse in concentration. At that moment, Wang Guanjia unexpectedly spoke to me. Xiaoxia, don't take it too personally. I was taken aback by his unexpected kindness, yet I nodded and replied, rest assured, I will not hold grievances against such individuals. Shortly after they left, I saw Chen Weifeng, supported by Qin Xiaoxiao and Lu Yuqing, descending the stairs. Dressed in his pajamas, he appeared gravely ill, resembling someone who had suffered a severe ailment. I had briefly examined Chen Weifeng's condition earlier and observed that the negative energy surrounding him was still considerable, even heavier than it had been the previous night when we returned together. This suggested that either something in the house or within his bedroom was accumulating this negative energy. Of course, this was merely conjecture at this point. Xiao, you needn't worry. I will ensure Uncle Chen's recovery, I reassured her. She nodded softly, yet did not counter Lu Yuqing's presence. The latter, sensing her compliance, grew increasingly animated, continuing to chatter at her, while she paid him little heed. My gaze momentarily shifted to Master Liao, as I harbored suspicions that he might not be entirely virtuous. The recent misfortune befalling Chen Weifeng could very well be linked to his presence. Chen Weifeng then spoke, Dear nephew, with your assurance, I can rest easy. His flattery seemed to satisfy Lu Yuqing, who patted his chest and declared, Uncle Chen, you can rest assured, I will take care of your health. Thank you then. Xiao, do spend time with your cousin. You young ones have much to discuss. I shall converse with Master Liao, Chen Weifeng instructed. He epitomized the typical man who values wealth over virtue. Had Zheng Sanjiao been willing to marry Qin Xiaoxiao, Lu Yuqing would have been of no consequence. Upon hearing Chen Weifeng speak, Lu Yuqing seized the opportunity. Xiao, could you show me to your room? Without hesitation, Qin Xiaoxiao firmly replied. It's not convenient to go to my room. Seeing this, I stepped forward to position myself before her. What do you think you're doing? Lu Yuqing asked, visibly displeased. You will speak respectfully to my wife. When has her room become a place for you? I retorted boldly, causing Lu Yuqing's face to pale with anger. Both Master Liao and Chen Weifeng took note of the exchange. Master Liao, with a forced smile, remarked, Mr. Chen, I was unaware that your daughter was already promised to someone else. Chen Weifeng glared at me with a murderous intensity, as if he wished to eliminate me. Xie Chuan, if you continue your foolishness, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Uncle, am I being foolish? Did I not once share a wedding with Qin Xiaoxiao? Or did we not consummate our marriage? I replied coolly. I had not anticipated that Chen Weifeng and Master Liao would conspire against me in the past. But now the tables had turned. Yet, I suspected Chen Weifeng had been misled by the cunning Master Liao. My words rendered Chen Weifeng speechless, leading to another bout of violent coughing. Xie Chuan, look at what you have done to Uncle Chen. You, a mere wretch, bring nothing but misfortune to the Qin family. Lu Yuqing swiftly approached Chen Weifeng, and Qin Xiaoxiao followed suit. While they tended to Chen Weifeng, Master Liao suddenly rose and made his way towards me, emanating a faint, chilling aura that left me feeling somewhat uneasy. Upon reaching me, he coldly warned, Young man, I care not for your intentions in Kyoto, but there are matters I must bring to your attention. What matters? I inquired nonchalantly. Do not meddle in what does not concern you. Refrain from claiming what is not yours, and avoid touching what you do not deserve. Otherwise, the consequences could be grave. Master Liao's words were a blatant threat. Yet I am a man unperturbed by intimidation. Master Liao, may I inquire what dire consequences await should I choose to meddle, take what is not mine, or touch that which I am unworthy of? I retorted, defying his threat. Master Liao was taken aback by my audacity, his expression shifting slightly before he declared, Xie Chuan, you are unaware, it seems. Allow me to enlighten you. Should you engage in such acts, you will find yourself without a grave. I chuckled softly, disregarding this old man's warnings. Tonight, I intended to unearth his true nature to prevent further harm to Chen Weifeng. Chapter 56. The emergence of the feng shui master observing the father and son duo, I felt a wave of disgust, especially towards Master Liao, who had attempted to ensnare me multiple times. Were it not for my own abilities, the malevolent spirit attached to Chen Xiaoxiao might have claimed my life. This is not mere exaggeration. Unfortunately, this old man, despite his cunning, always seemed to miscalculate. I turned and resumed my seat on the sofa, while Master Liao, mistaking my calm for fear, wore a sinister smile. My mind, however, was occupied with devising a strategy to counter him. Chen Weifeng, in his weakened state, inquired how he might recover. Master Liao, smiling, replied, Mr. Chun, your mortal body, having been afflicted by malevolent spirits, is understandably struggling. This is normal. I shall provide you with a protective talisman. Keep it on your person and you shall remain safe. Upon hearing this, Chen Weifeng's demeanor softened. Master Liao, please provide me with the talisman quickly. He appeared anxious, acutely aware of his deteriorating condition. After a moment, it seemed he recalled something important and added, Master Liao, once I regain my health, I shall reward you handsomely. Master Liao waved his hand dismissively. Mr. Chun, you need not be so formal. As they exchanged pleasantries, Master Liao, unhurried, retrieved the talisman and extended it towards Chen Weifeng. However, I sensed something amiss the moment it was produced. I stepped forward, intercepting the talisman before Chen Weifeng could grasp it. What are you doing? He exclaimed in alarm. This talisman seems questionable, I stated calmly. Lu Yuqing, overhearing, retorted, Xiechuan. You wretched fool, what do you know? How dare you suggest there is something wrong with my godfather's talisman? If I am not mistaken, this talisman has likely been soaked in corpse water. It not only lacks protective qualities, but may also expedite the gathering of negative energy within him, I continued. Fuming, Lu Yuqing exclaimed, you dare slander my godfather. I will not let this rest. Clenching his fists, he attempted to confront me. I had long harbored disdain for this insufferable man, who had pursued Chen Xiaoxiao relentlessly. When faced with real danger, he fled faster than anyone else. As he approached, I acted without hesitation, delivering a sharp slap that sent him reeling to the ground, dazed. Lu Yuqing howled in pain but, fueled by rage, attempted to rise again. Yet, he was no match for me. A few more slaps would suffice to subdue him. Hearing my words, Chen Weifeng began to doubt, prompting him to ask, Master Liao, is this true? Master Liao's expression darkened as he responded, Mr. Chun, I offer you a life-saving talisman out of goodwill, and you dare to question me? This is exceedingly disappointing. I am not, I began, but Master Liao shot me a contemptuous glance, withdrawing the talisman and making his exit. As Lu Yuqing, now furious, rose to his feet, he pointed at me, are we to let this matter rest? My godfather will seek retribution on your behalf. Seeing Master Liao leave, Chen Weifeng grew anxious, attempting to retain him, but Master Liao merely scoffed, showing no intention of stopping. Chen Weifeng, in his current frail state, was unable to pursue. Chen Xiaoxiao supported her father for a few steps before pausing, unable to contain her thoughts. Dad, perhaps Xiechuan is right. There may indeed be an issue with that talisman. What issue could arise from a mere wretch like him? Chen Weifeng glared at me, his eyes filled with animosity. Wishing to obliterate me, yet he could only watch in frustration. He remained oblivious to my intentions, but one day, he would come to understand, and perhaps even express gratitude. Dad, Xiechuan has, what could he possibly have? If it weren't for the Zheng family wanting to keep him here, I would have banished him already. Chen Weifeng, clearly infuriated, struggled to articulate his thoughts, shaking off Chen Xiaoxiao's support and allowing the butler, Wang, to assist him upstairs. Before long, only Chen Xiaoxiao and I remained in the living room. She approached me, and we exchanged a few words. I explained my suspicions regarding Master Liao and the potential connection to her father's condition. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaoxiao grew visibly anxious. I reassured her that as long as I was present, her father would be safe. Chen Xiaoxiao, trusting in my words, nodded in agreement. Looking at the time, I noticed it was already 10 in the morning. I retrieved a talisman, the exorcism talisman, and instructed Chen Xiaoxiao, place this under your father's bed. It should temporarily suppress the negative energy afflicting him. Chen Xiaoxiao nodded in understanding and ascended the stairs. Just then, my phone rang. I glanced at the caller ID and saw it was Fatty Luo. I felt little enthusiasm for this rotund figure. My instincts told me he had no good news to share. Nevertheless, I answered the call, recognizing that while he may lack merit elsewhere, he possessed considerable skill in negotiations. After pressing the answer button, Fatty Luo's boisterous voice quickly filled my ear. Brother Xie, I have crucial news to share with you. Are you interested in hearing it? He began to tease me with the information, but I had little patience for his antics. After a pause, I said, just tell me what you have to say. Brother Xie, from your tone, It seems you are not interested? Fatty Luo persisted, continuing his game. Brother Luo, I wish to know. Please speak quickly. This matter cannot be discussed over the phone. We must meet in person, Luo ponderously articulated. After a moment of contemplation, I refrained from immediate response. Sensing my hesitation, Luo continued, Young brother Xia, I must inform you that this matter is indeed related to the Zheng family. Upon hearing this, my interest was piqued, and I wasted no time in stating, Where are you? I'm waiting for you at the entrance of the neighborhood. Hurry out, young brother Xia. All right. I hung up, not rushing to exit immediately. Instead, I ascended to the upper floor to confer with Qin Xiaoming. After listening to my words, Qin Xiaoxiao merely advised me to be cautious. Given Qin Weifeng's current condition, I was granted a degree of freedom in coming and going from the Qin residence. As I stepped outside, I noticed someone in a car waving at me. The familiar voice of Luo reached my ears, calling, This way, young brother Xia. Without delay, I approached him. Once in the car, Luo said, Young brother Xia, since I have some free time today, let us find a restaurant where you can treat me to a meal while we discuss the matter. I acquiesced to Luo's proposition with a nod. He selected a lamb hot pot restaurant, and once seated, he began ordering a plethora of dishes. Observing that he had yet to divulge the crux of the matter, I could not help but urge him, Brother Luo, we've begun our meal. Please share what you have to say. You are quite impatient, young brother. You are still too young and restless, Luo replied with a leisurely tone. Brother Luo, we are already dining. Please be quick with your revelations, I responded nonchalantly. The situation is as follows, young brother. Are you aware that something significant occurred in the feng shui community in Kyoto last night? Luo's tone and gestures were somewhat exaggerated. I furrowed my brow and quickly inquired, Brother Luo, what significant event transpired? Kyoto has finally produced a formidable feng shui master. Who? I asked instinctively. Luo's excitement intensified. Young brother Xia, how could you be so uninformed? News travels slowly, it seems. I refrained from responding, knowing that if I did, Luo would ramble on incessantly. Sure enough. After I remained silent, Luo continued, Last night, another feng shui expert visited the home of Han Dashan, and he was discovered by the feng shui master of the Han family. This master is also highly skilled, but it is said that he could not withstand a single move from the visiting master and collapsed, his fate unknown. Hearing this, I frowned, expecting more impactful revelations from this rotund man. Perhaps sensing my lack of reaction, Luo scrutinized me, his eyes darting as he asked, Young brother Xia, are you not at all astonished? Coming back to my senses, I feigned enthusiasm. I am indeed shocked. How could such a master appear in Kyoto? Luo rolled his eyes at me before growing animated again. But that's not all. Do you know that last night, this master also engaged in a confrontation with Zheng Furong of the Zheng family? It is said that the encounter ended in a stalemate. Do you think this master is impressive? As he spoke, he kept casting meaningful glances in my direction. I glanced at this rotund man, pondering if he was hinting at something. It certainly seemed possible. Had he truly seen through me? I awkwardly chuckled. So this master is quite formidable. Luo suddenly leaned closer, lowering his voice. Young brother Xia, do you wish to know who this master is? Chapter 57. The walking corpse. Luo inched closer, prompting me to instinctively shift my chair. We exchanged glances, and I awkwardly smiled. Brother Luo, I too wish to know the identity of this master. Upon hearing my words, Luo paused before bursting into laughter. Is that so? I affirmed yes. Luo scrutinized me, seemingly searching for any cracks in my facade, yet I remained composed. As long as no one witnessed my actions and I did not confess, no one could cast blame upon me. Luo placed a piece of lamb in his mouth, chewing thoughtfully. After a moment, he said, Young brother Xia, I actually know who it is. Since you are unaware, I will inform you at the earliest opportunity when I have news. I responded, Brother Luo, you summoned me. Surely you are here to tell me about this matter. Indeed. Young brother Xia, you cannot possibly think this is unimportant. The emergence of this feng shui master could elevate the status of our feng shui community in Kyoto significantly. Previously, we have been the subject of ridicule from the capital, Luo expressed, his demeanor reflecting his frustration. Seeing Luo's earnestness, I chose not to challenge him, though I found it amusing that he often sought me out for trivial matters, unaware of the pressing issues I faced. However, since I was here, I pondered for a moment before saying, Brother Luo, you possess vast knowledge and information. I have a favor to ask of you. Luo's expression changed instantly. Young brother Xia, what do you mean? His sudden shift took me aback. I hesitated before asking, Brother Luo, what is the matter? Young brother Xia, what else could it be? We are like brothers now. There is no need for formality. Speak freely. I will assist you with anything within my power, and I will find a way to help if I cannot. Luo spoke with great camaraderie. realizing there was no cause for concern. I felt relief but still shared my request. Brother Luo, could you help me locate my sister, Ji Wuyan? Luo was taken aback. What? Miss Ji has gone missing? I nodded. Luo pondered for a moment. Young brother Xia, tell me truthfully, were you seeking the Zheng family yesterday in hopes of finding Miss Ji? After a brief pause, I decided to be forthcoming and confirmed his inquiry. Do you suspect that the Zheng family has harmed Miss Ji? Luo pressed further, his gaze flickering with concern. I replied, Brother Luo, I must confide in you about this matter, and I urge you to keep it confidential. Luo nodded. Rest assured, I will handle this matter with the utmost care. Miss Ji is a good person in our Kyoto. If anyone from the Zheng family dares to harm her here, the entire feng shui community will not stand for it, Luo declared, his voice tinged with indignation. Thank you, Brother Luo, I said earnestly. Luo waved his hand. Young brother Xia, if you continue to be this polite, you might as well not seek my help in the future. He feigned anger, and I replied, rest assured, Brother Luo, I will not be so formal in the future. I will rely on you regarding my sister's situation. Luo agreed, and after finishing our meal, we parted ways shortly thereafter. This meal with Luo was not entirely without merit. At least he had agreed to assist me in investigating Ji Wuyan's whereabouts. After dining, I made my way to Chen Xiaoxiao's home. Given Chen Weifeng's predicament, she had not left the house all day. Upon seeing me enter, I noticed her face bore signs of fatigue, her expression laced with worry. In light of the current situation, I could only temporarily soothe her emotions. As for Master Liao, I would resolve that issue in due course. It was evident that this old man had meddled with Chen Weifeng's affairs. As night fell, although Chen Weifeng's condition was not particularly good, he did not face any significant issues. During this time, he attempted to contact Master Liao multiple times, seeking his assistance, but was met with refusal. Master Liao, in turn, shifted the blame onto me, claiming that it was my presence that deterred him from helping Chen Weifeng. This led to Chen Weifeng confronting me with a barrage of curses, leaving me somewhat speechless. Despite his condition showing slight improvement, his scolding was infused with a vigor that caught my attention. When he was in the midst of his tirade, I assured him, Uncle Chen, rest assured, I will certainly bring Master Liao back for you tonight. Upon hearing my words, Chen Weifeng's previously agitated demeanor softened somewhat. Fine, if you fail to bring Master Liao back, I will not let this go, he warned, trembling as he pointed a finger at me, his body shaking with anger. I exchanged a brief farewell with Chen Xiaoxiao and departed from the Chen residence. Having previously visited Master Liao's home with Chen Xiaoxiao, I was familiar with the way. Upon my arrival, Master Liao appeared somewhat surprised to see me. Dressed in a Zhongshan suit, he sat in his living room sipping tea. Without missing a beat, he remarked, What brings you here? Did Chen Weifeng send you, you worthless one? His tone dripped with disdain. I replied calmly, It was Uncle Chen who sent me. His attitude shifted to one of arrogance, as if he had me under his thumb. He chuckled, Xiechuan, if not for you, my relationship with Chen Weifeng would still be amicable. However, since you have chosen to meddle, perhaps if you kneel, I might offer you a chance to survive. His gaze turned menacing. A chance to survive? I replied with indifference. I had little regard for Master Liao's threats, fully aware of his limitations, which I believed barely reached the realm of focused energy. He placed his teacup down, his voice taking on a sinister tone. I warned you at Chen Weifeng's house. Meddling in affairs that do not concern you leads to dire consequences. Now that you have come to me, do not blame me for being ungracious. What do you intend to do? I remained composed. Master Liao's expression shifted slightly. He seemed unprepared for my calmness. After a brief moment of confusion, he regained his composure and declared, I will ensure you vanish without a trace. Following his words, I could sense the atmosphere around us turning chillingly cold, a malevolent energy beginning to seep forth. He had produced a small vial from somewhere, and the aura emanating from it confirmed it contained restrained malevolent spirits. He fixed his gaze on me, stating, Xiechuan, you were never meant to belong to Kyoto. Today, I will erase you from this city entirely. He opened the vial, and several malevolent spirits swiftly escaped, the oppressive atmosphere intensifying around us. My unease grew stronger as the spirits approached. Master Liao's face twisted into a grotesque grin as he uttered, Xiechuan, you may rest easy now. I remained still, observing the spirits, and in the next moment, a talisman materialized in my hand. I chanted an incantation, unleashing the talisman that struck the approaching spirits, causing them to dissipate instantly. The once concentrated malevolent energy in the air began to dissipate rapidly. While these spirits were formidable, they were utterly powerless against me. My gaze shifted to Master Liao, who stood frozen, staring at me in disbelief, his pupils widened, lips quivering in shock at my display of power. A faint smile graced my lips as I approached him. It took him a few moments to regain his senses. Finally, he stammered, "How? How did you do that?" In his eyes, I was merely a worthless nobody, akin to an ant that could be crushed at any moment. Now, having shattered the spirits he had nurtured, his astonishment did not surprise me in the least. I chuckled lightly. "Is that all you are capable of, Master Liao?" His complexion paled slightly, eyes filled with incredulity. "Who are you? You cannot possibly be Sichuan. If I am not Sichuan, then who else could I be?" I retorted, hands stuffed in my pockets. "I do not know who you are, but our Liao family has no grievances with you. Why do you come here, impersonating Sichuan?" Master Liao pressed on. I suddenly felt a twinge of pity for the old man. I continued toward him, but just as we were conversing, he abruptly sprinted upstairs. I did not rush after him. Instead, I pursued him at a steady pace, watching as he entered a room. Pausing at the doorway, I furrowed my brow, a sense of foreboding rising within me. I was not in a hurry to advance, but I was prepared. Suddenly, a heavy wave of malevolent energy surged toward me, prompting me to retreat swiftly. Once I had distanced myself, the previously closed door erupted with a resounding crash, shattering into pieces. A figure emerged from within, and as I focused, my expression shifted. Before me stood a corpse. I had initially thought Master Liao was simply wicked, but I had not anticipated he had stooped so low as to create a corpse in his own home. The appearance of the corpse heightened my anxiety. I quickly stepped back as Master Liao re-emerged, a self-assured smile returning to his face. Chapter 58. The extermination of Master Liao. Observing him, I discerned that this corpse had restored his confidence. "Boy, it does not matter who you are. Once you enter my home, there is no chance of leaving alive," Master Liao declared ominously. I took a moment to calm my nerves and addressed him. "Master Liao, what you are doing is utterly inhumane. As a geomancer, you should be exorcising evil rather than resorting to the creation of corpses. Such vile acts are beneath you." "Huh, what I do is none of your concern. You insolent brat. Now that you are privy to my secret, you must die," he retorted, producing a bell that he rang, compelling the corpse toward me. Having never encountered a corpse before, I felt uncertain, debating whether to use a talisman or a thunder spell. After careful consideration, I took a firm stance. Master Liao, noticing my resolve, sneered, "You cannot possibly think you can handle my corpse. I have spent years perfecting its creation. Even Zheng's girl would struggle against it. Today, you shall die at its hands, and that will be your worth." I grew increasingly annoyed by Master Liao's incessant chatter. I channeled my pure yang energy, which swiftly dispelled the surrounding malevolent energy. With urgency, I recited my incantation. "Gather, O 5 thunder generals, and strike with lightning to protect my life. Binding evil spirits and forcing them to flee, I shall attain eternal life." Swiftly, as the law commands. As my chant concluded, the corpse approached, and a bolt of lightning descended, striking the creature directly. Even as the lightning hit, I instinctively retreated a few steps, uncertain if I could truly vanquish the corpse. After all, Master Liao himself proclaimed that this walking corpse was crafted from months of painstaking effort, thus possessing a certain degree of formidable power. However, I was utterly taken aback when this terrifying visage before me was struck by a bolt of lightning, causing it to shatter into countless pieces, leaving a pool of unknown liquid on the ground. The air was instantly filled with a foul stench. Initially, I was momentarily dazed, but soon the phrase "easily defeated" sprang to mind. This walking corpse was astonishingly frail. Listening to Master Liao's earlier descriptions, I had expected a far greater strength. A wry smile crept upon my lips as I realized the truth. Master Liao was nothing more than a charlatan. And how formidable could a creature crafted by a charlatan truly be? As the corpse was struck down by my controlled lightning, the bell in Master Liao's hand shattered simultaneously, and he was struck by the fragments, letting out a wretched scream. The unpleasant odor in the air caused my expression to shift slightly, and I began to approach Master Liao, who lay writhing in pain on the ground, with shards embedded in his face. "Is this all you are capable of, Master Liao?" I said coldly. Master Liao's eyes widened in terror as he struggled to rise, his previous arrogance replaced by fear. "What level of feng shui master have you reached?" he stammered, his voice betraying his dread. "You need not concern yourself with my level. Just know that your demise is imminent," I replied, harboring no pity for a man who had harmed others simply because he possessed a modicum of skill in feng shui. Realizing my unyielding nature, Master Liao froze for a moment before kneeling in supplication, pleading, "Please, spare my life." Observing his sudden capitulation, I thought he was no different from Lu Yuqing. But given that one was a godfather and the other a godson, it was hardly surprising. After all, they were both cut from the same cloth. "Spare you?" I inquired nonchalantly. "Yes, Sichuan, as long as you do not kill me, I will do anything you ask, Master Liao whimpered, transforming from an exalted master to a mere jester on the ground. When he uttered my name, a hint of skepticism lingered in his gaze. But I could understand his disbelief. Who could fathom that a perceived failure could suddenly wield such power? Yet, I had no intention of explaining myself. Despite my own lingering doubts, I sought clarification. I may spare you, but I have a few questions. You would do well to answer truthfully, for your honesty may yet save your life. Upon hearing my words, Master Liao looked as if he had been granted a reprieve, eagerly responding, "Ask away." I shall answer truthfully to all I know. I discreetly activated the recording function on my phone. Tell me, did you interfere with Chun Weifeng's situation? His expression changed subtly, and he weakly replied, "No." I noticed his tone shift as my demeanor grew stern, prompting him to slowly concede, "Yes." "What did you do to him?" I pressed. "I placed his birth details in a place of extreme een, causing his vitality to wane until death," he confessed. I was taken aback by his ruthlessness towards my father-in-law, who had trusted him implicitly. Quickly, Master Liao added, "Xie, if you spare me, I will ensure Chun Weifeng's recovery." "Are you trying to negotiate?" I asked coolly. "No. Xie, if you kill me, you will never discover the location of that place of extreme een. You won't be able to eliminate the negative energy surrounding him. It will only intensify. Even if you manage to suppress it temporarily, you cannot do so indefinitely, and that location is obscure, known to very few." As he spoke, there was a hint of confidence in his voice. Though he claimed not to threaten me, he was indeed doing just that. Yet, this old fool overestimated his own abilities and underestimated mine. Our gazes locked for a moment, and sensing my silence, Master Liao suddenly declared, "Xie, if you let me go, I can take you there right now." "Very well," I responded. At this moment, his face was marred by fragments of the shattered bell, giving him an even more grotesque appearance. Despite the pain he must have felt, he quickly agreed and began to lead the way. After exiting Master Liao's residence, he drove me forward in a rather luxurious vehicle, a testament to his ill-gotten gains. During the drive, he couldn't help but inquire, "Are you truly Xie? Who else could I be?" I replied coldly, uninterested in idle conversation. "But you were previously." I anticipated his next words and interrupted, "Do not ask what you should not." My words left him momentarily speechless. Although I had not been in Kyoto long, I was somewhat familiar with the places I had visited. As I observed our direction, it became clear we were heading towards the infamous haunted house of Han Dashan. The malice in Master Liao's intentions became evident. He had buried Chun Weifeng's birth details in such a sinister locale. Among the sights I had encountered in Kyoto, that haunted house could indeed be deemed a place of extreme een, fraught with danger. I should have realized this as soon as he mentioned the place. After a while, my phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, I was surprised to find it was none other than Chen Xiao. I hesitated for a moment before answering. Her voice came through, asking, "Xiao, how are things on your end?" "All is well. Everything is proceeding smoothly," I assured her. Yet, her concern lingered, and she pressed. "Master Liao, hasn't he caused you any trouble, has he?" "No, I will handle everything. Just wait for my return," I replied calmly. She nodded in acknowledgement, and after hanging up, we drove for another 10 minutes before arriving at the haunted house. Master Liao exited the vehicle and hastily approached to open my door, adopting a servile demeanor. As I stepped out, a chilling wind enveloped me. "Where is it?" I asked directly. "At the back door," he replied cautiously. As he led me toward the rear entrance, I followed closely behind, fully aware that he lacked the courage to step into the haunted house himself. His cowardice only allowed him to hide Chun Weifeng's birth details in the vicinity. However, upon arrival, I realized I had underestimated his cowardice. He had hidden the details a full 10 meters from the haunted house. Seeing this, I couldn't help but feel exasperated at his timidity. After he unearthed the birth details, I saw them affixed to a straw doll, clearly soaked in corpse water. This old wretch truly possessed a wicked nature. Taking the doll, I silently recited a spell, igniting it in flames that quickly consumed it, leaving behind a charred scent. With a swift motion, I tore apart the birth details he had clutched in his hands. Having completed all of this, I finally felt a sense of relief. Master Liao's gaze was fixed upon me, revealing a hint of longing in his eyes. He spoke. "Xie, may I leave now?" Chapter 59. The Fate of Chen Xiao. I stared at Master Liao and inquired, "Leave? Where do you wish to go?" Upon hearing my words, Master Liao's anxiety began to escalate. "Xie, did you not say that if I spared Chen Weifeng, you would let me go?" His voice grew increasingly frantic. "Did I ever say that? When did I make such a promise?" I replied coolly. Upon my response, Master Liao's expression shifted to one of malevolence. "Xie, are you truly going to renege on your word?" His tone was saturated with animosity. I must destroy the root of your path, I stated with a calm yet serious demeanor. Master Liao, upon hearing this, became incredibly agitated. Sichuan, you cannot do this. Doing so would be akin to killing me. He fell to his knees, pleading, Sichuan, I realize my mistakes. I will never dare again. Please spare me. If you destroy my root, I will have no means to survive. I have many enemies. If my path is severed, countless will seek to end my life. His voice grew frenzied, giving me the impression that he was teetering on the brink of insanity. Regardless of his pleas, I could not grant him mercy. There is always a reason behind a pitiful person's plight. If I do not destroy his root today, he may inflict harm upon many in the future. I may refrain from taking a life, but I must obliterate your root. My tone was resolute. Master Liao, incensed by my words, retorted, Sichuan, you are breaking your promise. Did you not say you would not kill me? I did promise not to kill you. But I never claimed I would not destroy your root, I answered, without hesitation, swiftly approaching him. To my astonishment, Master Liao suddenly seized a handful of dirt from the ground and hurled it at me before making a dash towards the entrance of the ominous dwelling. I quickly pursued him, retrieving a talisman and empowering it before sending it hurtling towards his back. Struck by my attack, Master Liao stumbled and fell at the threshold of the sinister house. He lay on the ground, emitting cries of pain, still clawing towards the entrance. Step by step, I approached him as he cried out in terror, Sichuan, why can you not spare me? Why must you pursue my total destruction when you sought to annihilate others? Did you never contemplate sparing them? I replied coldly. As I prepared to strike, an unforeseen event transpired. The once tightly shut door of the malevolent house swung open without warning, and a gust of wind surged forth, nearly causing me to lose my footing. Regaining my balance, just as I was about to act against Master Liao, he inexplicably found the strength to rise and dart inside the dwelling. Upon witnessing this, I attempted to follow, but he stood within, threatening me, Sichuan, if I emerge from here alive, I will ensure your demise. As soon as he finished speaking, an unseen force seemed to seize him, and in an instant, he vanished from my sight. As I snapped back to reality and sought to pursue him, the door of the house slammed shut. My expression shifted as I stood at the entrance, reluctant to depart. My curiosity about this sinister abode had intensified. After contemplating for a moment, I resolved not to enter the house from Master Liao. It appeared perilous, and even if I ventured inside, I might not emerge unscathed. I surmised that Master Liao's fate within would likely be grim, especially since he had just been seized. Still, if he were to perish inside, it would merely be his just deserts. With a resigned sigh, I turned away and made my way to the road, where I hailed a taxi to the city. Upon glancing at the time, I noted it was nearly 9:30 p.m. The splendor of Kyoto was beyond anything I could have envisioned during my days in the countryside. After a short while, I managed to flag down another taxi, arriving at Chun Weifeng's residence. Upon entering, I found Chun Weifeng already in the living room. He sat there, a faint smile gracing his face, but as I entered, that smile vanished almost instantly. I noticed his complexion had improved significantly. He no longer appeared as pallid and lifeless. It seemed that after vanquishing the effigy steeped in corpse water, he had swiftly regained his vitality. Chen Xiaoxiao, upon seeing me enter, beamed and rushed towards me, calling my name. However, Chun Weifeng coughed lightly, causing her to halt in her tracks and approach me more cautiously. Sichuan, how did your conversation with Master Liao go? Why hasn't he come? Chun Weifeng's voice was noticeably stronger, and overall, he seemed to be in a much better state. Oh, Uncle Chun, the situation is this. It's quite late, so Master Liao will not be coming. However, he has assured me he will perform a ritual at home to dispel the malevolent forces afflicting you. I fabricated a story. Upon hearing this, Chun Weifeng's face lit up with joy. No wonder I felt my condition improving at home. It seems Master Liao has already worked his magic. I must call him to express my gratitude. In high spirits, he rose to fetch his phone. Once he left the living room, Chun Xiaoxiao approached me with concern, inquiring about my situation and whether Master Liao had truly performed a ritual to save her father. I nodded slightly, refraining from elaborating further. Some things were better left unsaid. For the more secrets one knows, the greater the risk of complications. After a brief phone call, Chun Weifeng returned downstairs, his gaze landing on me as he asked, Sichuan, why can't I reach him? Uncle, I really do not know the answer to that question. I could only respond, that won't do. I must go to his house to thank him in person. Seeing his determination, I quickly intervened. The scene at Master Liao's residence was chaotic, and with him absent, it would be unwise for Chun Weifeng to go, especially since his health had not fully recovered. Out of concern for his safety, I said, Uncle Chun, Master Liao informed me that he performed a ritual tonight, which took a considerable toll on him. He cannot see anyone tonight. But once he has recuperated, he will surely come to find you. Chen Weifeng regarded me with suspicion, his eyes reflecting disbelief. Yet, I swiftly provided him with a reassuring answer. It is true. He fell into contemplation, and at that moment, Chen Xiaoxiao chimed in. Dad, your health isn't completely restored yet. It would be better to wait until tomorrow to find Master Liao. With her words, Chen Weifeng finally relented. All right then. Xiaoxiao, you should also get some rest. He ascended the staircase, leaving me and Chen Xiaoxiao in the living room. Tomorrow, the Zheng family would seek me out regarding the whereabouts of that eminent figure. A matter that indeed placed me in a precarious position. It was nearly 10:30 p.m., and realizing it was getting late, I asked Chen Xiaoxiao, "Are you going to sleep?" She looked at me, and I suddenly found her gaze profoundly dark and deep, almost as if her eyes were adorned with stars, captivating in their allure. "I'm not tired," Chen Xiaoxiao replied suddenly. "Then shall we take a stroll?" I suggested. Having spent some time in Kyoto, I had limited opportunities to be alone with Chen Xiaoxiao. Chen Weifeng, whenever given the opportunity, would berate me, forbidding me from being with Chen Xiaoxiao. I never expected that as soon as I finished speaking, Chen Xiaoxiao would respond without hesitation, "Sure." With her agreement, we walked side by side outside. In Kyoto, 10:30 was not considered late. On the contrary, it marked the beginning of the nightlife for many young people. Chen Xiaoxiao drove me away, and the night scenery outside the window flashed by quickly as she took me out to have some fun. After about 20 minutes of driving, the once quiet street suddenly transformed into a lively scene, filled with fashionable young people. Chen Xiaoxiao led me to a music bar where we took a seat. Unlike a typical bar, it was not noisy. Instead, there were people singing folk songs, their voices melodious and soothing. As I became somewhat entranced by the music, Chen Xiaoxiao suddenly asked me what I wanted to drink. I replied, "Just plain water." She looked at me in surprise, but ultimately ordered a drink for me, to which I said nothing. After finishing the drink, I felt a slight bitterness in my mouth. Suddenly, Chen Xiaoxiao walked toward the front of the music bar, speaking with the singer, who then handed her the guitar. Embracing the guitar, Chen Xiaoxiao began to sing. Her voice was pure and ethereal, instantly capturing my heart. Watching her sing, I felt somewhat dazed. Her gaze was focused and innocent, and I suddenly pondered what secrets she might be hiding. So many people seemed to have their eyes on her, including Hishun. The crowd was evidently enchanted by her singing. As soon as she finished a song, applause erupted, and a faint blush graced her cheeks, enhancing her beauty to an extraordinary degree. She approached me with a shy smile. Unable to restrain myself, I praised her, saying, "Xiaoxiao, you sing beautifully." She laughed softly and replied, "It's not that great." Just as she was about to continue, an unpleasant voice suddenly pierced the atmosphere. Chapter 60. A thoughtful strategy. Upon hearing that voice, I couldn't help but frown. "Chen Xiaoxiao, have you really sunk so low as to sing in a bar now?" I followed the source of the voice and was met with a face that stirred a sense of revulsion. Dyed red hair adorned with an earring, exuding an aura that screamed trouble. Chen Xiaoxiao's expression visibly changed upon seeing him. The next moment, she said, "Jiang Hao, what I do is none of your business, right?" Jiang Hao sneered. "Back when I pursued you, you were all pride and pretense. Now, you're with this poor loser?" He scrutinized me with a condescending gaze, clearly dismissing me. As I prepared to respond, Chen Xiaoxiao grabbed my hand and led me away. But just a few steps later, Jiang Hao blocked our path, continuing his taunts. "Did everyone see that? She is Chen Xiaoxiao, the woman I once pursued, and now she's with a nobody. Isn't that laughable?" It was clear that many in the music bar recognized Jiang Hao. Soon, a few odd characters chimed in. "Jiang Xiao, your taste was really poor back then. How could you fall for such a plain woman?" "Indeed, Jiang Xiao, your judgment was quite lacking." Jiang Hao smirked. "Perhaps my judgment was a bit off. But this woman's judgment is even worse, choosing to be with a nameless waste like him. It's simply ridiculous." In the affluent circles of Kyoto, I was indeed a nobody, even a poor loser, but I was not one to be judged by such a person. I looked at Jiang Hao and said, "Is your lowly perception of others a permanent trait?" Jiang Hao, upon hearing my words, immediately became incensed, pointing at me and shouting, "Who the hell are you talking about? Do you want me to kill you right now?" As he spoke, several thugs gathered around us, some brandishing glass bottles, clearly not the kind of people to provoke. Chen Xiaoxiao, witnessing this scene, grew anxious and stepped forward, blocking me. "Jiang Hao, have you had your fun yet?" Jiang Hao's face twisted into a lecherous smile as he replied, "Oh, Chen Xiaoxiao, are you trying to protect him? If you want me to let him go, just spend the night with me." Before he finished speaking, a sharp sound echoed as Chen Xiaoxiao, unable to contain her emotions, slapped Jiang Hao across the face. The impact left a bright red mark on his cheek, and his expression contorted with rage as he yelled, "Shameless woman! How dare you hit me? Brothers, Teach her a lesson. A group of thugs, eager to show off, grabbed their beer bottles and charged at Chen Xiaoxiao. I quickly stepped forward, discreetly pulling out a few talismans, which I had empowered, and silently affixed them to the backs of Jiang Hao's lackeys. Seeing the thugs rush towards us, Chen Xiaoxiao's face turned pale with fear. I embraced her tightly, shielding her in my arms. The onlookers, reveling in the spectacle, cheered in excitement. Just as the thugs prepared to strike, they suddenly halted, staring blankly at me. Chen Xiaoxiao, still in my embrace, expressed her concern. Xiaochuan, you don't need to worry about me. Just go. How could I leave you behind? Once I have chosen you, I shall always protect you, I softly assured her. Just then, she lifted her head to meet my gaze, her cheeks flushing slightly. Not wanting her to worry, I said, see? Everything is fine now. Slowly, I released her. And as Chen Xiaoxiao observed the thugs, who had frozen in place, a look of curiosity crossed her face. However, she understood that now was not the time for questions. Jiang Hao, noticing his lackeys in action, erupted in anger. What the hell are you waiting for? Go and kill them. As Jiang Hao's words fell, the thugs suddenly lined up in 2 rows facing each other, and, to everyone's astonishment, they began smashing the beer bottles against their own heads. Blood gushed forth, and the crowd was left dumbfounded. What on earth was happening? Were they really hurting themselves? Could he be a feng shui master? A scream erupted from the crowd, drawing everyone's attention to me. I chose not to explain, but the murmurs quickly spread. He must be a feng shui master. Otherwise, such an act would be impossible. Jiang Hao's expression grew increasingly grim. In Kyoto, the status of feng shui masters was quite elevated, as not everyone could assume that role. They were regarded as a profession of considerable esteem in the eyes of the common people. My gaze fell upon Jiang Hao, and from the expression on his face, it was evident that he felt a twinge of guilt. I coldly commanded him, apologize. Jiang Hao was taken aback, and as he regained his composure, his demeanor shifted to one of hostility. Do you even know what you're saying? Asking me to apologize is akin to courting death. Apologize, I reiterated, my voice rising in intensity. An invisible aura emanated from me, the essence of pure yang, causing those around us to instinctively step back. Jiang Hao was no exception. His complexion paled as he retorted, you are merely a minor geomancer, with trivial skills. Do you understand the stature of the Jiang family in Jiang City? If you offend us, do you grasp the repercussions? Listening to Jiang Hao's words, Chen Xiaoxiao suddenly tugged at my arm. Xiaochuan, let it go. I don't need him to apologize. She wished to avoid escalating the situation, and I understood her sentiments. After all, I had only recently arrived in Kyoto and preferred not to complicate matters further. Nodding in agreement, I replied, very well. However, to my astonishment, just as I prepared to leave with Chen Xiaoxiao, Jiang Hao erupted into a deranged laughter. Xiaoxiao, you must be afraid now. You know very well the power of the Jiang family in Kyoto. Do you think that after you've harmed me, you can simply walk away without consequences? What do you intend to do? With a sneer, Jiang Hao continued, it's simple. You will kneel and apologize to me, and in return, you will spend the night with me. Chen Xiaoxiao's face immediately darkened. I had initially intended to let Jiang Hao off the hook, but his audacity pushed me to act. I stepped forward, and Jiang Hao's expression shifted dramatically as he retreated. I swiftly struck him across the face. He attempted to dodge, but my speed was unmatched, sending him sprawling to the ground. His face drained of color. He glared at me, cursing, you worthless fool, just wait. The Jiang family will not let this go. With that, Jiang Hao stumbled away, leaving me momentarily lost in thought as I watched his departing figure. Chen Xiaoxiao snapped me back to reality, urging, Xiaochuan, let us hurry and leave. She grasped my hand, and we rushed outside, breathless, quickly getting into the car. As we drove home, Chen Xiaoxiao remained silent, and I sensed her anxiety. Xiaoxiao, you need not worry. I can handle this, I reassured her. However, her skepticism was palpable as she replied, Xiaochuan, you have no idea of the Jiang family's influence in Kyoto. If they choose to target us, it could severely hinder our business. Moreover, they have their own geomancer. So please be cautious and do not underestimate them. Her words plunged me into deep contemplation. Perhaps noticing my silence, she added, Xiaochuan, don't fret. This is not your fault. He provoked me first. Xiaoxiao, I am not concerned about that. I will resolve this matter. If the Jiang family understands geomancy, I can offer them some talismans infused with my high-level energy, which are beyond the capabilities of an ordinary geomancer to imbue. I will extend my apologies with these talismans. They may well accept my gesture. While there are many geomancers in Kyoto and Fengdu, few possess true skill. Xiaochuan, Chen Xiaoxiao said, her gaze fixed on me, her expression betraying a mix of concern and belief. After a few moments, she finally said, I trust you. Her words ignited a warmth within me. Yet the unfolding events would soon prove to be far more consequential than I had anticipated. Upon returning home, it was already quite late. Chen Xiaoxiao and I each took turns washing up before retreating to our respective rooms to rest. With the knowledge that the Zheng family would be coming to seek me out the following night, I needed to devise a strategy for the impending confrontation. Lying in bed, I contemplated a not fully formed yet promising idea. Chapter 61. Negotiating terms. This nascent idea was nothing less than a strategy. If Zheng Fuqing insisted on forcing me to reveal the identity of the master, I would have to adopt a roundabout approach. With this plan in mind, I felt a measure of calm wash over me and soon drifted off to sleep. However, I was awakened by a series of loud knocks at the door. To my surprise, it was none other than Chen Weifeng. As my gaze fell upon his face, I couldn't help but notice the flush of vitality in his complexion. Clearly, his issues with Master Liao had been resolved, greatly benefiting him. Yet, his expression was marred by visible anger. Before I could inquire, Chen Weifeng barked, "Xie, what have you done last night?" His fury left me momentarily stunned. "What happened, Uncle Chen? You, this good-for-nothing. Have you offended Jiang Hao of the Jiang family?" Chen Weifeng roared, and I felt as if I had been pierced by his gaze. If looks could kill, I would have perished 1,000 times over. His words jolted me back to reality as I recalled the events of the previous night. He provoked Xiao Xiao first. I was merely defending myself. I responded calmly, unaffected by his ire. Chen Weifeng, hearing my nonchalant reply, only grew angrier. "You imbecile, how should I even begin to express my disappointment in you?" He paced back and forth, visibly agitated. "You harbinger of doom, why did I ever agree to this marriage between you and Xiao Xiao? If it weren't for you, my family would be free from trouble." I could see his agitation was reaching a boiling point. "Uncle Chen, there's no need to worry. I will personally visit the Jiang family to apologize and assure them that they can direct any grievances toward me without involving your family." He fixed me with an incredulous glare. "What do you mean, nothing happened? Others are unconscious, and you still claim there's nothing wrong? The Jiang family has stated that if Jiang Hao suffers any harm, our Chen family will pay the price." "Unconscious?" I echoed, bewildered. "Yes, you troublemaker. Why must you drag our family into your mess?" Chen Weifeng continued to berate me. At that moment, Chen Xiaoxiao emerged from her room, appearing slightly groggy. "Dad, it's early." Before she could finish, Chen Weifeng interrupted. "Xiaoxiao, our family is on the brink of disaster. This fool has left Jiang Hao unconscious. Our family is doomed." Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaoxiao's expression shifted dramatically. "No, Dad, when we left last night, Jiang Hao was perfectly fine. We didn't harm him. It was this fool who did it, and there are witnesses. Now the Jiang family threatens us, saying they will bury our family." Chen Weifeng's face was etched with worry. Chen Xiaoxiao's expression mirrored his concern. I interjected, "Uncle Chen, you need not fret. I will visit the Jiang family immediately." With that, I made to exit. Chen Xiaoxiao was likely aware of the perilous nature of the situation. Just after I had taken a few steps, she advanced and grasped my hand, saying, "Xiao Chuan, you mustn't go now. To do so would be to walk into a trap." Chen Weifeng, witnessing Chen Xiaoxiao's continued support for me, became enraged and exclaimed, "Xiao Xiao, let him go. This useless person must bear the consequences of his own actions." Chen Xiaoxiao's expression darkened, and she replied, "Dad, Xiao Chuan is only trying to protect me." "What protection? Did I ask him to protect me?" "Offending the Jiang family. If this fool does not kneel and apologize, we cannot bear the wrath of the Jiang family," Chen Weifeng stated sternly. Nevertheless, Chen Xiaoxiao remained resolute, still holding my hand. Observing this, Chen Weifeng strode forward and asked, "Xiao Xiao, do you wish for your father's lifetime of effort to be squandered by this fool?" His tone softened, revealing his inner turmoil. Chen Xiaoxiao's emotions began to waver upon hearing his words, yet even at that moment, she still hesitated to let me take the risk, suggesting otherwise. I reassured her, "It's all right, Xiao Xiao, I will handle this matter well. Jiang Hao's sudden fainting must have been orchestrated by another perpetrator. Once we capture the real culprit, even if the Jiang family attempts to pin the blame on me, they will have no grounds to stand on." I held Chen Xiaoxiao's hand, soothing her fears. As I made my way outside, just as I reached the door, Butler Wang hurriedly entered, rushing to Chen Weifeng with an anxious expression, exclaiming, "Sir, it's not good." Chen Weifeng, already in a foul mood, grew even angrier upon hearing the words "not good," and snapped, "What is it? Speak properly. The Zheng family has sent someone." Butler Wang reported. Chen Weifeng's face paled instantly. He had not anticipated the Zheng family would come at this time. However, I could see the wheels turning in his mind. I stood my ground, and Chen Weifeng's gaze fell upon me, his expression one of barely contained fury. I felt as though he would have gladly drawn blood from me if it meant alleviating his frustration. Offending the foremost feng shui family in Fengdu, while still dealing with the Jiang family, was indeed a heavy burden. I understood Chen Weifeng's distress, yet I was at a loss for words to console him. After a moment, I said, Uncle Chen, I will handle the Zheng family issue first. Chen Weifeng, lost in thought, surprisingly did not scold me, but instinctively nodded. I walked downstairs, and perhaps fearing I would worsen the situation, Chen Weifeng hastily followed. He instructed the butler, bring out my finest tea and prepare it. We must not neglect our guests. Butler Wang hurried off to comply. Upon reaching the living room, it wasn't long before Zheng Fuqing entered, impeccably dressed in a suit. Looking well composed. Upon seeing him, Chen Weifeng suppressed his anger, wearing a forced smile as he approached Zheng Fuqing, exclaiming, Mr. Zheng, thank you for coming once more. Zheng Fuqing, however, ignored Chen Weifeng entirely and focused his attention on me. Xiechuan, have you remembered? My mind raced, and I began to formulate a response. I collected my thoughts and replied deliberately, Mr. Zheng, let us discuss this while seated. Zheng Fuqing hesitated for a moment, but complied and took a seat. Chen Weifeng, standing beside me, whispered urgently, Xiechuan, you better not speak recklessly, or there will be consequences. This matter has nothing to do with our Qin family. Do not attempt to shift the blame onto us. His words were nearly a growl, full of frustration. I felt a twinge of pity for him, so I reassured him. Uncle Chen, rest assured, I will take full responsibility for my actions and will not implicate you. I then seated myself across from Zheng Fuqing. Zheng Fuqing's gaze bore into me, filled with a predatory intensity. Sensing this, I felt a flicker of displeasure but suppressed it, stating, Mr. Zheng, there is something I wish to confirm with you. What is it? He replied coolly. Do you wish to revive Sanjia? I asked directly. Zheng Fuqing's expression shifted subtly. His desire to meet the adept stemmed from wanting to use the soul replacement technique to resurrect Zheng Sanjia, though Zheng Sanjia's original soul had been destroyed. If the soul replacement technique could be employed, it would allow Zheng Sanjia to awaken, and he would certainly have more information to relay to Zheng Fuqing. Despite his irritation, Zheng Fuqing nodded in acknowledgement. Just as I was about to continue, he interrupted me, stating, Xiechuan, some things are better left unasked. Just tell me where that adept is. I wish to meet him now. Zheng Fuqing was direct. He scrutinized me for a few seconds before I spoke. Mr. Zheng, you are aware that the adept has a rather peculiar temperament and is reluctant to meet with just anyone. What do you mean by that? Zheng Fuqing's displeasure was palpable, and a subtle pressure filled the air. Chen Weifeng's expression darkened as he shot me warning glances, but I feigned ignorance to his gestures. My implication was that while the adept might not meet with him, he could entrust me with the soul replacement talisman, allowing him to save Zheng Sanjia nonetheless. Zheng Fuqing fell silent for a few seconds, deep in thought. I could not discern his thoughts. Is the soul replacement talisman with you? He finally asked slowly. Yes, it is, I replied calmly. Hand it over, he demanded, extending his hand toward me. Mr. Zheng, I will give it to you, but I have a condition, I stated. Before I could elaborate, Chen Weifeng suddenly interjected, his tone laced with anger. Xiechuan, how dare you speak to Mr. Zheng like that? What right do you have to negotiate with him? His face was ashen with fear. After addressing me, Chen Weifeng turned to Zheng Fuqing and added, Mr. Zheng, this matter has nothing to do with our Qin family. Any negotiations are solely the impulsive actions of this fool, Xiechuan. I listened to Chen Weifeng's words, feeling somewhat speechless. He seemed desperate. However, Zheng Fuqing showed him no mercy, coldly asking, are you finished? Chen Weifeng, taken aback, nodded submissively, yes. Then you may leave. Do not linger here, Zheng Fuqing commanded without a hint of courtesy, his status as the foremost feng shui family in Fengdu granting him such authority. Chen Weifeng's expression shifted awkwardly, yet he dared not defy Zheng Fuqing, ultimately retreating while casting me a warning glance, clearly signaling me not to speak out of turn. Once Chen Weifeng departed, the atmosphere became significantly quieter. Zheng Fuqing's gaze was somewhat sinister, exuding an intangible sense of pressure. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. What conditions? His tone unmistakably carried a hint of menace. However, I felt no fear in the presence of Zheng Fuqing. On the surface, I pretended to be slightly anxious, and after a moment, I slowly replied, Mr. Zheng, it is not a difficult matter. I inadvertently offended the young master of the Jiang family, Jiang Hao. Now that Jiang Hao has encountered trouble, the Jiang family is demanding my life. As you know, I lack any formidable skills. Merely surviving from the haunted house was no easy feat at this point. Zheng Fuqing abruptly interrupted me. Your condition is for me to help you settle matters with the Jiang family, so they won't trouble you anymore. Is that correct? He was succinct. clearly not interested in superfluous conversation, and I felt no inclination to engage in idle chatter either. The current situation in the feng shui community of Kyoto was rather unstable, and I sensed that there was an unseen hand manipulating events. I distinctly remembered Jiang Hao leaving in good spirits the previous night, although I had reprimanded him. I was certain I had not dealt him a fatal blow. Thus, someone else must have intervened. However, I had no clue who that might be. What needed addressing now was preventing the Jiang family from causing trouble for Chen Weifeng. I contemplated, indeed, Mr. Zheng. I believe this matter should not pose a challenge for your family, correct? I spoke casually. Fine, I agree. Can you now provide me with the soul replacement talisman? Zheng Fuqing replied coldly. I was not naive. His agreement was merely verbal, and I was uncertain if he would indeed follow through once he obtained the talisman. My expression turned somewhat awkward as I chuckled awkwardly and suggested, Mr. Zheng, perhaps you should make that call in person. Upon hearing my words, Zheng Fuqing was on the verge of anger. I quickly added, Mr. Zheng, if you help me, I can provide the soul replacement talisman now, and in the future, I could persuade that esteemed individual to arrange a meeting between you two. I managed to soothe Zheng Fuqing's temper. After hearing my proposal, a flicker of emotion crossed his face as he fell into contemplation. A few seconds later, he continued, the phone. Of course, I did not possess the Jiang family's contact information. I asked Zheng Fuqing to wait and hurried to find Chen Weifeng, who was in the adjacent parlor. Upon seeing me, Chen Weifeng's face was dark with dissatisfaction. Xie, you worthless fool, do you intend to ruin our family? Do you know who he is? The Zheng family. Do you dare negotiate with them? Are you seeking death? I could sense that Chen Weifeng was extremely anxious, fearing that I would inadvertently offend the Zheng family and plunge the Chen family into dire straits. Not wanting to hear his endless rambling, I interjected, Uncle Chen, just listen to me. The Zheng family has agreed to my terms. What? Chen Weifeng looked at me in shock, unable to believe his ears. After a brief moment of bewilderment, he asked, what conditions did you propose to Zheng Fuqing? His fists were clenched tightly, as if his nails were digging into his flesh. Uncle, didn't you say I offended the Jiang family? I proposed that he resolve the Jiang family's issues and ensure they do not trouble the Chen family. I replied calmly. Chen Weifeng paused for a few seconds, his gaze flickering before he suddenly asked, did he agree? He did. Now we just need you to provide him with the Jiang family's phone number. I stated. Upon hearing this, he exclaimed that I should have mentioned it sooner and quickly headed to the living room. I followed closely behind as Chen Weifeng provided Zheng Fuqing with the Jiang family's contact information. Zheng Fuqing, being a man of his word, took out his phone and dialed the Jiang family's number on speaker, ensuring we could all hear. Initially, the tone from the Jiang family was somewhat unfriendly, but upon recognizing Zheng Fuqing's voice, their attitude shifted dramatically, becoming obsequious. However, after Zheng Fuqing made his request, the Jiang family hesitated, reluctant to comply. Yet Zheng Fuqing soon applied pressure, compelling them to acquiesce to his demands. Once the call ended, Chen Weifeng finally exhaled in relief. Zheng Fuqing glanced at me, and I understood his unspoken intention. I asked him to wait a moment, feigned returning to my room, and once inside, I retrieved the talisman, empowered it, and went downstairs to present it to Zheng Fuqing. As he took the soul replacement talisman from my hand, a look of surprise crossed his face, but he quickly masked it with composure. Perhaps he was eager to use the talisman to save Zheng Sanjia, for as he left, he reminded me, remember what you said. Understood. Zheng Fuqing exited, with Chen Weifeng following closely behind, eager to see him off. After Zheng Fuqing departed, Chen Weifeng re-entered, and the smile on his face vanished swiftly. Xie, do not think that you have helped me. If it weren't for your provocations with the Zheng and Jiang families, none of this would concern the Chen family. Chen Weifeng began to reproach me. He was not entirely incorrect. I refrained from responding to his accusations, but at that moment, Chen Xiaoxiao could no longer contain herself and spoke up for me. Dad, last night, Xiaochuan was only trying to save me. Save? What could this useless person possibly do? Chen Weifeng swiftly interrupted her. He then turned back to me, saying, what are you staring at? You can leave now. Do not let me see you with Xiaoxiao again, or I will have someone deal with you every time I see you. I was expelled from the Chen family, which was, in truth, to be expected. Chen Xiaoxiao initially wanted to follow me out, but her father quickly instructed the servants to stop her. After I left, Chen Xiaoxiao called to apologize, and I casually assured her that it was of no concern and that I would not dwell on it. I also mentioned that one day, her father would come to see me in a different light. After departing from the Chen family, I had more pressing matters to attend to. I wished to visit the Jiang family to discover what had truly befallen Jiang Hao, leading to his current state of unconsciousness. However, I knew that if I went to the Jiang family uninvited, they would certainly refuse to receive me. My mind raced as I considered my options. Having undergone so much, I suspected that there was a hidden force at play behind the scenes. Whether it was the extinguishing of Zheng Sanjia's soul or Jiang Hao's sudden collapse, I felt an invisible hand was orchestrating these events. With Ji Wuyan's disappearance adding to my unease, my worries intensified. I paused at the entrance of the community for a moment, but did not linger long. I pulled out my phone and called Luo Pongzi. When he answered, he greeted me with a smile. Xia Laodi, why are you calling me so early today? Lao Gu, I need your assistance with something. I replied calmly. Xia Laodi, I have already said that your matters are my matters. Just tell me what you need. Luo Pongzi responded warmly. Let us meet to discuss it. I'll come to your shop. I said. All right, I'll be waiting, he replied. After a brief conversation, I hailed a cab and headed in that direction. My willingness to provide Zheng Fuqing with the soul replacement talisman stemmed from a foundational belief. I had previously used the talisman to restore Zheng Sanjia to normalcy, a feat possible because his soul had not yet been extinguished. Now that it was gone, the talisman would likely be rendered ineffective. However, Zheng Fuqing cannot trouble me, for the talisman I provided is genuine. As I pondered these trivial matters, I arrived at the Street of Funerals. Luo Pongzi had been waiting at the entrance for me, and upon seeing my arrival, he quickly approached to greet me. Brother Xia, it has been a while since we last met. I have missed you. I thought to myself that Luo Pongzi's enthusiasm seemed a tad excessive, considering how little time had passed since our last encounter. Nevertheless, I had grown accustomed to his fervent demeanor. Once inside, I promptly cut to the chase and inquired about the whereabouts of Ji Wuyan. I awaited Luo Pongzi's response, and when he finally spoke, he said, Brother Xia, there is something I wish to share with you, though I am unsure if you will believe it. Go ahead. I replied. Luo Pongzi hesitated momentarily, as if he were teasing me, and after a pause, he slowly articulated. If I were to say that Miss Ji's disappearance is connected to the benevolent Han, would you believe it? Chapter 63. The man of no trace. As Luo Pongzi uttered these words, his gaze was piercing as it fixed upon me. Without a moment's hesitation, I nodded in agreement. I believe it. Upon hearing my affirmation, Luo Pongzi's expression turned to one of surprise, as if to question, you truly believe it, despite his renown? I sensed that Han was indeed dubious. I had discovered his first wife in that ominous mansion, and she had accused him of being far from virtuous. What kind of decent person would abandon their spouse for wealth? Brother Xia, did Han do something to upset you? If I recall correctly, he awarded you several million. Did he not? Luo Pongzi continued. That sum is rightfully mine, I replied nonchalantly. I have always been straightforward in my dealings. What is. Luo Pongzi paused, a faint smile creeping onto his face as he remarked, Brother Xia, you truly are a person of integrity. Before Luo Pongzi could continue, I interrupted him. Do you have any concrete evidence regarding this matter? Luo Pongzi seemed momentarily lost in thought before responding. Currently, there is none. However, I have gathered intel that Miss Ji visited the Han residence shortly before her disappearance and has not been seen since. I furrowed my brow. I had previously searched the Han residence and found no trace of Ji Wuyan. After a few moments of silence, I suddenly asked Luo Pongzi, do you think this situation is related to the Zheng family? Probably not, he replied. The Zheng family has consistently attracted the attention of various clans in our capital. Any hint of wrongdoing would be swiftly uncovered. Luo Pongzi's reasoning resonated with me. I sat upright, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease, yet unable to ascertain its origin. The waters of this capital are murkier than I had anticipated, and yet there are those who continually seek to exploit Chen Xiaoxiao. Lost in contemplation, I remained silent. At that moment, Luo Pongzi suddenly remarked, it is unlikely that there is a connection. The Zheng family is renowned for their integrity. If they were to undertake any actions, they would do so openly, without resorting to underhanded tactics. While I recognized the validity of his statement, I recalled that Zheng Sanjia and Zheng Yuanheng were hardly paragons of virtue. I am unaware of Ji Wuyan's true capabilities, but I have witnessed Zheng Furong's strength firsthand. She would not be easily dealt with. Indeed, I replied softly. It seemed necessary to pay a visit to the Han residence to ascertain whether Ji Wuyan was indeed there. As I pondered these matters, Luo Pongzi suddenly exclaimed, Brother Xia, I have just thought of something. If this endeavor succeeds, your current troubles may be resolved. Intrigued, I gazed at him and asked, what is it? You must have heard of the remarkable feng shui master who has recently emerged in our capital, correct? Luo Pongzi countered. I responded affirmatively, my curiosity piqued as I awaited his elaboration. If this esteemed individual were to intervene, not only would the Han family pose no challenge, but even Zheng Furong would be outmatched, Luo Pongzi lamented. I considered Luo Pongzi's words to be mere prattle. I refrained from responding, but he continued, Brother Xia, you must agree? Luo Gu, while you present a compelling argument, I am unfamiliar with this individual. Your words hold little weight for me. I replied coolly. Luo Pengzi pressed on. What a pity. The emergence of such a master has shaken the entire feng shui community in our capital. Yet, no one knows his identity. His abilities are formidable, appearing and disappearing like a ghost, an unparalleled master of feng shui. As he spoke, he exchanged knowing glances with me, as if alluding to something. I chose to disregard his insinuations and said, Luo Gu, if you know this master, please introduce me. If he could assist me, it would be most fortuitous. Upon hearing this, Luo Pengzi rolled his eyes at me, a look suggesting, do you take me for a fool? Frustrated by my reticence, Luo Pengzi said, Brother Xia, since you are here today, do not rush off. Let us enjoy a hot pot together. I have already prepared the ingredients. Given my uncertainty about where to go next and the unresolved matters weighing on my mind, I readily agreed. Luo Pengzi worked quickly, and soon we were seated before the hot pot. I seized the moment to ask, Luo Gu, have you heard about the Jiang family's recent troubles? Luo Pengzi looked at me, puzzled, and replied, I have heard that the young master of the Jiang family has fallen into a coma due to an attack. Afflicted by some form of sorcery, their own feng shui master has been unable to awaken Jiang Hao, leading the Jiang family to issue a bounty in our capital's feng shui community. Whoever can revive Jiang Hao will be awarded 1 million. Such a significant commotion. And I was unaware? I inquired. Luo Pengzi chuckled. You have just arrived in the capital. You have yet to fully immerse yourself in our feng shui community. In time, you will learn of such matters. Brother Xia, you aren't seriously interested in that million, are you? While I had no interest in the money, I was intrigued by the situation. I believe many feng shui masters will be eager to resolve Jiang Hao's predicament, yes? I asked. Indeed, 1 million is a considerable sum. Yet those who possess true mastery are not swayed by such amounts. To attract a master of profound skill would likely require 10 million or more, Luo Pengzi replied. Luo Gu, how could Jiang Hao have ended up in such a state? I asked, my curiosity piqued. Luo Pengzi's gaze turned to me, Brother Xia. I have heard that this incident may have some connection to you. His words left me feeling somewhat awkward. Jiang Hao and I had previously had an unpleasant encounter, but I was not responsible for his current predicament. If I had intended harm, I would have ensured it remained undiscovered. Luo Gu, this matter has nothing to do with me, I asserted. I believe you, he quickly responded. I regarded him with surprise as he continued, Brother Xia, although our acquaintance has been brief, I can sense your character. You are principled and bold, a quality I admire. Generally, I prefer to avoid dealings with most individuals, but meeting you feels akin to finding a kindred spirit. Come, let us share a toast. Luo Pengzi uttered a few words, raising his glass to clink with mine. I politely declined, stating that I do not drink alcohol. Luo Pengzi then offered me tea instead, and we both took a sip. After finishing a delicious hot pot meal, I had initially contemplated seeking Luo Pengzi's assistance for a visit to the Jiang family. However, it appeared that such efforts were unnecessary, as the Jiang family was presently offering a bounty. With a little disguise, I could easily gain entry. I stood up to express my gratitude to Luo Pengzi, intending to leave, but he seemed reluctant to part ways. He said, Xia Laodi, are you free tonight? Let's gather again. I have something important to discuss with you. After a brief moment of contemplation, I replied, I might not be available today. If I do come, it will likely be after midnight. Luo Pengzi thought for a moment and said, that's fine. Just find me when you're done. I have plenty of free time. I nodded in agreement. After leaving, I found a clothing store and transformed my appearance, even affixing a fake beard, donning a hat, and carrying a canvas with divination inscriptions. I made my way to the Jiang family, a prominent clan in Kyoto, which held a higher status than the Qin family. The Qin family could be considered a third or fourth tier family, while the Jiang family belonged to the second or third tier. The Jiang family, a high-status household, was currently shrouded in gloom due to Jiang Hao's predicament. Nonetheless, many guests were visiting. Upon arriving at the entrance, I observed a variety of guests entering and exiting, likely all fortune tellers. I had seen cases like Jiang Shao's before, and resolving such matters was no simple task. As I approached the entrance, 2 security guards stopped me, inquiring, what do you want? I replied that I was there to assist Jiang Shao. Perhaps due to my somewhat shabby appearance, the guards seemed to look down on me, dismissing me with, you think you can help our young master? Go back where you came from. I thought to myself that I had underestimated the importance of appearance. Otherwise, these guards would not have been so condescending. Just as I pondered whether to change my disguise again, a voice rang out beside me. What is going on here? Upon hearing this, the guards immediately fell silent. One guard then mockingly said, Steward, this beggar claims he can solve the young master's problem. Isn't that laughable? However, the steward scrutinized me, and it was clear from his gaze that he did not dismiss me. After a moment, he asked, "May I know your name?" Taken aback by the question, I hesitated before randomly naming myself Wuhan Daoran. The steward considered this for a moment and said, "Wuhan Daoran, we appreciate your assistance." The steward's attitude was relatively cordial, but it was evident that Jiang Hao's situation was dire. After all, if so many fortune tellers had been unable to awaken him, the Jiang family must have been at their wits' end, resorting to desperate measures. One guard couldn't help but interject, "Steward, be quiet," the steward interrupted. With that command, the guard dared not speak further. "Wuhan Daoran, I hope you won't take offense." "No, not at all," I replied with an awkward smile. After all, could I really hold a grudge against a mere dog? Inside, numerous people were bustling about. To gain some insight, I promptly asked, "Steward, could you inform me of Jiang Shao's current condition?" The steward sighed deeply, his expression appearing somewhat despondent as he replied, "Alas, the young master's condition is quite dire. None of the fortune tellers here can ascertain the nature of his affliction." "Did the issues begin when he returned that day?" I inquired. "Yes, indeed. Has he come into contact with anyone or offended someone?" I pressed on with my questions. The steward responded, "It seems he had a conflict with someone named Xiechuan, but I doubt that person possesses the ability to cast a spell on the young master." Hearing this, I was momentarily speechless. The notoriety of that waste was well known throughout Kyoto. I forced a laugh. "Wuhan Daoran, I hope you can cure the young master." I replied calmly, "I will do my utmost." The steward led me further in, and by now it was around 3 or 4 in the afternoon. Typically, the yang energy would be strong at this hour, but due to the poor weather, dark clouds loomed above, threatening to rain at any moment. The winds blowing from all directions carried a chilling breeze. Upon entering the bedroom, I found several fortune tellers engaged in animated discussions about Jiang Hao's condition. As I stepped inside, many eyes turned toward me, filled with disdain and derision. "Steward, why have you brought a beggar in here?" One fortune teller scoffed. My appearance, indeed shabby compared to the polished attire of the others, made the accusation not entirely unfounded. In Kyoto, fortune tellers were not like ordinary practitioners who dressed simply. Instead, they adorned themselves with ostentation. In this vibrant metropolis, fortune telling is a rare profession, and anyone with genuine skill could earn a fortune. The wealthy clientele of Kyoto was countless. The steward chuckled awkwardly, saying, "Everyone, he is not a beggar. He is Wuhan Daoran. What does it matter who he is? Can someone like him possibly save Jiang Shao?" Another retorted, "Steward, you should really escort this beggar out before he dirties our eyes," they continued. Listening to their scornful remarks, I could not help but interject, "Masters, have any of you devised a solution to save Jiang Shao during your time here?" My words promptly silenced the room. Yet, they seemed to find my inquiry offensive. One fortune teller suddenly shot back, "What qualifications does a beggar like you have to criticize us? We are working on it. If we can't find a solution, do you really think you, a beggar, can save Jiang Shao?" This sentiment resonated with the crowd, and they echoed, "Exactly. You are just a beggar. What right do you have to speak to us?" Such comments flowed continuously. I faced them, somewhat at a loss for words. "If I manage to save Jiang Shao, what will you all do then?" My statement silenced the previously raucous crowd. In that moment, all eyes were on me, and suddenly, laughter erupted throughout the room. A tall fortune teller, appearing to be in his 40s, stepped forward. "Wuhan Daoran, if you can save Jiang Shao, what do you want from me?" "I will oblige." His demeanor was one of arrogance, clearly dismissing me, but I remained unfazed. Just as I was about to respond, someone interrupted, "Master Feng, there is no need to stoop to the level of this beggar. You are a refined fortune teller. Don't let yourself be dragged down by a beggar." The crowd fervently elevated Master Feng's status, and upon hearing their praises, a broader smile graced his lips. It was perplexing to witness his unyielding confidence. After all, he had yet to heal anyone, and yet he possessed an audacity that left me speechless. Master Feng raised his hands, attempting to calm the assembly, and declared, "Ladies and gentlemen, I have no desire to quarrel with this beggar. I merely cannot swallow this indignity. What right does a beggar have to speak of us?" Indeed, the beggar had no such right, so I suggested, "Then let us resolve this matter through your assistance." I turned to the beggar. "If you fail to heal young Master Jiang, what shall you do?" "Do whatever you wish," I replied nonchalantly. "Very well, should you fail, you shall crawl out like a dog, barking as you go." I agreed without hesitation. The steward, witnessing my compliance, treated me with an even greater reverence. Though Jiang Hao was no noble character, the steward possessed a modicum of discernment. Approaching Jiang Hao's bedside, I was met with a chaotic array of items, yellow talismans, mystical tools, and peachwood swords, a sight that was utterly bewildering. I questioned the efficacy of such items in reviving young Master Jiang. My gaze fell upon his face, which was remarkably pale, devoid of any color. I discerned at a glance that his soul remained intact, untouched by harm. Yet, despite the multitude of practitioners who had performed rituals upon him, none had succeeded in awakening him, suggesting that he was ensnared by a particularly formidable spell. Behind me, I could hear the incessant chattering of skepticism. I focused my mind, ignoring the clamor, and seated myself beside Jiang Hao, channeling a thread of pure yang energy into his body. However, upon entry, I encountered resistance, not strong, yet undeniably present. A faint trace of yin energy lingered within him. While this energy was weak, it was indeed there. Yet I sensed that the core issue lay elsewhere. Otherwise, the numerous geomancers should have easily dispelled it. This realization prompted me to articulate a paradox. If the yin energy was so feeble, why had it not been eradicated by the many practitioners who had come before me? Pondering further, I surmised that although the yin energy was weak, it had likely been gathered and fortified by some method. I intended to search Jiang Hao for clues, but a cursory examination yielded no results. I speculated whether someone had set a cunning trap similar to the one Master Liao had laid for Chen Weifeng. However, upon reflection, I dismissed this notion. Jiang Hao's condition differed from Chen Weifeng's. Jiang Hao was in a state of coma, while Chun was gradually deteriorating. The persistent presence of yin energy on Jiang Hao suggested that something was amiss with him. Just a few minutes into my examination, impatience erupted from behind me. Can you truly heal him? If not, cease your obstruction. The voices continued. You are nothing but a beggar. Perhaps you should learn to bark like a dog. I paid them no mind, my focus unwavering on Jiang Hao. Despite his dubious character, I felt a strange curiosity about his plight, prompting me to seek clarity. I resolved to employ my pure yang energy to forcibly dismantle the talisman binding his yin energy. I was uncertain of its location, but it was undoubtedly well concealed. The individual's methods were indeed treacherous, yet I had my own means to counteract them. If I successfully shattered the talisman, Jiang Hao should return to normalcy. Without delay, I channeled my energy toward him, and within seconds, I heard a shattering sound. To my astonishment, black smoke erupted from Jiang Hao's mouth. Furrowing my brow, I realized someone had hidden the talisman within him. Upon its destruction, Jiang Hao emitted a piercing scream. The once boisterous crowd rushed towards us, and one voice broke through the chaos. You vile beggar. What have you done to young Master Jiang? If anything happens to him, you shall bear the consequences. Voices of admonition echoed around me. Master Feng stepped forward, accusingly stating, You filthy beggar, I initially believed you possessed some skill, but now it seems you are nothing but trash. Should you harm young Master Jiang, do you think old Master Jiang will let you off? Unfazed by their accusations, I retorted, Which of you witnessed me harm young Master Jiang? Just as my words hung in the air, a weak voice emerged, Water, I need water. The moment those words were spoken, the expressions of all present shifted dramatically. Every gaze turned toward me in astonishment. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, Jiang Hao's plea echoed again. Water, I need water. The steward, the first to regain his composure, rushed to inquire about Jiang Hao's condition and commanded a servant to fetch water. Was it possible that this beggar had truly awakened young Master Jiang? This beggar, indeed, possessed some ability. The crowd began to speak cautiously, their previous disdain for me gradually dissipating. In the realm of geomancy, where hierarchies were rigidly defined, they recognized that I had resolved what they could not. Now, apprehension cloaked them. They feared my potential retribution. At that moment, the steward approached me, exclaiming, Wuhan Taoist, you are indeed a master. Were it not for you, my young master would be at a loss. I shall summon the master at once. The steward was brimming with excitement. Yet, my interest lay solely in uncovering who had attacked Jiang Hao, for the assailant had employed particularly cunning tactics. Just then, I spotted a figure attempting to leave and called out, Master Feng, where are you going? My words drew the collective gaze of the assembly towards him. Master Feng halted, his eyes fixed on me, and after a few moments, he stammered, I am merely departing. I had no intention of engaging with this so-called Master Feng, but his incessant provocations had tested my patience. Departing? Shouldn't you learn to bark like a dog? No, you ought to crawl out of here like a dog. I replied coolly. Master Feng, evidently a man concerned with his reputation, turned crimson with fury, glaring at me as he retorted, You wish for me to bark like a dog? I assure you, that will not happen. Are you prepared to go back on your word? We are all members of the geomantic community. If you break your promise today, how will you navigate the future? I responded nonchalantly. I had anticipated that Master Feng would be wary of his standing in the geomantic sphere, yet I had severely underestimated his shamelessness. He boldly declared, What are you? Merely a beggar. You have simply stumbled upon luck in saving young Master Jiang. Master Feng suddenly turned his gaze, and an intense glimmer shot from his eyes as he spoke. Ah, I understand now. Young Master Jiang's revival may not be linked to him at all. Have you considered that before his arrival, we had already performed numerous rituals for young Master Jiang? Perhaps our efforts were merely seized by this opportunist. Master Feng shamelessly declared. His words resonated with a number of onlookers. Indeed, there was logic to what he said. Prior to his arrival, we had already revived young Master Jiang. He might just be a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse, reaping the benefits of our toil. Such sentiments echoed around me, and I felt no inclination to engage with these inept individuals. I was not interested in the 1 million. My sole desire was to uncover why Jiang Hao had encountered trouble and what lay behind it. I turned towards Jiang Hao, but just as I took a few steps, Master Feng's voice rang out behind me. You filthy beggar, why are you silent? Are you feeling guilty? Is there something sinister lurking in your heart? I regarded Master Feng with a look of disdain. I retorted, guilty? Is it not you who feels guilt? Speak up, everyone. Do you see? This fellow is merely a clown, taking advantage of us. When old Master Jiang returns, we must inform him of this matter, so that he can teach this fraudulent beggar a proper lesson. Master Feng's tone escalated significantly. I knew that any explanations I provided would fall on deaf ears. I approached Jiang Hao to assess his condition. He had awakened. I fixed my gaze upon him and said, Young Master Jiang, I have some questions for you. Jiang Hao, with his inherently arrogant demeanor, looked at me defiantly, and I felt a hint of irritation at his gaze. At that moment, I had no desire for quarrels nor time to waste. I extracted a talisman, whispered the soul-controlling incantation, and swiftly empowered the talisman. It landed upon Jiang Hao, and the previously defiant gleam in his eyes dulled instantly. Jiang Hao, I will ask you some questions, and you shall answer truthfully, I said calmly. Jiang Hao, his voice devoid of emotion, replied, All right. Did you encounter any peculiar individuals upon your return last night? I inquired directly. The fact that Jiang Hao had ingested the artifact indicated a significant connection with whoever had done this to him. However, Jiang Hao was known for frequenting nightlife, mingling with various individuals. Some women might merely be fleeting encounters from such venues. Yet, those who had harmed Jiang Hao were certainly not ordinary individuals. My interest in saving Jiang Hao was minimal. In fact, I considered his predicament somewhat deserved. However, the sudden attack on him raised my suspicions that it was aimed at me. I met a truly beautiful woman. I liked her. She kissed me, declared her love, and then we were in the car. Jiang Hao seemed to drift into recollections of the previous night, his gaze taking on an unsavory quality. And I thought to myself that he deserved his current plight. What was her name? Where did you meet her? I pressed on. Just as Jiang Hao was about to elaborate, a commotion erupted behind us. Old Master Jiang had arrived. I quickly retracted the talisman, and the once-dazed Jiang Hao's eyes sparkled with awareness as he fixed his gaze upon me, demanding, Who are you? Get lost. Young Master. This is the esteemed individual who saved you. Please show him the respect he deserves. The butler stepped forward to clarify. He then addressed Old Master Jiang. Sir, it was this esteemed Taoist who rescued our young master. Old Master Jiang's gaze fell upon me, scrutinizing. He appeared to be in his 60s, and as he approached, I felt an involuntary sense of pressure. You saved my Hao? His deep voice resonated. Just as I prepared to respond, an incongruous voice interjected. Old Master Jiang, please do not be deceived by him. Chapter 66. The invitation from Old Master Jiang. In that moment, another discordant voice cut through the air. Old Master Jiang's attention was evidently drawn to this interruption as he turned his gaze toward Master Feng. With a self-assured smile, Master Feng proclaimed, Old Master. He possesses no real ability. Were it not for our prior efforts in driving away the malevolence from young Master Jiang, he would never have succeeded. He simply seized our hard-earned glory. The other Geomancers echoed in agreement. Old Master, we too played a vital role in young Master Jiang's recovery. He is merely a beggar, devoid of any skill, who happened upon sheer luck. A chorus of disparagements rained down upon me. I understood their motives. After all, the reward presented by Old Master Jiang was substantial, 1 million. Survival instincts drive people to desperate measures, and I grasped their rationale. Yet, I held no interest in the bounty. My sole aim in rescuing young Master Jiang was to ascertain who had harmed him. The perpetrator might also be linked to the fate of Zhang Sanjia's spirit. Listening to the Geomancers, Old Master Jiang's expression darkened, and with a restrained voice, he inquired, Butler, what is going on here? The butler shot a glance at me, but stammered, unable to articulate the situation. Seizing the opportunity, Master Feng interjected, Butler, there is no need for your input. I can recount the full story. Old Master Jiang, showing respect towards Master Feng, replied, I appreciate your assistance, Master Feng. At this, Master Feng puffed up with pride, akin to a rooster, and began to twist the narrative. Old Master, did you not offer a reward for geomancers to save young Master Jiang? The entire geomancy community was stirred, with many capable practitioners rushing to aid. After a grueling day and night, we exhausted ourselves to rid young Master Jiang of the malevolence. Though we did not see immediate results, the evil presence within him was certainly worn down by our efforts. Had we acted, it would have been vanquished. As he spoke, his throat seemed to dry, and after a brief pause, he coughed before continuing, just as we were on the verge of eliminating the malevolence. This beggar appeared out of nowhere and fortuitously rescued young Master Jiang, thereby stealing our credit. Master Feng's analysis was indeed astute. He was a paragon of our geomancy community. Thank you, Master Feng, for speaking on our behalf. Had it not been for your voice, this achievement might have been misattributed to some charlatan. He cast a scornful glance in my direction. Old Master, I implore you to punish this deceiver. Yes, please, Old Master, teach him a lesson. Old Master Jiang furrowed his brow but remained silent, while the butler stood by, offering no comment. The crowd, seeing Old Master Jiang's silence, dared not speak further. After a moment, Old Master Jiang suddenly addressed me. You are the Taoist Wuhan, correct? Indeed. Do you have anything to say? Will you not defend yourself? Old Master Jiang regarded me with curiosity, awaiting my explanation. I responded, Old Master, I have no interest in the 1 million. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, as I had pierced through their intentions. Master Feng immediately leapt forward, accusing me. You beggar. What do you mean by that? Are you implying we are interested in that 1 million? At this moment, you feign an air of superiority. Yet are you not here for that million? The crowd, sensing the shift, began to bark at me like dogs. I chuckled inwardly, uninterested in engaging with such a rabble. Master Jiang, I bid you farewell, I said, turning to leave, but at that moment, Old Master Jiang suddenly called out, Stay a moment, Taoist. Is there something you wish to discuss? I inquired, my tone indifferent. Do you truly believe that our Jiang family is a place one can come and go as they please? Upon the conclusion of Master Jiang's words, his servants swiftly comprehended the situation and encircled me. I mused that Old Master Jiang was not particularly astute. A few words of persuasion had him spinning in circles. Seeing me surrounded, Master Feng revealed a cold smirk, proclaiming, Old Master Jiang is deeply principled, ridding our realm of feng shui of its troubles. The crowd eagerly echoed his flattery. Old Master Jiang instructed his steward, take Master Feng and the others outside, and then distribute the reward to the feng shui masters. The steward complied. Master Feng attempted to speak, but was abruptly interrupted by Old Master Jiang. Master Feng, we have matters to attend to today and cannot see you off. Next time, I shall treat you and the esteemed feng shui masters to a meal. Master Feng, seeing that Old Master Jiang intended to deal with me, was pleased but quickly donned a facade of politeness. Old Master Jiang, you handle it. We shall not impose. Farewell. Very well, Old Master Jiang replied coolly. As Master Feng departed, his gaze momentarily fell upon me, his eyes filled with malice, as if to say, you dare to challenge me? Prepare for your demise. Master Feng's animosity towards me was understandable. After all, I had nearly brought him to his knees moments ago. Despite being encircled by the Jiang family's servants, I felt no trepidation. Should they truly wish to take action against me, they were hardly my match. With my mastery of Taoist arts, I regarded ordinary individuals with disdain. My gaze fixed on Old Master Jiang, I slowly spoke. What is your intention, Old Master Jiang? Enough banter. Just give the order, and we shall beat him to death. A servant suggested, as if seeking approval. Silence. Old Master Jiang's gaze suddenly fell upon the servant, whose countenance paled, caught off guard. The steward, understanding Old Master Jiang's intent, quickly commanded, what are you waiting for? Strike him. The remaining servants seized the outspoken one and delivered a series of slaps, causing him to wail pitifully, utterly bewildered by the sudden punishment. The rest looked on in confusion. I too was perplexed, unable to fathom Old Master Jiang's motives. As the servants' cries echoed, Old Master Jiang turned his attention back to me, speaking, Taoist Wuhan, I sincerely apologize for my earlier transgressions. Please forgive me. Chapter 67. An opportunity arises. I was momentarily taken aback by Old Master Jiang's words, my gaze puzzled as I remained silent, seemingly realizing something. Old Master Jiang instructed his steward, you may all leave now. The steward complied, ushering the servants out. The room fell into a quieter state, interrupted only by Jiang Hao's muffled cries, though it was evident he dared not act out too much in the presence of Old Master Jiang. After a few more whimpers, silence enveloped the room. Taoist Wuhan, my actions earlier were to avoid offending them, I hope you understand, as they are also part of the feng shui community. Old Master Jiang reiterated his apologies, yet I sensed his meticulousness in navigating this delicate situation. His behavior was clearly a sign of his disbelief in Master Feng's words. But he could not openly contradict him, thus shifting the burden onto me while feigning a need to address me. Once he had successfully dismissed Master Feng and his entourage, he returned to placate me. This way, neither party was offended. Old Master Jiang was indeed prudent, though I found his demeanor unappealing. I understand, Old Master Jiang. But if there is nothing further, I truly must take my leave, I continued. Wait, Taoist Wuhan, please accept this, Old Master Jiang said, presenting me with a check for 1 million, his demeanor exceedingly respectful. I was taken aback. His manner of dealing with matters was in stark contrast to Jiang Hao's, who was akin to a spoiled heir, indulging in vice without skill. Old Master Jiang, on the other hand, was astute and shrewd. Old Master Jiang, I previously mentioned that I am not interested in your money. I came merely to assess Jiang Shao's condition. Now that he is well, I must be on my way. I did not reach for the offered money. Old Master Jiang looked surprised but quickly regained his composure, a smile returning to his face as he said, Taoist, I was mistaken. How about this? I shall offer you 2 million instead. I hope you won't find it inadequate. It seemed he had misinterpreted my intentions, believing I found 1 million to be insufficient. In truth, my desire for wealth was minimal, having received a substantial sum from the benevolent Mr. Han. I had little use for more at present. I regarded Old Master Jiang with a disapproving gaze, stating, Old Master Jiang, not everyone in this world is driven by greed. With that, I strode towards the exit. Yet Old Master Jiang quickly pursued me, asserting, Taoist, please halt. My actions were misguided, and I misunderstood your character. Your profound cultivation is unparalleled by common feng shui masters. It was my oversight in not grasping your meaning. Calmly, Old Master Jiang positioned himself in front of me once more. I halted, my patience waning. Have you finished, Old Master Jiang? Yes, I have. Since you refused the money, I have an unorthodox request. Please allow me to have my son as your disciple and teach him some feng shui techniques. I inwardly chuckled. Jiang Hao was hardly worthy of my tutelage. Today, having saved him, his entire family ought to be burning incense in gratitude. Old Master Jiang, I truly lack the capability for such a task, I replied, forgoing any further pleasantries as I hastened towards the exit. Behind me, Old Master Jiang did not follow. After leaving, I found a secluded spot to change out of my disguise. Before long, night began to fall. I checked my phone and noticed several messages from Chen Xiaoxiao, to which I replied briefly. Glancing at the time, I realized it was around 7 in the evening, and my stomach growled in hunger. I contemplated finding a place to eat when suddenly, my phone rang. Upon checking the caller ID, I saw it was a call from Fatty Luo. I hesitated for a moment before answering. Xia, where are you now? Fatty Luo's voice conveyed a hint of excitement. I provided him with my location, to which he replied, Don't eat just yet. Something good is coming tonight. What good thing? I asked curiously. We have the opportunity to enter Mr. Han's residence tonight. Wait for me there. I will be there shortly to pick you up. After Fatty Luo hung up, I stepped out of the restaurant to await his arrival. I also had a few matters to discuss with him. After approximately half an hour, Fatty Luo arrived in his car. I hopped in, and he said, Xia, did you know? Today, Mr. Han has invited several feng shui masters to prepare to enter a haunted house. Really? I looked at Fatty Luo in confusion. I sensed that Mr. Han seems increasingly anxious. It appears that there might indeed be some unspeakable secret hidden within that ominous residence. As I ponder these matters, after a while, Fatty Luo notices my silence and continues, Brother Xia, tonight is the perfect opportunity for us to enter Mr. Han's house since he is away. Surely, he has a feng shui master by his side for protection. If we take advantage of this moment, we might discover the whereabouts of Miss Ji. I responded affirmatively. My concern for Ji Wuyan's fate was considerable, and since I had not thoroughly searched Mr. Han's residence before, tonight seemed an opportune time for exploration. Fatty Luo's information arrived at a most fortuitous moment. I instinctively expressed my gratitude. Upon hearing my thanks, Fatty Luo immediately retorted, Brother Xia, what do you mean by that? If you keep thanking me, do not expect my assistance in the future. There seemed to be an undercurrent of irritation in his voice. I quickly apologized and assured him I would refrain from saying thank you again. Only then did he smile, saying, now that's more like it. We parked the car nearby, and while I intended to act immediately, Fatty Luo advised against haste, suggesting we find somewhere to eat first. I looked at him skeptically, but he appeared confident as he said, Brother Xia, you are young and impetuous. There are nuances you might overlook. We need to wait for the right moment to enter. If we go in now, we may not reap any rewards. If we're discovered, it could turn dire. I gazed at him in confusion, but then he suddenly smiled, exuding an air of certainty. Brother Luo, do you have a plan? Chapter 68. Rescuing Ji Wei and Fatty Luo chuckled and said, Brother Xia, look at this noodle shop where we are. It offers a clear view of Mr. Han's residence. If we wait here, once we see Mr. Han leave with his feng shui masters, we can enter without delay. I glanced over and indeed, from this spot, we could see the entrance to Mr. Han's home. I contemplated that Fatty Luo had considered this plan thoroughly, but I couldn't resist asking, Brother Luo, will you join me inside? He paused, then replied, Of course, Brother Xia. How could I just stand by while you risk yourself alone? He spoke with righteous conviction. However, I mused that even if Mr. Han left with a group of feng shui masters, given his character, he likely would not leave his stronghold unguarded. Perhaps formidable feng shui masters remained inside. I briefly outlined my concerns to Fatty Luo. I sensed no aura of spiritual energy emanating from him, and thought that aside from gathering information, he likely possessed no other skills. I conveyed to him that if we entered together, facing danger would leave us with no retreat. I initially believed I could dissuade him, but unexpectedly, Fatty Luo grew more resolute, saying, Brother Xia, what do you take me for, a coward? To be honest, Miss Ji has helped me in the past, and I must do my part in finding her. Hearing him speak this way stirred a sense of admiration within me. I had not anticipated that Fatty Luo was such a principled person. With his declaration, to refuse him would be ungracious. I finally nodded in agreement. Fatty Luo grinned widely, and as I observed his jovial demeanor, I found myself perplexed by his character. At times, he seemed cunning, while at others, he appeared quite gallant. After much contemplation, I could not decipher his true nature. We waited until around 10 o'clock that night, when I noticed several cars suddenly emerge from Mr. Han's residence, lined up and departing in succession. Fatty Luo, witnessing this, exclaimed with excitement, Brother Xia, they are leaving. I nodded, my expression shifting slightly, then asked, Brother Luo, where did Mr. Han source these feng shui masters from? Fatty Luo looked taken aback, then replied, Brother Xia, are you still interested in this? Yes, I am. I responded nonchalantly. I currently lack detailed information, but I can assure you these feng shui masters are not from our capital. Fatty Luo said thoughtfully. He then urged me, let us seize this opportunity to enter Mr. Han's home. I agreed, realizing we could not delay, and followed Fatty Luo forward. The last time I had entered Mr. Han's residence, I had scaled the wall, so I instinctively returned to that spot, preparing to breach it again. However, as I paused, Fatty Luo looked at me in disbelief. Brother Xia, what are you doing? He asked. What do you think? I'm going in from here, I replied. Are you foolish? If you enter from here, you'll surely trigger Mr. Han's security system. Do you think you can escape? Fatty Luo exclaimed, regarding me as if I were lacking in intelligence. Mr. Han's estate was grand, and its security was undoubtedly stringent. However, I had previously evaded detection, leading me to believe I could do so again. Yet, I could not reveal my true capabilities in front of Fatty Luo, so I had to hold back. Brother Luo, if not here, then where? I inquired. Follow me. He instructed, leading me to a side entrance at Mr. Han's residence. I had to admit, the estate was vast, and there were numerous side entrances. Fatty Luo approached the door confidently and knocked. With a series of knocks, a voice from inside inquired, Who is it? It's me, Fatty Luo answered boisterously. Meanwhile, I consciously suppressed my aura to avoid detection. When the side door opened, we were greeted by a servant. Upon seeing Fatty Luo, the servant's initially stern expression transformed into a broad smile. Brother Luo, what brings you here at this late hour? He asked. Fatty Luo smiled and replied, the usual arrangements. As he spoke, I noticed Fatty Luo discreetly produce a red envelope for the servant, who accepted it and beamed even more brightly. Everything is negotiable, the servant said, ushering us inside and assuring us that if we needed to leave later, we could simply find him at the security office. I felt a mix of disbelief and admiration, thinking how well-connected Fatty Luo was, even knowing the staff inside. Much appreciated, mate. You've done well, Fatty Luo responded. He led me through the estate confidently. However, after only a few steps, he suddenly quickened his pace and urged me, hurry. I followed him as he pointed towards a villa, saying, do you see that? That is a villa, but do you notice the building behind it? Fatty Luo gestured in a particular direction. I turned to look where he pointed, and indeed spotted a tower behind the villa. I was momentarily taken aback, then said, Brother Luo, are you joking? That tower isn't even within Mr. Han's estate. How could it possibly belong to him? Fatty Luo replied with a knowing tone, you are unaware of certain truths. My friend, what do you mean? I asked. Though the tower may appear to be situated externally, it is, in fact, enclosed within, for it is entirely inaccessible to the public. The sole route to ascend that tower is through the residence of the esteemed Han. I had previously explored Han's villa thoroughly, leaving no stone unturned, yet I found no clues. In hindsight, I realize I had been rather careless. I could never have anticipated that the only passage to the tower was from this very location. My gaze fixated on the tower, a wooden structure seemingly 9 stories high, surrounded by brilliant lights, while the tower itself emanated a somber aura. After a moment of contemplation, I declared, "Let us proceed." "To where?" inquired my companion, the rotund Luo. I replied, "Is it not obvious? We must investigate that tower." Luo continued, "Xia, my dear friend, you are still too young and impulsive. It is simply impossible to access that tower without proper clearance." "Luo, could you refrain from being cryptic? Please tell me plainly how we might gain entry," I urged, feeling a surge of impatience. Throughout my stay in Kyoto, I had been under the protection of the aloof Ji Wuyan, who, despite her seemingly cold demeanor, had always stood up for me, and I felt a deep sense of gratitude. "Here is the plan. I will distract the guard, and you can slip in unnoticed." Luo seemed to have already devised a strategy. It appeared that his insistence on entering was a result of careful consideration, which surprised me. Our eyes met, and with a smile, he said, "Xia, you need not be overly moved. My intentions are not solely for your benefit." As we conversed, we reached the entrance to the path leading to the tower. "Luo, you should wait here. I will go in alone." Without waiting for a response, I swiftly advanced. There were 2 guards at the entrance, and it was evident they were not ordinary individuals. A subtle aura of spiritual energy surrounded them. Should Luo confront them, it might complicate matters, and I did not wish for him to encounter trouble on my account. As I approached, their gazes quickly fixed upon me. I produced a talisman, which I had empowered, and hurled it towards the 2 feng shui masters. They were merely at the level of novice practitioners and could not withstand even a single strike. As they collapsed, I entered the narrow path, reminiscent of an alleyway, barely wide enough for a single person to traverse, flanked by towering walls. Truthfully, walking here instilled a sense of oppression. I focused my gaze ahead, fixated on the tower. The closer I drew, the more I sensed a subtle, yet palpable pressure. It was inexplicably strange, and as I approached, I felt a wave of ominous energy beginning to permeate the air. I had not sensed this malevolence in Han's residence, making it evident that the dark energy was being contained by a formation laid within. I cautiously advanced, feeling a chill creeping down my spine. My expression shifted, heart racing in my throat, ready for any eventuality. I clutched another talisman tightly. After traversing roughly 100 meters, I found myself beneath the tower. Looking up, the weight of the pressure intensified. Instinctively, I counted the tower's levels, 9 in total, a number associated with the utmost techniques, typically used to suppress malevolent spirits. I released a wisp of pure yang energy, intending to ascertain whether Ji Wuyan was imprisoned within. However, just as the energy emanated from me, an unforeseen disturbance suddenly erupted.